The young man, who just days before had been a vibrant youth, happily strolling in the spring breeze, was unexpectedly struck down by a speeding bus. Because he died before experiencing true love, God granted him a second chance, but in another world. This world, created by gods, was teeming with powerful magical creatures, and humans carved their own place based on their strength. Unfortunately, he was reborn as a goblin, a lowly, filthy, and weak creature. Ironically, he still clung to human compassion, believing in their inherent righteousness and kindness. This naivete was his greatest mistake, leading to his demise once more. From then on, he harbored a deep hatred for humans, vowing to make every man live in a nightmare and every woman kneel and moan beneath him. The story begins in a stone cave, illuminated by a golden light. A panicked voice cries out, "The leader is dead," followed by a cackle, "The leader's weapon is mine." Deep inside the cave were 3 green-skinned, long-eared goblins. Their leader lay dead, surrounded by low-level goblins. One goblin, wielding a wooden club, shouted, "Now I'm the leader." Another goblin, seething with resentment, retorted, "Nonsense, what are you talking about?" It lunged at the club-wielding goblin, biting its long nose. "Die," it snarled. The club-wielding goblin, writhing in pain, could only whimper. It was completely overpowered, pinned to the ground. The surrounding low-level goblins cheered, ready to tear each other apart in the absence of a leader. Suddenly, one goblin, its grey tongue lolling out, said, "The leader left behind his prey." "Let's steal it," another goblin nervously replied, but the one guarding it. Both goblins froze, as if hearing something. "He's coming back." Just then, a strange goblin appeared. Unlike the low-level goblins, this one had hair, wore a hooded cloak, and looked less grotesque. It walked silently through the crowd of goblins. "It's him, the one guarding the prey. That disgusting freak, he's covering himself like a human. He knows where the prey is," the goblins whispered, convinced he wanted the prey for himself. From the shadows, hundreds of glowing red eyes glared at the hooded goblin. "Let's attack him and take the prey." The hooded goblin continued walking, seemingly oblivious. Two low-level goblins hesitated. "Let's wait. Those who went after the prey before, they're untouchable. We'll wait for them to fight, then we'll go." The hooded goblin's large, pointed ears twitched. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a woman's scream echoed through the cave. "Help, don't touch me." The hooded goblin ran towards the sound. "Don't touch her, help." He burst into a cave chamber and saw 2 low-level goblins tearing at a woman's clothes. 4 goblins were holding her down, their prey, preparing to violate her. Her clothes were ripped, her body covered in sweat. She pleaded with the hooded goblin, "Please save me, I beg you." The hooded goblin, breathless, yelled, "You bastards, let her go." The largest goblin stepped forward. "You again, the leader is dead, this prey is ours." Behind him, the naked woman lay on the ground, surrounded by the bones of previous victims. The large goblin sneered, its long, pointed nose almost touching its chin. "You dare steal our prey?" It lunged at the hooded goblin, followed by the others. The hooded goblin was cornered. "Damn these goblins." He raised his small knife. "I can't die here. I have to live." Suddenly, something made the goblins hesitate. Their eyes widened in fear. The hooded goblin had slashed one of their throats with his knife. The hooded goblin, revealing his human-like hair, pointed his knife at the remaining goblins. "Leave, or die terrified." The goblins fled. "Run, he has a weapon." The hooded goblin slumped to the ground, exhausted. The woman, her clothes torn, approached him. "Are you all right? Thank you for saving me again. You're not like the other goblins. You've protected me. Don't die." The hooded goblin, still panting, thought, "Not like a goblin." A system interface appeared before him, system initializing. The hooded goblin, whose real name was Linche, was a human who had transmigrated into this world. Despite having a system, it was slow to activate, only displaying his stats without any other function. "My stats are too low even among goblins. I'm weak." Status: Name: Linche. Race: Goblin Divine. Blessing: None. Level: 5. Class: None. HP: 20/20 MP. 5. Defense: 5. Skills: Devour. Racial: Equipment: Crude stone knife, total combat power, 30. Lin Che thought, the only way to get stronger is to mate with those women. He glanced at the woman, then sighed, I was human once. Don't worry, the woman said hopefully, I understand, you're not like them. You don't want to be with those goblins, right? Lin Che remained silent. When the knights come to rescue me, I'll tell them you saved me. They're just and fair, they'll let you come back to the village with me. Lin Che's spirits lifted slightly, she's right. Even if the system isn't working yet, I just need to survive until someone rescues us. Then I can figure out this system. A loud rumbling shook the cave. Lin Che looked around, alarmed. Those goblins are back, hide, he told the woman. A Greenfoot stepped into view. Lin Che raised his knife. The goblin, spotting the woman, went berserk. Human, come here. I want to mate, human. Lin Che yelled, slashing the goblin's throat. He turned to the woman. It looks like humans are here to rescue you, really, she exclaimed, running towards the cave entrance. It must be the Holy Order, thank goodness. Lin Che followed. He stopped short, stunned. A knight in white armor effortlessly dispatched the goblins with a single sword strike. The knight was tall and handsome, with a blue cloak. He radiated power. Damn these filthy creatures. They dared to tear the clothes of our Holy Order. Status, name, lower race, human, level, 25, class, swordsman. HP, 200 to hundredths, MP, 30 30ths, defense, 50, skills, sword or a slash, holy sword technique, heaven returning sword equipment, judgment sword, platinum armor, total combat power, 400. Lin Che was awestruck. Is this really a human, Captain? We're here. The woman cried, running towards Loa. Loa raised his sword. Lin Che yelled, no, and he tackled the woman, narrowly avoiding the blow. They scrambled to their feet. The woman clutched her stomach. Lin Che stared at Loa in disbelief. He came to rescue her, but he attacked her. Did he mistake her for a goblin in the dark? It's a shame that the goblin dodged my attack. How humiliating, Loa sneered, approaching them. Captain, it's me, Killia, the woman pleaded. I know it's you, but you've been defiled by goblins. You might even be carrying their spawn. Do you think I'd let that slide? You should repent to the Holy Mother for your sins. Killia knelt, tears streaming down her face. Captain, wait, I wasn't. It was him. He protected me. She pointed at Lin Che. Loa glanced at Lin Che, making up stories. You think I'm a fool? He raised his sword again. Lin Che grabbed the woman and pushed her aside. Run. There's an exit. Get out of here. He picked up a wooden club and charged at Loa. Just then, a bright light flashed from the cave entrance. Lin Che froze. A gentle voice called out, wait, Loa. A golden sphere of energy enveloped Lin Che. Immobilizing him, Loa hesitated. A beautiful woman with long golden hair stood behind him, her hands cupping the sphere of light. She radiated an aura of holiness. Behind her stood a group of knights, this goblin. There's something strange about it, Holy Maiden, please save me. Killia cried, crawling towards the woman. The Holy Maiden helped her up. She turned to Lin Che. Can you understand me? Lin Che, frozen, looked at her. The Holy Maiden, Evely, my only hope of escaping. I can, he replied. You're the Holy Maiden they spoke of, right? I'm not from this world. I was human once. Something happened, and I became like this. I can explain everything when we get back. The Holy Maiden and Loa exchanged glances. He seems more intelligent than other goblins, quite rare, Loa said. Perhaps he's a gift from the Holy Mother, Evely said with a kind smile. Killia, did this goblin really not harm you? No, he protected me from the other goblins. He even gave me food. If he's so special, let's take him back for study, Evely said. She turned to Lin Che. Do you agree? Finally, someone who will listen. I agree, Lin Che said eagerly. Then let's return, Evely said, flicking her wrist. The energy sphere around Lin Che vanished. Thank you for your kindness. I will repay you, Lin Che began, but Evely's expression suddenly changed. Of course you will, she said coldly. Loa stabbed Killia through the stomach. She gasped and collapsed. Lin Che stared in horror. She killed her. Evely turned to him. a cruel smile on her face. When we return, you can repay me properly. A week later, in the town square, Loa addressed the gathered crowd. This cowardly attack has caused great harm to our town. The goblins use despicable methods to slaughter our citizens. Death to the goblins, blood for blood, a life for a life. Humans and goblins are sworn enemies. The crowd roared. Loa raised his hands. The Holy Order, representing the Holy Church, has eradicated those goblins. We have avenged our fallen citizens. Eve stepped forward, spreading her arms. The Holy Church will forever protect its devout followers. Long live the knights, the crowd cheered. In her private chamber, Eve, dressed in a sheer nightgown, sat at her desk, a report on holy law before her. Today's sermon was a success. They're as foolish as ever. She picked up a red vial. This way, they'll be even more devout and offer more to the church. Linxia, muzzled and covered in wounds, hung chained against the wall. Damn you, he croaked. Eve glanced at him. You're still alive. Such tenacious life force. No wonder the church can't eradicate all the goblins. Let's test the effects of this poison on a goblin. Linxia struggled against the chains. You tricked me. You tricked everyone. You killed Kilia. Eve pressed a rod against his mouth. How curious. A lowly creature like you, obsessed with sex, dares to question human righteousness. Kilia was bewitched by you. She spoke in your defense. That's betrayal. Her death was her final act of loyalty. Her eyes glowed with a sinister light. Goblins are like vermin. I'm bestowing a favor upon you by using your disgusting body for experimentation. Be grateful. A magic circle formed behind Linxia. Flames engulfed him. He screamed in agony. I was a fool. I was reborn as a goblin and still believed in human kindness. Naivete is my downfall. They tortured me. They treated me like a plaything. If I could be reborn. Goblin life simulation system activated. Assessment complete. You died because you were foolish. You forgot you were a goblin. Humans don't trust goblins. They won't show mercy. You died from torture and abuse. You will never forget this pain. Your ending is one of the most tragic among all transmigrators. Restarting new life. Do you wish to be reborn? Yes or no? Linxia stared at the interface. This is my system. I can live again, but I'll still be a lowly goblin. Notice, if you choose no, your soul will dissipate, and you will die permanently. If you choose yes, your current memories will be retained, and you will return to the goblin cave 1 week ago. Lin Qian's eyes hardened. A week ago? I understand. A sinister smile spread across his face. This is my chance for revenge. I'll take everything from Loa and Evely. He jabbed his finger at the yes button. A blue light enveloped him. You have chosen to return. Returning to Goblin Cave, my second life as a goblin begins. To help you survive longer, the system has been slightly enhanced. Lin Xie felt a surge of power slightly, but it's better than nothing. Warning. Although you have been reborn, the danger remains. The Holy Order is approaching. Be cautious. If you die again, the system will not be able to revive you. So they're coming. I can't let my guard down. System, what can you do? This is the Goblin Life Simulation System. You can use it to simulate your life and predict future outcomes. Note, each choice will lead to a different outcome. Simulations require a 24-hour cooldown. After each simulation, you will receive points that can be exchanged for items. Simulations, a chance to see the future. Activate life simulation. Simulating current scenario. Escaping the Goblin Cave. Your cave has been discovered by Loa. To escape, you have the following choices. 1. Warn the other goblins and fight Loa together. Reward. 10 points to abandon the other goblins and flee. Reward. 5 points. 3. Hide in the cave and pray Loa doesn't find you. Reward. 0 points. Lin Xie considered his options. Even if all the goblins fought together, they wouldn't stand a chance against Loa. Only escaping will ensure survival. Let's try the highest scoring option first. If I can exchange points for weapons, I might be able to fight back. He chose option 1. You died. You led the goblins in a desperate battle against Loa and the Holy Knights. Due to the vast difference in strength, you were killed. You overestimated the goblins' strength. Remember to assess your own strength before making decisions. Reward, 10 points, just as I predicted. Relying on the goblins here won't work. But I got points. Open the item shop. A dazzling array of items appeared. So many weapons, but my points are too low. He found a dagger. This is exactly 10 points. Dagger of agility, plus 10 speed, plus 15 MP, a thin, delicate dagger crafted by elves. Sharp enough, item exchanged successfully. Lin Che felt his speed and MP increase. A sharp dagger, goblin weapons are pathetic. If I can land a hit, I can kill. Wait, where's Killia? Because you returned to the past, the timeline has changed. Killia has not been captured by goblins and is still living safely in the village. Lin Che smiled. So I fulfilled my promise to Killia. Now I have nothing holding me back. He ran towards the cave entrance. I have to escape. This is a narrow passage. The guards must be weak. 2 knights stood guard outside. The goblins here are disgusting. One said, just bear with it. Our lives are much easier, the other replied. Don't forget Loa's orders. If any women escape, kill them. We can't let this spread to the village. Lin Che, listening from inside, thought, the holy order. They'll kill anyone to maintain their control, let alone a goblin like me. He decided to take a risk. He mimicked a woman's voice. Help, I'm a girl from Bright Town. The goblins captured me. The knights turned towards the cave. Oh, here we go, one said, killing a stray fish. Loa will reward me, the other said, approaching the entrance. Come out, don't be afraid. We're knights, we'll take you back. Lin Che stabbed him. The other knight, startled by the sound, approached cautiously. What are you doing? Hurry up. Lin Che kicked the dead knight's body at him, then lunged, slashing his body. Goblin, the knight gasped, falling to the ground. Please spare me, I beg you, the knight pleaded, pulling out a locket with a picture of his wife and daughter. I have a family, they're waiting for me. Lin Che hesitated. I was just following orders. They forced me. I'll give you gold, a woman, a young, beautiful woman. Think about it, this benefits us both. He reached behind him, gripping a hidden dagger. He's distracted. Lin Che slashed the knight's throat. He picked up the locket and dagger. The holy order, they'll even sacrifice their own, sword or a slash. A voice shouted from the forest. Lin Che turned. Loa, they're here. He quickly stripped the dead knight of his uniform and fled in another direction. Loa and Evely arrived to find their men dead. What happened? A goblin got past them. Loa examined the wounds. A goblin capable of killing 2 of them. Must be a mutant. Evely said, a mutant. Letting it escape isn't good, Loa said, kicking the body. Useless. They couldn't even handle a mutant goblin. Evely licked her lips. A mutant goblin. That will be fun, if I catch it. As night fell, Lin Che, now wearing the knight's uniform, rested in the forest. He had gained points and levels from killing the knights. He looked more human, even handsome. Finally, he sighed, taking a bite of an apple. If they hate goblins so much, I use goblin methods against them. Goblins gain strength through mating and devouring. I'll build my power. Then, he covered his face with his hand. Loa, Evely, this is just the beginning. A rustling in the bushes. Lin Che tensed. Loa. Are they still after me? A hooded figure emerged. Strike first. Lin Che charged, knife in hand. The figure yelped and stumbled, revealing a young goblin woman. Lin Che stopped, surprised. A goblin, a female goblin. Please don't hurt me. I'm just here to get water, she pleaded. Status, name, small goblin. Level, 3 race, goblin, class, divine messenger. Title, fallen god's pure soul goblin, divinely blessed. HP, 10 MP, 2 defense, 1 skills, devour racial, wild growth equipment, none. Total combat power, 10, a female goblin. If a male goblin mates with a female goblin, he becomes a legendary goblin. Lin Che approached her. Please, don't. She whimpered, shrinking back. The chief sent me to get water. If I don't bring any back, he'll kill me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, Lin Che said gently, putting his hand on her shoulder. Don't cry. She snuggled against him. You can talk, of course. Lin Che replied, thinking, normal goblins can't speak fluently. She must rarely talk to others. He started to leave. Wait, she said, tugging at his cloak. You're so kind, the other goblins only hit me. This is the first time someone's been nice to me. If you don't have anywhere to go, come back to the tribe with me. Lin Chan's eyes widened. Really? There's a goblin tribe nearby. I still don't know if Loa is still after me. This isn't the time to mate. I need to find a safe place. Take me to your tribe. They arrived at a village of glowing huts. Goblins emerged, staring at Lin Che. Why is he wearing human clothes? That freak brought him back. He wants to see the chief. Capture him and bring him to the chief. Lin Che stood his ground. I've come to join you. Take me to your leader. The goblins brandished their spears towards them. The female goblin hid behind Lin Che said, he is not a bad guy. Don't do anything yet. Suddenly, a booming voice roared. What's all the commotion? A large goblin, wielding a staff adorned with skulls and bones, emerged. Status. Name. Large goblin. Level, 25 race, goblin class, priest. Title, breeding machine, mockery of the gods, divinely blessed. HP, 102 MP, 29, defense, 17, skills, devour racial, summon, fawn control equipment, skull staff, bone chain total combat. Power, 200, a high-level goblin, Lin Che thought, raising his dagger. The chief asked the female goblin, you brought an outsider here. He has nowhere to go, she stammered. Excellent, the chief roared. Kill him and eat him. The goblins surged forward. Wait, Lin Che shouted. I can make weapons. Let me join your tribe. I can make you stronger. The chief paused, intrigued. He approached Lin Che. You smell different. What weapons can you make? I can make iron weapons. Just give me the materials. I can make more than just this. Lin Che said, holding up his dagger. This goblin can speak incomplete sentences. The higher the level, the greater the intelligence. I'll give you a chance. 3 days. Find iron ore and make iron weapons, and I'll spare you otherwise. He pointed at the female goblin. You both die. After saying that, they left. Lin Che hugged the female goblin and thought to himself, this old guy is really vicious. When he gets mad, he doesn't even spare his own people. My current strength is not enough to fight him head-on. I'll make some iron tools first to buy time to get stronger. The next day, the goblins searched for iron ore. That night, under the full moon, Lin Che led the search party. The female goblin lagged behind, exhausted. Wait for me, I can't go on, she cried. A goblin kicked her. Move, you useless trash. If we don't find iron ore, I'll kill you. 2 other goblins joined in, kicking and beating her. Lin Che threw a rock at the goblin's head. I told you to help find iron ore, not fight. Do you even know what iron ore looks like? If you want to live, go to the valley and find some iron. Otherwise, he brandished his dagger, you all die. The goblins scattered. He has an iron weapon. Run, damn it. Just wait. Once we find iron ore, the chief won't spare you. Lin Che thought to himself, they're right. Even if I make iron weapons, I'll still be killed. He sheathed his dagger and looked at the crying goblin. If a male goblin mates with a female goblin, he becomes a legendary goblin. I need to get stronger. I need to survive. He cupped her face in his hands and wiped away her tears. Don't cry. Will you come with me? I'll protect you. I'll give you meat, a warm place to sleep. No one will bully you really? She asked, her eyes wide. Of course, but we're too weak. I need your help to get stronger. How? If you have children with me, I'll become stronger. She blushed, covering her mouth with her hand. Really? But I've never. Lin Che blushed as well, pulling his hood over his face. It's okay, if you agree. He suddenly pulled her close and kissed her. You have fathered 7 children with the female goblin, level up to maximum limit. Due to limited potential, maximum level reached. Level 7. Attack +9. HP +100. Defense +10. 2 hours later, Lin Che lay panting, covered in sweat. Status. Name. Lin Che. Level. 7 limit 17. Race. Goblin. Class. None. Title. Lowly creature. Blasphemer. divinely blessed, procreator. HP, 40 MP, 10, defense, 9 skills, devour racial. Equipment, none, total combat power, 65, my level increased, and my form to. He looked at his hands, now brimming with power. Not just stats, but physical strength too. I looked more imposing, my muscles more defined. Now I have a better chance against the chief. He draped his cloak over the female goblin. From now on, you're mine, I'll protect you. You're so kind, she murmured, leaning against him. Help, help, a goblin cried, running towards them, clutching a piece of ore. Wolf, a monster wolf. A massive wolf, it's for glowing purple, chased after the goblin. He found iron ore, but he brought trouble. Lin Che drew his dagger. Wait here, he told the female goblin. Be careful, she said. The wolf was about to devour the goblin when Lin Che leapt into the air and slashed its throat. The wolf crashed to the ground. The goblin stared at him, trembling, still clutching the iron ore. Good work, Lin Che said. Give me the ore. The next morning, smoke rose from a fire. It should be ready, Lin Che said, stirring a pot. The goblins crowded around. He actually did it. But it looks so strange. Will it work? Lin Che plunged a newly forged spear into the wolf's skull. Under the awestruck gazes of the goblins, Lin Che grinned, brandishing his newly crafted spear. Feast your eyes, a weapon forged from iron ore. A goblin, who had accompanied him on the iron-finding expedition, rushed forward. He used this to kill the wolf that attacked us. He can make weapons. This spear is better than stone spears. The goblins cheered. Lin Che raised the spear high. Do you want these? Yes, yes. The goblins roared, their eyes filled with avarice. The chief watched from afar, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He can actually make iron weapons. He's a threat to my position. He slammed his staff on the ground. The goblins fell silent. He forced a smile. Impressive, but if you want to stay, it won't be that easy. Make 50 more of these in 2 days. He turned and walked away, his teeth grinding. Why is he so mean? A goblin whispered. The purple-haired goblin Lin Che had saved approached him. I can help you make more weapons. Lin Che nodded, hiding his amusement. Let's see how this plays out. 2 days later, Lin Che presented the chief with a pile of spears. You actually did it. Well done, the chief said, forcing a smile. He raised his staff. Tonight, we feast. Welcome Lin Che to the tribe. The goblins cheered, brandishing their new weapons. Lin Che remained silent, a plan forming in his mind. The female goblin brought him a portion of roasted boar. The chief agreed to keep you, she said, blushing, Lin Che taking the meat and eat. Suddenly, he gasped, clutching his chest. What's wrong? The female goblin cried. The chief appeared, laughing. Foolish outsider. You thought you could challenge my authority. You're going to die. He grabbed the female goblin by the hair. You care for him, don't you? Then watch him die by his own blade. He pressed his nail to the female goblin's throat. The female goblin's eyes filled with tears. She looked at Lin Che. The chief laughed. Any last words? Suddenly, Lin Che stood, the knife in his hand. He had slashed the chief's hand clean off. The female goblin stared in shock. The goblins gasped. How? The chief stammered, clutching his bleeding wrist. You fool, Lin Che said, his eyes cold. I knew you were going to poison me. I was just playing along. The chief ripped a necklace from his neck, revealing a skull-shaped weapon. I'll kill you. Lin Che dodged easily and, with a swift strike, decapitated the chief. The goblins stared in horror as the chief's head rolled across the ground. From now on, I am your leader. Lin Che roared, we will attack the elves. We will attack the humans. Boss, boss, the goblins cheered, their fear quickly turning to excitement. Lin Che helped the female goblin to her feet. Knives are sharp. Meat is plentiful. He pointed to the chief's body. This is yours. The goblins swarmed the corpse, tearing it apart. Lin Che watched, a sinister smile on his face. Conquering the goblins is just the beginning. I'll use the elves to breed a stronger army. A figure watched from the shadows. What's going on here? The full moon bathed the elven village in its light, deep within the forest. A figure moved swiftly. leaping over obstacles, ascending to the highest level where gruesome trophies of goblin heads hung. Reaching the top, the figure was greeted by a joyful elf. "Princess, welcome back." Kasana, the elven princess, made her way towards the queen's chambers. A servant rushed to intercept her. "Princess, please wait." The queen, ignoring the servant, Kasana barged into the room. "Mother, I have something to report." She froze. Inside, the queen lounged on her bed, surrounded by shirtless male elves. One offered her fruit, another whispered sweet nothings, while a third massaged her shoulders. Kasana's eyes widened. "Oh my God, what is going on here? This isn't what I expected." "Sorry, Mother, I'll come back later," she stammered, blushing. The elven queen, luxuriating with a male elf at her side, noticed Princess Kasana's arrival. She gestured for the elf to move aside and, rubbing her temples, addressed her daughter. "Kasana, my dear, why are you rushing in like this? What's so urgent?" Kasana turned, her expression serious. "Mother, I have important news concerning the goblin tribe in the forest." The queen waved a dismissive hand. "Goblins, those weak, filthy creatures. What trouble could they possibly cause?" She considered goblins insignificant pests. Seeing her mother's disbelief, Kasana insisted. "This morning, in the haunted forest, I found the carcass of a giant black bear. There were signs of a struggle and goblin footprints everywhere. It seems the goblins killed it. That bear was the strongest monster in the forest. Theoretically, goblins shouldn't be able to defeat something like that." She continued, her gaze fixed on her mother. "A few days ago, I also saw the goblin chief being killed by a younger goblin. There's something strange going on with them." The queen, still unconcerned, simply raised an eyebrow. "A new chief." She reclined on her bed and beckoned the male elf closer. Smiling at Kasana, she said, "It seems the goblin population is recovering. Kasana, take a few warriors and deal with them. But this time, don't kill them all, leave a few alive." She giggled, her hand tracing the elf's ABS. Looking at Kasana with a predatory gleam in her eyes, she added, "Their hearts make excellent tonics for our male elves." Kasana blushed, lowering her head. "Yes, Mother." Seeing her daughter's dedication, the queen smiled affectionately. "My diligent princess, you've been working so hard. I'll reward you with a male elf tonight. Will one be enough, or perhaps two?" Kasana's eyes widened, her face flushing crimson. "Mother, I still have more scouting to do tonight. I'll report back later." She quickly excused herself and hurried out of the room. Back at the goblin camp, Lin Che sat by the crackling fire, surrounded by his tribe. Twigs were laid out on the ground. "Boss," a goblin said, "each twig represents an elven treehouse. There are about 30 in the Whispering Woods. They're really tall." Lin Che, pleased with the reconnaissance, grinned. "Excellent work. You'll get to elves after we conquer them." To elves, the purple-haired goblin's eyes lit up. "Boss, boss," the other goblins cheered. The purple-haired goblin, drooling, hurried away. "I'll tell the others to prepare the weapons." Lin Che studied the twigs. 30 treehouses, 2 elves each, 60 elves. Plus 10 at the mine, 70 total. He picked up a twig, calculating. "With our iron weapons and training, we're stronger than ever." He raised his spear. "From now on, we hunt in the haunted forest." "Understood, yes, boss," the goblins roared. Under the night sky, they marched into the forest. Led by Lin Che, they swiftly dispatched a wild boar. Skill acquired. Spear thrust. They continued deeper, their coordination improving with each battle. Skill acquired. Stone skin. Defense plus 15. Lin Che and Goblin Mun fought as a team, easily defeating even panthers and apes. Skill acquired. Nimble movement. Skill acquired. Venomous bite. The goblins grew stronger, absorbing skills through their devourability. The purple-haired goblin, now level 18, was a prime example. Status, name, Gobus-san, total combat power, 250. Lin Che thought about the upcoming attack on the elves. "Their average combat power is around 200, we can do this." He smiled. "We're ready, Goblin Life Simulation System activated." Lin Che read the results. Summary: you lead a confident attack on the elven village. However, You walk into an ambush and are captured and executed. Your body is displayed as a warning to other goblins. Reward, 0 points. Lin Che frowned in ambush. How? He jumped to his feet. The goblins looked around nervously. Lin Che focused, using his enhanced senses to scan the surroundings. He heard a faint rustling. There, cloaked elves moved swiftly through the trees. Kasana, her expression serious, led the group. The goblins are planning another attack. We must warn Mother. Yes, Princess. Suddenly, poisoned arrows whistled through the air. One struck Kasana in the butt. She cried out and fell. Boss, direct hit. A goblin cheered. Kasana lay paralyzed, watching helplessly as the goblins approached. Lin Che grinned. You arrived just in time. He looked down at her. Take them all prisoner. Yes, boss. The goblins roared, splashing water on her face. Kasana slowly regained consciousness. Boss, she's waking up. The purple-haired goblin leaned in, appraising her like merchandise. A special elf for the boss, he said, licking his lips. Just wait till the boss sees her. Another goblin chimed in, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Che understood. The goblin fluids, they have a paralytic and aphrodisiac effect on other species. This increases our chances against the Queenal Elf Society. Kasana glared at the goblins, her body trembling with rage. You lowlifes, how dare you kidnap me, and you plan to attack the elves. She looked at Lin Che. If it weren't for my mother's mercy, your tribe would have been eradicated long ago. If you harm a single hair on my head, she will destroy you. Lin Che chuckled, amused by her bravado. He shoved Kasana to the ground. Mercy, interesting. The goblins laughed. The goblins you elves speak of, and the goblins of my tribe are not the same, Lin Che said, gesturing towards the purple-haired goblin. Though my tribe may be foolish, they don't lie. The elves eradicated the goblins in the forest, didn't they? Kasana's eyes widened. Mother did say to leave a few alive. But there are still goblins in the forest, Lin Che continued. It wasn't just mercy, was it? Kasana, still reeling from the revelation, knew she was in trouble. I'll bring my tribe to investigate tonight, Lin Che said, a sinister smile playing on his lips. But first, we have these bodies to deal with. He turned to his goblins. Consume the remaining elves. Absorb their skills. Yes, boss. The goblins cheered. What? Kasana cried. Lin Che looked at her, his eyes cold. As for you, he stepped towards her. Kasana scrambled back, her body trembling. No, please, no, her scream was cut short. Congratulations, level up, plus 30, max level achieved, bonus HP plus 50, energy plus 10, defense plus 10, skill acquired, elven stealth. Skill acquired, elven night vision. Meanwhile, in the elven village, the queen lay in her chambers, entwined with a male elf. Queen, I can't, that's enough for tonight, the queen said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. The potions are gone. Such a pity, I should have captured more goblins. She stroked the elf's sweat-drenched body. This isn't enough. Kasana should have returned by now. Has Kasana returned? She asked a guard. No, Queen, she's been gone for some time. Should we send a search party? We could capture more goblins for the warriors. The Queen considered this. Yes, send a detachment to assist Kasana. Your Kasana won't be returning, a voice said. Who's there? The guard shouted, drawing his sword. The Queen looked towards the window. Arrows flew through the air, striking the guard. He fell without a sound. The Queen stared in horror at the arrows. Goblins. Lin Che strolled into the room, flanked by 2 goblins. Kasana is my prisoner now, and soon she will bear my child. He looked at the Queen, a smug grin on his face. We're family now. The Queen grabbed a sword and lunged at Lin Che. What have you done with my daughter? You'll see, Lin Che chuckled, dodging her attack. The Queen stumbled. Your village is surrounded, Lin Che said, looking down at her. Surrender, and I'll be merciful. The Queen tried to attack again, but her body wouldn't obey. I coated my arrows with goblin fluids, Lin Che explained. It causes paralysis. I suggest you cooperate, damn it. The Queen whispered. Realizing her predicament, Lin Che lifted her chin with his dagger. I overheard you talking about enhancement potions. So, the elves use goblins for that, do they? He grinned. The queen remembered Kasana's warning about a new goblin leader. Could this be him? Kill them all, a voice shouted from outside. It seems we're out of time, Lin Che said. The purple-haired goblin pointed towards the window. Look, boss. Lin Che grinned, pulling the queen towards the window. Perhaps we should discuss cooperation, he said. The queen's eyes widened in horror as she saw her village engulfed in flames. Queen, help us. We don't want to be taken by the goblins. Elven bodies littered the ground. Goblins rampaged through the village, laughing and cheering. What have you done to my tribe? The queen screamed. We're not as weak as you think, Lin Che said calmly. You can't fight back. He continued, his voice cold. You elves slaughtered goblins when you were strong. Now it's our turn. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear. I need stronger goblin warriors. That's where you come in. He pressed the dagger against her cheek. Whether you live or die after depends on your cooperation. The queen's eyes flickered with fear. I need more powerful goblin warriors, Lin Che repeated. So, I need you. He lowered the dagger, his voice a low growl. And after I'm done with you? Whether you live or die depends on how well you serve me. The carnage continued below. The queen watched, numb with shock, as her village was destroyed. She crawled towards Lin Che, clutching at his leg. Please don't kill my children. I'll do anything, anything. She began to remove her clothes, using a scrap of fabric to cover herself. I agree, I'll bear your children. The next morning, Kasana's voice, a mix of joy and fear, echoed through the goblin camp. Mother, inside a cage, she clung to the elven queen, tears streaming down her face. They captured you too. What are we going to do? The queen, heartbroken, embraced her daughter. I'm sorry, Kasana, I underestimated them. I didn't listen to you, she sighed, regret gnawing at her. We've been with the goblins. Our tribe, we're prisoners now, completely helpless. Kasana sobbed, burying her face in her mother's arms. We can only survive here now, the queen whispered, holding her daughter close. Lin Che watched them from outside the cage. Don't worry, you'll be well taken care of. 3 meals a day, he looked at them sternly. But any funny business, and you'll die. Tears rolled down the queen's cheeks. I understand. She gripped the bars of the cage, her eyes fixed on Lin Che. But I have a request. These are my children, may I care for them? Kasana looked at her mother in surprise. Lin Che was taken aback. He saw Goblin Mun playing with the goblin and elf children. Then, a notification appeared. Trait acquired. Endless maternal love. That's why. He looked at the children. They're a valuable asset to the tribe. Lin Che, Goblin Mun said, I can't take care of all of them alone. Let her help. Lin Che considered this. The elf children will be useful when they grow up. He looked at the queen. All right, she can care for the children. Trait. Endless maternal love. HP plus 200, energy plus 30, defense plus 30. My stats are increasing automatically now. He looked at the recent gains. So, I just need to keep breeding with strong individuals to become more powerful. A smile spread across his face. I'm strong enough to defeat Loa now. Once the elves give birth, I'll find him. Half a month later, the cries of a newborn goblin echoed through the camp. The goblins gathered around the cage, watching as a goblin baby was born. The goblin father beamed with pride, taking the child and leaving the exhausted elf mother alone. That my child, the elf whispered, recoiling in horror. I don't want it. It's disgusting. Another elf, her belly swollen, whimpered in fear. Lin Che and Goblin Mun watched from outside. How many newborns are there now? Lin Che asked. About 30 or 40, Goblin Mun replied. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Kasana. Lin Che and Goblin Mun rushed to her cage. Kasana, don't give up. Push, the queen cried, holding a newborn. Kasana screamed, her face contorted in pain. Help her, she's going to die, the queen pleaded, turning to Lin Che. Lin Che quickly moved to Kasana's side. Goblin Mun, help me. You know how to do this. The queen asked, surprised, as Lin Che and Goblin Mun helped Kasana deliver the baby. A little, Lin Che replied, his eyes focused on his task. Don't. I don't want you, Kasana moaned. Be quiet. This is my child too, Lin Che said sternly. After a while, he wiped his hands with a cloth. It's all right, she's safe, you saved her. Goblin Mun exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. It was nothing, Lin Che replied. Kasana lay unconscious, surrounded by her newborn goblin children. The queen wept with relief. Let me out, a voice shouted. Lin Che and Goblin Mun turned to see two goblins trying to force themselves on a newly delivered elf in another cage. A blade flashed, and one of the goblins fell dead. The other froze in terror. Lin Che withdrew his dagger. I told you, wait until they recover. His eyes glowed with rage. Anyone disobeys, they die. He glared at the cowering goblin. From now on, every elf gets extra fruit. Understood, yes, the goblin stammered. The queen looked at Lin Che with newfound respect. You're not like other goblins. It's what should be done, Lin Che replied, his gaze indifferent. Cooperate, and you'll be treated well. Goblin life simulation system activated. Summary: you capture the elves, impregnate them, and raise a new generation of stronger goblins. You decide to seek revenge on Loa. You infiltrate Bright Town and find him, but the Sword Saint appears and kills you. Reward: 30 points. Lin Chan's eyes widened. The Sword Saint, here. And Loa is leaving Bright Town. I have to act quickly. Goblin Mun, he said, I'm going to scout the human territory. You're in charge while I'm gone. Are you crazy? Goblin Mun exclaimed. You'll be killed. I have a score to settle, Lin Che said, looking at the queen. You can't just go wandering around. I'll cast a stealth spell on you, the queen offered. Goblin Mun looked at her in surprise. Lin Che smiled. Just what I was hoping for. You care about my safety. I just don't want the other goblins to mistreat us if you die, the queen said, casting the spell. And my children are here. We need you to protect us. She draped an enchanted cloak over his shoulders. I understand, Lin Che said, a glint in his eyes. She's smart. Be careful, Lin Che, Goblin Mun said. I'll take care of everything here. The queen watched him leave, a strange tenderness in her eyes. Come back safely, Lin Che waved dismissively. I will. Then, he disappeared into the night. Bright Town, usually bustling with activity, was now patrolled by soldiers, the streets eerily quiet. Guards scanned the main thoroughfares, but in a darkened alley, a figure observed them unseen. Lin Che leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Increased patrols, heightened security. Has the Sword Saint arrived? He emerged from the alley, searching for information. He'd heard nothing about the Sword Saint. What's going on? He passed a fruit stand. Care for an apple, young man? The vendor called. Lin Che shook his head. He reached the town square, where a crowd had gathered. Something's happening. He pushed his way through the throng. It was the Adventurers Guild leaderboard. Bloodfang Brigade, Platinum Rank 2 Boss Brigade, Silver Rank 3, Savior Brigade, Silver Rank, Prophet Brigade, Gold Rank 1, Lin Chan's eyes narrowed, lower, Gold Rank 1. He's gotten stronger, he moved on, a sense of urgency building. I need more information. He wandered through the crowded streets. It's not easy finding someone in a town this size. Maybe I should ask the locals. Drinks on me tonight, a familiar voice boomed from a tavern. Lin Che stopped. That voice, he grinned. Lower, he entered the tavern. Lower sat at a table, boasting to his companions. You wouldn't believe it, I was almost killed by four ghouls. But Angela and Boss Lower saved me. Boss Lower is the best, Evely giggled. Four ghouls. That's nothing to brag about, a member of the Boss Brigade scoffed. What's it to you? The adventurer shouted, slamming his fist on the table. Lower chuckled, unfazed. The two adventurers squared off, ready to brawl. The dragons from Dragon Island are breeding, the bartender said, wiping a glass. They're stealing livestock, attacking people. If you're so tough, go kill a dragon. Lin Che glanced at the bartender dragons. The bartender's serious expression told him it was no joke. If dragons attack Bright Town, the capital won't be able to send reinforcements in time. The adventurers here can't handle dragons. Bright Town is in danger. A hush fell over the tavern. Dragons. What's there to be afraid of? Lower said, smirking. He raised his glass. I have a secret. The Sword Saint is on her way, she's my master. We'll slay the dragons together, no need for reinforcements. The tavern erupted in a mix of excitement and disbelief. The Sword Saint, really, with her here, we have nothing to fear? Loa will be a hero, Loa laughed, drinks are on me. A celebration for the Sword Saint's arrival and our victory over the dragons. He tossed a bag of gold onto the table, the tavern cheered. Lin Che paid for his drink and left, leaving so soon, Loa called after him. Lin Che stopped, his face hidden by his hair. He smiled faintly, no need, there will be other opportunities. He turned, a sinister glint in his eyes, plenty of them. Loa and his companions frowned, ungrateful bastard, one muttered. News of the Sword Saint's arrival spread through Bright Town, and the townspeople erupted in celebration. Inside the cathedral, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, illuminating a figure seated in the center. Loa entered and knelt. Master, the dragons are closing in. They're attacking livestock. They'll attack the town soon. The figure opened her eyes and stood, grasping her sword. And the preparations I ordered, the Sword Saint, clad in shining armor, looked like a goddess. The Dragonbane crossbows are ready, Master. They're being deployed throughout the town, Loa replied. Make sure they're positioned correctly, the Sword Saint said coldly, or you'll be useless to me. They emerged from the cathedral to find a crowd of cheering townspeople and adventurers, the Sword Saint, so beautiful. Who could ever win her heart? Not even the king would dare. The Sword Saint remained impassive. What are you all doing here? Disperse. Loa, sweating nervously, bowed. Yes, master. Suddenly, screams echoed through the town. A dragon swooped down, snatching a townsperson in its claws. Run, dragons, help me. Panic erupted. The Sword Saint and Loa drew their swords. A scout dragon, the Sword Saint said, her eyes narrowing. It's here to lure us out, Loa, to the walls, boss, dragons. A goblin cried, running towards Lin Che. There are soldiers on the walls. What do we do? Lin Che turned calmly. I know, wait here. He walked towards the cliff, his cloak billowing behind him. He looked out at the town, a smile playing on his lips. Enjoy the show. His goblins, weapons in hand, roared their approval. This is going to be fun. The scene shifts to Bright Town. The roars of dragons rip through the air as they descend from the sky, darkening the town like an impending apocalypse. A massive dragon, hurtling towards the town walls, is suddenly struck by a powerful force. It roars in pain and plummets to the earth undeterred. Other dragons continue their assault. Evely and Loa stare in shock, mouths agape, as they witness the devastating power of the Dragonbane crossbow. On the town walls, the Sword Saint calmly turns to a nearby knight. Do you understand how to operate the crossbow? Prepare all units. Yes, Sword Saint. The soldiers, invigorated by the crossbow's power and the Sword Saint's confidence, quickly take their positions. Some scan the sky, while others load the massive weapons. Fire, bolts rain down, sending dragons crashing to the earth. But the onslaught continues, wave after wave of dragons descending upon the town. The Dragonbane crossbows are amazing. A young man shouts, then pauses, his eyes widening. Wait, look, the sky crackles with lightning. A colossal figure emerges from the storm clouds, its wings spreading wide, its roars shaking the very foundations of the town. The sky turns a menacing purple, an oppressive aura descends, forcing everyone to their knees. My head, what is that? Loa and Evely tremble, their faces pale with terror. It's the dragon from the lightning storm. Loa stammered, covering his ears against the deafening roars. The dragon crackled with purple electricity, each roar summoning bolts of lightning. The purple lightning dragon mother, someone screamed, prepare to fire. But it's too far away, the crossbows can't reach it. The dragon mother gathered energy in its maw, a blinding light illuminating the darkened sky. A torrent of fire erupted, a blazing inferno sweeping across the town. Run, the walls are collapsing. Help, don't panic, the Sword Saint shouted. A shimmering green barrier sprang up, enveloping the town. She plunged her sword into the ground, channeling her power into the shield. Hold the line, the dragon mother's flames crashed against the barrier, the impact shaking the town. The other dragons, trapped outside the shield, clawed and slammed against it, trying to break through. On a nearby hilltop, Lin Chia watched the spectacle unfold, his goblins gathered behind him. A magnificent display, he murmured, but predictable. Status, name, Purple Lightning Dragon Mother. Total combat power, 2,900, powerful, but just a pawn. He glanced at the Sword Saint's status, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Status, name, Sword Saint, total combat power, 4,000, she's a monster, good thing I'm not fighting her. The Sword Saint sliced through the lesser dragons with ease, then leapt towards the Dragon Mother, her sword piercing its wing. The Dragon Mother roared in pain. The Dragon Mother is weaker, but she has superior regeneration and resilience. This fight will take time. A dragon flew overhead. Lin Chia and his goblins watched, waiting. The Sword Saint is occupied. Now's my chance. A sinister smile spread across his face. It's time. Initiate the plan. One team creates a diversion. The other ambushes the humans. Yes, boss. Under the cover of the dragon attack, the goblins moved into position. Back in Bright Town, the invading dragons continued their assault. These wyverns are relentless, Loa gasped, exhausted. He grinned, looking at a dead dragon. But I'm a dragon slayer. He struggled to his feet, his right arm injured. Goblins are attacking. A panicked voice cried. Loa turned, his eyes narrowing. Goblins? Here, impossible. Goblins. We're already fighting dragons, now this. The knights were holding off the dragons, Evely was casting spells, and Loa was injured. Help, goblins. Loa saw them then, goblins swarming through the streets, chasing terrified townspeople. Damn it, just when we thought it couldn't get any worse. You two, hold the line. He shouted to the remaining knights, Evely, come with me. We'll deal with the goblins, right? Loa and Evely ran towards the goblins. You filthy goblins, you won't get away, Loa yelled. As they rounded a corner, a goblin leapt from the shadows. Now, Captain, help, I'm caught, Evely cried, trapped in a net. Loa, surrounded by goblins, his leg injured, could only watch helplessly. Captain, we're back. The two knights returned, but were quickly overwhelmed by the goblins. Lin Chia approached, his figure emerging from the flames like a demon. He walked towards the struggling knights, his dagger flashing. 2 swift strokes, and they fell silent. Loa and Evely stared in horror. Lin Chia removed his hood, a cruel smile on his face. I wasn't expecting to find you so easily. His goblins dragged Loa and Evely before him. You damned goblins. Loa snarled, struggling against his captors. Lin Chia kicked him in the face. Know your place. Take them to the outskirts through the sewers. Lin Chia ordered his goblins. The rest of you, with me. We're taking the walls. He turned and led his goblins towards the ramparts, leaving Loa unconscious and Evely bound and gagged. Yes, boss, so many goblins. Someone help. Screams echoed through the town. The Sword Saint looked around, puzzled. Goblins. Now, the Dragon Mother purred, her human form radiating seductive power. She looked down at the distracted Sword Saint. Where are you looking, Sword Saint? Then, with a roar, the Dragon Mother charged at the Sword Saint, her body enveloped in a crimson aura. The Sword Saint stood firm, unflinching, her eyes fixed on the Dragon Mother with an almost disdainful calm. Despite the Dragon Mother's speed, the Sword Saint saw her movements, as if in slow motion. She calmly drew her sword. Worried about yourself, she said coldly. Let's see how much more dragon blood you can spill. With blinding speed, the Sword Saint unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, a net of steel that sliced into the Dragon Mother's flesh. The only sound was the shearing of her blade. She sheathed her sword, the force of the movement sending her hair swirling around her. The Dragon Mother roared in pain, clutching her wounds. The Sword Saint frowned. You are no longer a problem? It's only a matter of time. I wonder how Loa is doing. Can he handle the remaining dragons and goblins? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the church, sending shockwaves through the town. The air filled with smoke and the smell of gunpowder. Knights and adventurers were thrown back by the blast. An explosion. Haven't they finished yet? The Sword Saint muttered, turning towards the sound. The Dragon Mother, battered but still standing, looked at the Sword Saint with hatred. Perfect timing, she cackled. She transformed back into her dragon form and soared into the sky, leaving a trail of smoke in her wake. "I'll be back, Sword Saint," she roared. "Once I've recovered, you won't escape me." The Sword Saint watched her go, her fists clenched. "Damn it, she got away. I'll purge this world of your filth, dragon." She wiped her face and said, "Just you wait. I'll go to Dragon Island and wipe out your entire race." Inside the town, people were putting out fires and tending to the wounded. The Sword Saint walked through the streets, her face grim and lower. These useless fools couldn't even handle a few goblins. She sneered, stepping over their bodies. "Sword Saint," a wounded knight cried. "Loa and Evely have been captured by goblins." A young woman knelt beside him, trembling. The Sword Saint froze. "Loa and Evely, how is that possible?" "Those goblins, they were different," the knight said, describing the attack. "They were too strong. Even Loa was no match for them." The woman nodded, tears streaming down her face. The Sword Saint's face darkened, captured. "This is humiliating." She turned towards the forest, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "I'll slaughter every goblin in the haunted forest." "Sword Saint, please stay. What if the dragons or goblins attack again?" The woman pleaded, grabbing her hand. "Sword Saint, we're all citizens of the Empire and the Church. Please protect us," the crowd cried, kneeling before her. The Sword Saint hesitated. "They're right. Protecting the people is my duty," she sighed. "Loa, you're useless. You can't even handle goblins. I'll have to ask the royal family for help." Back in the Goblin village, Linche received a report. "They're back, and they captured 2 humans." The goblins gathered to see the captives, a man and a woman, being dragged towards the mountain. "They're back, and they brought humans. Where did they find them?" Loa glared at the goblins, his teeth gritted. Evely, still affected by the poison, trembled, her face flushed. "Why are there so many elves here?" Loa asked. "It's over," Evely whispered. "There's a powerful goblin in this tribe." "Are you recovered?" Loa asked. "This poison is strong. My holy magic needs more time to dispel it." Evely felt the poison's effects fade. "Your recovery is impressive," Linche said, approaching them. "Damn you," Loa snarled, trying to attack, but a goblin held him back. Evely cowered on the ground, trembling. Linche placed his hand on her thigh. Evely screamed, "How do you know my name?" "What do you want?" Her fear only fueled Lincheon's rage. He sneered, tightening his grip on her thigh, his fingers digging in. He lunged, pinning her beneath him. "Stop, you filthy beast!" Loa roared, struggling against the goblins holding him. A goblin punched Loa in the face, sending him sprawling. "Don't yell at the boss." Loa, his face throbbing, glared at Linche. "You're the intelligent goblin, aren't you? You haven't thought this through. The Sword Saint can wipe out your entire tribe with a single swing." Linche smirked. "The Sword Saint? She's my prey too. It's just not her time yet. Besides, I've already hidden tracks. No one will find." He turned to a nearby goblin, wiping blood from his hand. "Take the 2nd-generation goblins into the forest. Hunt, grow stronger." "Yes, boss," the goblin bowed. Linche stepped on Loa's chest, grinding him into the dirt. "Now, let's see, which part of you should I remove first?" He leaned closer, his face obscured by shadows, a single eye gleaming. "You humans, you enjoy torturing goblins, don't you?" "What are you talking about?" Loa gasped. Too slow, Lincheon's dagger flashed. Loa screamed, clutching his ear. Evely trembled, silent. Linche examined his handiwork. He'd sliced off Loa's ear. "We were only doing our duty, protecting humanity. Eradicating monsters like you?" Loa hissed, clutching his bleeding ear. Linche laughed coldly. "Protecting humanity, duty. Don't make me laugh. You use that excuse to justify your own power. You kill prisoners and monsters more readily than you save people. You're the reason other races hate humans. You forced us to fight back and now you pay the price." Loa and Evely stared at him, stunned. How does he know all this? Lincheon's eyes glowed with a malevolent light. He raised a clawed hand. "This conversation is over. We're not the same. I'm not a righteous hero. I'm a monster. And right now, this monster is going to teach you a lesson." He turned his attention back to Evely. "No, don't touch her," Loa screamed. Evely's face contorted in a silent scream, her eyes rolling back, her tongue lolling out. "Goblin, damn you," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Loa was tied up, but still tried to struggle. "Stop, you animals, stop." Evely, still paralyzed, could only whimper and cry. "Evely," Lin Chia said, his voice a low growl, "this is for everything you've done." The lesson has just begun. 30 minutes later, Evely lay limp, exhausted and broken. Lin Chia tightened his grip on her throat, his face inches from hers. He looked at Loa, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Now, Loa, watch closely. See how my goblins treat your precious Evely." He stepped back, gesturing towards his goblins. They surged forward, tearing at Evely's tattered dress, their clawed hands reaching for her. Sunlight streamed into the goblin camp, time for shift change. A goblin called out, "My turn to guard." Evely, chained and exhausted after 2 days of relentless torment, barely registered the change of guard. The goblin grinned. "Don't worry, she's still alive." The chief said to keep her breathing nearby. Loa, bruised and battered, was pinned under a goblin's foot. He had witnessed Evely's ordeal and was filled with rage and helplessness. "Evely, hold on, you have to stay strong." "I'm all right," Evely gasped, her voice weak. The goblin kicked Loa in the head. "Shut up. Who said you could talk?" Not far away, the elven queen and Princess Karsana nursed their goblin babies. They watched the humans being tormented, their faces grim. "Does Lin Chia truly harbor such deep hatred for humans?" the queen asked. "They're worse off than we are," Karsana replied. "At least we have fruit to eat." Goblin Mun entered, carrying a basket of fruit. "I heard he's going to seek revenge on the humans," she said. The goblin babies swarmed her, eager to be held. The queen looked thoughtful. "He's a goblin unlike any I've ever met. He always keeps his word." She blushed, a strange warmth spreading through her. "Even in that aspect, he's so powerful. Why do I feel this way? I want to be near him." "This is strange," Karsana sighed. "Queen, please." Elsewhere, the purple-haired goblin approached Lin Chia. "Boss, the second-generation goblins have returned from hunting." "What?" Lin Chia asked, surprised. He turned towards the approaching goblins. "Why are you back so early? Was the hunt successful?" "Boss, we've returned," the leader of the second-generation goblins said, dropping a pile of monster parts at Lin Chia's feet. "Status: Name: Violent Goblin. Level: 33. Race: Goblin. Class: Warrior. Title: Elf Slayer, Divinely Blessed, Monster Slayer. HP: 470. Strength: 142. Defense: 168. Skills: Snake Venom, Petrification, Silent Steps, Climbing, Iron Blood Volth, Giant Teeth, Battle Cry. Total Combat Power: 500. Impressive. They've already reached level 30 and evolved into greater goblins. Their stats are almost as good as mine. "Why did you return early?" Lin Chia asked. "We killed all the nearby monsters, so we went west, but we encountered greater goblins slaughtering a goblin tribe," Violent Goblin explained. "West? Which tribe?" "I know, it's the Bloodfang tribe. They're all greater goblins. We saw their mark when we were hunting," another goblin said. Lin Qian's eyes gleamed. "Greater goblins, interesting. If I capture their leader and create even stronger third-generation goblins, all greater goblins. If we capture their leader and breed even stronger offspring, our chances against the humans will increase significantly." "You fool," Loa laughed. "Even the strongest goblins are no match for the knights." "Just you wait." Lin Chia glared at him. "You're testing my patience. I almost forgot about you." He turned to his underlings. "We have a human who needs to be roasted. Anyone not busy?" The goblins lunged at Loa, their eyes gleaming. "What are you doing, you monsters?" Loa shrieked. "The knights will eradicate your disgusting race." A goblin shoved its hand into Loa's mouth. "Finally, my turn. Humans are so delicious." Loa thrashed and gagged. "You monsters, the knights will destroy you." Evely watched in horror, unable to help. After several hours, Loa finally succumbed to the torture. Lin Chia and his goblins feasted on roasted boar, celebrating their victory. Lin Chia sat with his 2 wives, the elven queen and Goblin Mun. The queen raised her voice and asked him, "Lin Che, you next want us to attack the Bloodfang Goblin tribe?" Lin Che smirked slightly and replied, "That's right. What needs to be done is to become the strongest. I don't just want to attack them, I want to capture their leader." Lin Che pondered something, then looked up and said, "I've also thought of a good name for our tribe. From now on, our tribe will be called the Heaven's Fury Tribe." As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, the second-generation goblins excitedly cheered, "Amazing! Boss! Boss is mighty! Boss is brilliant!" All the goblins of the Heaven's Fury Tribe were incredibly excited, jumping and shouting, "Our tribe has a name! Heaven's Fury Tribe! Heaven's Fury Tribe! Heaven's Fury Tribe!" Goblin Mun looked at Lin Che with a worried expression. She voiced her concerns, "But they've destroyed so many tribes, they seem very powerful. Attacking them and even capturing their leader, will it be all right?" Lin Che bit into a piece of meat and replied lazily, "My goblin wife, don't worry, I have my own confidence." He turned to look at Evely, whose clothes were torn and who was chained and kneeling on the ground. He continued, "I also have a trump card, but I can't use it yet." The next day, in the Western Forest, Lin Che looked at the opposite side, probing and saying, "Eagle Eye, not bad. I can just see them. Let me see what kind of strength the opponent has." At the same time, in the demonic forest, Lin Che watched the goblins eating and drinking heartily, thinking, there are indeed quite a few large goblins, but it should be manageable. Suddenly, the goblins all trembled in fear as they saw another goblin walk out. Seeing this, Lin Che immediately knew who it was. "Wait a minute, these goblins seem very scared. It seems their leader has arrived." Looking at the goblin leader with its large build and sharp teeth, Lin Che was surprised. "Wait, it's the leader of the Bloodfang Goblin tribe. It's actually a hero class." At this moment, the system displayed the information of the Bloodfang Goblin tribe leader in front of Lin Che. Warlord Goblin, also known as Bloodfang. Level 50, race Goblin, occupation high-ranking warrior. Title: Goblin Monster Slayer, Hero Divine, Blessing, Bamboo God's Blessing. Skills: Ferocious Mace Strike, Giant Strength Enhancement, Petrification, Climbing, Silent Steps Equipment, Bone Mace, HP 700, Strength 239, Defense 14 total 900. Hidden behind a thicket of trees on a cliff face, Lin Che crouched, carefully observing the situation below. He assessed, they don't seem too powerful. With a total strength of 900, a dozen or so goblin warriors should be able to handle them, but capturing him alive won't be easy. With such a massive size, broad shoulders, and thick flesh, poison arrows would be difficult to inflict, and even if they did land, the effect wouldn't be significant. Lin Che pondered, observing the goblin's physique. The effect of poison on them might be limited. Currently, with enough numbers, a group of goblins could fight against two of these giant monsters, but that would be too costly in terms of manpower. Watching the goblins below being flattened by the leader's mace, he sighed. If paralyzing poison doesn't work, we'll have to think of another way. Suddenly, Lin Che remembered his previous life, his encounter with Loa and Evely. She had used a spell to trap him, and he couldn't escape. An idea sparked. That's right, the holy prison spell that Evely used on me. If I could use it on these guys, it would be perfect. He smiled, stroking his chin. So, isn't the problem solved? It's time to go see Evely. With that, he turned and confidently strode back towards the goblin settlement. Under Lin Che's management, the goblin settlement had become orderly and well-organized. The tribe members' huts were arranged close together. A purple-haired goblin, carrying a basin of hot water as instructed by Lin Che, hurried over with a fawning smile. He boasted, "Boss, I've completed your order. That human is practically half dead now." Lin Che responded indifferently, "Good work." He reached for a warm cloth from the basin and walked towards Evely, who lay struggling on the ground. He looking down at her, "In my past life, you imprisoned and experimented on me. Now, things are different. Look who's dying and begging for mercy." He approached Evely step by step. She was bound by chains, her breathing weak and shallow, her eyes vacant and lifeless. She could only plead, "Please." I want to repent to God. Lin Che crouched down and whispered, "Hello, Evely." In her despair, Evely prayed to God for mercy. Suddenly, she felt warmth on her shoulder. Someone was wiping the dirt from her. She reflexively looked in that direction. So warm. Who? A goblin's face appeared in her vision, filling her with terror. Evely quickly sat up, pushing Lin Chuan's hand away. Her body trembled as she cried, "No, I don't want this. Stay away from me." She stared at him with fear, trying to shrink back and diminish her presence. Lin Che, seeing her reaction, remained calm, simply observing her actions. Evely felt like she was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. In her anguish, she clutched her head and screamed, "Demon, I'm going crazy. This is agony." Finding her hysterics annoying, Lin Che thought, "She screams at everything. It's deafening and will interfere with my plans." He swiftly slapped her cheek. Slap. Evely instantly fell silent, stunned into speechlessness. Then, Lin Che seized the opportunity and gently pulled her small form into his arms. Kneeling on one knee, he cradled her, stroking her hair soothingly. "Your punishment is over, Evely." In her daze, Evely's eyes widened, staring blankly. Hearing his words, her shoulders trembled slightly, and her hands reached towards Lin Che as if grasping at a lifeline. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him, her last hope in this hell. She trembled, clinging to him, stammering, "Really?" Seeing Evely calm down, Lin Che gently helped her sit up, his hand caressing her face. With a gentle gaze, he met her eyes. "I keep my promises. But first, I want you to choose your faith again." Lost in a haze, Evely was captivated by his gentle gaze, barely registering his words. "Faith? What faith?" she murmured. Evely raised an eyebrow, tears still falling. Lin Che calmly explained, "Choose the God you believe in." He patted her head reassuringly and offered her a simple choice. "Believe in me, become my pet, save yourself from this suffering." Evely's body trembled at his words. She clasped her hands as if in prayer, her head bowed in thought. Then, in the next moment, she let out a small bark, mimicking a dog. Slowly, she crawled towards Lin Che, took his hand as if it were precious treasure, and licked it, whimpering and calling him master. Seeing his plan have succeeded, Lin Che quickly adjusted her hair, smiling gently. "Very good, Evely." He stood up, looking down at her kneeling on the ground, and smirked. "From now on, I am your only master. I will call you little puppy." Evely barely registered his words. All she knew was that this man before her was her only savior in her deepest despair. She would do anything to escape her current situation. Her vacant eyes looked at him, a joyful smile spreading across her face as she crawled forward, trying to please him. "Woof, woof, master." Her obedient and submissive demeanor pleased him. He effortlessly lifted her into his arms. "Follow me." He walked towards the steaming hot bath, Evely wrapping her arms around him for support. He discarded her tattered clothes and the chains clattered to the floor. Lin Che gently placed her in the hot water, tenderly washing her body. Evely clasped her hands to her chest, blissful in the warmth. This was the best thing that had happened to her in this dark period. She closed her eyes, savoring the heat. "My kind God, you are so good to me. I will do her best to serve you." After cleaning her, Lin Che adjusted her position so she could sit comfortably in the hot water. The heat flushed her pale skin a rosy pink. Hearing her words, Lin Che knew his opportunity had arrived. He smiled, whispering in her ear, "Really, Evely?" What a coincidence. He quickly seized the moment, his face beaming. "Evely, I want to see you use your holy prison spell." Still in a daze, Evely looked at him blankly. "Holy prison, master, what is that?" Lin Che led her to a spot, retrieving a spell book from the elf tribe. He opened it to the relevant page and placed it on a stone table. Evely stared at it for a moment, then gasped, "Holy prison, is this it?" She began to cast the spell, chanting the incantation. Lin Che watched with folded arms. Golden runes emerged from the book, multiplying in the air. Suddenly, Evely's body was lifted by a golden light. Her chanting grew faster, and with a flourish of her hands, a large, cross-shaped magical prison appeared, encompassing the space before her. Watching from behind, Lin Che had no doubts about Evely's power. He was very satisfied with this prison. It would make his next plan much easier, he smiled, stroking his chin. Yes, that's it, evilly, you did well. With what he wanted secured, Lin Che, in high spirits, led evilly back to the Goblin settlement. As they passed the prison cells, the sound of their footsteps caught the attention of the still living, tortured Loa. He quickly looked over. Evilly, it's really her. He immediately jumped up, agitated, reaching through the bars. Evilly, you've recovered. Quickly, kill that goblin and restore my body. Hurry. But Evilly remained motionless, as if she didn't know him. Lin Che laughed, looking at Loa's pathetic, dog-like state. Can't you see, she has willingly surrendered to me? Loa roared in fury, his grip tightening on the bars until they creaked. The daughter of the Holy Order's high priest, so easily tamed by a goblin. As if to prove his point, Lin Che patted Evilly's head. She quickly bowed, kneeling on the ground, seemingly to further taunt Loa. Lin Che turned to her. Evilly, tell him, did you surrender willingly? Hearing his voice, she nuzzled against his leg and replied, of course, master. It was entirely Evilly's own choice. Witnessing this, Loa couldn't believe his eyes. He slumped to the ground, his face ashen, the flicker of hope he had held extinguished by the harsh reality. His body trembled as he released his grip on the bars. Lost in thought, he suddenly began to laugh hysterically, like a madman. Your actions will lead to the extinction of goblins worldwide. He choked on his laughter, saliva dripping onto the ground, his face contorted in a mask of madness. Despair gnawed at him, driving him to the brink of insanity. He could only scream to alleviate his suffering. Your only purpose is to be slaughtered by humans. The Holy Order will kill you all. Hearing Loa reveal Evilly's identity surprised Lin Che. She actually has such a background. I didn't expect Evilly to have such a status. Evilly, seemingly oblivious to Loa, leaned against Lin Che, clinging to him as she watched Loa struggle behind bars. Lin Che said with a smile, thank you for telling me such important information. I must reward you handsomely. Then, he ordered the nearby goblin guard, don't let this guy get any rest these next few days. The goblin, receiving the order, approached the cell with a sinister grin, cracking his whip. Don't worry, boss, I'll take good care of him. Loa looked to Evilly for help, but her indifference only tightened his grip on the bars. Seeing the matter settled, Lin Che said cheerfully, good, now it's time for the main event. Follow me, Evilly. He pocketed the spellbook and strode forward, Evilly silently trailing behind. As they walked, he announced to everyone, let's go and destroy the Bloodfang Goblin tribe. At the Bloodfang Goblin tribe's settlement, a dark, oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, giving the place a hellish feel. A hunched goblin, draped in a deer antler cloak and leaning on a staff, shakily approached the chieftain. Chieftain, the preparations are complete. Hearing this, the massive chieftain, wielding his mace, rose and bellowed to his followers, all right, today, we attack the southern tribe. His words ignited the fighting spirit of the goblins below. His next words sent them into a frenzy, bring back those elves for our amusement. He said with a vile grin, swinging his mace powerfully in a display of bravado. The mere mention of elves had the goblins acting like they'd been injected with a stimulant, clamoring and cheering, Chieftain is mighty. Their joyous celebration was interrupted by a distant call, Chieftain. Chieftain, the chieftain, mace on his shoulder, turned towards the voice. A large goblin, carrying a thick bone club, came running, pointing towards the distance. A goblin has invaded the tribe. He says he wants to see you. The chieftain, thinking he'd misheard, roared, what? Someone dares invade my territory, footsteps echoed from afar. The chieftain, arrogant, looked at the approaching figure and sneered, what low-level goblin is this? His curious followers raced to see who it was. Before them appeared a figure. Lin Che stepped before the chieftain, removing his hood to reveal a handsome face, his eyes indifferent, a smirk playing on his lips. Bloodfang Chieftain, I know you're a hero-class goblin with human-level intelligence. That's why I came to talk to you. Seeing a skinny, seemingly lone goblin dare to enter his territory, the chieftain's followers, understanding the situation, readied their weapons and formed ranks on either side, ready to jump into the fray. The chieftain, sensing that Lin Che was different from the average goblin, his demeanor and style setting him apart, asked, what kind of goblin are you? to walk straight into enemy territory without fear. Lin Che, continuing his steady advance, replied, "Nothing special, just a bit smarter than the average goblin." To avoid wasting time, he got straight to the point, arrogantly putting his hands in his pockets. "I'm the leader of the Heaven's Fury tribe. I want to take your leader with me." This was a statement, an announcement, a challenge. Any objections? A tense silence fell over the chieftain's followers. Lin Che stood his ground, his cloak billowing slightly in the breeze. His voice was calm as he addressed the remaining goblins. "I give you two choices. Submit to me." He straightened, his gaze sweeping over the goblins, an aura of dominance radiating from him. He raised a hand, pointing downwards, "Or die here." His words laced with the chilling scent of blood. His hair partially obscured his eyes, which held the imperious glint of a king. The chieftain and the deer-antlered goblin exchanged glances. Under Lin Che's pressure, the chieftain suddenly realized something. He gritted his teeth, looking at the skinny figure before him. This is the one who captured the elves, the tribe leader. Lin Che ignored the question, spreading his arms with a cheerful smile. "Your genes are not bad. Come with me." He extended a seemingly benevolent invitation to join his tribe. But from the chieftain's perspective, this skinny weakling was spouting nonsense. "Genes, come with you? Is he mocking me?" Looking at the small, frail goblin before him, the chieftain chuckled derisively. How foolish! He reached out his massive hand and grabbed Lin Che's head as if he could crush it like a watermelon with a light squeeze. He found the goblin's words irritating. "Shut up," he roared. "I can't believe you delivered yourself to me." He leaned closer, staring directly at Lin Che, his grip tightening slightly. "After I kill you all the elves and humans will be mine." His followers, seeing their chieftain holding Lin Che's head, cheered and jumped, shouting, "Crush him! Crush him!" Under the hand, Lin Che remained indifferent, simply stating, as expected, "Words are wasted. I had said what needed to be said. If you wouldn't accept it, so be it." His words enraged the chieftain, his eyes bulging with bloodshot fury. Lin Che remained calm, unafraid. "If I didn't need you alive, I wouldn't have bothered with all this talk." In a flash, Lin Che leapt high, his blade drawing a perfect parabolic arc through the air. Blood sprayed like blossoming flowers, beautiful and deadly. The chieftain screamed in agony. He hadn't been able to keep up with Lin Che's speed. The attack was too swift, too unexpected. By the time he reacted, it was too late. His severed hand landed on the blood-soaked ground. His followers stared in horror, mouths agape, frozen in shock. The chieftain stumbled back, clutching his bleeding arm, howling in pain. "That bastard! Kill him!" One of his followers shrieked, pointing at Lin Che, Avenger chieftain. Lin Che had been waiting for this moment. "If you'd waited any longer, I would have been bored to death." With one hand in his pocket, he raised the other, his fingers twitching before snapping them. Snap. A thin, thread-like light appeared, coiling around his arm before darting away as if alive. He smirked. "Go." Without warning, a blade pierced the deer-antlered goblin's heart. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, not even understanding how he died. Another goblin, seeing the blade appear out of nowhere, exclaimed, "How is that possible?" So silently, he felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. As he turned, he saw another goblin fall, this one killed by Lin Che's subordinate, who appeared before him, swinging his spear. Naturally, it's because of the silent step skill. More of Lin Che's goblin subordinates materialized, one shouting, "The chieftain has ordered the complete annihilation of the Bloodfang tribe." Seeing the situation turn sour, the Bloodfang goblins quickly rallied to protect their chieftain. Lin Che, standing tall, commanded, "Go!" "Destroy them all." His followers roared in unison, "Attack! Attack! Kill! Kill! Kill!" With a few shouts, they vanished, their silent step skill activating. Seconds later, a massive army appeared behind Lin Che, their numbers so overwhelming that the Bloodfang chieftain gasped, "So many goblin warriors." Clutching his wounded arm, he retreated, watching in horror as his followers were cut down. "We've been tricked. This bastard." But it was too late. The reality was harsh. His followers were no match for the enemy's onslaught. Within minutes, his forces were decimated. He glared at Lin Che, who was slowly approaching. That bastard, he negotiated with me to lower our guard. With each step Lin Che took, the chieftain understood the plan. It had all been a ruse by this skinny goblin, waiting for them to fall into his trap. Damn him, he knew his chances of survival were higher if he fled alone. He could always seek revenge later, he wasn't weaker than them. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him, just you wait, I'll come back for you. But before fleeing, he needed to vent his frustration. He lunged at Lin Che with a powerful punch, aiming for a parting shot before running. Even if I run, I'll take this bastard with me. Lin Che remained calm, not flinching or dodging. He simply crossed his arms, smirking at the incoming fist. Evilly, from afar, a gentle voice responded, "Holy prison." Runes appeared in the air, glowing like chains. A brilliant golden cage materialized, trapping the chieftain. He roared, "What?" Lin Che stood before the cage, sneering. He hadn't even considered the chieftain's attack a threat. He simply watched the chieftain struggle in vain against the unbreakable bars. Light magic, the chieftain snarled, glaring at Lin Che. Goblins can't use that. Then, realization dawned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He lunged at the cage, enraged. "What is this?" A human mage, kneeling at the skinny goblin's feet, calling him master, acting like an obedient puppy, while the goblin praised her like a true owner. Seeing the chieftain's shock, Lin Che, unfazed, said to Evely, "Good girl, Evely, you truly are a good dog. I'll reward you when we get back." Evely, delighted by her master's praise, expressed her joy and loyalty. "Thank you, master." From the cage, countless beams of light formed chains, binding the chieftain and forcing him to the ground. He looked at Lin Che in agony. This is despicable. Lin Che, seeing his plan succeed, everything he wanted within his grasp, hummed cheerfully. "Be a good hero for me, Bloodfang chieftain." Back at the Heavens Fury Tribe settlement, Lin Che's subordinates quickly chained the Bloodfang chieftain to a large stone slab in the prison. Looking down at the chained chieftain, his heavy body slumped against the stone, blood trickling down his legs, Lin Che sighed. "Huyu, it took quite a bit of effort to subdue him." Wiping the blood from his blade with a cloth, he looked indifferently at his prize. "Finally done, now there's nothing that can threaten us." Inside a cell, Loa gripped the bars, trembling, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. That damned goblin, how did he return unharmed? And he even captured the chieftain. Questions bombarded his mind, unanswered. The more he thought, the colder his heart became. He actually captured a hero. How the hell did that monster do it? He shuddered uncontrollably, stepping out of the prison. Lin Che saw the Queen and Goblin Mun approaching with smiles. He handed the cloth to Goblin Mun, instructing her, "Goblin Mun, leave the impregnation task to the other goblins. You're in charge of keeping an eye on things." Goblin Mun accepted the cloth cheerfully. "I'll do as you say." Lin Che glanced at Evely beside him and pushed her towards Goblin Mun. "Leave her with you for now." "Evely, you'd better behave yourself, understand?" The sudden push startled Evely. She looked at Lin Che fearfully, then quickly replied, "Yes, master." Goblin Mun, catching Evely before she fell, looked at her in surprise. All right, she said to Lin Che. He then walked towards the Elf Queen, who was approaching with a basin of water. Taking a cloth to wipe his hands, he said, "Help me get dressed. I'm going to meet a friend." The Elf Queen looked at him in surprise. "A friend?" Lin Che, without looking at her, massaged his tired shoulders, his long hair obscuring his eyes. He smiled. "That's right." He removed his cloak, revealing his tall, slender frame. As the cloak fell to the ground, his eyes gleamed. "An extremely important friend," he continued. "Judging by Loa's arrogance, the human reinforcements will arrive in Bright Town soon. Waiting around to die isn't my style," he smirked. "With my current strength, I can still put up a fight against the Night Order, but if I encounter the Sword Saint, I'm definitely dead. Raising a hero-class goblin takes time. I need to find someone to help me stall the Sword Saint. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is best friend." It's time to meet the Dragon Mother. Lin Che walked to the seashore. The cool sea breeze was perfect for his plan. Looking at the two butchered oxen lying on the sand, he pondered. This place is at least 100 kilometers from Dragon Island. I can't get there directly in a short time. I'll have to use a different method. The blood staining the sand attracted scavenging seagulls. This was exactly what Lin Che intended. Looking at the lavish meal he had prepared, he wiped his hands and muttered, "The fastest way to Dragon Island is to be taken by a dragon." Looking out at the open sea, Lin Che waited patiently, arms crossed. He was confident in his plan. It was only a matter of time. A scent this strong will surely attract a dragon. As if on cue, the sound of powerful wings beating the air grew closer. A large, red-scaled dragon descended towards the beach, drawn by the scent of blood. Seeing bait taken, Lin Che quickly hid inside the carcass of one of the oxen, which he had already opened. Now he just had to wait. He smirked, knowing his plan was working. The sound of wings grew louder, then Lin Che felt himself lifted off the ground. The dragon, seeing no one around, quickly snatched the ox carcass with its sharp talons and soared into the sky. Lin Che clung to the inside of the carcass, maintaining his balance. The dragon roared triumphantly, carrying its prize towards the Dragon Island. Feeling the wind rush past his ears, Lin Che smiled. Success! With incredible speed, the dragon flew over 100 kilometers, crossing vast stretches of land and sea. Finally, it dropped its prey into a rocky cave. Lin Che, protected by the ox carcass, landed with a jolt, slightly dazed but unharmed. Sensing the stillness around him, he quickly crawled out, dusting himself off. Just as I predicted, these dragons don't just hunt for themselves. He was about to scout the area when he heard a sinister voice from behind. "There's something strange in the food." Lin Che whirled around. A giant eye with a bright golden pupil stared at him from the darkness of the cave. A suffocating pressure filled the air. After a closer look, Lin Che recognized the friend he was looking for, the target of his plan, the Dragon Mother. She stood up, looking at Lin Che. Recognition flickered in her eyes. "I remember you. You're the Goblin leader who attacked Bright Town. What are you doing sneaking into my territory?" She looked at his small form, barely a mouthful, and sneered, "Should I eat you?" A nearby dragon, seeing potential prey, drooled, its eyes gleaming as it exhaled plumes of hot breath, a clear threat. Surrounded by dragons, Lin Che remained calm. As they closed in, he quickly raised a hand towards the Dragon Mother. "Wait, I'm here to propose a partnership." The Dragon Mother looked at him in surprise. How rare. She stepped onto the cave floor. "A tiny goblin wants to partner with me?" Her massive form began to shift, the dragon's scales receding as she transformed into a human shape. "This goblin, he helped me before. He came all this way. A partnership. Interesting." Before Lin Che stood a strikingly beautiful woman. The Dragon Mother smiled, amused. "Since you've come all this way, tell me about this partnership. I'm curious what a little goblin has to offer. You have guts coming to the Dragon Clan's territory. I'll give you that." Her amusement turned to a sharp glint in her eyes. She leaned closer, a playful smile on her lips. "If I'm satisfied, I might not eat you." The surrounding dragons, hearing the word eat, edged closer to Lin Che, their breath steaming in the air. They looked ready to devour him in an instant. Facing the Dragon Mother's threat, Lin Che was confident in his plan. He met her gaze, his voice steady. "You want revenge on the Sword Saint, don't you?" Seeing her lack of reaction, Lin Che knew he had hit a nerve. The Dragon Mother waited for him to continue. "Let's join forces. What do you say? I helped you escape last time, after all." The Dragon Mother's eyes changed, now filled with intrigue. "A low-level monster like you plotting against the Sword Saint. You've piqued my interest. Interesting. Very interesting." She circled Lin Che, arms crossed, her excitement growing. "A tiny goblin daring to oppose the Sword Saint," she smirked. "Tell me, how do you plan to deal with that bitch?" The thought of the Sword Saint made her want to tear her to shreds. Lin Che turned to the Dragon Mother. "It's simple. I just need you to occasionally harass Bright Town with your dragon soldiers." "Oh," the Dragon Mother curiously placed a hand on his shoulder. "And what about you?" Lin Che, ignoring her hand, waited for her to continue. "What can a small group of goblins do against that madwoman?" She was filled with curiosity and amusement. She stepped closer, a wide smile on her face. "What are you planning?" Little Goblin, he was truly stirring her excitement. She chuckled, gently lifting his chin with a finger. Dealing with someone like the Sword Saint, brute force won't work. Hearing her words, Lin Che grinned, his eyes filled with confidence. We have to attack her heart. The best way to defeat her is to kill those around her. His words pleased the Dragon Mother immensely, so that's it. She laughed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Using goblins to kill without sacrificing my own forces, I like it. Seeing her reaction, Lin Che knew he had succeeded. So, we have a deal. The Dragon Mother smiled gently, of course. But her hand moved towards Lin Che, her body pressing closer. I didn't expect such a clever little thing to exist among goblins. Her eyes lit up, looking at the tall, slender goblin before her with undisguised hunger. She stroked his chin with a finger. The more I look at you, the more I like you. I have a gift for you. Standing before the Dragon Mother, Lin Che smiled awkwardly, ignoring the claw resting on his face. He thought to himself, the Dragon Mother during mating season is truly something else. The Dragon Mother glanced at his small stature and scoffed. Yes, your tiny body is certainly not enough for me. After reaching an agreement, the Dragon Mother turned to her followers, scanning them and the surrounding area. Lin Che took the opportunity to observe the dragon's lair, his arms crossed as he surveyed the surroundings. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, the Dragon Mother chuckled. Well then, I'll give you another gift first. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, looking at him. Now, which one to choose? The scene shifted back to Lin Cheon's Heaven's Fury tribe. After improvements to their living conditions, the settlement now resembled a human town. A large wooden cross stood in the center, used for executing serious offenders. Currently, it held Loa, the former knight captain of Bright Town. Goblin soldiers patrolled the area, armed and armored. Pregnant elves moved freely within the designated area. The scorching heat and prolonged captivity were taking their toll on Loa's sanity. His only hope was the arrival of the Sword Saint's Knight Order to rescue him. It's been so long, why haven't they come to save me? Each passing day chipped away at his hope. If I stay here any longer, I'll go mad. I have to escape, but how? Goblins were everywhere, near exhaustion. A thought sparked in his mind. These goblins are small, if I can use that to my advantage. He looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed in fatigue. If I could just get higher up, what's that? He squinted, trying to focus. It was getting closer. That can't be. His pupils dilated, his confusion turning to shock, then terror. A dragon was descending, its wings beating powerfully. He remembered being captured for slaying a dragon in town. Now, imprisoned by goblins, he was seeing another dragon. It was a nightmare repeating itself. He looked at the approaching dragon and screamed, That's a dragon. Get me down. I don't want to be burned alive. His screams startled the goblin guards. They glanced at him with disdain. A prisoner causing a commotion. Who does he think he is? The goblins quickly assembled, taking defensive positions. As the dragon drew nearer, they instinctively backed away. A goblin leader shouted, Sound the alarm. The alarm echoed throughout the settlement, drawing everyone's attention. The elves looked up in fear at the dragon. Why is it here? Then, someone noticed something. Wait, look. There's someone on its back. All eyes turned to the figure on the back of the red dragon, their cloak billowing in the wind. The figure seemed familiar. The dragon landed, roaring, its massive wings stirring the air. The goblin soldiers gripped their weapons. They knew they were outmatched, but they would fight. Better to die fighting than to be incinerated by dragonfire. As the dragon's claws touched the ground, its wings folded, revealing the familiar figure on its back. I'm back, a familiar voice announced. The goblins stared in disbelief. Boss, boss, they blinked repeatedly. It was really him. But wait, the red dragon beside him seemed completely docile, standing obediently. Then, they witnessed something even more shocking. Their boss patted the dragon's head affectionately, as if it were a pet. Rest well here, don't wander off. The goblins were stunned. This is insane. This has to be the biggest news in the tribe's history. The dragon, in response, exhaled a puff of smoke, its eyes gentle, as if saying, Okay, boss. The goblins erupted in cheers. Boss is amazing. He tamed a dragon, Goblin Mun, who had rushed out at the alarm, watched her husband descend from the dragon's back with pride. Lin Che was now a true idol in their eyes. Amidst the cheers, she rushed forward and embraced his arm, her eyes shining with happiness. The goblins gathered around, congratulating each other on their wise decision to follow Lin Che, in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere lower, hanging from the cross, gritted his teeth. He struggled to breathe, trying to regain his composure. He looked at Lin Che, his eyes filled with terror. Impossible. This can't be happening. The goblin he knew couldn't possibly possess such power. Is that thing really a goblin? But the truth was undeniable. The figure standing amidst the cheering crowd, hailed as a god, was indeed a goblin. How ironic! He felt the world shifting around him, reinforcing his desperate need to escape. Night Order, save me. The scene shifted to the town square of Bright Town. After the dragon attack and goblin raid, the town had been rebuilt, its former peace restored. The townspeople gathered at the gate, their eyes fixed on the approaching column of knights. The royal insignia on their armor identified them as the Royal Knight Order. They arrived before the temple and dismounted, kneeling before the Sword Saint, Holy Sword Master. The Sword Saint, without ceremony, waved her hand, her voice cold and authoritative. There's no time for formalities. Rise. We must rescue Loa and the Mage Evely. She quickly issued her next order. Begin planning the rescue operation immediately. Back in the forest, the system displayed a series of messages. Life simulation system activated current storyline, cultivating the third generation of goblins through your attacks on Bright Town and the Bloodfang tribe. You have achieved significant results. To oppose the Sword Saint and the royal family, you led your goblins and Evely to level up in the demonic forest. 1 month later, you have reached level 50. Goblin Mun has reached level 60. Evely has reached level 45. Choice 1. Your strength is insufficient. Continue leveling up in the demonic forest. Evaluation 0. Choice 2. Devise a plan to capture more human prisoners to breed more goblins. Evaluation +10. Choice 3. Accelerate the leveling process and skip ahead 1 month. Evaluation +20. Lin Che pondered the options, stroking his chin. So it can be like this, and the focus is on breeding. He realized the significance of the third option. This means there won't be any surprise attacks from the Sword Saint during this time. With no immediate threats, he decided to skip ahead. He selected choice 3. Time acceleration activated. A bright light enveloped the space. Lin Che waited. Insufficient experience can be gained in the demonic forest. Not enough enemies to gain experience. Lin Che frowned. Not enough experience. What does that mean? Before he could process the information, the system updated. Evaluation 20 points out of 100. Reward life points x 20. Life simulation complete. Time elapsed 1 month. Lin Che's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the system prompted him. 1 month later, he awoke in his room, rubbing his temples. A sense of unease lingered. Is this the feeling of time skipping? How strange. He sat up, his mind clearing. A message appeared before him. Congratulations on reaching level 50. HP 850. Strength 270. Defense 300. Total power 1000. He scanned the stats, a satisfied smirk on his lips. My stats have increased quite a bit, but my total power hasn't gone up by much. He trailed off, lost in thought. Boss, a voice called, snapping him back to reality. He looked up to see Goblin Mun rushing towards him, breathless. She pointed outside, her eyes filled with worrying. Something's wrong. Many newborn goblins have died. Lin Che immediately jumped to his feet, his brow furrowed. What? He followed Goblin Mun outside. The sound of wailing reached his ears, filling him with dread. As he approached, he saw the elves who had just given birth. Their newborn babies lay lifeless on the ground. Some elves clutched their dead children, weeping inconsolably. Others covered their faces, their sobs echoing through the air. The sight shocked Lin Che. He stared in disbelief at the stillborn infants, his mind reeling. How could this happen? The previous generation was perfectly healthy. He crouched down, examining the dead babies, lost in thought. Where did we go wrong? The elf queen, who was comforting the others, turned to him, her expression equally confused. I don't know what happened. Only 3 babies survived this generation, and they're very weak. She looked at the surviving infants, their frail bodies struggling to hold on, her eyes filled with worrying. Suddenly, a burst of manic laughter broke the silence. They turned to see Loa, laughing hysterically, the foolish goblin. Thinking he could breed a powerful lineage. How naive. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, looking at him indifferently. It seems you know the reason, Loa smirked, his face full of smugness. Let me enlighten your tiny brain. The higher the level of a goblin, the harder it is for their offspring to survive. You thought you could rule the world with your breeding abilities. How foolish, Lin Che finally understood. It was something he hadn't considered. So that's it, I see. Well, I should thank you. He chuckled, looking at Loa's triumphant expression. The man still thought he was a glorious knight. To Lin Che, he was nothing more than a dead man walking. But thanks to him, he now knew what to do, although the timing wasn't ideal. But you're a little late, he said indifferently, turning his back on Loa and gesturing to a large goblin. This one's yours. Don't let him die too quickly. The goblin's eyes lit up, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face as he looked at Loa. Thank you, boss. He approached Loa, who struggled against his bonds, desperate to escape. The goblin's malicious gaze painted a grim picture of Loa's future. You monster. I'll haunt you even after I become a demon. Loa screamed, his body convulsing in fear. He bit down so hard that his gums bled. He watched in horror as the goblin's hand reached towards him, the feeling of humiliation and helplessness overwhelming him. Lin Che walked away, pondering the future of his tribe, ignoring Loa's screams. He didn't care. The important thing was that time was running out. It was too late to cultivate new heroes. He needed a large number of hero-class goblins, and fast. Where am I going to find new manpower? Without them, his chances against the Sword Saint and the others were slim. Is there any way to level up my goblins quickly? As he walked, lost in thought, he felt a strange gust of wind behind him. Something was there, a massive shadow with glowing eyes loomed over him. Sensing a powerful presence, Lin Che quickly turned, his guard up. Seeing the red dragon he had brought back, he relaxed. It approached him, nuzzling against him as if seeking affection. Confused, Lin Che simply let it continue. After a moment, he patted its head, a helpless expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Before he could process the words, the dragon's claws transformed into slender legs, and its massive head shifted, forming the face of a young woman. In a matter of seconds, a beautiful girl with twin tails and a voluptuous figure stood before him, her large, expressive eyes gazing at him adoringly. Lin Che suddenly remembered the dragon mother's knowing smile. He began to tremble, fear gripping his heart. This is the dragon mother's doing. He stared at the girl before him, instinctively backing away. What is this? This is terrifying. Sweat poured down his face. So this is the special circumstance, a little perk the dragon mother left me. Before he could react, she pounced on him like a hungry wolf. He was no match for her strength. In an instant, he was pinned beneath her, the situation now reversed. I'm the tribe's idol, but please don't look at me like that, it's scary, he gulped. Please, have some self-respect. New achievement unlocked. HP increased by 1500. Strength increased by 520, defense increased by 1200. Lin Che walked, one hand on his hip, the other twirling a blade of grass, muttering, damn, just one dragon, and she's like a ravenous wolf. He then burst into laughter, his spirits lifted. This is the power of a dragon. I'm a goblin, had relations with a dragon. Being a leader is tough work. He stretched his aching back. She clearly said I could evolve by consuming her dragon blood, but instead, she made me her plaything. He was enjoying the fresh air when he suddenly felt a predatory gaze on his back. Cold sweat trickled down his spine as a girl's laughter echoed behind him. Lin Che shuddered. He needed to divert her attention. He quickly pointed towards a group of goblins. No, you have to finish your work before you can use me for stress relief. The dragon girl's eyes, bright as headlights, followed his gesture. The goblins, oblivious, looked up, wondering what their boss wanted. Lin Che said, give them some dragon blood, then come find me. Before they could process his words, a figure came charging towards them. It was the dragon girl, a hungry look in her eyes. The goblins panicked, fearing they would be swallowed whole. Too stunned to react, they could only yell, "What's happening, boss?" As night fell, the goblins gathered around a bonfire, flexing their muscles and boasting, "So powerful, after drinking the dragon blood, we've all evolved." "Can I evolve again?" The dragon girl, now back in her true form, lay sleeping peacefully on the ground beside Lin Jie. He watched them celebrate, a smile spreading across his face as he felt the power coursing through him. Truly worthy of the legendary power of dragons. Not just me, but all the other goblins have evolved into hero class. This is good stuff, but something felt lacking. He looked up at the sky, deep in thought, but my total power is still a bit low. I need some equipment. System, open the shop. A long list of items appeared before him. Let's see. As the leader of a hero class tribe, I need strength to maintain my authority. Is there anything useful here? He scrolled through the options. This one looks interesting. 180 points. He stroked his chin, intrigued. That should be enough for some high-level, practical equipment. This isn't bad. He stopped at an image of a divine crossbow. Elemental hand crossbow, absorbs water, fire, lightning, and poison elements. Can also fire elemental arrows. Jackpot. This is perfect. Compact, suitable for ranged attacks, and can absorb elements. Now I understand why my enemies have been disappearing. He continued scrolling. A sword, let's see. Void hand blade, nullifies up to 3 weapon attacks with bare hands. Cost 80 points, looks fancy. While it's cheaper, this rule-based ability could be useful against the Sword Saint. At worst, it'll save my life. I'll take both. He had looked through countless items, but these two caught his eye. They were both affordable and practical. Exchange successful, items transferred to inventory. Lin Jie grinned, examining the crossbow, this high-level weapon. I wonder how it works. I'd love to test it out. In the distance, Loa, though half dead from torture, heard his words. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Did I hear that right? Test it out. Lin Qian's gaze fell upon him, his eyes filled with malice. You're the perfect candidate. Loa watched in horror as Lin Jie approached, crossbow in hand. He thrashed and screamed, What? What are you going to do? You'll see, no need to rush. And so, Loa became the first to experience the power of Lin Qian's hero-class crossbow. The scene shifted to the demonic forest. Help! 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 Frantic cries echoed through the forest, like the wails of ghosts. Hidden behind some bushes were a group of humans hunting at night. A mage girl, holding a wooden staff and wearing a witch's hat, was bored out of her mind. Help! Help! She yelled, looking around. A female archer yawned. These low-level monsters are so boring. I don't understand why this job is so sought after. Beside them stood a muscular knight in shining armor. They were all bored, killing time. I should have stayed in town with the Sword Saint and fought the dragon, the archer complained. The knight, sensing an opportunity, flexed his muscles and said, The Dragon Mother is keeping the Sword Saint busy. This is an easy opportunity for us to earn some merits. It's better than fighting a dangerous dragon. Hunting goblins was a low-risk, high-reward task, and he got to spend time with 2 beautiful women. Let's focus. Don't waste this opportunity Loa created for us. As he spoke, something rustled in the bushes. The mage, her eyes sharp, exclaimed, Captain, movement. They immediately took up defensive positions, weapons at the ready. A giant spider descended from the trees, its webs glistening in the moonlight. The mage screamed, A spider! I hate spiders! The archer, unfazed, fired arrows, cutting through the incoming webs. It's just a level 3 insect. What's the big deal? The knight, observing the situation, sensed something amiss. Wait, something's not right. The armored soldiers behind him raised their shields. A goblin's face, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin, emerged from the shadows. It leapt from the trees, landing before the armored soldiers. A 4-armed goblin, a hero class. The goblin's eyes glowed red as it looked at its prey. Excellent. We've found the leader. They grinned, eager to capture it. This was an easy win. They'd be rewarded handsomely. All right, this time, The merit is all ours, the four-armed goblin roared. Brothers, attack, archer, cover me, the captain shouted. The armored knight stepped forward. Don't worry, captain. I've killed plenty of goblins. Let me handle this. The captain looked at him. Are you sure? I've killed countless giant goblins, including hero class. This will be over quickly. The knight confidently approached the goblin. Let me show you how it's done. He raised his spear. Take this. Intermediate martial skill. Storm spear. He hurled the spear towards the goblin, who simply caught it with ease. The knight and captain stared in disbelief. He caught it. The goblin grinned, preparing to throw the spear back, shields up. Now, the captain yelled. The mage quickly erected a barrier, but it cracked under the force of the returning spear. Damn it. He's strong, the captain exclaimed. Just his physical strength almost broke through the barrier, the knight added. The archer, knocking an arrow, said, if it's just physical strength, we can handle him from a distance. My arrows are no joke. Suddenly, a goblin hand emerged from her stomach. A goblin, its face hidden by a hood, grinned, its tongue licking its lips. The archer realized too late. She had assumed there was only one hero-class goblin, a goblin assassin. Damn it. Ambush. Hold the formation, protect the ranged attackers. The captain shouted. Then, the mage gasped, Captain, look. Countless hero-class goblins and goblin assassins emerged from the shadows, weapons in hand, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Oh, God! Screams and laughter filled the air as the goblins attacked. The battle was short and brutal. The captain and knight lay motionless, defeated. The mage was held captive by the four-armed goblin. She's ours, it grinned, then its eyes narrowed. No, she's mine. Another goblin placed a hand on its shoulder. Don't be greedy. These are all spoils of war for the tribe, the boss said, to capture all humans. You let one escape because you were playing around. You won't get any spoils. The four-armed goblin stomped its foot. Why? We killed so many. We're strong enough now. We should decide what to do with our own spoils, the other goblins murmured in agreement. He's right. We're the strongest. We should decide. But the goblin loyal to Lin Che remained silent. It had its own plan. Take them back to the tribe. Back at Lin Cheon's tribe, a voice called out, they're back. Our heroes have returned. The returning goblins, led by the four-armed goblin holding the captured captain, were greeted with cheers. They captured so many humans. Amazing. Lin Che. Lin Che. The elf queen looked at Lin Che with concern. Are you sure you can control them? Lin Che didn't answer. He watched the goblins, deep in thought. The four-armed goblin held up the captain, grinning. This is my prize. I want to eat him. Lin Che stepped forward, flanked by Goblin Mun and the elf queen. Lin Che said, this one has information I need. Release him, the four-armed goblin sneered. Give me your women, and I'll consider it. What? Goblin Mun and the elf queen exclaimed, stepping back. Lin Che remained calm. Do you know what you're saying? I'm your leader. The four-armed goblin glanced at the mad goblin standing nearby. Mad goblin is stronger than you. From now on, we follow him. He crossed his arms, looking at Lin Che defiantly. Lin Che turned to the mad goblin. So you're their backing. I'll give you a chance. Take down the four-armed goblin, and I'll forgive you. The mad goblin remained silent, his face grim, his fists clenched. The four-armed goblin laughed. Mad goblin won't listen to you. He's our new leader. We'll kill you, and he'll take your place. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the four-armed goblin's head. It was the mad goblin. His grip tightened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The four-armed goblin began to sweat. What are you doing? Then, blood splattered across Lin Cheon's face. The four-armed goblin's headless body fell to the ground. The other goblins stared in shock. Mad goblin. Why? One of them asked. The mad goblin looked at Lin Che, his face grim. Chieftain, since evolving, I've come to understand many things. He relaxed his stance. I'm not like these arrogant fools. I respect you, but I also believe in absolute strength. Lin Che, still unsure of his meaning, remained silent. The mad goblin stretched, preparing himself. Chieftain, you defeated the previous leader to become the new leader. Now, I want to challenge you. The system displayed the mad goblin's stats. Mad goblin. Level, 50 race, Goblin. Class: 4-symbol warrior. Title: Child of Fortune, blessed by the gods. HP: 1000, Strength 340, Defense 280, Skills: Fury, Mountain Crushing Strike, Steadfast Shield. Equipment: None. Total power: 1200. Linchair, realizing the Mad Goblin's intentions, prepared himself. So he reached 1200 power and wants to challenge me? Flames ignited around his hands. Your growth pleases me. His eyes glowed as he looked at the Mad Goblin. Are you certain you want to challenge me? The Goblin assassins cheered. Mad Goblin, kill him, show him who's boss. Kill him and take his women. Linchair closed his eyes. It seems many are willing to follow you. He focused the flames in his hands. But before we begin, I need to make one thing clear. He opened his eyes, his gaze burning. Hero class goblins, if you wish to continue following me, stand by my side now. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. The captured captain, watching from the ground, said, a ritual. So the leader of these hero class goblins is a schemer. He grinned. This is my chance to escape. With their internal conflict, even magic won't be enough to stop me. Once their leader is dead, I'll make my move. After a moment, the goblins chose their sides. Most sided with Linchair. It seems I'm still the more popular choice, Linchair said. Only a few are willing to follow you. This was his way of weeding out the disloyal. After the 1-month time skip, there were too many changes he hadn't yet grasped. We're not the same, the Mad Goblin said, drawing his sword and unleashing his power. I only seek strength. I wasn't trying to rebel. I wanted to see if you could make me even stronger. He swung his sword at Linchair. Linchair dodged, his movements agile. You're not bad. He drew his flaming crossbow. Try this. He fired, a new weapon. It's too fast. I can't dodge, the Mad Goblin thought. He raised his sword to block the attack. Sparks flew as the fire arrow dissipated. He deflected it and charged at me so quickly, Linchair thought, impressed. The Mad Goblin was upon him, his body glowing with purple energy. He swung his sword. Linchair braced himself. Void hand blade. A massive explosion rocked the settlement, sending shockwaves and flames in all directions. Everyone stared in disbelief. The captured captain and Lowell were stunned. The Elf Queen, Goblin Mun, and the other goblins looked on with worrying. Linchair had blocked the Mad Goblin's attack with a single hand. Impossible, the Mad Goblin exclaimed. Linchair aimed his crossbow at him. A powerful attack, Mad Goblin, you surprised me. But unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. He activated the Void Hand Blade's ability. This technique nullifies weapon attacks. He fired the crossbow. The Mad Goblin screamed as the arrow struck him. Blood splattered. Do you want to continue? Linchair asked. No, it's over, the Mad Goblin said, defeated. He knelt before Linchair, his eyes gone, his body covered in blood. I accept my death. Linchair looked at him, assessing him. He has some guts. He heard the other rebellious goblins pleading for their lives. Please, chieftain, we don't want to die. We won't do it again, Linchair scoffed. A bunch of useless cowards. The goblins continued to beg. Please, spare us. We'll follow you forever. Suddenly, the Mad Goblin's body glowed with healing light. Get up, Linchair said. The Mad Goblin's eyes and body were restored. It was Evely's healing magic. You have spirit, Linchair said. As long as you remain loyal, I won't kill you really, chieftain. The Mad Goblin asked, overjoyed, of course. Linchair turned to the rebellious goblins. But I can't forgive these ones. Mad Goblin, kill them, as you command, chieftain. Thank you for sparing me. From today onwards, I will follow you forever. He turned to the other goblins, his eyes cold. This is your end. The rebellious goblins begged for mercy, but it was too late. The Mad Goblin executed them, piling their bodies before Linchair. Devour these traitors, Linchair said to his followers. I want you to become stronger. Yes, boss. The goblins roared. The captured captain, watching the scene unfold, turned to Lower, his face pale. What have you done? He's not just a mutant. He's a monster. Linchair approached Lower. Sorry to let you see this. Lower, did you really expect those fools to save you? Aren't you being a bit naive? Loa snarled, "That damned sword saint, hiding in town like a turtle." He laughed, "Useless, they're all useless." The captain spoke up, "I underestimated you. But don't get cocky. Once the sword saint deals with the dragon mother, she come for you with the royal knights." Lin Chia approached the captain and sat down. "You don't really think the dragon clan attacked Bright Town on their own, do you? But your words reassure me." "It seems things are going well with the dragon mother," the captain chuckled. "So the Night Order and Bright Town were both played by you? You can kill me now. I can't live with this humiliation. You have the information you need. Give me a quick death." "I'd rather die than suffer Loa's fate." Lin Chia looked at him, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he replied, "All right, I'll grant your request." The sword saint jolted awake. "What is it?" "Wasn't the dragon attack repelled? Have the royal knights returned?" A knight knelt before her. "Yes, sword saint, but it's not them." "What do you mean?" "The Silver Knight Order. They were annihilated. Only one survived." "What?" the sword saint exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Moments later, within the sacred halls of Bright Town's church, a place of prayer and healing, heavy coughs echoed. A knight, clad in battered armor, lay gasping for breath, his body covered in wounds. Anun, after assessing his condition, rushed to the sword saint, her voice filled with whirring. "He's gravely injured. Healing potions are no longer effective." The sword saint's brow furrowed slightly as she examined the knight. She calmly approached him and asked, "What happened? Where are the others?" A well-trained knight order, decimated. Something sinister was afoot. The knight, weak and struggling, reported, "Sword Saint, we encountered a group of hero-class goblins. Save the captain. He's the only other survivor." He coughed, struggling to breathe. "Be careful, they're not normal." The Noon looked at the dying knight with increasing panic. The others in the room sensed the gravity of the situation, their questions unanswered. The knight took his last breath, falling silent. "No, stay with me," the Noon cried, rushing to his side. "Just a bunch of goblins," the mage scoffed, arms crossed. "They shouldn't be a problem." The large knight, however, trembled with rage, his fists clenched. The sword saint remained silent, her hair obscuring her eyes. "Hero-class goblins or not, we'll destroy them." The large knight roared, turning to leave. "Wait," the sword saint said, stopping him. Despite her fury, she remained calm and analytical. "The dragon attacks are becoming more frequent. They could invade at any time. We could even be attacked by goblins." She paused. "I can't defend the town alone." She quickly formulated a plan, send a group to gather reinforcements, and defend Bright Town. "I will personally deal with the goblins and Dragon Mother." "But the Silver Knights," the large knight protested, thinking of his comrades. "Do you think they have any chance of survival?" the mage asked gently. As they discussed their plan, a figure entered the room, drawing their attention. "Sword Saint, there's no need for reinforcements," the newcomer said. It was a cloaked figure, their face hidden by a wide-brimmed hat, their back adorned with weapons. It was the captain of the Death Knight Order, Kamos. He walked towards them confidently. "An arrogant army is destined for defeat. The Silver Knight's demise is no surprise." He had overheard their conversation and calmly stated, "Leave the rescue and extermination of the goblins to me." The Sword Saint looked at him skeptically. "An entire order couldn't handle them, and you think you can do it alone? Don't make us have to rescue you too." The figure removed their hat and laughed. "I faced for Titan warriors alone and survived." The knight and mage gasped, recognizing the figure. The figure then removed their cloak, revealing a scarred face and a single, piercing eye. "Even a group of hero-class goblins can't harm me now." With that, Kamos turned and left. Wait for good news. Deep within the forest, in the Heavens Fury Tribe settlement, Lin Chia opened the system. Life simulation mode activated. The text scrolled across the screen. Current storyline: confronting humanity. You successfully led the hero-class goblins and mated with the female dragon, creating a powerful tribe. You eliminated the rebellious subordinates, consolidating your authority and gaining the loyalty of the goblins and elves. However, under the command of the Sword Saint, the god of death, Kamos, launched a solo night attack on your tribe, initiating a massacre. Despite subduing Kamos, your tribe suffered heavy losses. Lin Che frowned, sensing something amiss, a solo attack. How could one person inflict such heavy losses? He looked at the options. Relocate the tribe to avoid pursuit 10 points. Prepare for Kamos night attack 10 points. Launch a preemptive strike and capture or kill Kamos 20 points. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. The best defense is offense. He selected the third option. Confrontation with Kamos. May the gods be with you 20 points. Life simulation complete. Time elapsed 3 days. Lin Chion's expression turned serious. This Kamos is dangerous. I need to learn more about him. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the settlement. Kamos is here, Loa cried, his laughter manic. You're all going to die, he yelled at Lin Che. Your time has come. Lin Che crossed his arms and approached him calmly. You seem very confident in this, Kamos. Loa grinned. Just wait, you'll all be skinned alive. Lin Che, recalling the system's simulation and Loa's words, pondered. This information isn't enough. I need to know more about Kamos' strength. I should send someone to test him. Under the cover of night, a lone rider entered the forest. Kamos remained vigilant, but he encountered no monsters. This is a monster-infested forest, but there's nothing here. Something's wrong. He continued deeper, discovering traces of a battle. The bodies of the Silver Knights, a useless bunch. So much for their training. The smell of blood grew stronger. Weapons and armor littered the ground. Kamos grinned, his bloodlust rising. This scent of blood, how delightful, he imagined the carnage to come. I wonder if I can have some fun this time. Suddenly, he heard a cry, help, someone, please help me. Kamos turned towards the sound, his eyes scanning the darkness. A cry for help in the demonic forest. Something's not right. Kamos heard the tragic cries of a young woman echoing from within the forest. He quickly spurred his warhorse, which immediately galloped forward like a cheetah. After covering some distance, he finally found the source of the crying. Before Kamos was alone, blonde girl, sitting and sobbing, her whole body trembling violently on the cold ground. He pulled the reins, stopping cautiously, and looked at the frail figure before him, uttering, "Who are you?" Hearing his voice, the girl shuddered and cowered, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks. Slowly, she turned, revealing a lovely face. Her large, round eyes, filled with terror, stared back at Kamos. Kamos was momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing the young woman. It was Evely. Seeing him, she immediately reached out to him for help, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her voice, somewhat common now, was hoarse, weak, and full of misery as she pleaded, "Save me, please save me, Kamos." After looking her over a few times, Kamos confirmed that it was indeed the real Evely. Utterly surprised, he exclaimed, "Evely, you're still alive." His surprise was short-lived. He quickly noticed something amiss. Looking around, there wasn't a single monster or other human in sight. Kamos felt this was strange. He swept his gaze back to Evely. "You're really alive." "Loa, the intel said you two were captured together. Now I only see you. What happened?" Evely remained silent, her head bowed. Her eyes reddened again, and tears began to fall. She wiped her eyes with her hand, seemingly recalling many horrific events. Sobbing, she brought her other hand to her chest to steady her breathing. Weakly, she said, "I escaped from the Goblin tribe. Loa is dead." Seeing her heartbroken, devastated appearance, Kamos didn't dare ask what she had endured. "Loa is dead, then he's dead. It's not worth mentioning." He furrowed his brow slightly, still patiently looking at her, and gently asked, "Well, then, can you tell me where the tribe is?" Hearing Kamos ask for the direction of the tribe, Evely fearfully pointed towards the deep forest ahead, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Over there, not far, they're very scary." Following her direction, Kamos looked at the dense forest ahead and replied indifferently, "Is that so?" Knowing the Goblin tribe's location was right ahead, Kamos decisively spurred his horse and charged forward. The horse's hooves pounded the ground as it galloped away, leaving Evely alone behind. She fearfully chased after him, shouting at his retreating back, "Kamos, please, take me with you." But the only response she received was a straight, pine-like back and a deep voice echoing back, "Run along the path ahead." "Don't bother me, I have a mission." The pounding hooves tore through the wind, the gales howling past his ears as he raced through the 100-mile-long path in the deep, dark forest. Name: Kamos. Occupation: Transcendent Knight. Occupational skill: when isolated, gains a 30% stat boost. Each enemy killed grants an additional 20% stat boost, stacking indefinitely and lasting until the end of the battle. Heading towards the Goblin tribe, Kamos was secretly delighted, his eyes gleaming with excitement, a smirk playing on his lips. Loa is really dead. The heavens are helping me. Now no one can hold me back and affect my transcendence effect. He was always a burden, dragging the team down. Now that he's gone, I'm free of that dead weight. As long as I launch a sneak attack first to stack my passive, then no matter what kind of heroic tribe it is, with my battle experience, I'll take care of them all. He was happily trotting along when suddenly thwack, a rope blocked his path in the dark. His warhorse, galloping at full speed, didn't see the obstacle. Things happened quickly. In the midst of his self-congratulation, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could react, he was thrown off by inertia. Before hitting the ground, he executed a perfect roll, landing successfully. Unfortunately, his warhorse wasn't so lucky, crashing to the ground. Landing successfully, Kamos scanned his surroundings. A rope. His eyes widened in astonishment. A sneak attack. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind Evely. Didn't she run away through the forest? How the hell is she running back here with a staff? He asked in a deep voice. Evely, why haven't you left? She didn't reply, continuing to walk silently towards him. Without a word, she raised the staff in her hand, pointed it at Kamos, and chanted, "Holy Light Smite." A powerful beam of light appeared, slamming into Kamos, catching him off guard. His body collapsed, forcing him to his knees as he roared in pain. After the attack subsided, he glared furiously at Evely, clutching his chest and yelling, "Evely, what are you doing?" But Evely just stood there, looking at Kamos on the ground with an indifferent expression, her eyes vacant, as if looking at a boring object. Strands of light enveloped her body, slowly rising like surging waves. She raised her staff again, her lips moving slightly. "Master has ordered your death." As soon as the words left her mouth, another blow descended like lightning, illuminating the area as bright as day. Holy Light Smite. Smoke billowed. Evely, holding her staff, squinted, her vision limited by the smoke. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the smoke, grabbing Evely's hair with a swift, effortless motion, making her cry out in pain. Kamos, enraged, his face contorted, roared, "You damn woman! What kind of demonic influence has gotten to you that you dare attack me?" In an instant, the tables had turned. He had the beauty in his grasp. To say he wouldn't do anything would be a lie. With a sharp sword in his hand against her neck, he leered at her, his eyes filled with lust as he admired her exquisite body. He began to tease her. "Well then, I won't hold back anymore, Evely." Evely turned her head in disgust, trying to avoid him, which only made him laugh more heartily. "You don't think I only like killing monsters, do you? I'm also very interested in stripping women like you." He rejoiced at having captured the beauty, exclaiming, "This is a great opportunity for me to stack my passive." Contrary to his gleeful demeanor, Evely remained incredibly calm, offering no resistance. Her lips moved as if chanting something, seemingly waiting for something. Kamos was about to act when thud, "Wait, what's this? Where's my sword?" He was in a state of confusion when a voice startled him. "Not surprised you dared to come alone to destroy us, Kamos." Kamos immediately turned around, horrified to see Lin Che, who had appeared out of nowhere, standing behind him. Lin Che casually held his sword, examining it and praising it. "Your occupational attributes and equipment are truly troublesome." Seeing her master appear, Evely's face lit up with uncontainable joy. "Master." Kamos finally realized something, gnashing his teeth as he glared at Evely and then at the damned goblin. "Did you have her sneak attack me? You're truly despicable. Lowering yourself to become a slave to a lowly goblin." But Evely seemed deaf to Kimus's insults, showing no reaction. She simply stayed by Lin Cheon's side, happily letting him stroke her hair. Lin Che also ignored the insults. They were just empty words. He simply smiled at Kamos, his voice full of disdain. "So what? She's just a good dog." Lin Che looked Kamos over, then narrowed his eyes in disapproval. I thought so highly of you. Turns out you're just like this. You've disappointed me. I thought you were some formidable character, but it turns out you're just someone who relies on assassinations to stack your passive. A perverted, bloodthirsty maniac, Kamos stood there, radiating resentment, his eyes murderous as he glared at Lin Che. I don't know how you learned about my attributes, but dealing with lowly goblins like you? I've played around long enough. He couldn't bear the humiliation of not being able to kill this goblin. He kicked off the ground, charging forward and roaring, even without my sword and passive, I can still send you to hell. He drew a dagger from his hip, aiming it straight at the Lin Cheon's heart. After I'm done with you, the next one will be that bitch, evilly. Kamos lunged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. From behind the bushes, illuminated by the light, emerged a large army of goblins and a dragon. Kamos froze. Wait, a dragon? Here. Before he could react, Lin Cheon's eyes glowed crimson, and he laughed, looking at Kamos with amusement. Today, we'll see who goes to hell first. As soon as he finished speaking, the first act, Breath of Fire, was performed right before everyone's eyes, courtesy of the red fire dragon. The goblin cheered excitedly, watching with great enthusiasm. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the night, reverberating through the forest like a demon's wail. Kemas's body endured waves of agonizing pain, the smell of burning flesh wafting through the air. Finally, he collapsed to his knees, his endless screams fading into the night. At the tribe, heard the approaching footsteps of a large group from afar. The goblins rushed out, their eyes lighting up with joy as they saw their leader. Boss is back. Quick, look. Look what the boss brought back, they shouted excitedly. Lower, sitting in the cold, dark prison, suddenly heard a thud. He recoiled in fear, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at what lay before him. A terrifying realization crept over him, his body trembling as he slowly crawled towards the skeletal remains. Lin Che approached, each step echoing Loa's horrified, disbelieving expression. With a sneer, Lin Che said, "So this is the unstoppable death you spoke of. What a pity. In the end, he overestimated yourself and died by my hand." Loa's eyes remained fixed on the skeleton. Hearing Lin Cheon's words seemed to strike a nerve. His face twisted into a maniacal grin, his body shaking, either from fear or genuine madness. Dead, another one dead, Sword Saint, that bastard. To protect that rabble in Bright Town, you were sent one by one to become goblin food for upgrades. What kind of monstrous plan is this? You and her seem to be in cahoots. Ignoring Loa's rambling in the darkness, Lin Che ordered Kemas's body to be carried before the tribe. Everyone gathered around excitedly, drooling over the feast of flesh and bone before them. Standing before the crowd like a predator eyeing its prey, Lin Che thought, they look strong in numbers, but their quality is uncertain. Next, I need to focus on nurturing rare goblins. Their flesh is a premium nutrient that needs to be utilized effectively. Kamos was no ordinary man, his nutritional value must be higher than average. Lin Che looked around and selected a nearby goblin. Goblin-san, you get to eat this prey first. After you're done, give the rest to the others. Goblin-san's face lit up with joy. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. He quickly darted towards the barbecued skeletal remains and began gnawing on them. The other goblins watched with envious eyes, but restrained themselves out of respect for Lin Che. Watching Goblin-san devour the remains, Lin Che was very satisfied. Evolving into a rare goblin requires talent and genes. I chose Goblin-san for the first experiment because he has the most potential. With my understanding of my underlings, I can assess his fake arrogance combined with genuine perversion. He's truly a prime specimen. I'm already looking forward to the existence of rare goblins. He couldn't contain his excitement, a wide grin spreading across his face as he watched. This is a promising seed. Taking a bite of a crisp, juicy red apple, he pondered his next strategy. As for the Sword Saint, I've used the system to check. She only has 3 Knight squads under her command. Now that the Silver Knight squad has been eliminated, he sat down on a soft fur-covered chair. Once news of Kemas's defeat reaches her, it will definitely demoralize the Sword Saint. To salvage the situation, she definitely take action. Instead of passively waiting for her attack, I'll take the initiative. In a flash, Lin Chia appeared within the system space. Now is the perfect time to use the simulation system to explore the future. System, begin the simulation. After receiving the system's assistance, the results appeared. Lin Chia laughed heartily, his eyes glowing red as he looked at the displayed results. Sword Saint, you truly are a greedy saint. It seems I've won this gamble. Lin Chia stood up and addressed his goblin brethren. Goblins, assemble. Tomorrow, I'll lead you on a grand expedition. The goblins, who were noisily feasting on barbecued beef, were abruptly ordered to assemble and prepare for battle. They hurriedly replied, "Yes, boss." Watching his underlings quickly carry out his orders, Lin Chia stood proudly, his thoughts turning to Bright Town, his fighting spirit surging, his eyes tinged with the color of fresh blood. This time, it's my turn to annihilate them. At Bright Town, where the humans and the Sword Saint resided. A cold, unfamiliar voice echoed, "Report, where was it discovered?" A soldier knelt, his face bowed, concealing the fear in his eyes. He stammered, reporting, "Sir, it was discovered outside the city walls." From above, a figure looked down, her hair obscured her eyes. On the ground lay a skeleton, a stark reminder that silenced the Sword Saint just yesterday. He confidently boasted about charging into battle, unafraid of even titans. Now, all that's left is a skeleton. I warned him he'd be captured, and now we have another hostage to rescue. No, not rescue, but to hold a funeral service for him. The beautiful mage was stunned into speechlessness by the sight, her body trembling involuntarily. What, truly a skeleton? Just one day? Tall knights seeing the skeleton roared in fury. Those lowly beasts. How could they kill Kamos, and even send back a skeleton? The soldiers, initially confused, were now gripped by fear, barely daring to breathe. The atmosphere was so tense that the drop of a pin could be heard. After piecing together the recent events, from the dragon attack to the goblin ambush, the Sword Saint slowly raised her head, her voice cold. The repeated failures to eliminate the goblins, the constant harassment by the dragon, all of this can't be mere coincidence. The more she thought about it, the more her blood boiled at the thought of her title as Sword Saint and her elite knights being defeated by that rabble. It must be a conspiracy by that vile dragon and the goblins. They want to restrain us using the civilians of Bright Town. She gritted her teeth. We can't remain passive any longer. Stationing troops in the town is yielding no results. We'll switch to a different plan. If they attack, we'll retaliate. If they provoke, we'll respond. If they want to destroy us, we'll bring them down with us. Her fighting spirit blazed as she quickly ordered her subordinates, "Go." All members immediately depart for the imperial capital to seek reinforcements. There's no time to lose. Yes, Sword Saint. They quickly replied, heading towards the imperial capital. Horses galloped, their hooves pounding the ground as they raced through the dense forest. The knights urged their horses onward. The horned helmet knight, after some thought, spurred his horse to catch up with the tall knight. "Captain, even riding at full speed, the round trip to the imperial capital will take for days. If we all leave and the city is breached, what then? I'll ride to the imperial capital alone to call for reinforcements. You return and help the Sword Saint defend the city." The mage spurred her horse to join them, disagreeing with the horned helmet knight. She frowned. "Do you understand? This is the Sword Saint's plan. If we encounter a goblin attack, at least someone will be able to escape, report the situation, and bring back more reinforcements." Seeing the horned helmet knight's doubtful expression, she quickly explained, with the Sword Saint's strength, directly confronting and eliminating the goblins or the dragon wouldn't be difficult. But the problem is, currently, neither the goblins nor the dragon are something the knight squad can handle. The Sword Saint doesn't dare risk one of them attacking Bright Town after she leaves. In this precarious situation, with the enemy lurking in the shadows and us in the open, it's difficult to make proper arrangements. The only solution is for the Sword Saint to remain and defend the town while the others seek reinforcements. Don't you understand? The knight captain nodded in agreement after hearing her explanation. Indeed, the Sword Saint has decided on this escape and rescue plan to protect both the Warcry squad and Bright Town. We must escape quickly now. After hearing the explanation, the Horned Helmet Knight felt enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. They continued onward, but suddenly, the captain pulled the reins, stopping. Wait, the wind howled, rustling the wooden bridge. The bridge is destroyed. This is the only way across, and it's damaged now. Are you kidding me? The atmosphere turned gloomy. The mage exclaimed in alarm, Captain, the bridge is destroyed. What do we do now? We're in a hurry. The mage quickly took hold of the reins, wanting to change direction. Captain, someone deliberately destroyed it. Let's take a detour. The captain quickly assessed the situation and shook his head. No, that could be a trap to lure us into an ambush. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The bridge here is destroyed. They definitely won't come back here. This is the safest place. That makes sense. The captain quickly ordered his squad, cut down trees and rebuild the bridge. We must cross before nightfall. Yes, sir. They replied, immediately dispersing to gather materials and rebuild the bridge. After half a day of arduous work, a new bridge was erected. It was now dusk. The captain looked at their handiwork with satisfaction. We finally finished it. After assessing the bridge, he led the squad forward, urging his horse onto the bridge. Time is of the essence. Cross quickly. The others followed closely, not daring to delay. As they reached the middle of the bridge, the mage suddenly sensed something amiss. She looked around and exclaimed, Strange, why is it getting dark so suddenly? The captain looked up. The object was getting closer. When they finally saw its shape, the captain's expression changed drastically. He frowned and shouted, Not good. A giant dragon appeared in the sky, spreading its wings and flying towards them, its red eyes gleaming with hunger. It's a dragon, they shouted. There's something on its back. They squinted. A person. No, wait, look. There's a goblin on the dragon's back. Everyone looked. There was indeed a goblin perched on the dragon's back. Seeing the goblin, the captain's blood boiled. He roared, As I suspected, those goblins and the dragon are in cahoots. Lin Che stood casually on the dragon's back, looking down at them as if they were insects, so small. You're quite quick-witted, but you didn't choose the detour and instead rebuilt the bridge. Were you afraid of an ambush on the other side? So, it was you who blocked our path to reinforcements. The captain, enraged, yelled at Lin Che, So it was you playing tricks. You destroyed the bridge. I'll kill you. He barely finished his sentence before the dragon exhaled a short burst of flame that shot towards them like a missile. The bridge quickly became engulfed in flames. The captain and his squad quickly turned their horses and fled back. Run! Fire dragon! The flames followed close behind, consuming the bridge. The wooden structure, like flimsy paper, was quickly devoured by the fire. In the emergency, they all jumped off their horses to save themselves, landing on the grass. The captain clutched his injured arm, wincing. The mage stared in horror at the burning bridge. Our bridge. She whispered in disbelief. Those damned goblins. The captain roared, his voice filled with rage. I'll catch you and torture you to death. Just then, the sky seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Lin Che, hearing the captain's threat of torture, calmly approached them really. Then let's see if you can defeat my goblins and the dragon mother who's on her way. In the blink of an eye, the goblins closed in, surrounding them. Lin Chan's words, coupled with the encircling goblins, sent them into a panic. We're surrounded. Is the dragon horde coming too? The mage asked her captain, Captain, if the dragons arrive, we won't stand a chance. The armored captain tried to reassure her, No, this is an opportunity. If we can hold them off, this will be a good chance to resolve the situation in Bright Town. He turned and shouted orders to the Horned Helmet Knight. We'll hold them off. Use your speed to break through and report back. Understood, Captain. The knight replied, immediately using his maximum speed to charge out of the encirclement. You damned monsters, he yelled, scattering the goblins as he ploughed through their ranks. Just hold on until the Sword Saint arrives. We can capture them all. Seeing him escape, the goblins looked on with some regret, but didn't pursue. The mage noticed their unusual behavior. Something's not right, Captain. Something's definitely wrong. The goblins continued to close in, grinning, licking their lips, and eyeing their prey. This isn't a breakthrough, the mage continued. The goblins are deliberately letting him escape. This could be a trap. As she finished speaking, Lin Che descended from the sky on the dragon, looming over them, filling them with dread. They realized they had fallen into a trap. You're right, Lin Che said from atop the dragon. There is no dragon mother. It was just a ruse to lure that fool away from Bright Town. What do you think will happen to Bright Town when the Sword Saint leaves? Hearing this, the captain, consumed by rage, brandished his weapon and charged, roaring, "Take down that dragon rider. Bright Town is lost. We must hold out until the Sword Saint arrives." "Yes," the mage replied, taking a defensive stance alongside the bald warrior, preparing for battle. The captain lunged, attacking furiously. The mad goblin didn't dodge, but countered with his own sword strikes. The clash of their weapons created powerful shockwaves. The mad goblin was clearly a match for the captain. Damn it, he's equal to me, the captain thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. He noticed the goblin's sword looked familiar. He jumped back. That sword, it's Kemas's. Lin Che, observing from above, looked down with disappointment at the captain's abilities. I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just average. He reached for his divine crossbow. Everyone, time is limited. He leapt off the dragon, his eyes filled with killing intent. Quickly eliminate the knights before the Sword Saint arrives. In a flash, the captain and his companions were down. Lin Che unleashed a powerful gust of wind, pinning the captain to the ground. Damn it, I can't hold on, the captain gasped, helplessly watching his comrades being eaten alive. It's my fault, I underestimated these goblins. Lin Che silenced him with a bolt from his crossbow to the back of his neck. The captain fell unconscious. I have a new weapon, boss, the mad goblin exclaimed, holding up the captain's weapon. Look how good it is. Lin Che ignored him, turning to Goblin-san. Goblin-san, time is running out. Hurry up and devour those bodies. We must retreat before the Sword Saint arrives. Yes, boss. Thank you, boss, Goblin-san replied, continuing to feast. 15 minutes later, the Sword Saint finally arrived. She stood at the edge of a chasm, signaling her troops to halt. The path ahead was gone. Looking across the chasm, she saw the aftermath of the battle and gritted her teeth. Too late. Just a few more minutes to rebuild the bridge. They finally reached the remains of their comrades. Captain, Horned Helmet Knight cried, kneeling beside the skeletons, sobbing. This evil, I will avenge you. The Sword Saint looked down grimly. Not even their bodies remain. She noticed the large dragon footprints. The dragon and goblins are cooperating. Yes, the Horned Helmet Knight exclaimed. I saw a goblin among them controlling the dragon. He must be the leader. What? The Sword Saint exclaimed. He commanded the dragon to burn the bridge. The captain and the others were definitely killed by the goblins and then burned by dragon fire. You must destroy them, Sword Saint. The Sword Saint fell into deep thought, observing the remains and the traces left by the goblins. It's strange that only a small area was burned by dragon fire. The rest of the bones look like they were gnawed on by goblins. Could it be that there weren't many dragons here? This thought made her eyes widen in realization. Damn it, this was a diversion. She turned and ran, ordering her troops, quickly retreat to Bright Town. Something's wrong. The Horned Helmet Knight, unaware that he had unwittingly aided the goblins' plan, looked on in bewilderment. What's going on? The scene shifted to Bright Town, once a peaceful town protected by the Sword Saint, now in ruins. The Sword Saint stared in disbelief at the chaos before her. Rubble, smoke, and bodies strewn everywhere. She collapsed to her knees, numb with shock, muttering to herself, No, this isn't real. This can't be real. The cries continued to echo around the Sword Saint. A young boy knelt beside his unconscious father, sobbing uncontrollably. Daddy, Daddy, the Sword Saint, her eyes filled with sadness, approached the boy, attempting to comfort him. Don't be afraid, little one. But the boy swatted her hand away fiercely. Get away from me, he shouted. Every day you pretend to protect us, but when the goblins came, you were nowhere to be found. You're a bad person, a liar. The Sword Saint stood in stunned silence, absorbing the boy's accusations. Then, the other survivors turned their accusing gazes upon her, their words like daggers. Don't apologize, you couldn't protect us. You have no right to be our sword saint. We've raised you for nothing. Bright Town doesn't need someone like you to protect it. Just as Lin Che had predicted, turning the people against the Sword Saint was the most effective attack. The Sword Saint couldn't believe her ears. The barrage of insults and accusations made her head spin. She trembled, stammering. Before she could offer any defense, she coughed up blood. She collapsed to the ground, helpless, as the townspeople continued to berate her. Useless. Why? Was this your plan all along? To destroy Bright Town, you should just die. The Dragon Mother witnessed the entire scene, looking down at the Sword Saint with a sigh. Lin Che truly succeeded. Without direct confrontation, he turned the human Sword Saint into a failure, completely crushing her spirit. The Dragon Mother was elated, having achieved her goal of breaking the Sword Saint. I'm looking forward to seeing that Lin Che again, she mused. That evening, at the Goblin tribe, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Lin Che and his Goblin troops finally returned. Boss is back, a Goblin guard shouted joyfully. Gobi, Lin Che asked as he approached, how did you complete your mission today? Were there any problems? Gobi pointed ahead. Boss, we successfully attacked and brought back quite a bit of loot and prisoners. He gestured towards a cage containing 2 girls in revealing bunny costumes. Some of them surrendered willingly to save their lives. Gobi then recalled helping Kilia, the girl Lin Che had protected with his life in his previous life. Also, as per your orders, boss, we sent a cart of gold to Kilia and escorted her and her family out of the city. Lin Che paused, then turned to praise Gobi. Well done, Gobi. From today onwards, you, like Goblin San, will be prioritized for devouring monsters. Thank you, boss. Gobi scratched his head happily. Lin Che looked ahead thoughtfully. Kilia was the only one who trusted me in my past life. Sending her away from this conflict is a way of repaying her. As for the Sword Saint, she must be completely broken by now. The scene shifted to the Dragon Mother's lair. Scout dragons flew in and out, bringing food for the Dragon Mother. Lin Che had arrived. This was his second time entering the dragon's lair. Thank you, Dragon Mother, he said. Thanks to your help, this plan was a complete success. The Dragon Mother approached him. I hear that Sword Saint is now bedridden. That makes me very happy. Lin Che sat down. But we still need your help, Dragon Mother. Please continue to send your dragons to harass Bright Town and pressure the Sword Saint. The Dragon Mother leaned closer. And what reward will I receive? Flying back and forth is quite tiring. Lin Che, ever thoughtful, had brought several plump cows as a reward. What do you think of these? He began, gesturing towards his offering. Before he could finish, the Dragon Mother grabbed him and kissed him forcefully, taking him by surprise. After a few seconds, she pulled away, looking at him with desire. The reward I want is you. What do you think? She cupped his face in her hands. Lin Che, slightly apprehensive, asked, You want me? Are you joking? Ignoring immense sighs, the Dragon Mother pushed Lin Che down, her voice soft. Even though you impregnated the dragon I gave you. I won't mind that. She then gripped his neck, her eyes narrowing. But if you refuse, I'll be very angry. Lin Che chuckled nervously. Don't misunderstand. I just thought that I, a weak goblin, could never be worthy of the Dragon Mother. The Dragon Mother purred, pressing her lower body against him. You're not an ordinary goblin. I see the potential of a goblin king within you. We dragons have always revered the strong. I only wish to mate with the strong to produce even stronger offspring. Lin Chan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the sight that any gentleman would desire. Then I can only obey. Then, their passionate cries echoed throughout the dragon's lair, making the other dragons restless, peeking in to watch. Sometime later, Lin Che stood up. Redressing, he seemed drained, his steps unsteady. He leaned against the sleeping Dragon Mother's horn. I must leave while she's asleep. He stumbled as he walked, his legs weak. This Dragon Mother is really something. He finally managed to climb onto his dragon and return to the tribe. The Dragon Mother is incredibly powerful. If I had stayed any longer, I would have been in serious trouble. Back in the lair, the Dragon Mother awoke, shifting back to her half-dragon form. She sighed, reflecting on Lin Chan's prowess. he's just as I imagined. Perhaps one day, he will lead the goblins to build a new world. Back at the tribe, amidst the quiet atmosphere, a startled cry suddenly rang out. What? Kasana stared at Lin Che in disbelief. You want to let us go? The queen, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Lin Che, seemingly hesitant to speak. Seeing their reactions, Lin Che got straight to the point. Currently, there are many human prisoners. With your people as replacements, and with your reproductive capabilities, I can grant you freedom to leave. While the issue of lineage continuation was no longer a problem, he still had something else in mind. He had already calculated his next move. Elves are more useful than human prisoners. Instead of forcing you, I'd rather gamble and let you choose to follow me willingly. Hearing that Lin Che was willing to grant them freedom, a stir went through the elves. The queen pondered for a moment, then placed a hand on Kasana's shoulder. Kasana, and all of you, if you wish to leave, then go. Kasana looked at the queen, a mixture of joy and worrying in her eyes. Mother. Suddenly, Lin Che turned to see the elf queen kneeling on one knee, bowing respectfully towards him. Her voice, sincere and filled with admiration, echoed through the air. After this time spent together, I've realized you're no ordinary goblin. Would you allow me to stay in the tribe and follow you? Lin Che looked down at the queen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. You're very intelligent. Staying might be beneficial. I can also guarantee that I won't cause trouble for the other elves. He knew the queen's decision wasn't made lightly. To reach a high position within your tribe, you must be wiser than most. Leaving might not be better than staying here. With only women left in the elf tribe, they would be under his protection here. Both the queen and Lin Che understood this unspoken agreement. He thought to himself, she's staying to use me as protection for the elves. Witnessing her mother's actions, Kasana's eyes welled up with tears. Mother, how can you stay here alone? She cried, immediately kneeling as well. The other elves, seeing this, looked at each other. Those willing to stay also knelt, declaring, I won't leave either. From now on, I will follow the chieftain. Me too, I want to stay. Seeing Kasana and her people willing to stay, the queen was astonished. She knew how desperately they had longed for freedom before. Observing the elves' actions, Lin Che knew his assumption was correct. A smirk played on his lips. Just as I thought, if the tribe leader is willing to stay, then there will be others willing to stay as well. This was the outcome he desired. Instead of forcing them, he let them choose to submit. Lin Che stepped forward and raised his hand. If you've chosen to stay, then you are no longer prisoners, but my subordinates. I will guarantee your safety. Thank you, chieftain, they replied in unison. The addition of the elves to the goblin tribe filled Lin Che with joy. They would be a powerful asset. His current concern was the sword saint, who had fallen. With no external threats, this was the perfect time for development. His eyes narrowed, a smile playing on his lips. It's time to cultivate a large number of hero-class goblins. Suddenly, the mad goblin shouted, Boss, the tribe members are too small for me. He gestured towards the cage, repeatedly winking at Lin Che. Boss, come look. Look. Lin Che's good mood deflated. He massaged his temples, exasperated. Seeing his distress, the queen quickly stood up and offered a suggestion. Chieftain, we can help with the tribe's reproduction. Lin Che nodded gratefully. That's the only way. Just as one problem was solved, another arose. A goblin rushed in, panting. Boss, Goblin San seems to be dead. Come quickly. What? Lin Che exclaimed, rushing to the scene. He found Goblin San lying on the ground, seemingly dead, his body covered in deep scratches, as if he had endured something horrific. The other goblins were gathered around, watching. What happened? Lin Che asked. I don't know. The goblin replied, his eyes wide. He was hiding here, going crazy, scratching himself to death. Several other goblins nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Goblin Son's body began to transform. His skin changed from green to a greenish-brown, his fangs elongated, and his limbs evolved, sharp thorns erupting from his body. He stood up, causing the nearby goblin to shriek and hide behind Lin Che. He's alive again. Lin Che watched Goblin Son's transformation, assessing his new abilities. Before him stood a mutated goblin with sharp claws, thorns on his back, and a long, hooked tail. He checked the system information. Goblin San, level 50, mutated goblin, berserker class, title, revived, divine blessing, HP 1200, strength 350, defense 400, skills, bone spike, bone growth, berserker heart. He's actually stronger after mutating. Lin Che thought, impressed and slightly wary. If I hadn't received so many attributes from the Dragon Mother, I wouldn't be sure I could defeat him. Goblin San, feeling the surge of power within him, jumped and cheered. Boss, I'm not dead, I'm even stronger. The other goblins stared in awe. Lin Che, pleased with his new powerful subordinate, assigned him a new task. Not bad, your strength and intelligence have increased significantly. Next, focus on nurturing the next generation of goblins. Yes, boss, Goblin San replied with a grin. Let's return to Bright Town in 3 months and see what's up. 3 months later, in a tavern in Bright Town, a group of knights sat drinking beer, discussing amongst themselves, has the Sword Saint recovered yet? One knight asked. I doubt it, another replied. If it were me, I would have gone mad, a third knight laughed. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind them. A bunch of goblins still need our brave blood knights to handle them. All eyes turned towards the speaker, a handsome young man with noble features. He was a diamond rank adventurer, the captain of the brave blood knights. It's Baron below, someone exclaimed. A simulation image appeared, showing baby goblins playing peacefully in cradles. After 3 months of stable reproduction, you have accumulated 153rd generation hero class goblins. Meanwhile, the royal family has issued 300 gold coins as a reward, attracting adventurer groups of various levels to Bright Town to exterminate your tribe. Silhouettes of various adventurers appeared, old, young, male, female, fat, thin, tall, short. They will arrive in the future, unknown, legendary, mythical, trial, diamond, platinum, gold, silver. Summary: you are about to face diamond and trial level enemies. Be prepared. Score: 10 points. Life bonus x10. This simulation is complete. Time elapsed: 1 month. Lin Che stared at the summary, his jaw dropping. What the hell? The Sword Saint was already terrifying, and diamond rank adventurers are the elite of their kind, let alone trial rank, who are even stronger than the Sword Saint. Are you kidding me? There's no choice this time. I have to handle everything myself. He slumped in his chair, feeling the weight of the situation. Suddenly, the Queen and Goblin Mun approached. Chieftain, we have something to report, the Queen said. Lin Che, surprised by their urgency, asked, what is it? The Queen and Goblin Mun exchanged glances and knelt. The new goblin generation has grown, but the monster resources in the forest are insufficient. Everyone is running out of food, the nearby iron mine is almost depleted, and some goblins lack weapons and equipment. Training isn't going well. Lin Che frowned. If there aren't enough food and weapons, it means the resources here are insufficient. The situation in Bright Town is also unusual. It seems we need to find a more defensible location with abundant resources to settle down. He stood up decisively. Everyone, prepare to relocate. Immediately, relocate, Goblin Mun exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we'll relocate, the Queen replied calmly. I'll make the arrangements. She trusted that Lin Che would find a way for them to survive. They descended through the dense forest, arriving at a waterfall. Inside a cave behind the waterfall, the dripping water echoed through the silent chambers. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Che was satisfied. This cave within the waterfall is complex and deep, perfect for a settlement. He led the others forward, torch in hand, followed by his goblins, Goblin Mun, and the Queen. Goblin Mun clung to Lin Che's arm, her eyes wide. Lin Che looked deep into the cave, then turned and gave orders. Mad Goblin, Goblin San, lead the others to clear the rocks and set up defenses. Goblin Mun, settle the prisoners and children. Yes, boss, they replied in unison. They chose a suitable location within the cave and began clearing the rocks, the torchlight illuminating the darkness. Standing on a high rock, overlooking his newly established domain, Lin Che announced, from now on, This is our new home, everyone. Listen to my orders. I'll ensure you're well fed and well equipped. But if anyone disobeys the rules, they will die. His firm words resonated with the goblins, who cheered and raised their weapons. Long live boss! Long live boss! We will obey! Their cries echoed throughout the cave. After overseeing the tribe's migration to their new home and ensuring everything was settled, Lin Che turned his attention to the predictions from the simulation system. He gazed into the distance, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The tribe is settled. Next, I need to investigate the situation in Bright Town. If the system is correct, I must first understand these adventurers before proceeding with my next plan. Inside a beer in Bright Town, bartender poured a glass of beer and offered it to the guest before him, his curiosity piqued. Baron Baloa, aren't you usually only interested in high-level monsters? Why are you personally dealing with goblins this time? The guest, Baloa, took a sip of the juice, his eyes half closed with a slight smile. It's just to rescue my useless cousin, Loa, to be captured by lowly goblins. I must take care of this myself, lest it tarnish my reputation. I see, bartender replied, understanding the situation. Suddenly, a booming laugh interrupted their conversation. Baron Baloa, you said you would handle the goblins yourself. Have you forgotten about me? I didn't come all this way for nothing. The laughter drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. Baloa and bartender turned towards the source of the sound. Oh, it's you, old man, Baloa said, recognizing the newcomer. The surrounding patrons murmured, curious about the new arrival. The old man strode into the tavern, his gaze fixed on Baloa, his demeanor haughty. Exterminating goblins, I've got that covered. If you won't let me participate, then give me 1,000 gold coins. To speak to Baron Baloa in such a manner, this newcomer was clearly no ordinary person. As the crowd watched, they saw an old man with silver hair, dressed in mage robes, carrying a staff adorned with a large red ruby. It's the Grey Hat Wizard, someone exclaimed. The leader of the Grey Hat Knights, a diamond rank adventurer. Baloa, unimpressed, thought, why should I share the reward with this old man when I can take it all myself? He chuckled, maintaining a facade of humility. Old man, you speak quite boldly. What qualifications do you have? He was about to engage in a verbal sparring match with the old wizard when another laugh cut through the tense atmosphere. Both Baloa and the wizard turned towards the new arrival. A cloaked figure with a masked face, holding a glass of beer, leaned back in a chair, laughing. How amusing. You think that just because the Sword Saint has given up, you can take center stage. Don't forget, that cold-blooded one has also arrived. The trial rank adventurer, Lilina, her name was known to all. A legendary figure, despite her gender, she was known for her ruthlessness and efficiency, a truly fearsome individual. Why has she come as well? Someone whispered. They say she only cares about money, killing anyone regardless of right or wrong. Quiet, hissed another patron, be careful what you say about someone like that. Baloa, facing the cloaked figure, and the Grey Hat Wizard both assessed the newcomer. Oh, it's the Wandering Knight, Baloa said. Are you here for the goblins as well? The cloaked figure chuckled. I'm not interested in them, I'm just here to hunt a dragon. Slaying a dragon in this world is enough to make one famous. Why bother competing for a bounty with such high competition and low chances of success? He smiled at Baloa. If I can kill a dragon, I can become a trial rank knight. Isn't that better? Seeing their determination for the bounty, the cloaked figure offered a piece of advice. But I'll warn you, don't underestimate the goblins. They may be lowly, but their evolutionary potential is terrifying, especially their mutations. The tavern fell silent. The recent events in Bright Town had proven the truth of his words. The Grey Hat Wizard nodded, taking a sip of his beer. He's right, I've lived for nearly 100 years and have seen more goblins than you can imagine. These lowly creatures have existed since ancient times, a common enemy of all races. We've been killing them for millennia, and they still haven't been eradicated. The surrounding patrons grew serious, their faces grim. The wizard's words rang true. The goblins were incredibly resilient. Exterminating goblins is a troublesome task, the wizard continued. If it weren't for the bounty, I wouldn't bother. Baloo, looking at the wizard who had just moments ago been vying for the bounty, now acting amiable, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He, too, fell into thought. Indeed, the Sword Saint and several knight squads were defeated by them. We must be careful. He wasn't confident in facing them alone, especially with the high competition. An alliance might be a good option. He offered a bottle of wine to the wizard. Old man, how about we join forces against the goblins? After we succeed, all the bounty will be yours. The grey hat wizard's eyes lit up. If the Baron is so generous, I'll gladly cooperate. Having someone else take the risks was ideal. In a quiet corner of the town, after a hearty meal, Baloo spread out a map of the area. I think directly assaulting the forest with a large force is too risky. There are too many unknowns. We need to scout first, then formulate a concrete plan. The grey hat wizard, already impatient, raised his staff. Young people are so troublesome. Just leave everything to us, old man. I won't interfere. Suddenly, a figure caught Baloo's attention. He watched the figure approach, his eyes narrowing. Wait, a tall figure in iron armor, a sword strapped to their back, approached. This person is no ordinary individual, the grey hat wizard muttered, recognizing the figure. He turned to Baloo. It seems Goblin Slayer has arrived as well. Shall we have a chat? Goblin Slayer, Baloo exclaimed, stunned. The figure continued walking, seemingly oblivious to their calls. Baloo and the wizard exchanged glances and moved to intercept him. So sorry for not recognizing you, Baloo said with a forced smile. Greetings, the grey hat wizard added. Goblin Slayer stopped, his voice impatient. I prefer not to be recognized. Why have you stopped me? His curt tone and strange demeanor made Baloo frown. To ease the awkwardness, the grey hat wizard stepped forward. The Baron doesn't know, but this is Goblin Slayer. He once killed a goblin chieftain, single-handedly slaying thousands of goblins. Thousands, Baloo exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Truly extraordinary. Would you join us in exterminating the goblins? Baloo asked. Without hesitation, Goblin Slayer pushed past Baloo and continued walking, leaving Baloo dumbfounded. I don't need your help. You'll only slow me down, Goblin Slayer said. Baloo's face darkened. Damn that guy. The grey hat wizard, annoyed by Goblin Slayer's attitude, muttered, what's so great about him? When he gets captured by goblins, let's see if he begs for help. He turned to leave. Don't delay, we must act quickly before he steals all the credit. What? Baloo exclaimed. No further preparations. Just charging in like that. At the town gate, Goblin Slayer exited alone, heading towards the forest. On a distant cliff, Lin Chia observed Bright Tam, his eyes activating a scanning ability. Goblin Slayer, level 65, human. Class unknown. Title: Goblin Slayer, Pretty Boy Tyrant, Murderer. HP: 900, Strength: 260, Defense: 450, Skills: Critical Hit, Blood of a Villain. Equipment: Rusty Armor, Rusty Broadsword. Total stats: 1000 to 3000. Lin Qian's eyes widened. Wait a minute, is the system malfunctioning? 1000 to 3000 total stats. He checked again. No mistake. What does that mean? Excuse me, master. There are no issues on this end. Wait, there's more. A group of knights. He observed their formation. They're also after me. Lin Che quickly identified the leader, Baron Baloo, Holy Knight, anti-monster skills, total strength, approximately 1300, Grey Hat Wizard, Archmage, diverse skills, total strength, 1400. After assessing them, Lin Che concluded, these two diamond ranks don't seem very smart. They shouldn't be a big problem. After assessing the strength of the two individuals, Lin Che turned his gaze towards Goblin Slayer's retreating figure, muttering to himself, I need to be careful with that Goblin Slayer. The scene shifted to the former location of the Goblin tribe. The Old Mage, the Grey Hat Wizard, and Baron Balor's group had tracked them here. They searched for traces of the goblins, but to no avail. Strange, the Grey Hat Wizard said. A goblin tribe this large should have been discovered long ago, he pondered. The signs of previous battles they'd encountered along the way suggested the tribe had been nearby. Suddenly, Baron Baloo noticed something. He held it up, beckoning the Grey Hat Wizard. Old man, "Come take a look at this." He had found a lock of blonde hair. He handed it to Grey Hat Wizard, who brought it to his nose, sniffing carefully. With his years of experience, Grey Hat Wizard seemed to recognize the owner, a knowing smirk spreading across his face. "If I'm not mistaken," he said confidently, "this is elf hair." "An elf?" Baron Baloa exclaimed, surprised. Could the elves be helping the goblins? Impossible. The Grey Hat Wizard opened a glass vial containing a blue butterfly, placing the hair inside. "I've searched this entire forest. There's nowhere for them to hide. It's highly likely the elves helped the goblins relocate and conceal themselves." The blue butterfly, like a tracking device, flew out of the vial. "This type of butterfly is attracted to the scent of elves," the Grey Hat Wizard explained, watching the butterfly with confidence. "It should be able to find the trail of the elves and goblins." The butterfly led them to a riverbank. "It seems the butterfly has lost the scent," Baron Baloa observed. Could they have crossed the river? As he spoke, the blue butterfly returned to its vial. Baron Baloa, frustrated by their fruitless search, suggested, "Old man, why don't we just wait for Goblin Slayer to find them, and then we'll take advantage of the opportunity?" The Grey Hat Wizard, as if realizing something, adjusted his wizard's hat and scoffed. "Unnecessary." He looked across the river. "Look over there, by the edge of the forest." Baron Baloa followed his gaze. One of Lin Tian's goblin underlings had appeared on the other side, seemingly scouting. The goblin quickly turned and fled. "It's a goblin! After it!" Baron Baloa shouted, giving chase with his knights. They galloped across the river. "Hurry up!" From his vantage point high on a cliff, Lin Chia observed everything, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Good, the prey has taken the bait." He was perched on his dragon, surveying the situation. "Excellent, the bait has been taken," he said confidently. Suddenly, something caught his eye, making him freeze. He frowned, looking down cautiously. It was Goblin Slayer, casually strolling towards the river, humming a strange tune, seemingly trying to attract attention. Lin Chia continued to observe, not reacting impulsively. Then, Goblin Slayer removed her helmet. Lin Chia stared in astonishment. Beneath the helmet was a beautiful woman, her figure curvaceous, clad in only a few scraps of cloth. She stretched and stepped into the cool river to bathe. She seemed completely unconcerned, bathing leisurely in this monster-infested forest. Lin Chia, regaining his composure, muttered, "So Goblin Slayer is a girl." He continued to watch her, his brow furrowed in thought. She doesn't seem entirely human, and her power extraordinary. To be in this situation and still have the mood to bathe, truly bizarre. He narrowed his eyes. A beautiful flower like this, it must have thorns. He watched her intently, a suspicion forming in his mind. This feels unnatural, as if she's deliberately trying to lure me down. Could she have discovered me? With that thought, he tapped his dragon's back. The dragon took flight, but instead of heading towards Goblin Slayer, he flew away. This woman is tricky. It's better to deal with those two first. Lin Qian's assessment was correct. Goblin Slayer was indeed trying to lure him into a trap. Seeing him fly away, she watched his direction, assessing him. What kind of intelligent creature is he? She licked her lips, a predatory look in her eyes. "I really want to have a taste." The scene shifted to Lin Qian's goblin underling, who was exhausted from fleeing the Grey Hat Wizard and Baron Baloa. He stopped. Baron Baloa signaled his men to halt. "Everyone, be careful. The goblin tribe must be nearby." A volley of flaming arrows rained down from the sky. "Everyone, scatter, ambush." The Grey Hat Wizard shouted, unleashing a spell from his staff. The flames incinerated the incoming arrows. "That was close." Baron Baloa exclaimed, turning to praise the Grey Hat Wizard. "You're still as sharp as ever, old man." The Grey Hat Wizard, visibly weakened by the spell, gasped, "Less talking." The attack isn't over yet. As if on cue, a figure charged towards them at incredible speed. "Here it comes," the Grey Hat Wizard shouted. "It's the Mad Goblin." The Mad Goblin lunged, wielding his axe and sword, roaring furiously. "He could be a hero-class goblin," the Grey Hat Wizard exclaimed. "Everyone, focus your fire on him." "Yes," the others replied, preparing to attack. Before them, the 2-meter-tall Mad Goblin charged with his sword and axe at breakneck speed. The grey-hat wizard quickly raised his staff, chanting a spell. A giant fireball appeared in the air, hurtling towards the mad goblin, a magic fireball. The mad goblin gritted his teeth, realizing the old mage was persistent. In mere seconds, a massive explosion, like a miniature atomic bomb, engulfed everything in front of it, shaking the entire area. A giant fireball formed, leaving a crater in the ground. The grey-hat wizard began to set up a magical barrier, planting his staff into the ground. A stream of blue light and clear, flowing water spread out, forming a magical circle, life spring, strength recovery. The fireball gradually dissipated, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. The grey-hat wizard squinted, peering through the haze. But there it was, the damned goblin, still alive, not burned to a crisp as expected. The grey-hat wizard and his underlings stared in disbelief, shouting, "What?" They were frozen in place, sweat pouring down their faces, unable to react. The mad goblin, tearing through the fire and smoke, charged like a demon from hell, his eyes burning with rage. The grey-hat wizard and his men could only stand there, dumbfounded, as everything seemed to slow down around them. He survived that, Baron Baloa, support from behind. Seeing his allies frozen in shock, Baron Baloa snapped out of it. His face, usually refined, was now contorted with fury. He gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Look around you. The goblins are closing in, they're all hero class." Having fought countless battles, the grey-hat wizard quickly identified the key issue. "Why do these goblins have weapons and armor?" He yelled, "Don't let them get close, Baron Baloa, I'll leave this to you." Baron Baloa, now on high alert, gripped his sword even tighter. The grey-hat wizard began to set up a magical barrier, planting his staff into the ground. A stream of blue light and clear, flowing water spread out, forming a magical circle, life spring, strength recovery. Each person took their position, feeling the power the grey-hat wizard channeled coursing through their bodies. One of them leapt into the air, empowered by the magic, a bow and arrow made of ice forming in his hands. Arrows of ice rained down on the approaching goblins, intermediate magic, ice pierce. Another soldier used earth magic, slamming his fist into the ground. Intermediate magic, quicksand field, the ground transformed into a bog, swallowing the goblins whole, leaving only their screams behind. From another corner, a poisonous magic rained down, instantly corroding the goblins' skin, making them howl in pain. They could only raise their shields and cover their heads in a desperate attempt to survive. Intermediate magic, punishing rain. From a high vantage point, a dark figure observed the battle. Soldiers and goblins clashed, the clang of weapons echoing through the air. Lin Che watched impassively. Seeing that the time was ripe, he signaled to Goody, create an opening for the mad goblin to break through. Goody, receiving the order, grinned, understood, boss. He charged towards the battle below, landing with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the next instant, he shot towards the grey-hat wizard like a bullet, his killing intent palpable. By the time the grey-hat wizard realized the danger, it was too late. Goody was already upon him. A downward strike narrowly missed, a testament to the grey-hat wizard's quick reflexes. But if he hadn't been lucky enough to dodge, he would have been done for. Sweat poured down his face as he glared at the goblin, gritting his teeth. "You damned goblin," the grey-hat wizard roared, clutching his staff tightly. "You were just lucky I missed, old man," Goody taunted, his voice dripping with menace. "But you won't be so lucky next time." He spun around, his eyes locked on his prey, his sharp claws twitching, his bloodthirsty gaze filled with madness. Breaking the center of the barrier meant the magic was dispelled. The mad goblin, seizing the opportunity, led the charge, breaking through the enemy lines. He wielded his sword and axe, his 2-meter-tall frame charging forward with terrifying speed, his killing intent surging. He was like a demon of death. Emboldened by their leader, the other goblins followed, charging towards the enemy like a swarm of ants. Anyone who stood in their way was immediately cut down. Seeing the enemy closing in like a broken hive, Baron Baloa tried to maintain his composure, but he was terrified. Still, he tried to rally his troops. "Don't be afraid, shields up front." The soldiers immediately formed a shield wall, but they were no match for the goblins, who were no longer the weak creatures they once were. They were now formidable warriors. The mad goblin led the charge, knocking down soldiers and impaling them with his sword. A purple-haired goblin quickly tackled a soldier, repeatedly pummeling him. Baron Below realized that the shield wall was only delaying the inevitable. He raised his sword, looking at the goblins before him. By the power of the holy light, I will vanquish evil. Suddenly, the air around him changed, the temperature rising. A small flame appeared, growing and swirling, eventually forming a giant, blazing tornado that consumed everything in its path. Super magic, holy light enchantment. The flames roared, illuminating the face of a nearby figure. A cold laugh echoed from afar. The battle was intense. Baron Below scanned his surroundings. This isn't good, we're surrounded. He gripped his sword, shouting orders. Everyone, gather together, form the Blood Rage formation. Place the wounded in the center. Use healing magic to restore their strength. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies, Baron Below remained defiant. He frowned, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at the goblins. We must kill them all. Lin Che observed the battle, assessing the enemy. They're high-ranking, all right, not easy to deal with. Diamond rank adventurers from the Adventurers Guild. Their strength is higher than I expected. If this were any other large goblin tribe, they wouldn't stand a chance. A smile crept across his face, but unfortunately for them, they've come to the wrong place. The battle raged on, everyone fighting with all their might. Suddenly, a different kind of goblin emerged from the ranks, slowly walking forward. It was covered in spikes, with a long, hooked tail and unusually sharp claws. The moment the grey hat wizard saw it, he was stunned. His eyes widened, his pupils constricted, his brow furrowed so tightly. His face went rigid. It's a mutant class, he shouted. From afar, a clear, feminine voice echoed. She stroked her chin, her other hand on her hip, watching the battle with amusement, as if she had found something very interesting. Goblins, truly a beautiful and powerful species. The battle did not last much longer. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. The grey hat wizard's face was ashen, drained of all colour. Blood gushed from his mouth, his life force ebbed away, his eyes glazed over. The outcome was decided. The goblins had won. Goblin Sen lifted the grey hat wizard up like a chicken, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty hunger. A chilling laugh echoed through the forest. With the staff broken and the mage defeated, the others were quickly captured or killed. Goblin Sen, his eyes bloodshot, sneered at the old mage in his grasp. Seeming to find him uninteresting, he tossed him aside like a discarded toy. Baron Below, severely wounded, leaned on his sword for support, his face contorted in horror as he watched the grey hat wizard fall like a broken doll. His heart pounded with fear, his face filled with disbelief, sweat pouring down his face. His eyes darted around wildly, muttering, "Damn it, the grey hat wizard." In his final moments, seeing his comrade, the grey hat wizard's survival instinct surged. This was his last hope. He gasped for breath, reaching out a trembling hand towards Baron Below. "Save me, save me." But contrary to the grey hat wizard's expectations, Baron Below quickly backed away, as if he had seen something terrifying. Only the grey hat wizard remained, reaching out a withered hand, pleading, "Save me." His eyes were bloodshot, his pupils constricted as he stared at the old mage. His brow furrowed. This can't be. No, no, it can't be. Baron Below, in a conditioned reflex, stood up abruptly, turned, and fled in the opposite direction, screaming in terror. These goblins are demons. He ran as fast as he could, faster than he had ever run before, leaving behind the grey hat wizard's desperate pleas and his horrified, despairing gaze. Goblin Sen slowly approached the grey hat wizard, each step like the toll of a death knell. Losing his last hope, the grey hat wizard desperately clawed at the ground, his face pale, his eyes lifeless, still muttering, "Save me, Baron Below." Meanwhile, Baron Below had abandoned all pretense of dignity, running for his life. Just make it through this, he panted heavily, but he didn't dare stop, running straight ahead. He had to dodge attacks from the elves, using his hands to protect his head as he continued to run, cursing. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Elves continued to pursue him, their arrows whizzing past. Fear, unlike anything he had ever experienced, gripped him. First goblins, then elves, I should have known about the elves too. Who can save me? Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Baron Boloa, seeing a glimmer of hope, focused his eyes on the person. I'm saved. Recognizing the person, he shouted, disregarding his image, Goblin Slayer, please, save me. Just as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared behind him, ready to strike. From above, they looked like demons from hell, with just a few elegant sword strokes, drawing graceful parabolas in the air, fresh blood splattered. Baron Bolo, overwhelmed with terror, his eyes darted around in panic. Beads of sweat, like tiny pearls, trickled down his face, his mouth agape, gasping for air. He turned to see the 3 goblins who had been pursuing him, now impaled and lifeless, collapsing to the ground. Baron Bolo erupted in a manic laugh, his eyes unfocused, his demeanor completely unhinged, a far cry from the refined nobleman he once was. He stared at the fallen goblins, laughing hysterically, looking utterly insane. Ignoring Goblin Slayer's reaction, he clung to her clothes, laughing maniacally. Thank you so much. I will definitely repay you. Running into someone like you is such a nuisance, Goblin Slayer thought. The type who's weak but still tries to act tough, who can't fight and ends up needing to be rescued in such a pathetic way. And now he's clinging to me and won't let go. Disgusting. I only saved you because it was convenient. Now get lost. She flung Baron Balor's hand away, her aura flaring with killing intent. Her eyes, filled with disgust and loathing, bore into him. Her cold voice rang out, if you want to repay me, then stay away from me. As far as possible, you idiot. Then she strode forward, heading straight into the dense forest. Baron Bolo knelt on the ground, his face a mask of terror, staring at Goblin Slayer's retreating figure. He reached out, trying to stop her, but she was already far away. He could only shout desperately, hoping to warn her, don't go. This isn't an ordinary goblin tribe, there must be a goblin overlord. But Goblin Slayer ignored his warning, treating it as the meaningless babble of a pathetic loser. She simply smirked and replied, really? The more the merrier, that's what will satisfy me. The forest was a maze of towering mountains, covered in rocks, dirt, and dense vegetation. It was eerily silent. The mad goblin grabbed the grey hat wizard, stroking his chin, his crimson eyes darting back and forth, assessing him, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. Suddenly, a sword plunged into his back. By the time the mad goblin realized what was happening, it was too late. The sharp blade had pierced his flesh, causing him to lose consciousness, his eyes rolling back, his pupils losing focus. His 2-meter frame, now without support, loosened its grip, dropping the grey hat wizard. Then, he too collapsed to the ground. Everyone present was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Just a second ago, he was standing there, laughing, and the next, he had fallen like a sack of rice. The surrounding area erupted in commotion, everyone's attention drawn to the fallen mad goblin. Observing from afar, Linche frowned, his eyes narrowed as he watched the crowd surrounding the mad goblin. Something was wrong, few could match the mad goblin's strength, yet here he was, lying on the ground. Mad goblin, what's going on? He muttered. While the crowd was focused on the mad goblin, thump thump thump, footsteps approached from afar. Goblin San, who was nearby, perked up his ears and turned to look. Oh, a knight in armor, carrying a sword. Who is this guy? I didn't see him in the battle earlier. Did he just arrive? Goblin Slayer looked at Goblin San for a moment, ignoring his bewildered expression. She gently lifted the sword from her back and rested it on her shoulder, her tone casual, as if asking about the weather. Are you the leader of these goblins? You look stupid. Where did this brat come from, not knowing any manners? Didn't anyone teach you how to talk to people when you first meet them? It's infuriating. I should teach you a lesson. Goblin San, enraged, bared his sharp teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. We must kill this one. Being insulted to his face, if he didn't deal with this, where would he put his face? The other goblins would laugh him to scorn. With a deafening roar, the goblins, brimming with fighting spirit, charged forward, brandishing their weapons, shouting, kill this one. Goblin Slayer stood her ground, unfazed, showing no fear. She gripped her sword, assuming a defensive stance, waiting for her prey to approach. Her aura intensified, a fierce killing intent radiating from her eyes behind her mask. She laughed excitedly, raising her sword, stepping back, lowering her body, and then, in a flash, she charged towards the goblin horde like a gust of wind. With just a few strokes of her sword, she sent them flying, blood blossoming in the air. It happened so fast, one against many, yet she was effortlessly cutting them down. Watching from above, Lin Chia broke out in a cold sweat, staring at Goblin Slayer in disbelief. What did she just do? Those were just basic attacks, but how could she so easily mow down my troops? My troops, who have been significantly enhanced, what tricks does she have? According to the system, those were just normal rank attacks. Does she know magic too? Seeing his brethren being cut down so easily fueled Goblin Son's rage. His bloodlust intensified, and his body began to transform. The spikes on his body grew longer and sharper, capable of piercing anything in their path. His teeth grew longer and sharper, his body more muscular, his eyes a deeper shade of red, filled with madness. He stared at Goblin Slayer, unblinking. His front torso also began to sprout bones, piercing through his flesh. The more pain he endured, the more destructive power he gained. He roared furiously, entering a state of berserk fury. Goblin San charged towards Goblin Slayer at an incredible speed, his movements fueled by bloodlust and madness, his entire being radiating a heavy, crimson aura. Goblin Slayer remained unfazed, calmly observing her approaching prey. Then, she took a stance and dashed towards Goblin San like a phantom. As she passed him, she casually remarked, "A berserker." She even took the time to meticulously assess him at such close range. Then, she unleashed another sword strike, a gust of wind blew past. Goblin Slayer, holding her sword, lowered her stance, regaining her balance. Behind her, Goblin San stood frozen, the spikes on his body completely severed. Even with his enhanced speed, this opponent had managed to match it with a single blow, and even counterattack with such force. This foe was truly extraordinary. She gripped the hilt of her sword, power coursing through her body, a faint purple light emanating from it. She lifted her hand slightly, shifted her feet, and in the next instant, she lunged at Goblin San, aiming her sword at his back. Goblin San sensed the danger, but his body couldn't react as quickly as his opponent. He turned his head, seeing the knight about to strike. He saw her coming, sweat pouring down his face. Running wasn't a guaranteed escape, and he had worked so hard to evolve to this point. Was he going to die here? Suddenly, just as the blade was about to pierce Goblin San, streaks of a mud-like substance appeared on the sword, sticking to her body, hindering her movements. "Damn it!" Goblin Slayer exclaimed, looking at the strange mud clinging to her. "My body is stuck." Watching from afar, Lin Chia summoned his dragon, mounted it, and flew into the air. The battle had already cost him many troops. Was it feasible to continue fighting? But this opponent, if captured, would be a valuable asset. Should I take this opportunity to retreat? But she has many attractive qualities, and she's an excellent breeding tool. After a moment's thought, Lin Chia made his decision. From the sky, he majestically rode his dragon, commanding, "Everyone, fall back, form a circle, maintain distance. Throw rocks if you have them, use ranged attacks if you can." The goblins below, hearing his command, looked up at the sky. They quickly gathered their weapons and anything they could throw, forming a formation. Hearing the commotion, Goblin Slayer turned to look, a dragon. Out of nowhere, after careful observation, she realized a goblin riding a dragon. She smirked, her excitement and anticipation growing. I knew this place wouldn't disappoint me. Although the mud restricted her movements, it couldn't dampen her enthusiasm for these goblins, especially their leader. From the mountains, giant boulders rained down, crashing into the forest with thunderous booms, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured vision. Realizing a boulder was about to crush her, Goblin Slayer swiftly swung her sword, slicing the giant rock into smaller pieces. A barrage of rocks and arrows rained down like a flood. After some time, Goblin Slayer plunged her sword into the ground. Although she could move normally again, having shed the mud, dealing with the rocks and arrows had exhausted her. She knelt on one knee, panting heavily, watching from his dragon. Lin Chia crossed his arms, a smug look on his face as he observed the struggling woman. He sneered, "Been fighting for over an hour. Looks like you're about to give up, Hart, expending so much energy. Any human would be exhausted. It's almost over." Suddenly, Goblin Slayer reached up and removed her helmet. The helmet fell to the ground. This surprised everyone. They had assumed she was a powerful male knight, but beneath the helmet was a beautiful blonde woman. A strange crimson aura emanated from her body, her eyes glowing with an unusual light. She looked up at the goblins, causing them to freeze, as if they were gazing upon a goddess. The goblins stared, dumbfounded, forgetting the battle entirely. From his vantage point in the sky, Lin Qian's mind raced with 1,000 questions. He stared at the scene below, bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then, Goblin Slayer slowly approached the grey hat wizard's body, her eyes scanning the area before finally settling on a specific point. Her brow furrowed slightly, and with a swift, fluid motion, she plunged her hand into the left side of his chest. Blood spurted, staining her hand a deep crimson, dripping between her fingers, soaking into her skin. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils. She placed her blood-soaked hand to her tongue, tasting the still warm heart, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation, a shiver of pleasure running through her. "They say a human heart is the most nutritious," she said. Witnessing this, Lin Qian realized the situation had taken turn. His expression tightened, his eyes widened in alarm. "Not good, look at her, she's devouring the heart." Suddenly, she stood up, gripping her sword. Her strength seemed completely restored, the previous fatigue gone. She turned her gaze towards the goblins, her movements so fast they were a blur. 1, 2, 3. With each graceful stroke of her sword, she painted a picture of death. The vibrant red blossomed like flowers, amplifying the visual and olfactory senses 100-fold. Having dispatched the last goblin, she stood unfazed, blood splattered on her pale, determined face, a stark contrast to the fragile appearance she projected. Goblin San, seeing his brethren fall, went berserk. He grabbed a sharp knife and charged towards her, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted in a mask of death. "You stinking woman, die!" Seeing him approach, she smirked, calmly reaching behind her and drawing her sword. Noticing her target was within close range, she thought, "Perfect, just the right distance to send you on your way." The tip of her sword glowed with a faint purple light as she thrust it into Goblin San's chest before he could even register the pain. She looked down at him, like a superior being observing an ant. Her hand glowed with the same purple light, growing brighter in her palm. Then, the power surged into Goblin San's body, like an exploding bomb, causing his chest to burst open. He was sent flying backward from the force of the blast. She stood there, unperturbed, as if what had just happened was completely unrelated to her. From above, Lin Qian realized the power she wielded was similar to the magic the Grey Hat Wizard had used in battle. He frowned, gritting his teeth. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? Damn it, who is she? And she can devour like a goblin. In this situation, the best course of action is to minimize casualties and retreat. Thinking and acting were one. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qian rode his dragon towards Evely, who was healing the injured goblins. From above, he spotted her and swooped down, shouting, "Evely, come with me, everyone else, retreat." Evely, who was diligently using her healing magic, heard her master's voice and immediately obeyed. Hearing the goblin leader order a retreat, Goblin Slayer calmly said, "Wait, it's been a long time since I've seen a goblin as intelligent and strong as you." She took a few steps towards Lin Qian, speaking naturally, as if to a close friend. "Just let me take a closer look. Not only will I spare your lives, but I can also revive those who were stabbed." Her gaze swept over the bodies on the ground, then back to the goblin leader, as if bestowing a great favor. "You have no right to refuse my offer." Lin Qian, in his past life, had been naive and trusting, which led to him being captured and used as a test subject, ultimately dying a miserable death. Remembering his past naivety made him want to slap himself awake. He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you think I'd believe such nonsense?" The girl raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Huh, you don't believe me?" As if to prove her words, she began to remove her armor and equipment. Piece by piece, she took it off and tossed it to the ground. Then, she looked at him, smiling innocently, her eyes wide. "Now do you believe me?" Seeing her actually disarm herself didn't alleviate the weight in Lin Qian's heart. In fact, it felt even heavier. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her every move. "This girl looks innocent, but she's a ruthless killer. I can't let my guard down." She actually dared to disarm herself. What is she planning? Lin Qian ordered his dragon to land directly in front of her. The powerful gusts of wind generated by the dragon's wings swept past. The dragon's and Lin Qian's imposing presence radiated outwards. But even under this pressure, she remained unfazed, as if it were nothing to her. She simply watched as the goblin leader landed and dismounted. Lin Qian landed, took a few steps forward, removed his hood, revealing his true appearance, and said calmly, "If that's the case, then let's talk clearly." Seeing the true form of the renowned goblin leader, Goblin Slayer seemed surprised beyond her initial expectations. She crossed her arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. "So it's just a low-level goblin, truly beyond my expectations." Lin Qian scoffed, ignoring her meaningless words, and quickly got to the point. "I've shown you what you wanted to see. Didn't you say you would revive them?" She smiled, a metal spike suddenly appearing in her hand. She toyed with it, placing it on her tongue and licking it, her eyes fixed on him with intense interest. "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise, but you have to satisfy me." Suddenly, the spike flew straight towards him, piercing his shoulder. It happened so fast that Lin Qian was caught off guard. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late. Pain surged through his body, causing him to collapse to his knees. Meanwhile, she maintained an innocent facade, watching him writhe in pain, a playful smile on her lips. "I really enjoy hunting strong goblins and then killing them after playing with them. You may have the appearance of a low-level goblin, but you have the intelligence of a goblin king." She approached him, her eyes sparkling, her finger resting lightly on her lips, her gaze filled with excitement. "You really excite me." Facing this innocent act, "I'll pass," he thought, frowning, gritting his teeth to maintain his composure. "You're plotting against me, aren't you?" Hearing his words made her laugh. Lin Qian looked at the woman before him, his heart growing cold. The pain intensified, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "I was careless. I didn't expect her to use such underhanded tactics. I've fallen into her trap, caught by this madwoman." In this critical moment, with this seemingly innocent yet dangerous woman, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he noticed something. He turned to see his soldiers and evilly acting strangely. What the hell is going on? Why are they acting like they're being controlled? Realizing something was wrong, he shouted at them, "What are you doing turning your backs?" Before he could understand what was happening, the madwoman was right in front of him, still with that innocent look on her face. She crouched down, looking at him as he knelt on the ground, and said playfully, "They're under my control now. Can't you see what they're doing?" He scanned his surroundings. It was just as she said. Everyone had turned their backs, unmoving. Even Evely was within her control. Who is she? Her power is terrifying. In this desperate situation, his heart pounding with fear, he felt something heavy press down on his back, a breath on his neck, and a feminine voice whispering in his ear, "Be good, and I promise I won't kill you." It sounded like thunder in his ears. Lin Qian was already in pain and exhausted from her attacks, and now she was tormenting him mentally. But she wasn't done. "I also want to be with you. Let me see." Before he could fully process his fear, he was pushed to the ground, his head hitting the dirt with a thud. From his past life to his reincarnation in this one, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He was being held captive by this madwoman who maintained an innocent facade. Goblin Slayer looked at him with gentle, affectionate eyes, like a lover. In a soft voice, she asked, "What will you become?" Then, she giggled and gently placed a kiss on his lips, shocking him further. This woman was completely unpredictable. Is this really happening? He thought. In the dense forest undergrowth, Baron Boloa, worried about his savior, Goblin Slayer, bravely ventured back to observe the situation. He pushed through the dense foliage and finally returned to the battlefield. Hearing sounds, he knew he was in the right place. Pushing aside the bushes, he saw a scene he could never have imagined. Frozen in shock, he stumbled back, sitting heavily on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. Worried about being discovered, he quickly covered his mouth to stifle any sound. Goblin Slayer is a woman, but why is she with a goblin? In his stunned state, he didn't notice a goblin approaching him. He was startled, realizing, not good. I'm done for, his eyes filled with terror. This is it, it's over, a scream echoed through the forest. No. Goblin Slayer kept her promise. All the injured soldiers had been revived. They were busy cleaning up the battlefield and carrying the spoils of war back to their lair. Hurry up, the purple-haired goblin urged. There are so many spoils, not far away. Lin Che crossed his arms, looking at the girl, his voice full of menace. This is the goblin lair. If you continue to follow us, you'll have to face the consequences. She completely ignored his threat, smiling playfully at him, full of defiance. I told you, I want to see how strong you are. As for the consequences, it's better if you can handle them. Her terrifying power was not to be underestimated. But the feeling of being at someone else's mercy, like a piece of meat on a chopping block, made him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Shan's voice hardened, his eyes sharp like an eagle's as he looked at the girl. Who are you? What is that strange power? How can you control my limbs? Even I was controlled by you. She found his questions amusing, as if they were nothing significant. She looked at him, speaking casually, as if revealing a harmless secret. If I tell you everything, will you let me follow you? Seeing her demeanor, Lin Che remained cautious. Until he could confirm whether she was friend or foe, it was better to be careful. He walked past her, saying, It depends on what you tell me. Sensing his continued distrust, she calmly replied, I am the descendant of the Goblin King. As if struck by lightning, Lin Che immediately frowned, gritted his teeth, turned to look at her, and exclaimed, The descendant of the Goblin King. What? Lin Che's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he stared at the girl before him. You're the descendant of the Goblin King. But why do you look human? Lin Che looked at her silhouette. She stood silently, her head bowed, her hair obscuring her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she replied, Perhaps it's because my mother was human. Memories of her gentle mother and the circumstances of her birth suddenly flooded back. And I am the result of the Goblin King, the leader of the goblins, raping my mother. I lived and grew up under the captivity and torture of the goblins. Theoretically, the higher the level of goblin, the harder it is to reproduce. But I was able to survive and grow up healthy, and on that day, I held a sharp spear, slowly and deliberately wiping out the goblins, including my father. She recounted each word carefully. And over 10 years ago, I personally killed the Goblin King who wanted to rape me. Each stab was decisive, until he drew his last breath. Then, I slowly approached his body, devouring him raw, carving piece after piece of his flesh and consuming it. After eating him clean, I gained the power of the royal bloodline, able to control goblins. I slaughtered the entire underground city of the goblins. So, the power comes from the genes, and thanks to the flesh and blood of a king-class goblin. Lin Che frowned, his eyes darting around as he scrutinized her. You can control us because of the power of the royal bloodline. She laughed like a child, picking up a knife and looking at her reflection in it. She blew on it a few times, then looked at him, smiling. I added my blood to the forging of weapons. Once you're struck, you're marked with my genes. Suicide is impossible. You can't resist me. You'll naturally be under my control then. She picked up her helmet, her eyes narrowing as she looked at him affectionately, smiling innocently like a child. I became a goblin slayer because I hate goblins. And doing that and then killing strong goblins, that's a personal hobby. After hearing the story of her life, Lin Che saw her in a completely different light. He felt a sense of empathy, but also a sense of unease when she spoke of her special hobby. No wonder your personality is so twisted. I feel a little sorry for you. You were born to be the nemesis of goblins. If you became an enemy, it would be disadvantageous to me. It's better to build a good relationship than to have another enemy, especially since she can control other goblins. Too dangerous. Lin Che stepped forward, a friendly, handsome smile on his face, his eyes full of welcome. It seems we have something in common. If that's the case, then join me. Hearing this welcoming invitation, she was momentarily stunned. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. How interesting. I thought you were afraid of me and planned to use some tricks to control you. But it seems that's not necessary. It's been a long time since I've found someone who gets me. I thought he would be scared and run away after this, but instead, he was so friendly and welcoming. This will save me some trouble later, she thought. Lin Che, hearing her words and seeing her reaction, was speechless. What the hell is control? His eyes twitched, his face frozen. He had just praised her for being of royal blood, and now she was acting as crazy. She put on her helmet, her long legs striding forward, her voice changing back to the deep, masculine tone from before. All right, the situation in Bright Town is quite complicated now. I'll go back and be your eyes and ears. It's more interesting than staying here. Lin Che looked at her retreating figure, his expression unreadable, even indifferent. You're that kind. As she walked away, she turned her head slightly, smiling. Because you're my possession, naturally, I have to protect you first. Now that she had found something that suited her, she had to protect it, at least until she got bored. She couldn't let others harm it. What the hell? Why does that sound so strange? Is this a line from a cheesy romance novel? Did she get the wrong script? Lin Che was speechless again, looking at her with exasperation. Goodbye, then, he said, turning back to his cave. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of dripping water echoed throughout the cave. The system information had been updated. Lin Tin level 55 race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Title, God Insulter, can create gods, infect with blood of the king, God's blessing. HP, 1950, attack, 650 defense, 1450 skills, swordless style, keen senses, 18 forms, flashback, size alteration total, 2,200 stat points, plus 100 HP, sitting on a soft, fur-covered chair. He stroked his chin, looking at the stats. Not bad for a woman of royal blood. She gave me quite a few stat points. As he was enjoying his gains, a loud shout echoed through the cave. Cousin, you're not dead yet. What's all the noise? Lin Che frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. Down below, two of his prisoners were making a racket. Baron Boloa, tied up like a sausage, was screaming and laughing maniacally at Loa. Cousin. Look at you, you dog. You've disgraced the family. No wonder the Sword Saint didn't bother to come rescue you personally. Loa, sitting like a log, remained silent, but when he spoke, he hit where it hurt. He looked at his cousin with disdain in his eyes and said softly, You useless idiot. He gestured with his eyes towards a steaming pot in the distance. Look at that pot over there. You'll die before me. Baron Boloa followed his gaze, his eyes filled with suspicion. Before his suspicion could turn into worrying, he suddenly felt himself being lifted into the air. By the time he looked up, he saw a burly goblin carrying him like a chicken. His face turned pale, his body trembling violently, his legs kicking wildly in protest. He screamed in terror. What? What are you doing? Before him was a pot of boiling water, steam billowing out. Just a few more steps, and his skin would be smoother than a baby's bottom. He screamed, his voice cracking, trying to exploit the goblin's weaknesses. Don't kill me, I'm a nobleman. I can give you women, lots of women. Loa, relaxing against a rock, as if watching a show, suddenly spoke up. Stop, I want to speak to your leader. Hearing that he wanted to meet him, Lin Che found it interesting and approached, looking at him with amusement. This useless dog hasn't said a word in days, and now he's speaking. He looked at the two cousins, one about to be boiled alive and the other tied up like a dog. What an interesting reunion. Loa looked up, his face expressionless, his eyes dark and hollow. Release him. I can meet any of your demands. Hearing his beloved cousin say this, Baron Boloa felt as if he had seen an angel. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed. Cousin. Cousin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. I'm the dog. I'm the dog. Loa's image was instantly elevated to that of a golden statue in his heart. Seeing that a crying made Lin Chia tired. He walked up to Loa, looking down at him with a sneer, a prisoner daring to bargain with me? Do you think you're still the same as you were before? Loa raised his sharp gaze. Cut off one of his legs and release him. He'll bring news of my survival back to the family. They'll definitely send more people to rescue me, then you can devour more powerful people. Ideally, don't spare that bitch sword saint either. Baron Balor's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. He screamed internally, what the hell are you talking about? What kind of nonsense is that? His face contorted, looking at Loa in disbelief. What the hell, man? Where did your noble image from earlier go? Then, Loa seemed to go mad, staring at his hands and laughing hysterically, drool dripping from his mouth. They all deserve to die, deserve to die, deserve to die. I want to kill them, kill them, kill them. Lin Chia, hearing Loa's mad ravings, burst into laughter. He looking at him, it seems you're serious. I agree to your terms. He watched as Loa continued to laugh and rant, pulling at his hair and muttering, kill them all. Kill them all. The tribe mother, who had been watching from behind, frowned, her eyes filled with concern. Boss, isn't releasing the tiger back into the mountains going to expose our location? Lin Chia turned to her, knowing her worries for him and the tribe. He smiled and replied, don't worry. Don't you trust me? He had a plan and wasn't afraid of this wretch's tricks. Back in Bright Town, in a tavern, a shout echoed, it's over, they're done for. The bartender, wiping glasses as usual, looked up and asked, what's over? Don't get so excited. He looked at the night before him, tired. It's early in the morning. What's over? The bald knight frowned, his voice tense. I just saw Baron Balor. He lost a leg and was riding a horse towards the capital. This news caused an uproar in the tavern. Everyone started discussing it. What? How is that possible? Baron Balor and the others failed. A hooded figure, holding a glass of wine, seemed intrigued. They're all elites. Are they really done for? Is that true, or is it just rumors? The Grey Helm squad and the Blood Rage squad are all dead. Only he survived. Goblin Slayer entered the tavern, her sword on her back. She walked in with an air of authority, her tall figure backlit by the light. She said calmly, that's right. They're all dead. Only Baron Balor survived. She walked to an empty table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The bald knight, his face tense, rushed over and asked, Goblin Slayer, you were also in that battle? Goblin Slayer simply replied, yes. Then, she raised her hand, signaling to the bartender, a beer, please. The hooded figure approached, intrigued. What about those goblins? Goblin Slayer sat there, looking at her glass of beer as it was placed before her. She casually replied, hundreds of high-level goblins, including a mutant. I took care of them all. The bartender and the knight were stunned into silence, forgetting to breathe. Those goblins were notoriously hard to kill, and she had dealt with them so easily, it was a bit hard to take in. Then, a loud laugh echoed from behind, as expected of Goblin Slayer. Everyone in the tavern, after hearing Goblin Slayer's story, seemed to be energized, cheering and shouting. The bartender quickly smiled and said, your drinks are on the house today. The bald knight looked at Goblin Slayer with shining eyes, grinning from ear to ear. Incredible, around them, praises continued to ring out. As expected of the one called Goblin Slayer, heavens. So many high-level goblins, and even a mutant. No wonder Baron Balor and the others failed. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew into the tavern, carrying something with it, but it was too fast to see clearly. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Suddenly, the outside of the tavern turned cold, and thousands of bats flew in. 1, 2, hundreds of them, causing everyone to panic and take cover. Some people screamed, what flew in? After a few short minutes, the bats flew towards the ceiling. In their panic, everyone stayed where they were. Once the commotion died down, they slowly emerged from under the tables, holding their swords and staffs, looking up. There, the bald knight's eyes widened. The mage was sweating, gritting his teeth to avoid making any noise. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Goblin Slayer calmly took a sip of her beer, as if nothing had happened. She looked up at the hundreds of bats with their glowing red eyes. She smiled calmly. Cold-blooded mercenaries, huh? That's a rather unique entrance, one of the bats spoke, its voice seductive. Goblin Slayer, if you say there were hundreds of goblins, have you found their lair? Goblins are good at hiding. While everyone else in the tavern was silently watching the ceiling with caution and unease, Goblin Slayer remained seated, casually swirling her beer. I haven't found the lair yet. After killing them, we returned. I see, a voice cooed from above. A bat swooped down, stopping right in front of Goblin Slayer. It folded its wings, looking at her with a sly smile. You can rest assured. Leave the task of finding the lair to us. I hope you can cooperate with me. Goblin Slayer remained silent, gently standing up and pushing in her chair. As she walked out of the tavern, she said, I don't like acting at night, and I don't like working with others. Seeing her leave without considering his offer, the bat's red eyes shifted from seductive to serious. What a pity. It seems we'll have to take the reward for ourselves. In the dark of night, in the dense forest not far from Bright Town, the night sky, usually bright with stars, was covered by a thick blanket of bats. They flew towards the depths of the forest, following the scent of fresh blood to an area near a waterfall. The bats landed on the branches, hanging upside down. One of them surveyed the surroundings, then spoke to someone above. Captain, what do you think? This doesn't look like there's a large army here. Hanging from a branch, the captain replied, the smell of blood stops here. It must be in here, let's go. Yes, sir, the others replied in unison. The bats flew off again. Discovering a cave ahead, they flew inside, hundreds of them in a line. A guard, witnessing the sheer number of bats, was bewildered, scratching his head and muttering, Bats! Seeing the guard's confusion, a goblin scolded him, Don't be surprised. Concentrate, it's like you've never seen a bat before. Inside the damp cave, water dripped from the ceiling, echoing in the darkness. The bats flew around, surveying the cave from above. Below them were a few dozen goblins. There are only this many goblins. One of the bats questioned, and only one mutant. Did we come to the wrong place? This seems like a medium-sized tribe at best. The captain, however, looked on with a greedy, cunning glint in her eyes, a wide smile on her face. No mistake. This many high-level goblins, just as Goblin Slayer said, excellent. While they're still asleep, let's drain them dry. Seeing the buffet before her, she drooled, immediately ordering her sisters, attack. Suck them dry. They aimed for the goblins' necks, their sharp teeth bared. This time, we'll definitely capture them all. We'll get a good meal and the reward. As she was reveling in her excitement, a sudden attack from behind caught the captain off guard. Her body immediately went numb, losing all strength and balance, and she fell to the ground with a thud. A figure emerged from the shadows. The captain, recovering from the shock, looked up to see who had attacked her. What she saw made her freeze. A priest. In a goblin lair, the figure stepped out of the shadows, revealing a female priest with a staff in her hand. What the hell is going on here? The captain thought. Someone explain this to me. Why is there a priest in a goblin lair? Did we come to the wrong place? Before she could process the situation, flames erupted throughout the cave, illuminating every nook and cranny. This was a bat's weakness, being trapped in fire with no escape. The sleeping goblins were now wide awake, holding torches and weapons, surrounding them. We've been tricked. Realizing they were surrounded, the captain gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with rage. Damn it, we can't get out. Her subordinate, equally panicked, asked, Captain, what do we do now? Lyncher stepped forward, seeing the bats trapped in the center, a smirk on his face. You dare come here to suck my blood? Let's see what you are capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain quickly looked over, recognizing that this goblin's demeanor was different from the others. He must be the leader. She quickly flapped her wings, creating a whirlwind as she flew towards Lyncher and the goblins. This made them all stare in bewilderment. After a few seconds, thud, a figure emerged from the whirlwind, followed by numerous beautiful women. The beautiful captain looked at the goblins before her, her voice indifferent. We've been discovered. Then kill them all. They're just goblins, after all. As soon as she transformed, Lyncher activated his system to scan her. Lilith, level 61, race, vampire, occupation, nun, title, countess's consort, immortal body, curse of God, HP, 1900 attack, 500 defense, 500 skills, blood siphon, rainbow bloodlust, shadow form, infect equipment, exquisite light armor, total 2800. Holy crap. Is this for real? Lin Chia thought, seeing her stats. He frowned, his eyes wary as he looked at the woman before him. Her stats are incredibly high. Luckily, I received information from the system that the cold-blooded mercenaries would attack, so I was prepared. Lilith flew into the air, taking a whip from her waist and lashing it at the surrounding goblins, sending them flying like rag dolls. Her cold, seductive voice echoed through the cave. Let's see if the fire burns us first, or if you die first. Trying to use our weakness against fire to trap us, how naive. In our true form, we might be afraid, but now that we've transformed, you'll learn why roses have thorns. Lin Chia scoffed, his long hair obscuring his eyes, a smirk on his face. Is that so? Suddenly, from behind him, a choir of muscular, six-packed goblins began to sing the chorus. The power of the holy hymn manifested, forming a golden shield of light. The louder they sang, the stronger the shield became, radiating a powerful, illuminating aura that terrified the vampires. The light seared their skin, causing them to scream in agony, like being exposed to direct sunlight. The intense light pierced their flesh, causing burns. The captain covered her face, gritting her teeth against the pain. Damn it! How could lowly creatures like goblins use holy magic? The singing grew louder, the light intensifying, illuminating the entire cave and engulfing the vampires. Under this assault, the vampire army was burned, unable to escape, forced to their knees. With Lin Chia leading the charge and the choir pressing the attack, the outcome was clear. He stepped forward, saying, "Fighting won't benefit either of us. Why don't we sit down and talk?" A subordinate helped the captain to her feet. She looked at the goblin leader with disdain and a mocking smile. What the hell is he talking about? Talk. A lowly goblin dares to talk to us about negotiation. Lin Chia approached, kneeling on one knee, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he looked at the captain and her subordinates. I assume you came here for the reward, right? I just don't understand. Why would a species that lives on blood, like vampires, need money? Your race is so powerful, yet you still need money. Strange. Hearing the goblin's words, the captain felt helpless. Outsiders wouldn't understand their struggles. But in this awkward situation, she could only force a confident smile to avoid losing face as a member of a noble race. But since she had to explain, she said, "Do you think it's easy to deal with the Holy Church and the Sword Saint? If we hadn't signed a treaty not to suck human blood, who would bother earning money to buy blood? Oh, so that's how it is." I understand now, Lin Chia said, stroking his chin as he looked at the women before him, deep in thought. This opponent is strong. If I can recruit them, perhaps I can improve the quality of my entire tribe. After Lin Chia questioned her, the Countess explained the current situation of the group. His brows relaxed, understanding that their life wasn't easy. I understand, let's cooperate. The Countess was surprised, giving him a once-over. Under her gaze, Lin Chia quickly raised his hand, signaling to his underlings. I can provide you with blood. The 500 six-packed underlings, seeing their leader's signal, quickly raised their hands to their chests, chanting. The light of the chorus gradually faded and died out. The vampire group quickly stood up and gathered together. The subordinates rushed to assist the Countess. She scoffed at Lin Chia's words, "Just the blood of your kind. That's not enough for long-term use. I have a whole group of vampires to feed. How many barrels of blood do you have? Is that enough for my sisters to have a meal? Don't talk big." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chia's expression turned serious. His eyes widened, his brows brightened, and he smiled radiantly, his long fingers raised to increase credibility. He spoke with utmost sincerity and trustworthiness. There are records that the kidney is the master of essence, and for some bloodthirsty demons, it can replace human blood. With this serious and extremely sincere demeanor, he was sure to lure the chickens in. No, it was a mutually beneficial cooperation. The Countess and her companions were confused. What the hell is this idiot talking about? What is he saying? I don't understand anything at all. What language is he speaking? Can you use one that we can understand, please? The companions beside her were also confused, their minds spinning, unable to comprehend Lin Qian's words. They whispered to their leader, "Captain, what does he mean?" The companions and the captain exchanged confused glances. Lin Xie, seeing that the group of sisters didn't understand what he was saying, closed his eyes, feigning an air of profound mystery. He coughed a few times and began to explain. Legend has it that there is a kind of demon called a succubus. Very early on, they discovered that essence has this special effect. Since then, they have lived by absorbing essence. This kind of demon, in the modern world, in this era of global information connectivity, is simply known as a sex demon, or a succubus in legends. They are also known for their angelic faces and devilish figures. Besides their stunning looks, this race has a special characteristic. They don't need to plot or harm others, they just need to find a way to exploit. And they can receive a source of supplementary nutrition. With supply, there must be demand. It was all very logical. Currently, what the Countess's group needed, Lin Qian's Goblin tribe had in abundance. They just lacked partners to play with. If the two sides cooperated, this business venture couldn't be better. It was a mutually beneficial, symbiotic relationship. Lin Xie spread his arms, and his underlings all showed off their physiques, revealing their six-pack abs and bulging muscles, the very picture of athletic prowess. He said confidently, "We goblins lack everything except this, we never lack this. As long as we reach an agreement, I guarantee you won't have to worry about a lack of blood." The Countess's subordinates looked at each other, whispering among themselves. "It seems I've heard of this kind of existence, really. Could he be lying to us?" While everyone was half believing, half doubting, the Countess confidently approached Lin Xie, saying to her underlings, "Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we try." Her subordinates, seeing her determination, were worried. The safety of the entire group couldn't rely solely on the one-sided words of these deceitful goblins. They rushed to grab the Countess's clothes, calling out, "Captain." Her subordinate looked at her retreating figure with concern. "We are the Countess's women. The Countess is sealed. Shouldn't we wait for that day? Is it okay to do this?" Her voice became hesitant. If they really agreed to stay and play with the goblins, the group's blood shortage would be solved. But what about the Countess? The Countess turned, her beautiful red eyes filled with determination. In the past few hundred years, how many sisters have died? If this method really works, we can rest easy and wait, without suffering and taking risks. Because this is the simplest way, without losing too much. This symbiotic relationship meant, firstly, that her group could ensure their numbers and safety, without having to hunt for rewards. Secondly, their needs for food and sustenance would be met, and they could wait for the Countess. The Countess stood firm in her decision, approaching Lin Xie. "Just try, and we'll know if what you said is true or not. If not, these goblins will bear the consequences." After following Lin Qian's instructions, her body was covered in sweat. Her body hot, her face flushed. The surrounding air seemed to be trapped in late spring, early summer, making everyone feel both comfortable and unusually hot. The vampire subordinates, watching the two of them playing around, were so excited they covered their faces flushed red. Time passed, and the Countess began to feel a change. Her pupils constricted, her eyes widening in surprise. Then, she let out a soft laugh, her eyes narrowing in delight, her face flushed with excitement. "I can't believe it's actually true. It can replace fresh blood." As soon as she finished speaking, before Lin Xie could do anything else, he was pushed to the ground with a thud. The vampire sisters swarmed him, pressing him down, their voices overlapping. This is real. I want to try to." In that moment, overwhelmed by the group of female demons, no, beautiful women. Lin Xie was suffocated. He gasped, "Hey, don't rush. Calm down a little. Take it easy, one at a time." After escaping from the group of hungry vampires, Lin Xie was trembling, reaching out to the tribe mother. "Help me up." Lia quickly rushed over, supporting Lin Xie, letting him lean on her, laughing, "Boss, you've had a hard time." Lin Xie, leaning on her, his body weak, his face pale as if drained of all energy, said, "Those vampires are crazy from hunger." After the exercise, the Countess, stepping confidently in her heels, approached the two of them. "Goblin, I agree to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do?" She stroked her chin, looking at the Goblin leader, asking directly. If the other party met her conditions, and vice versa, the next step was to see what this Goblin needed from them. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Che looked around the cave, causing the Countess to follow his gaze. "This place is dark all year round, very suitable for you to hide in." He paused, leaning on his arm, looking up at the cave ceiling. "You just need to protect the cave and prevent others from invading." Lyre, seeing her husband like this, quickly embraced his shoulder with concern. The Countess, hearing his words, was surprised, understanding dawning on her. She smiled silently, her eyes closed. If those were the only conditions, providing food and shelter, and allowing them to exercise and improve their health, it was too good a deal for her group. She walked past him, her alluring figure swaying with each step, her hand gently stroking her chin, her eyes appraising him. "All right, I agree then." She skipped towards the cave entrance, humming a tune. Lin Che, hearing this, was speechless, questioning his life choices for a moment. Was it right or wrong to cooperate with her? At the entrance to Bright Town, torches burned brightly, illuminating the town. Since the mercenaries had entered the forest to eliminate the goblins, some time had passed without any news. In the town, rumors spread among the residents that the cold-blooded mercenaries had lost contact. The adventurers believed that the mission to eliminate the goblins had failed once again. In the dark of night, the tavern was bustling when suddenly a loud voice shouted, "You coward! You useless thing! I've disliked you for a long time." Then, an argument broke out. At a table, two men were fiercely debating. The man, gritting his teeth, his hands waving, his eyes filled with anger, glared at the hooded man. "You don't even dare to fight goblins, and you pretend to be a C-rank adventurer." The hooded man retorted angrily, "Don't use morality to bind me. I have no interest in helping you earn rewards. If you want to fight and earn rewards, go do it yourself. I have a lot of things to do. Who has time to hunt goblins?" Using a few empty words to make me go crazy. As they were arguing, creak, the wooden door opened, and a beam of light flooded into the tavern. Everyone's eyes turned towards the person entering. Before them stood a slender figure, as if stepping on moonlight, pure, immaculate, and ethereal. The strong smell of alcohol in the tavern made her frown, and she quickly covered her nose with a handkerchief. Her long legs carried her into the tavern. The man, seeing the person clearly, was stunned, his mouth agape. "Why is she here today?" he exclaimed, "Sword Saint." The hooded man also recognized the newcomer, quickly smiling and greeting her. "Sword Saint, you've recovered. That's great." After a few minutes of commotion, everyone was surprised by what they had heard. A person stepped out from the crowd, rushing to the Sword Saint. "Sword Saint, are you planning to go to Dragon Island alone to let us all join forces to deal with the goblins?" Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. The Sword Saint replied calmly, "That's right. Only then can we simultaneously eliminate the dragon race and the goblins." A person in the crowd felt uneasy, his eyes filled with complexity. "Now there are only us, ordinary people like this. Can we really do it?" The people around him also began to feel restless and uneasy. A person laughed, stepping out from the crowd, looking at the Sword Saint. "Isn't it just a matter of putting in some effort?" "Count me in." The Sword Saint looked at this person. It didn't matter who it was, as long as someone agreed with her plan. She didn't expect much anyway. A man with a cigar in his mouth, exhaling smoke, said with a smile, "I am willing to help the Sword Saint realize the ideal of protection. I will organize everyone to go into the forest to eliminate the goblins." This man was a member of the Diamond Rank Gunner Squad, named Allison. Recognizing the man, the Sword Saint simply glanced at him and said casually, "Very good. The task of dealing with the goblins is left to you. So someone is staying behind, now for the next step of the plan." She turned to the hooded man, her expression serious. "To reach Dragon Island, we can only go by boat. I heard you have the magic to control objects. Are you willing to escort me?" The hooded man, hearing her words, was surprised. He hadn't expected the Sword Saint to ask for his help. He smiled and bowed respectfully, his heart filled with joy. To be able to fight alongside the Sword Saint is my greatest honor. Under his hood, his eyes looked at her with cunning and calculation, his heart screaming with delight. After this is successful, I can definitely be promoted to a myth-rank adventurer. The scene shifted to Dragon Island. In the vast blue sky, black dragons circled a mysterious island, hidden beneath the clear waters. They surrounded the island, never taking their eyes off it, as if guarding something precious. Deep beneath the earth, in the abyss of a cave, the dragon mother cradled her beloved egg, lost in a sweet slumber. Suddenly, the ground and everything around it shook violently. Dust and smoke billowed, falling to the ground in waves. Sensing the tremors, the dragon mother jolted awake. She immediately placed the egg gently on the ground, shielding it with her body and wings. Her eyes narrowed as she looked up at the cave ceiling. "What's happening?" she roared, hearing the commotion. The dragon mother had awakened. Her subordinates quickly flew to the cave entrance to report the situation outside. Hearing everything, the dragon mother frowned, as if realizing something. Her beautiful brows relaxed, and she looked at her subordinates. "I understand. I didn't expect that woman to be able to stand up again. I clearly dealt a severe blow to her spirit before. Who knew she had a will of steel, harder than concrete?" Looking at her beloved child, the dragon mother gently stroked the eggshell, her voice filled with suppressed rage. And it had to be at this time. She lovingly embraced the egg, placing a gentle kiss on it, her eyes overflowing with boundless love. She gently placed the egg back on the ground, her gaze tender, a smile gracing her lips, her voice warm. "My child, remember this well. Your father is a very special goblin." After speaking, the dragon mother returned to her battle stance, her eyes sharper than ever, her entire being radiating a powerful aura, a deathly aura that swept through every corner. Her human form gradually shifted back to her primal dragon form, her eyes burning with fiery light, filled with rage. "That damned woman, it's time to make a decision." With that, a colossal black shadow shot out of the cave, soaring into the sky like a lightning bolt, tearing through the wind. Outside, the metallic stench of blood permeated the air. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of a sword, falling onto the ground. The forest was like a graveyard, littered with dragon corpses. A figure emerged from the dragon corpses, the Sword Saint clad in white, exuding elegance and carrying her sword, walking leisurely forward, as if strolling through a flower garden, a stark contrast to the death and destruction around her. After walking a short distance, she stopped, facing the dragon mother, who had descended from the sky, her colossal form shaking the ground. The wind howled, dust and rocks swirling around them. The dragon mother's red eyes glared at the Sword Saint, that madwoman. If she wasn't coming today, she'd choose today to destroy my home, and she even came alone. The wind whipped at the Sword Saint's white robes, but she remained unfazed by the dragon mother's imposing presence. She gripped her sword, her eyes filled with challenge, a smile playing on her lips. "Finally, you've shown yourself." The dragon mother, seeing the madwoman still acting arrogant, wanted to slap her. She tilted her head, sneering at her. "Oh, I didn't expect someone defeated by goblins to be able to crawl back up again. What's wrong? Do you still have the face to shamelessly cling to life?" Just seeing the Sword Saint's unhappy expression made her feel 10 times better. She taunted her, trying to break her spirit before assessing who was stronger. But she had to insult her first, as if hitting a sore spot. The Sword Saint's aura flared, burning fiercely. Her eyes narrowed dangerously, and she stepped towards the dragon mother. "How I live is not for you to decide, but you threatened my people. Your life will be mine to take. I hate you damned dragons. Let's see how long you can be arrogant." The two sides quickly clashed. The Sword Saint swung her sword behind her, drawing a bright arc, her eyes flashing with golden light, her sword aura raging. The dragon mother watched her every move, scoffing. She quickly opened her mouth, power gathering into a dark purple, demonic flame, dragon flame breath. Sword energy and dragon fire collided, creating two opposing forces, tearing at everything around them. The ground cracked, dust flew, and the wind howled, threatening to tear apart space itself. Behind a rock nearby, a hooded figure hid, seeking safety from the earth-shattering battle. The hooded man, observing the fight between the Sword Saint and the Dragon Mother, was terrified by the Dragon Mother's size. He gritted his teeth, cowering in a corner, not daring to show himself. That dragon is too big, too big. If I'm discovered, I won't even be enough to fill a dragon's tooth gap. He could only observe from here, unable to help, but still cheering them on in his heart. While hiding, he didn't notice the Dragon Mother's tail about to sweep down. Just as danger was imminent, someone suddenly grabbed him, making him freeze. Too scared to make a sound, things happened quickly. The Sword Saint, with her agility, quickly grabbed the hooded man by the collar, lifting him into the air, dodging the Dragon Mother's attack. If she had been a second slower, he would have been crushed to dust. Realizing her enemy was behind her, the Dragon Mother quickly turned, shifting her target. The Sword Saint released the hooded man, landing lightly. The hooded man, due to inertia, collapsed to the ground like a sack of rice. Noticing the Dragon Mother's attention was now on her, the Sword Saint frowned, angrily shouting, "Get out of here! Don't get in the way!" The hooded man, still dazed on the ground, looked up blankly at the Sword Saint. Not giving the Sword Saint time to recover, the Dragon Mother's red eyes turned to the sky, her mouth opening wide, letting out a deafening roar that shook the surroundings. In the next second, magic circles appeared, followed by sharp stalactites raining down like arrows towards the Sword Saint and the hooded man. Giant stalactites rained down like a flood. The Sword Saint, wielding her sword, charged straight into the rain of stone, cutting a path through the falling rocks, fearless and unstoppable. Meanwhile, the hooded man, still dazed, lay frozen on the ground, unable to move. Stalactites fell around him, causing him to tremble, cowering and screaming in terror. "Oh, motherfucker!" The Sword Saint, dodging the rain of stone, her small figure agile, used the falling stalactites to leap upwards, closing the distance between her and the Dragon Mother. Ignoring the magic circles constantly releasing giant stalactites, the Dragon Mother, realizing the situation was dire, opened her mouth and roared. Before the Dragon Mother could unleash another attack, the Sword Saint, wielding her sword with both hands, leapt up, channeling all her power into the blade. The sword radiated a blinding light, aimed directly at the Dragon Mother's head. Super sword skill. In this critical situation, the Dragon Mother couldn't defend in time. She felt deep cuts tearing through her flesh, waves of pain surging through her, making her roar in agony. The Sword Saint, holding her sword, stood poised, her eyes filled with relentless pursuit, slashing down with each strike. Each sword stroke tore through the Dragon Mother's thick hide, making her roar in pain, her screams echoing across Dragon Island, reaching the heavens. Far away, in the cave, the eggshell cracked open. A small dragon crawled out, looking towards the distant screams. In its eagerness, it cried out, its voice still immature, its wings flapping weakly, trying to fly. Blood dripped onto the ground, drip, drip, drip. The Sword Saint stood lightly on a rocky outcrop, looking down at the Dragon Mother kneeling on the ground, clutching her eyes, the searing pain making her grit her teeth. The Sword Saint said indifferently, almost, "I was aiming for your forehead, but unfortunately, I missed and only hit your eye." The Dragon Mother stood up, wielding her sword, glaring at the Sword Saint with hatred. "You mad woman, today, I'll fight you to the death." Just as the two were about to clash again, the little dragon shot towards them. Sensing another presence approaching, the Sword Saint paused, observing the situation from afar. The Dragon Mother also saw who was coming. The little dragon flew over, shouting, "Don't hurt my mother." The little dragon craned its neck and roared at the sky, then plummeted to the ground, its small body crashing onto the hard earth, causing it pain. The Dragon Mother, witnessing her newborn child fall, was horrified. "My child," she cried, taking a few steps towards him. The Sword Saint, witnessing everything, remained aloof and arrogant, her sword in hand, slowly approaching the Dragon Mother. The critical situation before her made it impossible for the Dragon Mother to protect her child. In that brief moment, she could only helplessly watch her child and cry out, "Run, my child. Run to the place your memories guide you, only there will you be safe." As soon as she finished speaking, a bone-chilling coldness surged from behind. The sword saint had arrived, raising her sword high and bringing it down. The little dragon witnessed everything, his eyes welling up with tears, crying out, "Mother!" A swift, clean strike, crimson peach blossoms bloomed everywhere, the metallic scent of blood filling the air. The sword stroke cleanly severed the dragon mother's head from her body. That cruel woman before him had swung her sword and killed his mother. It was all etched into his mind. Tears streamed down his face, his heart aching, suffocating, making it hard to breathe, his throat hoarse. He cried out, "Mother!" Realizing the vast difference in strength between himself and the cruel woman, the little dragon could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded before his eyes. A sense of powerlessness and humiliation washed over him. In that moment, he could only obey his mother's last words, closing his eyes as tears streamed down his face, flapping his wings and flying away. The sword saint, having killed the dragon mother, simply stood there, watching the little dragon's retreating figure. The hooded man, seeing that victory was assured, rushed out, running towards the sword saint, then looking at the dragon mother's body on the ground, laughing triumphantly. He looked towards the little dragon, a sinister smile on his face, and began to cast a spell. A stream of blue light immediately appeared on his body, gathering in his palm. He aimed at the fleeing dragon, shouting, "Sword saint, leave this kid to me. I'll take care of it." Then, a barrage of attacks rained down. Realizing he was under attack from behind, the little dragon quickly sensed the danger and dodged, then turned to retaliate, opening his mouth and unleashing flames towards the hooded man. The hooded man hadn't expected the little dragon to fight back, and he froze, stunned by the attack. By the time he felt his skin burning, his eyes widening, his jaw clenched, he reacted, but it was too late. The skin on his face was scorched, making him clutch his face and scream, collapsing to the ground, rolling around in agony. The sword saint stood beside him, indifferent, as if watching a clown. She looked down at his struggling figure, sneering. "If you don't have the strength, don't act tough. You can't even handle a kid, and you even got counterattacked and injured. Useless. You're only good as a tool for me to use. You should be grateful for that." After a while, the pain subsided. The hooded man painfully took out a vial from his waist, quickly opening it and pouring the liquid onto the wound on his face. His face was covered in scorched flesh, red and black intertwined. The hooded man, enraged, his eyes bloodshot, veins like spiderwebs spreading across his pupils, his face contorted, roared, "Damn it! Where is that black lizard? I'll definitely stew it into soup." He couldn't believe a small lizard had put him in such a state. If he caught that little lizard, he would chop it into pieces. Just as he was raging, a cold voice echoed, "It's gone." Thinking of how the little dragon hadn't harmed her people, she spared its life. The sword saint ignored the hooded man's screams and complaints, not even bothering to look at his injuries, leaving him to writhe in pain. The sword saint strode away. "I have to go. It's still not too late to provide reinforcements. I must personally eliminate those goblins destroying Bright Town." As she walked, thinking of those goblins, she felt annoyed, her steps quickening. As they left, the dragon mother's body gradually lost its warmth, unable to maintain its half-human, half-dragon form. The energy in her body dissipated, and her body reverted to its original dragon form. After seeing the enemies leave, the little dragon flew back to the dragon mother's body, sobbing, crying out, "Mother! Mother!" The dragon mother lay there, unable to respond to her child. In a short time, he had experienced unbearable grief. The little dragon tried to lift the dragon mother's body, but due to the size difference, he was helpless. Despite gritting his teeth and straining with all his might, he couldn't move her an inch. The little dragon, struggling, said, "I'll take you home, Mother. There must be a way to save you, but I can't move you." Before long, his small body collapsed to the ground. Despite his best efforts, all his attempts were in vain. In despair, he could only lie there, panting, thinking about how to bring the dragon mother back to the lair. After a few seconds of thought, he made a desperate decision. He knew this might be wrong, but the current situation left him no choice. "Forgive me, Mother. I have to devour you to gain the strength to take you home." Not long after, his body, once a small dragon, transformed into a colossal, powerful dragon. now matching his mother's size. The little dragon, now huge, roared at the sky, shaking everything around him. Feeling the power surging through his body, he spread his wings, embracing his mother's head and flying straight into the sky, flying through thousands of forests and mountains, heading towards the place his mother's memories had shown him. He finally reached it, the dragon lair, a place filled with magma veins, surrounded by smoke and dust. Seeing his destination, the little dragon immediately landed, carrying his mother's head, his heart burning with anxiety. As soon as he landed, he frantically searched around, checking if there was anyone else here, if there was anyone who could revive his mother. His eyes were filled with hope and longing, searching everywhere, ignoring his fear and trepidation at being here for the first time. He only hoped for one thing, to revive his mother. Just then, a dark shadow descended from the sky, catching him off guard. Before he could react, the shadow slammed into him, burying him under the earth, making him unable to breathe. The dragon, who had attacked him, stood on top of him, baring his fangs, laughing sinisterly. He didn't care about anything, didn't care who he was. The attack was too sudden, and the dragon mother's head slipped from his grasp, falling a few meters away. The black dragon pressed down on him, using his claws to pin his head to the ground, not giving him a chance to resist. Then, he looked towards the Dragon King and reported, "Dragon King, we've captured an intruder." Meanwhile, the little dragon looked anxiously at the dragon mother's head, crying out, "Mother! Mother!" The Dragon King finally appeared, his golden pupils widening, his gaze falling upon the scene. The Dragon King of the colossal dragon lair, the red flame Dragon King, appeared in his colossal form, his horns towering, his face fierce and majestic, befitting a ruler. He noticed something on the ground. Is that Philbus's head? He approached the little dragon, his golden eyes filled with majesty, asking, "Who are you?" He found this little dragon very strange, never having seen anyone like him in the clan before. The little dragon, seeing him, wasn't afraid, only concerned about his mother. Seeing himself helpless against the enemy, he now hoped that someone from his clan could save his mother. This place was his only hope, but now he was in this situation. "This is my mother's head. I came here following the inherited memories, asking you to save my mother." Hearing the little dragon's words, everyone understood. They began to discuss among themselves. Such sharp cuts, and it carries the aura of the divine, no mistake, it was done by that woman. The Dragon King's expression turned impatient when the dragon mother was mentioned. What a pity. Philbus was supposed to inherit the crystal power of the former Dragon King, who told her to insist on going out into the human world. The Dragon King seemed to understand everything that had happened. He approached the little dragon, sniffing his scent. The little dragon, confused, watched his actions. The Dragon King stepped back, signaling his subordinates to retreat. He looked at the little dragon with curiosity. You are indeed her child, but you are not pure-blood dragon race." "Who is your father?" The little dragon, now free, slowly stood up, stretching his limbs. Hearing the question about his father, he recalled his mother's words. "I never met my father, but mother said, my father is a goblin." Hearing this, everyone was thunderstruck. What? Did I hear wrong? They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces frozen in shock. A goblin? What the hell? Did I hear wrong? The dragon, who had attacked him earlier, hearing goblin, was enraged and kicked him again, sending him sprawling to the ground. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury, roaring, "A goblin's son! What a disgrace to the dragon race! Dragon King, let me eat this hybrid." The Dragon King, hearing and seeing the fury in his subordinate's eyes, didn't stop him, remaining silent, as if pondering something. "Wait, this child is indeed the dragon mother's son, of the Dragon King's bloodline. If we kill him now, this little one, after all, is also the grandson of the former Dragon King. But the former Dragon King is dead now. The entire dragon race only has this crystal bloodline left. But he is, after all, the son of a human. If he wants to stay here, he must pass a test." He knew that if he just accepted him, his subordinates would not be convinced, and they might cause trouble for the little dragon later. Seeing the little dragon's resilience and fearlessness, he felt his decision was the best course of action at this time. It was also for the little dragon's own good he spoke. looking at the little dragon. "Little one, if you want to save your mother, then you must survive first. The condition is to defeat the dragon beside you." Hearing his words, the little dragon was still dazed, as if not yet understanding what he had said, until a sinister laugh echoed above him. "Thank you, Dragon King. Finally, I have some fun." The little dragon looked up warily at the dragon above him, his jaw clenched. This dragon's expression was sinister, and facing such a powerful opponent, he felt immense pressure. He saw the dragon open his mouth and charge towards him. Everything was etched into the little dragon's mind at that moment. In a flash, the large dragon used its skill to swallow the young dragon whole. He smirked smugly at his two companions behind him. Everything happened so quickly. So, the son of a goblin and a dragon mother is dead. Suddenly, the dragon who had swallowed the young dragon grimaced in discomfort. He gritted his teeth, struggling as if trying to hold back the food he had just consumed. A long blast of fire erupted from his mouth. He looked pained, his mouth torn open, his eyes bloodshot. He screamed in agony to his companions. "Oh, it hurts. This guy is gnawing at my insides. Help, help me." The other two dragons, seeing this, wanted to help, but they couldn't, due to the Dragon King's previous order. The purple dragon said, "This is the king's decision. You must overcome this yourself. We cannot help." Just as he finished speaking, the young dragon burst out from the other dragon's stomach at breakneck speed, leaving behind only the corpse of the arrogant dragon with a gaping hole. The young dragon, having escaped, was overjoyed. He flew around, shouting, "I survived, I won, I can save mother now." He then landed, slowly approaching the Dragon King. The Dragon King remained calm, saying, "From now on, you will be a member of the dragon lair. You will be called Nidhogg." The young dragon, having just devoured the flesh of the larger dragon, had a new appearance. He was overjoyed to hear the Dragon King's words. "Great. So, how will you revive my mother?" Hearing this, the Dragon King turned his head and said, "Bring Filbus's head to the world tree." Nidhogg listened attentively. The Dragon King continued, "Graft the head and the roots of the world tree to create a wooden dragon. This is the only way to revive your mother." Cut to Linchia, who was in his system space, reading the new notifications. Summary: you have utilized the terrain advantage of the cave, setting traps and defenses. With the help of the elves and vampires, you have successively repelled the invasions of adventurers. However, due to this, you have lost many subordinates, but in the end, you achieved a resounding victory. Score: 81/100. Reward: life points by 80. Life simulation ended. Time progression: 1 day. After reading, Lin Xie pondered. To deal with hundreds of adventurers, I was well prepared. Now I just need to speed up the progress to the day of glorious success. The system panel displayed a notification. Do you want to skip to the defense progress? Lin Xie pressed yes. The opening scene after skipping showed the frenzied goblin and his companions lying on a pile of loot, shouting, "Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty!" Lin Xie, sitting on his throne, stroked his chin, saying to himself, "Many high-level goblins have died. Hundreds of corpses are enough for the remaining high-level goblins to quickly evolve into hero class, enhancing overall combat power." The system continued to notify. After eating more than 100 corpses, the goblins have finally reached level 50, completing evolution. Evolution: Gluttonous Goblin. Total power increased to 1100. Special skill: Gluttonous Meat Shield, meaning the more you eat, the higher your HP. Evolution: Great Hammer Goblin. Total power increased from 900 to 1000. Special skill: Great Hammer Fury. Evolution: Shadow Goblin. Total power increased to 1200. Special skill: Raise a Hand. Lin Xie left his throne, slowly walking, pondering. The reason goblins are hated is that we must eat flesh to level up. Unlike humans who can level up just by killing enemies, whether they are of the same species or a different one. Meanwhile, Loa was still tied up, having witnessed the entire slaughter process of Lin Xian's tribe, terrified and panicked. Suddenly, someone's hand touched his shoulder, accompanied by a voice. "I didn't expect you to be so resourceful." It was the Countess. She licked her hand, continuing, "It's been a long time since I've been so satisfied, sucking human blood." Then she approached him, saying, "To repay you, I will have someone help you investigate the Sword Saint." Lin Che, hearing Sword Saint, was curious, but he remained aloof, saying, "Oh, tell me." The Countess happily recalled and replied, "I heard that after learning that hundreds of adventurers didn't survive, she rode a flesh-eating horse and left Bright Town, planning to summon the legendary hunting squad to deal with you." Then, she seriously reminded him, "You must be careful. They were once the Sword Saint's comrades." Lin Che grasped the key point, left the town. "Isn't that a good opportunity? I can finally go outside and breathe." After the time skip, Lin Che thought the Sword Saint would keep attacking him until she succeeded. Who knew she would seek outside help when things got too tough? The Countess, seeing Lin Che still so calm, was surprised, asking, "You don't seem afraid at all, you can even smile." Before their conversation could continue, a Goblin subordinate rushed in, urgently reporting, Boss, trouble." Lin Che and the Countess exchanged glances. The subordinate, catching his breath, quickly said, "Not far from here, a Goblin squad from another tribe is approaching our cave." Lin Che asked seriously, "Are they targeting us?" The Countess was also surprised. "What? Are you serious?" Lin Che pondered. "There are no other Goblin tribes within 100 miles. Could it be the previous owners of this cave?" As he finished speaking, the camera shifted outside. This new Goblin group looked weak at first glance. They were climbing the cliff one by one. Lin Che, Goblin San, and Goblin Mun were waiting for them. The Goblins reached the stream, with a large one leading the way. It seemed that only their leader was a hero-class Goblin. The leader urged his companions, "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" His stats were displayed by Lin Cheon's system. Goblin Beast, level 50 race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Title, Hybrid Beast King, blessed by the gods, hero race, HP, 750, attack, 240 defense, 230 skills, Beast Tiger Bloodline Bite, equipment, Bone Club and Leather Armor, total power, 800. Lin Che assessed, "This squad leader is a hero class I've never seen before. His strength is quite good." He furrowed his brow, curious. What kind of tribe is this, where even a rare hero class is just a squad leader? Lin Che seriously told his two subordinates beside him, "Prepare. We must capture this squad alive. It's very likely a special forces squad from a large tribe." Goblin Mun and Goblin San were excited. Goblin Mun licked his weapon before the battle, replying, "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us." The Goblin group had now reached the middle of the river. Having the beast bloodline was indeed different. The squad leader smelled the faint scent of blood around him. "Why is there a faint smell of blood here? The other goblins didn't smell anything." One of them replied, confused, "Captain, I don't smell anything." Soon, they reached the waterfall. Just passing through it would lead them into Lin Cheon's tribe's lair. The leader continued, "There's probably food that got in the cave. Prepare to eat." He. The other goblins were excited, rushing inside to grab the good stuff. Lin Cheon's guess was correct. This was indeed the lair that these goblins had previously owned. Suddenly, a red streak of light flashed down at incredible speed. It was Goblin Mun, charging forward with a short knife, swiftly slicing through the Goblin Beast. The speed was so fast that by the time the Goblin Beast realized it, Goblin Mun had already acted and maintained a distance. He immediately went into battle stance, loudly ordering everyone, enemies, prepare for battle. The low-level goblins were also very loyal. They went into battle stance, shouting, "Leader, we will protect you." Before they could wait any longer, a goblin arm emerged from the water. It was the frenzied goblin's arm. He rushed out, grabbing the underlings and attacking them fiercely. The goblins who had just boldly declared they would protect their leader had now abandoned ship and run for their lives, screaming, "Oh, it's a mutant goblin! Run, run!" The Goblin Beast was furious. He thought his trap had yielded results, but he had only caught strong opponents. The underlings were attacked again. This time, it was Goblin Son's Earthspike skill, impaling them one by one from the ground, leaving only the bewildered Goblin Beast. A low-level goblin was trying to escape. He ran, cursing, "Damn it, the lair has been taken. I must report this to the Lord." Lin Che, noticing this, drew his divine crossbow and shot at the fleeing goblin. The arrow pierced the goblin's forehead, making him collapse before the leader. The last of the underlings to fall, Lin Che slowly put away his crossbow. Beside him, the frenzied goblin was biting the head of a goblin. Everything happened so fast. The goblin beast had many questions, but didn't know who to ask. He trembled, sweating profusely, saying, "Damn it. Aren't you just a bunch of low-level goblins, a bunch of cowards?" Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. Lin Che and the frenzied goblin clearly saw the process of his struggle before he fainted. The system panel appeared, stating the reason for his fainting: Goblin Beast, level 50 status, poisoned by Earth Goblin. Lin Che was serious, staring down at the Goblin Beast, calculating his next steps. In the blink of an eye, the Goblin Beast was tied up with chains, ready to receive special treatment from our protagonist. But it seemed he wasn't cooperating very well. He struggled and shouted, get away from me, you trash. How dare you question me? I'll eat you right now." Lin Che, witnessing his struggles, had a headache. He raised his hand, stroking his flowing hair, saying, "It seems you need a little beating from society to smarten up. This time, you're done for, kid." Hearing the words beating, the Goblin Beast paused for a moment, shouting defiantly at Lin Che, "Beating? What beating? You dare?" There was a reason for his bravado. He thought to himself, "I am a man like a wild beast. How could I be afraid?" A minute later, blood-curdling screams and the sight of torture devices covered in blood filled the scene. The once strong beastman was no longer as bold as before. His body was exhausted, covered in countless wounds that were constantly bleeding. He struggled to speak. I was wrong. I'll answer anything. I can't take it anymore." Lin Che, seeing that the Goblin Beast had smartened up, stopped. He slowly turned around, walking away while wiping the blood from his hands. Then, he turned back, smiling as if nothing had happened. "That's more like it. Now, tell me, which tribe do you belong to? Where is your tribe? Why did you come here?" The Goblin Beast, terrified, hugged his head, revealing everything. "I belong to the Beast King tribe in the Demon Forest to the west. This place used to be my leader's lair. He told me to come back and get something. I didn't expect to encounter you." Lin Che listened attentively, his subordinate beside him, ready to use the tools on the beastman at any moment. Lin Che continued to ask, "What level is the leader of your tribe?" The Goblin Beast continued to cry and confess, "Our leader is currently a Goblin Lord, but he's about to evolve into an Overlord." Hearing this, Lin Che was startled. Since transmigrating into a goblin, he had never encountered a Goblin Lord. And now, this one was about to level up. The Goblin Beast, seeing Lin Che standing still, was terrified and continued to confess without being asked, "Oh, right? The thing we came to get is a treasure, very important to the Lord. If you don't believe me, you can look for it." At this, Lin Che looked up at him, asking, "What did you say, a treasure?" Soon after, his subordinates found the item the Goblin Beast had mentioned. As soon as Lin Che opened the box, a mystical green smoke wafted out. Knowing the viewers were curious, the system displayed information about the item: Abyssal Artifact, Level B, a ring created by the leader of the Ghoul tribe. When activated, it can seal the opponent's soul inside the ring. Based on the strength of the soul obtained, there will be a corresponding increase in power. Specifically, it requires collecting the blood of the target to activate. Lin Che, seeing the good stuff, immediately put it on. He excitedly said, "I didn't expect such a treasure." The Goblin Beast, at this moment, smiled kindly, hoping Lin Che would spare his life. "I've said everything I need to say. You've already taken the item. Can you let me go now?" Lin Che replied, "Of course." He said of course, but his hands did otherwise. He used the hand wearing the ring to grab the Goblin Beast's hand, then used his fingernail to make a cut, letting the blood flow down and using the ring to catch it. The Goblin Beast, seeing this, was confused, asking, "What are you doing?" Lin Che then revealed a sinister expression, saying, "I will release your soul." With the target's blood, the ring performed its duty. Lin Che sat down, slowly testing the new item, looking like a death god claiming lives. From the ring, a stream of green spiritual energy in the shape of a hand flew out, pouncing on the goblin beast. He retreated in fear. The goblin beast, at this moment, regretted everything, but it was too late. He watched as the demonic hand gradually approached his head, screaming, "No, no!" In the blink of an eye, the green spiritual energy enveloped the goblin beast, slowly dragging his soul out of his body and merging it into the ring on Lin Chon's hand. As the goblin beast's body fell, Lin Che gained power. His body was enveloped in the green aura, which slowly merged into him. The system sent a notification. Total power increased by 200. Finally finished testing the new toy, he said excitedly. Although it only increased by 200, if it's a stronger soul, it will be different. Then, he looks down at the beastman's corpse, thinking, this Beast King tribe has a total power comparable to a human city. Since the item has fallen into my hands, they will definitely take action. Perhaps I can use them to deal with the human's pursuit. He raised his hand, stroking his chin, calculating his next move, not noticing Goblin Slayer approaching. Let me think about how to use this. Goblin Slayer arrived, asking, is this a goblin from the Beast King tribe? Hearing this, Lin Che turned around, asking, oh. You know, the female Goblin Slayer replied, of course. Then, she looked down at the corpse seriously, continuing, you can't touch them. Hearing this, Lin Che frowned at her. He was planning to make a big move, but what did she mean by that? Goblin Slayer began to explain, the Beast King tribe is a subordinate of the Great Tomb. Even the Lion Empire doesn't have the qualifications to confront them. Even I don't dare touch them. Goblin Slayer sat down, carefully examining the goblin beast's corpse, then continued, and you even killed him. Lin Che, hearing this, felt a bit scared. Even a Goblin Slayer wouldn't dare touch this tribe, so how could he stand a chance? He asked Goblin Slayer, so, what is this Great Tomb? It sounds scary. Goblin Slayer turned to him, continuing to explain, the Great Tomb is the overlord of the demon forest, spanning thousands of miles to the west. Inside, there is at least one level 12 demon, a world-class existence. At this point, Goblin Slayer slowly stood up. Lin Che, bewildered, stroked his chin, asking, level 12. Then, he was stunned, realizing the danger he was facing. Suddenly, he jumped, as if realizing something, exclaiming, all right. Then, he stroked the ring on his hand, releasing the green aura, which flowed back into the goblin beast. Goblin Slayer, seeing his strange actions, asked, confused, what? What are you doing? He calmly replied, I need your help. Use blood to control him. Order him to return to the Beast King tribe and report the truth about the abyssal artifact being stolen. At this point, the goblin beast's soul had been returned to his body by Lin Che. He continued, looking at Goblin Slayer. But the one who stole the abyssal artifact is not us, but the royal nobles of the Lion Empire. Goblin Slayer was surprised, sweating, asking Lin Che again to be sure, are you talking about the Stenman and Pheromone families? The goblin beast was now revived, but controlled by Goblin Slayer. Lin Che looked down, his voice firm, that's right. Then, he remembered, thinking to himself, previously, I intentionally released Baron Boloa to set up an ambush, using Loa as bait to eliminate them and gain more experience. Lin Che, at this moment, was very confident in his plan. He furrowed his brow, smirking with delight, continuing, let the snipe and clam grapple, and the fisherman will benefit. The scene shifted to a vast kingdom. It was clear that the people living here were not ordinary. This was the capital of the Lion King. Inside the kingdom's main hall, it was bustling with activity. As soon as one entered, they could hear someone shouting, you useless piece of trash. Damn you, get out. You've dragged the family's honor through the mud. It turned out to be Baron Bala's father, scolding him. Baron Baloa was kneeling in the middle of the room, trying to explain himself. Father, listen to my explanation. Seeing his father silent, he cried out, recounting everything he had witnessed. Those goblins are not only strong, but they also possess high intelligence. We are no match for them. Even the Grey Helm squad is all dead. Oh, right. Cousin Loa is still alive. Baron Bala's father, hearing this, became even more furious. He gritted his teeth, wanting to slap his incompetent son to vent his anger. He was Count Pheromone, Baron Balor's biological father. At this moment, he didn't want to hear any more of his useless words. To think that the descendants of a powerful family were defeated by filthy goblins. How pathetic! He slammed his hand down, stopping Baron Balor's babbling. Then, unable to contain himself, he stood up, pointing directly at Baron Balor. How dare you speak? The two heirs of Tefamela's lost to goblins. Now everyone outside is mocking us. Are you proud of yourself? Baron Balor was still in shock, his father's words not registering. Hearing his father's scolding made him even more panicked, and he unconsciously wet himself. The people around him covered their noses, looking at the idiot before them with disdain. Baron Balor continued to cry, "Father, father, I'm sorry." In his mind, all he could see was the image of Goblin Lin Chia, the scenes of Lin Chia killing people without remorse haunting him. He cried, tears streaming down his face, mixing with the yellow liquid on the floor, looking utterly disgusting. He kept moaning, "Scary, so scary, that goblin is so scary, so scary." Seeing the mess before him made his father's eyes bulge with rage. Losing to goblins is shameful enough. Now you're urinating in the middle of the room. Do I have any face left, you brat? He roared. You, drag him out. Just as Pheromon, Baron Balor's father, finished speaking, someone's footsteps could be heard from outside. Before the person could be seen, his voice was heard. "Pheromon, don't be so angry." Pheromon was a middle-aged man, looking quite aristocratic. He continued, "Don't be so angry." Behind him was a maid. He walked to the middle, stopping beside Baron Balor. Then, leaning on his cane, he looked down at Baron Balor, saying, "Count Pheromon, I came here to cooperate with you, to wash away the shame of your family." Pheromon calmed down at this. Hearing the other person's words, Pheromon still didn't understand, asking, "What do you mean? Don't you know that the king has ordered that nobles from Viscount rank and above must have their troops ready at all times, and cannot be deployed arbitrarily?" Pheromon looked directly at the newly arrived man, continuing, "Moreover, the king has already sent a letter to the Sword Saint. What else do we need to do?" This person seemed displeased by these words. He frowned at Pheromon, his expression cunning. Then, he stroked his mustache and chuckled, "Your vision is still too limited." With that, he stood up straight, speaking his intentions clearly. "If everything is left to the Sword Saint to resolve, the king will think that our Tefamelers are incompetent and useless. Do you want that?" Hearing this, Pheromon was somewhat swayed, but he knew the person in front of him better than anyone, so he simply clicked his tongue without responding immediately. This person continued, lowering his voice, emphasizing his words to increase their credibility. "To get the king's approval, just have your son report the situation about the goblins to the king. At that time, each of us will mobilize 1,000 troops. Even a goblin overlord will be annihilated." Suddenly, the room fell silent. The people present whispered among themselves about what the other person had just said. Pheromon sighed wearily. Although he knew the person in front of him had his own agenda, the most important thing was to avenge his family and those who had been killed by the goblins. Count Pheromon slowly stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at his useless son, speaking seriously. "All right, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Let this useless thing come with me to meet the king." A few days later, at the waterfall where Lin Chion's tribe resided, the scenery outside was picturesque and peaceful, but inside, it was the complete opposite. Loud banging sounds echoed, so loud that the goblins had to cover their ears in fear. It turned out that Loa was being used as target practice. On his head was an apple with a hole shot through it. He still had that crazed look on his face, looking up and saying, "Hit it." It turned out that Lin Chia had acquired a new toy. He held a pistol in his hand, smiling with satisfaction at his handiwork. Loa, on the other hand, was trembling, muttering, "Monster, monster." After testing it, Lin Chia examined the pistol, exclaiming, "I didn't expect this self-made pistol to work so well. It's just a bit wasteful on gunpowder." The tribe mother's daughter, Kasana, seeing his talent, couldn't help but be amazed, looking at the pistol and exclaiming, "Leader, you're so amazing. I want to shoot too." Then she took the opportunity to hug him tightly, whining, "Teach me, teach me." Lin Chia, suddenly feeling a woman's breasts pressed against him, was somewhat aroused. He closed his eyes, enjoying the sensation and the gift before him, replying to Kasana, all right, I'll teach you." Just as he was about to teach the elf to hold a gun, a subordinate's voice called out from afar, "Boss, boss," it was Goblin Mun. He rushed over, urgently reporting, "Bright Town is gathering a large number of human troops, and they are all fully equipped with weapons." Lin Che and Kasana stopped, focusing their attention on listening. Behind Goblin Mun, goblins and also rushed over, reporting, "Boss, I also detected many goblins approaching. It seems they are from the Beast King tribe." Hearing this, Goblin Mun was surprised, looking back. "What? At the same time, are we going to die just like that?" Contrary to everyone's fear, Lin Che was thrilled to hear this information. He hugged Kasana tightly, smiling. It seems the show is about to begin. Kasana, seeing her foster father so cool, was filled with admiration. Enemies were attacking from all sides, yet he was still confident and smiling, even talking about a show. "I have to learn to hold a gun quickly, or I won't be able to go into battle with father." A few days earlier, in a dark cave, a voice echoed, "Hey, leader. The human army has come to steal the abyssal artifact. I barely managed to escape." As soon as the sentence finished, the corpse of the goblin beast, controlled by Goblin Slayer, was thrown, slamming against the ground. It was the Goblin Lord of the Beast King tribe, his large body sitting in the darkness, surrounded by many tentacles, looking very demonic. It seemed he was a goblin-octopus hybrid. A flick of his hand caused the goblin beast to die instantly. He growled, "Useless trash." Then he opened his slimy mouth wide, taking a deep breath, signaling all his subordinates, "Gather everyone, follow me to attack the humans and reclaim the abyssal artifact." All the goblin subordinates of the Beast King's leader, from inside and out, were surprised by the order. They still didn't understand why, when everything was peaceful, they were suddenly ordered to attack humans. Back to the present, in Bright Town, flags with the image of two lions holding swords fluttered in the moonlight. The city walls were heavily guarded by soldiers, all fully equipped with armor and weapons. Below, the delegation of the two counts had arrived. In front of them were the bartender and a few other townspeople, welcoming them. It turned out that the bartender was now the new town chief of Bright Town. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Welcome, Count Ferriman, Count Stenman." The people behind him also bowed in unison. The man named Stenman, seeing that the Sword Saint was missing, frowned and said, "Where is the Sword Saint?" Suddenly, from afar, the hooded man who had fought alongside the Sword Saint to slay the dragon appeared, saying, "The Sword Saint has left on business." "What brings the two counts here with their troops?" Hearing two counts, the town chief and Stenman exchanged glances. Stenman, seeing that the Sword Saint was not present, became arrogant, ignoring the hooded man's question and riding his horse, intending to leave, saying, "If the Sword Saint is not here, there's no need to waste time with you." The hooded man, hearing this, became furious, shouting, "I am the Dragon Slayer, the warrior who fought alongside the Sword Saint. How dare you disrespect me?" Hearing the title Dragon Slayer, Stenman immediately backed down. He knew that dragons were incredibly difficult to deal with. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful person, and one who was close to the Sword Saint. He changed his expression, smiling awkwardly, replying, "Oh, I see. My apologies, we came here to eliminate the goblins." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark streak shot down from the sky at incredible speed. Everyone panicked. The hooded man shouted, "Strange. What the hell is that?" From the darkness, the legs of goblins gradually emerged, along with their characteristic stench. Thousands of goblins simultaneously charged at the people in front of them. The guards on the walls, seeing this, panicked. "How did these goblins get up here so quickly?" They shouted. "Not good, it's goblins. Aren't there heavy troops guarding the city walls? How did these goblins get in?" Count Ferriman, seeing this scene, became furious. "I haven't even attacked you yet. How dare you ambush us?" He gritted his teeth, shouting angrily, "Damn goblins. You've walked right into a trap." He charged towards the goblins. "Lion army of the Empire, destroy them for me." As soon as Count Ferriman finished speaking, he and his cavalry, wielding spears, charged forward, full of determination. not retreating until victory was achieved. This time, they had to get back both the principal and the interest. Then, a bloody scene unfolded between humanity and goblins. These low-level goblins were no match for Pheromon's troops. Count Pheromon simply swiped left and right, easily taking a few lives. Meanwhile, the cavalry swept through the battlefield with ease, stabbing and slashing, taking down goblins with every hit. The metallic stench of blood spread throughout Bright Town. The hooded man, benefiting from the title of Dragon Slayer, seemed to be struggling a bit. He passively used magic to attack one goblin at a time. At the same time, in the sky, a familiar dragon figure was carrying someone. Observing the chaotic battle below, no one noticed the dragon approaching. Lin Che, looking down at the scene below, exclaimed, "The scene is more lively than I imagined." Cut to below. It seemed the battle was drawing to a close. Someone's sword stopped, dripping blood. Pheromon looked down at the goblin corpse he had just killed, scoffing contemptuously. "Goblins are just low-level trash. What's there to be afraid of?" This tone indicated that he was about to die a miserable death. Pheromon looked at his subordinates, smiling with satisfaction. At this rate, the battle will be over in less than an hour. The first wave of low-level goblins had been completely wiped out. Suddenly, a horse and rider were thrown from outside, crashing inside. The impact was so strong that both the person and the horse were crushed, blood splattering everywhere. Pheromon, though old, was still very agile. He quickly leaned back to dodge in surprise. What the hell? What just flew in? Lin Che, above, was also surprised. He had seen something terrifying, causing him to jump in fright. From outside the gate, the Goblin Lord had entered. His body was so large that he moved rather clumsily. His height, now clearly visible, was almost as tall as the gate, probably 7 to 8 meters. He entered with a guard tied up in his tentacles, looking miserable. Seeing his troops slaughtered, he roared. His roar created red shockwaves, looking quite imposing. He roared and charged forward, trampling on human corpses wherever he went. His stats were displayed. Goblin Beast King, level 79 race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Title, Beast King, Emissary of the Tomb, Extreme Sin, Blessed by the Gods. HP, 2000. Attack, 700. Defense, 670. Skills, Beast King's Roar, Brutal Strike. Equipment, none. Total power, 3000. Lin Che, reading the stats, was stunned. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is this thing? How can it be so strong? And that appearance is disgusting." The troops of the two counts, seeing this, began to panic. The soldiers surrounded Pheromon and Stenman for protection. Pheromon shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Both of them sensed the approaching danger. Stenman gritted his teeth, saying, "What is that thing?" "Is it an overlord class?" Pheromon, retreating, replied, "I'm not sure. Leave it to the family to deal with." Suddenly, someone stepped forward, calling out, "Father!" The two counts looked over. It was a group led by a girl, coming to assist her father. She was Loa's cousin. Lona arriving, she spoke in a serious tone, "We will lure him away. Leave the rest to the soldiers." With that, she passed Stenman, stepping forward to execute the plan. Stenman reminded her, "Be careful, don't end up like your cousin Loa, becoming useless." Lona replied, "Understood." Then, she and her companions, some wielding spears, others using magic, prepared to charge out and lure the Goblin Beast King away. The mage following Lona had finished preparing. He shouted, "Prepare to attack, taste this." Immediately, a beam of power shot from him, hitting the Goblin Beast King's face, knocking his head to the side. This successful hit shifted his attention to the group. He glared at the one who had attacked him, growling confidently. Taking advantage of this, the four immediately fled towards the town gate. Lona, leading the way, shouted, "Quick, lure him out of the city." Hearing the order, the other three quickly followed. As for the Goblin Beast King, he changed direction, roaring and switching to a crawling mode, chasing after them. Lin Che, above, seeing the situation unfolding slightly differently from his plan, gritted his teeth, muttering, "Not good. If they keep running, they'll run into my people. This is troublesome." The four had run a distance, but the Goblin Beast King was still close behind. He might look large and slow, but one of his steps was equal to 7 of theirs. Lin Che could only sigh wearily. Then he closed his eyes, sighing to himself, "I didn't want to intervene yet. This time, you forced my hand." He had only closed his eyes for a moment, but the image of the woman named Lona appeared in his mind. Knowing that viewers wanted to see this part for a long time, content creators like me had to find ways to prolong it so you could watch it to the fullest. Lin Che looked at her round bottom, muttering, "What a pity. This ponytail blonde girl, her fate is unpredictable." After a few minutes of engagement between Lona's group and the Goblin Beast King, Lona's group had lost the mage and a few accompanying soldiers. The blonde, seeing his comrades fall, became enraged. He gritted his teeth, shouting angrily, "Just a bunch of goblins, your fangs will be our first trophy." Seeing his comrade losing his composure, the black-vested man turned back, advising, "Don't be careless." Continued to surround him, creating an opportunity for Lona to deliver a fatal blow. With that, he channeled his power, his hands glowing, preparing to clear the way. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The Goblin Beast King's large hand slammed down where Lona was. Luckily, she was agile and dodged in time. The ground where he struck shattered into pieces. Lona, having escaped, had someone else step in to hold him back. Lona, taking a stance, channeled her power, thinking to herself, "I am the model of the academy, I must win this battle." Seizing the opportunity when the Goblin Beast King was off guard, she swung her spear, leaping towards him, striking and shouting, "High-level martial skill, azure spear piercing." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden beam of energy shot from her, piercing the Goblin Beast King's chest. The Goblin Beast King, caught off guard, couldn't defend. He roared in pain. Lin Che, above, continued to assess the ponytail girl. "Total power is only 1700, the others are all around 1000. I didn't expect them to last this long." Quite interesting, the Goblin Beast King, after fighting for hours, finally spoke. He roared furiously, his mouth full of sharp teeth, "You stinking woman! How dare you sneak attack me?" With that, he looked up at the sky, opening his mouth to gather energy. Mystical purple auras gradually merged into his body. Lona's previous attack, though it seemed to pierce his chest, was not a full-powered strike. It only took a bit of flesh from his side. Lin Che above continued to be amazed. He widened his eyes in surprise, seeing the skill. Back to the Goblin Beast King, when he had gathered enough energy, he unleashed it. Countless purple blade auras shot out from his mouth. This skill was called Beast King's Roar. It was not only a wide-area attack, but also a strong defensive shield. At this moment, no one dared to approach him within 100 meters. Back to Lin Che, who was standing very high with the dragon, but was still shaken by the shockwaves. He had to control the dragon to fly higher to avoid the danger. The Goblin Beast King's roar hadn't stopped yet. The sound he emitted was quite loud. Lin Che had to cover his ears because it was beyond his tolerance. He gritted his teeth, frowning, muttering, "The sound is terrifying, ferocious beyond my imagination." The dragon couldn't take it anymore because of its large size. The affected area was also wide. It kept flapping its wings, crying out in pain. Lin Che, seeing it agitated, shouted, "Calm down." After a few minutes of sound torture, the Goblin Beast King finally stopped. He had seen that he had defeated person in front of him. One by one, they fell after his previous attack. The swordsman and the spearman, who were very aggressive before, had now lost their ability to fight and lay motionless on the ground. Attacked at such close range, even if they survived, their hearing would likely be permanently damaged. A once elite, well-trained group was now down to just Lona. Her body was torn and tattered, unable to stand. She trembled, looking at the monster before her, muttering, "Why is this happening? How can there be such a strong goblin?" Lona was now terrified, sweating profusely, realizing she was about to die here. She continued helplessly, completely unable to deal with it. Her legs were frozen, wanting to stand up and run, but unable to lift them. She began to cry for help in vain. "Father, teacher, help, save me." In the blink of an eye, the Goblin Beast King stood before Lona, his body filled with killing intent. The wound on his side had already healed. He glared at Lona, who looked like a trapped mouse, unable to escape or survive. She was just like Baron Boloa before, so terrified that she wet herself without realizing it. The saying "scared shitless" was indeed true. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she cried out in vain, "Help! Help me!" Then, a blood-curdling scream from Lona echoed, so loud that it could be heard miles away. Back to the Counts. They also heard the scream and said to each other, "Lona's group. They must be in trouble, Count. We are now in command. We can't afford to have any accidents. Please calm down." While the two Counts were arguing, the hooded man saw something. He pointed ahead, stammering, Look over there." From afar, it was none other than the Goblin Beast King, his body filled with killing intent, taking step after step towards Bright Town. The hooded man, seeing the huge figure, was terrified, his body trembling involuntarily, asking, What is that?" This Goblin Beast King looked like a gorilla, but had a lion's mane and octopus tentacles, looking very bizarre. He didn't kill Lona immediately, but tied her up with his tentacles, bringing her to Bright Town as a trophy. The girl was now tattered, her body limp, with no strength to struggle, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly miserable. Count Stenman, seeing his daughter in such a state, became enraged. He gritted his teeth, his eyes widening as if he wanted to tear the filthy goblin in front of him into 100 pieces. Immediately, Stenman turned red-eyed, grabbing his sword and shield, charging forward to save his daughter. He roared furiously, "Damn goblins, give me back my daughter." Seeing his brother-in-arms losing his composure, Ferriman advised, "Count Stenman, go back. We're about to win." The Goblin Beast King, on the other hand, saw the reaction. He was very confident in his abilities, smirking contemptuously, truly unafraid of guns. He saw a bright streak rushing towards him from the town gate. Stenman, his speed was quite something. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the Goblin Beast King, swinging his sword to attack. He roared, "Thai, give me back my daughter." The Goblin Beast King was no pushover. He met the attack head-on. He channeled his power, his body glowing red. Then, he swung his giant hand, simultaneously laughing with delight, saying, "Seeking death." A punch as fast as the wind struck Count Stenman. The Goblin Beast King's attack looked gentle, like swatting a mosquito, but to Stenman, it was like a huge boulder falling from the sky. The force of the punch was so strong that Stenman's body was immediately smashed to the ground, too predictable. Count Stenman had lost his ability to fight, his head stuck in the ground, his eyes rolled back as if he had ascended to heaven. Truly, he didn't know his own limits. Immediately, the soldiers used spears to stab the Goblin Beast King, trying to stop him from continuing his rampage. He shifted his attention to the group of soldiers, his eyes now like those of a death god. The soldiers didn't flinch, using shields and spears to form a formation, surrounding him. Meanwhile, Ferriman, seeing that the time was right, shouted to the hooded man, "Sir Warrior, deliver a fatal blow to him." This guy would normally have run away by now, but standing in front of so many people and being urged on, he had to act. He conjured a golden ball of light, surrounded by small sparks, simultaneously muttering, "Gotta risk it." With that, he used his other hand to cast a spell, making the ball grow larger. Seeing that it was enough, he ran towards the Goblin Beast King, taking a leap, stepping on a shield to jump, simultaneously shouting, "High-level magic skill." He flew up, propelled by the force of the person below, the ball still accumulating power, growing larger and larger. He swung his hand, preparing to strike, simultaneously shouting, "Concentrated energy ball." With that, golden lightning bolts merged into the ball. The Goblin Beast King, at this moment, realized the danger, but the ball was already too close. The light from the ball blinded him. He seemed to sense the danger in this attack, but it was too late to escape. Boom, a deafening sound. The golden light from the hooded man's attack illuminated the entire area. The low-level goblins scattered in fear, thinking they would be the next to be hit. They ran, shouting to each other, terrifying, "Run, run quickly." Back to the hooded man, his all-out attack had also drained a lot of his strength. He looked at the goblin in front of him, panting heavily, looking quite exhausted. The ball of light had successfully burned off all the Goblin Beast King's tentacles and a layer of thick skin on his chest. The sizzling sound from the wounds continued. After a while, seeing that the goblin was no longer moving, the hooded man began to chuckle. Then, he covered his face, turning around, laughing triumphantly in celebration. I thought it was something special, but it's just a goblin. He spread his arms, puffing out his chest, confidently shouting to Pheromone in front of him, "We won. I won. I am a legendary hero." He didn't notice Pheromone and the knights in front of him trembling. They were trembling because the goblin was not dead. It was continuously writhing, regenerating the burned skin. The hooded man was completely unaware the regeneration process was quite fast. Soon, his new skin had grown, covering the burned area. He opened his slimy mouth to exercise his jaw. After a few minutes of rest, roar. Immediately, he opened his mouth wide, lunging at the prey in front of him. The tentacles on his body were also gradually recovering. The hooded man, at this moment, felt a chill behind him, but it was too late. The gruesome scene was captured by Pheromone and the soldiers in front of him. Crunch, swift and clean, the hooded man's upper body disappeared. Blood splattered everywhere. "I'm afraid you'll be traumatized by the community guidelines, so I have to censor it." The Goblin Beast King, at this moment, was terrifying, his mouth covered in the hooded man's blood. He chewed thoroughly, slowly swallowing the fresh, tasty meat. Count Pheromone, at this moment, finally realized the terror of goblins. He had always thought goblins were weak, stupid creatures, only interested in sex to level up. He was terrified, sweating profusely, his legs frozen, unable to move when he saw the scene. In the sky, a colossal figure gradually appeared, vaguely visible. Below, the sound of clashing weapons stirred up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring vision. XIO1, get closer. From a suitable angle, the image appeared directly before Lin Qian's eyes, instantly causing his face to turn solemn, his brows furrowing, his eyes intently focused, never leaving the opponent. According to the current situation, the one below probably isn't. Probably, but definitely, has begun to evolve. With each movement, increasingly eerie sounds emanated from his body. Under his skin, various sharp fangs and claws grew. His teeth were long and bloodthirsty, his murky eyes a deep red, stained with blood, emitting a light that terrified the hearts of those who looked upon it. From the top of his head and back, long purple tentacles grew, as if possessing their own life, wriggling and coiling around their prey. His abdomen had also evolved into a bottomless mouth with fangs on either side, constantly opening and closing, craving and hungry. Level 80 Brutal Goblin. Let's check his information. Checking was one thing, but what came up was truly shocking. He had to rub his eyes twice to make sure he wasn't seeing things. What the hell? Total power reaching 3,100? Is this the Overlord level? While he was reading the information, still reeling from the shock, a swift attack came from below, targeting Stenman. The colossal hand grabbed his head, and with a lift, easily lifted his entire body. Stenman struggled, his hands clawing and striking repeatedly in the air, his head feeling as if it was being crushed, his throat burning, his eyes turning white, his consciousness fading, only able to make guttural sounds. Ignoring Stenman's insignificant struggles, the goblin simply opened his mouth wide, wriggling his long tongue, preparing to enjoy the fresh meat before him. His eyes shone as he looked at his prey, struggling frantically but unable to escape. With the attack occurring like this, it had to be said that this guy was terrifying even before evolving. Now, look at him. Although his combat rating couldn't increase much in a short time after evolving, he was already a terrifying existence. With a snap of his jaws, a piece of fresh meat was right before him. A bite, a taste, plus a short scream as he died, made the goblin's eyes shine brighter than ever. The warm, thick smell of blood mingled in his mouth. This feeling was truly intoxicating, making every brain cell dance and tremble. At this rate of devouring fresh buffet, if Lin Qian's predictions were correct, the human race would definitely lose. The soldiers' fighting wasn't as fast as his eating. There was no point in fighting at this point, they were just snacks. Wait. Eating like that, what will my troops eat later? Nothing will be left. Lin Qi propped his hand down, sitting cross-legged on Zihuan's back, leaning forward towards the battlefield, his face very serious as he looked at the goblin below, mowing down people like a bulldozer. That speed is truly terrifying. All the experience points are being swallowed by this guy. What will my tribe eat later? It seems I have to take action and control this brute. Below, the goblin subordinates, with their combat power shattered, were constantly running away, scattering before the pursuit and slaughter of the soldiers. One of them was immediately crushed by a foot of the overlord, his body bearing an enormous weight, pressing him down on the ground, causing him to be unable to scream in pain, his eyes turning white, his internal organs crushed, dying on the spot. The goblin subordinates, seeing the living proof before them, which was also their fate if they tried to escape, screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Boss, I won't run anymore. I won't run anymore, won't run anymore." Under the enormous pressure and the very clear threatening gaze from their boss, as if saying, "Run, you bastards. Let me see who dares to run again, and I'll send you to meet your ancestors." Responding to the cold-hearted words from their overlord, the group all felt the air suddenly colder. Seeing that his subordinates were all useless, only he was carrying the team, he was already annoyed. Not only were they not helping, but they were running. Running? What the hell are you running for? He roared, his face contorted. "Everyone, charge! Anyone who dares to retreat will end up like him." Hearing this, they charged out like a swarm of bees, rushing forward like a flood, running with their tails between their legs. After witnessing their kind-hearted brother being crushed on the ground like that, they could only risk their lives and attack forward. Because trying to retreat, no one dared to try. Retreating would be faster than disconnecting from the server. The 500 brothers charged forward. Pheromone and the soldiers, seeing the goblins charging like a great flood, were stunned. These demon ghosts are already bad enough, but now they're charging with the whole gang. "We're done for." Pheromone's face changed, turning as black as the bottom of a pot. Sweat poured down like rain as he shouted, ordering, "Quick! Retreat back into the town, close the city gates." The soldiers, seeing the situation was bad, quickly moved their hands and feet, scurrying away. Now, there was no distinction between classes. Small lives were more important than anything. The goblin overlord, seeing the fresh meat running away, roared, "Block them, absolutely do not let them escape." Under his persuasive command, the subordinates seemed to gain energy, all speeding up, charging forward. From above, Lin Che calmly took in all the details of the battle, watching the goblins below constantly speeding up to chase the people into the town, push the people into the town, push them into the city. The goblins also chased in like that. Everyone ran into the city. Lin Cheon's eyebrows rose, his eyes curving as he smiled, looking at the scene below with great satisfaction. Then, he smiled silently, raising his hand and gently placing his finger on the corner of his lips, forming a whistling gesture. A whistling sound echoed in the silent night. On Zihuan's back, Lin Che quickly signaled his subordinates below to act, following the plan they had discussed beforehand. From the nearby bushes, a group of goblin subordinates, carrying sacks, rushed out like arrows towards the battlefield where the soldiers had fallen. A goblin leading the way ordered, "The boss ordered us to collect all the corpses. Hurry up. Hurry, hurry." The goblins quickly carried the corpses, putting them into the sacks as if picking vegetables in a garden. From the distant forest, a sound that shook the area echoed, accompanied by an explosive flash of light. Animals and birds quickly flew away to hide. The light passed through the deep forest and rivers, flying straight ahead towards Bright Town, moving at incredible speed. While collecting food, they suddenly sensed a force approaching. Lin Che quickly frowned, looking towards the source of that mysterious power, before telling his subordinates to carry the sacks and take the food back. "Is that goblin back so soon? Is something about to happen?" Lin Che quickly ordered Zihuan to fly lower, leaning down and ordering his subordinates to quickly retreat. The subordinates, realizing it was the boss, quickly carried the food and shouted in unison, "Understood." In Bright Town at night, fog descended, and a cold wind chilled the bones. The goblin angrily roared, "Hand over the abyssal artifact. I'll give you a painless death." Pheromone, clutching his bleeding shoulder, didn't understand what this bastard was talking about. "I don't have what you want. If you want to kill, then kill. You low-level beasts are not qualified to negotiate with me." The goblin before him looked at Pheromone with bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. Humans are truly disgusting. You took my things, and now you deny it. And you even call me low-level and unqualified. How ridiculous, he sneered and shouted. In a flash, he jumped, his entire body disappearing, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. In the next second, before Pheromone could react, his entire body was gripped in the goblin's strong hand. Every bone felt like it was shattering, the pain making him unable to speak. His eyes turned white, his face contorted. The goblin, with bloodshot eyes, looked directly into his eyes, asking, "What do you mean? Didn't you steal the ring?" Pheromone, facing him, his body stiff, not daring to breathe, gritted his teeth, his eyes stubbornly looking straight at him, not saying a word. The goblin was still suspicious, wondering if this guy had stolen his things, when suddenly a power came from afar, sensing it approaching. He quickly looked over. Before he could realize it, the light struck him, catching him off guard, only able to endure the full force of the attack. Suddenly, from the sky, small spakes of light, like fireflies, appeared and gradually gathered into a shining golden sword right above his head. In the next second, it plunged straight into the ground with a loud crash, the force so strong that the goblin was thrown back. In anger, he roared, "Who?" The cloud of dust gradually dispersed. On the hilt of the sword, a figure gradually appeared, emerging from the hazy cloud, carried by the wind. Before them was an image of a female warrior, full of heroism and no less charming, like a silver moon appearing before their eyes. The gentle breeze blew her robes, enhancing her radiant beauty. The pressure and power of the sword's descent had caused the goblin to fall to the ground. He seemed to recognize the person before him. Impossible. Why is it her? He had come to find his stolen item, but why did he encounter such a monster? Before he could figure out what the hell was going on, his body was struck by a painful slash, making him scream. After attacking, she quickly returned to her master, a strapping young man with a buzz cut, holding a spear, wearing black armor, revealing a fit body from daily gym workouts, appearing from behind. Footsteps came, causing Mazzo to look back. A man named Austin, with a silver beard, carrying a large weapon, stroking his chin, walked over. He spoke, "Do you need to bully a goblin like that?" Beside him was a lowly girl, holding a doll, standing there. She is Emma Pheromone, seeing the sword saint return with everyone, was happier than seeing his mother return from grocery shopping, tears streaming down his face, his mouth smiling, shouting, "Sword saint! You finally arrived, and the members of the hunting squad too." The battle had dragged on from afternoon to evening, and from evening to the break of dawn. The sunrise gradually illuminated Bright Town. Lin Che had initially planned to rush in and eliminate the mutated goblin overlord, but fortunately for him, the Sword Saints group arrived a few seconds before him. He quickly landed, transforming into a human and standing to observe the unfolding events. As he watched, Lin Che muttered, "I didn't expect the hunting squad to arrive at this time. I was originally planning to try and suppress this brutal goblin myself. It seems I don't need to take action anymore." Looking towards the battlefield from the town gate where Lin Che was standing, it seemed incredibly peaceful, as if there had never been a great battle. But in the center of the town, it was not the same. The surrounding buildings were damaged from the battle last night. The mutated goblin overlord was still standing tall after the attack from Marshall. Marshall, the Sword Saints group, was observing the goblin, wondering what he would do next. Only Pheromone truly understood the brutality of the creature before him, because he had witnessed his comrades being killed right before his eyes, so he trembled in fear, not daring to move. Suddenly, the goblin overlord looked at a subordinate beside him, simultaneously swinging his clawed hand towards him. The mutated goblin grabbed the subordinate's neck, catching him completely by surprise. Before he could understand what was happening, his entire body was slowly lifted up. He was squeezed so tightly that he vomited blood. The mutated goblin opened his mouth wide, preparing to devour his subordinate, his eyes glowing red, looking incredibly terrifying. His abdomen had a hole due to the attack from Marshall. He shoved the entire body of the goblin subordinate into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, ignoring his screams. After swallowing his fellow goblin, the large wound on his chest gradually healed. Lin Chuan's system displayed a notification, informing him that the skill the mutated goblin had just used had been activated. Brutal Devour. Devouring a fellow goblin can achieve a healing effect. Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. He crossed his arms, looking down at the mutated goblin, marveling he even has this kind of innate skill. He thought, if he wants the wound to heal completely, it will probably take some time. Thinking this, he smiled. It seemed everything was still going according to his plan. That's even better. Seeing the creature before her healing, the sword saint began to draw her sword. Marshall behind her asked, "This guy took hits through his neck and chest and still didn't die." The sword saint replied confidently, "He's an overlord class, after all. But now, just one more finishing blow is all it will take." Suddenly, the mutated goblin flinched. He saw the sword saint draw her sword and was somewhat afraid. He returned from his berserk state to his normal state without anyone noticing. As expected of the sword saint, her power and reputation are truly not just rumors. The goblin became fearful, sweat pouring down his face. He put on a harmless expression, loudly pleading, "Wait. I was just tricked into coming here. I didn't want to fight. Just let me return to the Great Tomb. I swear I won't come back." Hearing the words Great Tomb, the sword saint frowned, glaring at him, asking, "You came from the Great Tomb?" The mutated goblin became agitated. He was no different from a child who had his toy taken away, pointing his large arm towards Pheromone, shouting, "Yes. It's all this bastard's fault. He stole my things." Pheromone, hearing this, stood up, shouting at him, "You're lying. I swear that I have never stolen anything from a low-level demon like you." The sword saint and the other three exchanged glances, looking at Pheromone as if saying, "Why would you steal from them?" But the sword saint didn't think things were that simple. She frowned, realizing something was wrong. It must be him. It's that hateful guy. At this moment, she seemed to realize that it was Lin Chuan's doing. She had experienced so many incidents caused by goblins. This goblin, with his considerable strength, came from the Great Tomb, which was very far away. It definitely wasn't his doing, but that goblin's. Hearing her words, the old man Austin, carrying the large sword on his back, looked over, asking, "Who? Which goblin are you talking about? Isn't it this one before us?" She replied seriously, "This guy claims to be from the Great Tomb, which is hundreds, even thousands of miles away. But the attacks on Bright Town have always been caused by goblins living around this area." Emma below, hearing these words, looked up at the sword saint with a surprised expression. Then, Emma asked the sword saint, "So, someone used a scheme to lure him from the Great Tomb here, wanting us to fight each other?" Marshall beside her was no less surprised. He frowned, saying, "This is something a goblin could do." Unbelievable. Just when everyone thought it was over, Pheromone roared, "I don't care who's behind it. Count Stenman and the Wandering Hero both died at his hands. We can't let him return." Pheromone's rage was understandable. Those who died had to pay with their lives. Hearing Pheromone's words, the old man Austin smiled with delight, as if saying, "My hands have been itching for a long time." He pulled out his large sword and shield, his entire body surging with power, emitting a green aura, looking very demonic. His eyes flashed red as he smiled sinisterly, slowly saying, "Then let me handle him." The situation was now completely reversed. The old man Austin was like a demon, while the mutated goblin was like a puppy. He was terrified by the power before him. Suddenly, from the sky, a large golden tornado rushed down. The tornado was aimed at the sword saint's group. The old man Austin was about to attack, but was stopped by this attack. Everyone looked up in surprise at the tornado. With a quick movement, the old man Austin quickly ducked, dodging the attack. The tornado, not hitting him, flew off into the distance. The tornado looked powerful, stirring up dust everywhere, but it was nothing to the sword saint. She only raised her hand to shield herself from the dust, not struggling to resist like the others. The mutated goblin, though surprised, also realized that he had a chance to escape. He immediately fled. Only an idiot would face those for monsters. A moment later, the tornado gradually stopped. The sword saint, shielding her eyes, tried to look up to see what was happening. Suddenly, her eyes widened when she saw what was before her. The attack was none other than Lin Qian's. The image of the dragon appeared before the sword saint. She was still shielding her eyes, shouting in confusion, "Why are you here?" On the dragon's back, Lin Qie was frowning, looking down. Just now, he had once again used divine crossbow. Below, Xiao Huan was roaring, helping her master. In reality, everything was still within his calculations. He looked down at the people below, thinking, this brutal goblin still has use for me, especially his ability to devour. Letting him die at the hands of these guys would be a waste. Create some trouble to help him escape, then I'll find an opportunity to strike when he's weak. With that, he ordered the dragon Zihuan, let's go pursue that brutal goblin. Obeying his order, Zihuan turned, flapping her wings and flying away. A goblin and a dragon left, leaving the Sword Saints group still confused below. As he turned away, the winds he had created gradually dissipated. The Sword Saint looked up unhappily, frowning, saying, I won't let you escape. It seemed she still hadn't realized that the attack was created by Lin Qian. She probably thought some dragon had lost its home and came to seek revenge on her. She immediately used a skill, creating a gust of wind under her feet, helping her body slowly fly up. Lin Qian, seeing her chasing after him, jumped in fright, shouting, what the hell? She can even control the wind. Something so difficult, she can do it. Truly worthy of the famous Sword Saint, the Sword Saint, below, was fully charging up, swinging her sword, preparing to attack. This time, it might be more bad than good. Suddenly, the Sword Saint froze. She was once again surprised. Impossible. Why is there a small goblin up there? The Sword Saint was now certain of her guess. She might be lenient with a dragon, but not with a goblin. She swung her sword, gathering countless streams of green energy, her face dark, glaring, saying, so it's you? Steel Tempest, the skill she shouted, was also the moment she swung her sword. 7 streams of azure sword energy rushed towards the goblin and his dragon. Lin Qian, seeing that he was about to be hit, was shocked. Immediately after, he shouted, ordering the dragon Xiao Huan, Zihuan. Dodge. Zihuan, though large, was not inflexible. She quickly dodged all the Sword Saint's sword energy. The sword energy crashed down on the hill below, splitting it in two, looking incredibly powerful. If Lin Qian had been hit by this attack, it would have been the end. The dragon Zihuan continued to fly as fast as she could. Lin Qian, above, turned back, looking to see if the Sword Saint was still chasing him, marveling, luckily, I dodged that. Otherwise, even with a big life, I wouldn't have survived. The Sword Saint, from afar, couldn't catch up, so she slowly descended. Then, she lightly landed. The Sword Saint was once again helpless. She stood below, watching the dragon and goblin run away, feeling incredibly frustrated. Immediately after, she widened her eyes, shouting towards Lin Qian, no matter where you run, I won't let you go. I will kill you with my own hands. Lin Qian, on the other hand, heard those promises. He leaned back, looking at her, saying, this crazy woman is truly strong and perverted. Let's see how I deal with you then. The scene shifted to the waterfall where Lin Qian's tribe resided. Lin Qian had led his troops to battle, leaving this place very quiet. But from afar, someone was rushing towards this place. The sound grew closer and closer. Boom! It was the Goblin Overlord, rushing like lightning, fleeing from the Sword Saints group to save his life. He bulldozed through any obstacles in his path. He ran, constantly looking back to see if anyone was following him. After running for a while, he finally reached the entrance of Lin Qian's cave. He stomped his feet hard to stop, saying to himself, no danger anymore. First, hide in the cave, otherwise, if they catch up later, it'll be troublesome. After speaking, he widened his eyes, looking around, simultaneously using his keen nose to sniff, trying to detect anything. Like his subordinate before him, as soon as he arrived, he detected the scent of his fellow goblins around him, very strong. He turned his head, looking around, loudly saying, there's the scent of other goblins around here. Wait! Immediately, he remembered the words of his subordinate and old man Pheromone. Leader, the magic ring was stolen by the human army here. I swear in the name of Count that I have never taken anything from a low-level demon like you. At this point, this guy understood the problem. He widened his eyes, as if realizing something very important, saying, I see. It must be this guy who wants to monopolize the spoils. The bastard, he dared to trick me. The item must still be here. He was thinking that everything was due to his subordinate's trickery, not realizing that there was another force behind him harming him. He immediately swung his large hand, punching hard at the entrance of the cave. Then, he used both hands to claw at the entrance, simultaneously putting his large mouth full of sharp teeth to the entrance, roaring, the one inside, get out here for me. Inside the cave, there were only Lin Qian's female family members, the tribe mother, her daughter, and Goblin. Hearing the roar and the sounds of destruction, they were very scared. Goblin, worried, said in a trembling voice, what do we do? Is he going to charge in? Kasana said fiercely, at worst, we'll go out and deal with him. Hearing this, the tribe mother turned around, sternly saying, the leader has ordered us to never reveal ourselves and never go outside. Hearing the loud noise outside, Goblin Slayer also went out to see what was happening. As soon as she came out, she said, rest assured. Hearing this, the elf mother and daughter turned to look at her. Goblin Slayer smiled, continuing, I believe Lin Tie, he definitely won't let anything happen to you. Just as Goblin Slayer finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out outside. The Goblin Overlord, hearing the sound, turned around, narrowing his eyes, loudly asking, who is it? Seeing the enemy, he stopped destroying the cave entrance and turned around, jumping into the stream. His body was so large that as soon as he jumped in, it created a large column of water shooting straight up. Opposite him was none other than Lin Tie. He had finally caught up to him, riding the dragon. Lin Tie, looking down from above, praised, as expected, you ran here. As expected of a Goblin Overlord, you run fast. But don't even think about escaping my hunt. He changed his expression, frowning, lowering his voice, looking down at him, saying. With that, the dragon Zhuan spewed a large column of fire straight towards the Goblin Overlord. With his colossal body and power of over 3,000, the dragon's fire was nothing to him. He narrowed his eyes, glaring at the enemy before him angrily. Lin Tie, taking advantage of his loss of vision, pulled out his crossbow. He looked down at him, preparing to attack. Seeing what Lin Tie was holding, this guy was somewhat surprised, his pupils constricting, staring at Lin Tie. Don't think just because I'm big, I'm slow. He showed himself, leaping and jumping around to dodge the attacks from Lin Tie, simultaneously charging towards him. Boom! With a deafening sound, the dragon Zhuan was punched, staggering backward. Zhuan's entire body fell, dust and rocks flying up. But looking closely, Lin Tie was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the Goblin Overlord's eyes widened in surprise. He was sweating, as if seeing something terrifying. From within the dust, Lin Qian's figure, filled with killing intent, slowly emerged. The ring on his hand emitted a mysterious blue light. What made the Goblin Overlord surprised and panicked was not just his killing intent, but also the ring he was wearing. This guy widened his eyes in confusion, saying to himself, the spoils, how is it on this guy's hand? Then, he tensed up, his entire body enveloped in a fiery red aura, looking very terrifying. He opened his mouth towards Lin Tie, loudly shouting, you low level. So, it was you who stole my spoils, quickly return the abyssal artifacts to me. With that imposing aura, Lin Tie didn't care. He knew very well what level the enemy's strength was at. Let's see how long you can be loud. He raised his arm, simultaneously asking him, you mean this? Then, he smirked, looking at him with contempt, saying, what if I don't want to return it? The mutated Goblin Overlord became even more furious. He looked at Lin Tie angrily, shouting, hateful. Immediately after, he stomped the ground, rushing quickly towards Lin Tie. As he charged, he shouted, it's all because of you. Return the ring to me. Lin Tie, still with that deadly gaze, stood still, waiting for him. In a flash, his face, half the size of Lin Qian's body, was close to his face, along with a fist behind it. Boom! With a shocking sound, Lin Tie, small and agile, quickly dodged this guy's attack. He retreated, putting his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant. The Goblin Overlord, in Lin Qian's eyes at this moment, was no different from a slow, fat guy. Seeing the opponent intentionally looking down on him, this guy became even more annoyed. Lin Qian said contemptuously, "How can your heavy body catch up to me?" With that, where he was standing at this moment, there was only an afterimage. He had quickly teleported behind the Goblin Overlord, his eyes filled with death as he looked down at his prey, his right hand swinging up, pulling out something, simultaneously shouting, "Flash!" The Goblin Overlord, seeing Lin Qian's speed like the flash, was shocked, his eyes widening. Before he could look back, there was a scream from the Overlord, along with blood splattering everywhere. Lin Qian's system suddenly displayed a notification, "Received super skill, brutal howl." After that attack from Lin Qian, the Goblin's entire body was bruised. Two hairs on his head were broken, and his entire body was severely burned. His mouth constantly emitted screams of agony. Lin Qian, on the other hand, after a powerful attack, was still very normal, without any backlash, except for the blood of the other guy splattered on his face. He wiped away the blood, simultaneously clicking his tongue, looking contemptuously at his prey, who was dying. Immediately after, he didn't let him recover, but activated a skill. His entire body was surrounded by a faint purple aura. He looked up, tensing his body, preparing to swing the next attack, Brutal Howl. The skill he had just spoken was also the moment a purple energy, like fire, rushed to burn the Goblin Overlord. Although he had a weaker total power, he didn't lack skills. Plus, this guy had just fought with humans and ran 4 miles. There was no way he could beat our protagonist. After a while of enduring the attacks, his massive body immediately collapsed, seemingly losing the ability to fight. Lin Qian slowly walked towards his corpse. The Goblin Overlord was finally eliminated. His eyes were white, his mouth foaming, flowing with blood on the ground, looking very pitiful. Lin Qian, after seeing his opponent die, returned to his excited expression as always. He raised his hands, happily exclaiming, "I was just planning to try my luck. I didn't expect to actually receive this skill." Lin Qian was happy to have just received a new skill, was suddenly punched by the Goblin Overlord. Lin Qian thought he was dead, but he wasn't. He wondered why he recovered so quickly. After that punch, Lin Qian was knocked back a distance. The Goblin Overlord's entire body was red, and he prepared to charge at Lin Qian again. "A low-level goblin dares to fight me." In a flash, the Goblin Overlord stomped the ground and charged. He put all his strength into his colossal punches, aiming at Lin Qian. His body was severely injured, but his attack speed was still very fast. Lin Qian could only raise his hands to block each of his attacks. After a series of punches, there was a final punch. The Goblin Overlord swung his fist back, gathering energy, putting everything into this final blow. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, roaring at Lin Qian, "Die for me!" Boom! With a deafening sound, the Goblin Overlord's eyes were filled with killing intent as he swung down. Lin Qian continued to block the attack. He blocked with both hands, but the force of this monster was still very strong for him. This final blow made Lin Qian's entire body sink into the ground, causing the ground below to crack. At this moment, Lin Qian's system displayed, Brutal Goblin, total power, 2,700. Lin Qian, while using the system to check this guy's strength, smirked, saying, "Yummy, what terrifying power." Luckily, he's currently severely injured, plus the previous battle with the hunting squad weakened his strength significantly. The Goblin Overlord, seeing that Lin Qian was still blocking his attack, muttered, "He can still withstand my attack. This guy's strength is getting stronger and stronger, damn it." Lin Qian's hands below were trembling because this guy's punch was too strong. Immediately after, there were screams from him. The Goblin Overlord, seeing something, was shocked, widening his eyes. It turned out that Lin Qian had counterattacked. Lin Qian used his left hand to gather a golden energy ball, pushing it hard into the Goblin Overlord's right chest. Seeing the considerable power surging into his body, Goblin Overlord was very surprised, his mouth agape, looking at Lin Qian. After that attack from Lin Qian, the Goblin Overlord's body seemed to lose all strength. He slowly fell, but his mouth continued to roar, "Impossible. I can't lose to A." Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted, falling to the ground before Lin Che. Lin Che, at this moment, was finally relieved. He wiped his forehead. After a few hours of fighting, he's truly tenacious. Then, he glared down at the goblin's corpse, saying to himself, there's no food here for you to recover. Being hit in your weak spot will definitely kill you. If you didn't have some value, I would have stabbed you in the heart a long time ago. A few minutes later, at the cave of Lin Cheon's tribe, the sound of the stream flowing was very peaceful. The goblin overlord's corpse was still lying on the ground. Lin Che said, ordering someone, leave this brutal goblin to you to handle. It turned out that he was entrusting it to Goblin Slayer. As soon as she heard him say that, she looked at the goblin, asking, what do you want to do again? Seal his soul into the ring to increase your strength. After all, the plan has already succeeded. Lin Che replied seriously, the plan has changed. We were interfered with by the Sword Saints hunting squad, and I was also exposed. Then, he continued, in their team, there's someone named Marshall who can use earth magic. He can easily find us through earth magic. Hearing him say that, Goblin Slayer asked, so, what do you plan to do next? Lin Che slowly took off the ring on his hand, simultaneously looking down at the Goblin Overlord's corpse, saying, isn't this guy from the Great Tomb? Why not borrow his background to have the people from the Great Tomb eliminate those guys? Goblin Slayer, behind him, hearing this, was somewhat surprised. Is it this trick again? She seriously asked him, isn't that too dangerous? It's best not to get involved with those guys from the Great Tomb. Goblin Slayer was someone who knew the strength of the people from the Great Tomb, so she was very worried about Lin Cheon's decision. Lin Che still understood that, but wanting to defeat the Sword Saints group with just the strength of his tribe was not enough. He lowered himself, simultaneously replying to Goblin Slayer, this is the best way. With that, he returned the ring to the Goblin Overlord. Then, he stood up, ordering Goblin Slayer, you order him to return and report to the people of the Great Tomb, offering the abyssal artifact so they can avenge the brutal goblin. Seeing Lin Che so determined, Goblin Slayer had no other choice. She walked over, simultaneously saying helplessly, I really don't know what to do with you. She walked over, taking off her gloves, simultaneously sighing, saying, all right, then let's follow your plan. Her other hand took out a short knife, lightly cutting her hand to draw blood, preparing for the ritual. As soon as she finished cutting, she immediately put her hand out, letting her blood fall on the Goblin Overlord, simultaneously reciting words that ordinary people would never understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Goblin Slayer ordered, quickly stand up. The Goblin Overlord's hand was covered in a green aura, then raised according to her order. Then, he became obedient, bowing respectfully, saying softly, your humble slave greets master. Goblin Slayer stood proudly opposite him, saying the words that Lin Che had entrusted to her earlier. Hearing this, he obeyed, replying, I will definitely complete the mission. A few hours later, deep inside the cave, there were many sparks flying up, as if someone was burning something. It turned out that his subordinates were lighting a campfire, celebrating their victory. The purple-haired goblin and his companions were tearing at the delicious food, enjoying it before the warm fire. Lin Cheon's system rang out, Master has accumulated 300 life points. He was carefully examining the system's reward points. Lin Che stroked his chin, hesitating, not knowing what to use these points to exchange for. Behind him, his subordinates were still clamoring, fighting over food. The system panel before him displayed, can summon a level 6 demon, completely obedient to you. Next to it was an image of a monster roaring. Lin Che continued to ponder. He carefully analyzed, should I exchange this to protect myself? No, forget it. A level 6 demon's strength is only equivalent to a brutal goblin. Even 3 brutal goblins might not be able to beat the Sword Saint. With that, he waved his hand on the system's screen to switch to other items, simultaneously saying, why not choose some practical skills to strengthen myself? Immediately after, the skills appeared one by one. Heterogeneous fusion can seize the parts of the opponent and fuse them with yourself. Each part will receive some attribute enhancements, but cannot receive the opponent's innate skills and will not affect your appearance. Blood of Ruin. Attacks carry the effect of ruin, which nullifies the opponent's holy power, weakens all of the opponent's attributes, and deals higher damage to those affected by the ruin effect. After looking at these two skills, Lin Che continued to analyze. Heterogeneous fusion doesn't seem very strong, but if combined with my ability to devour genes, it will be extremely beneficial. For example, fusing the wings of a dragon, then devouring its flying system skill. Along with his thoughts was the image of Lin Che growing a pair of colossal dragon wings. Next was the snake's eye with a vertical pupil, staring intently at the audience. Lin Che said, or fusing the eyes of Medusa, then devouring her petrification skill. He was still hesitating, scrolling to the remaining skill, saying, but Blood of Ruin seems to be the only way to resist the holy power system. Heterogeneous fusion is good, but there are currently no demons for me to fuse with. All right, I'll choose it. With that, he pressed his hand down, choosing the skill Blood of Ruin. A skeletal hand holding a fiery red flame appeared before Lin Che, along with the system notification. Successfully exchanged Blood of Ruin. Congratulations, Master, for receiving the miracle effect of life, returning 300 life points. What? Why is there this kind of grace? Lin Che exclaimed in surprise, widening his eyes really. Then, he couldn't control himself anymore, waving his hands, jumping, shouting, System, I love you so much. If you were a person, if you were a woman, I definitely wouldn't mistreat you. The subordinates on this side, seeing him standing in a corner, laughing crazily, were very confused, looking at him blankly. Immediately, Lin Che exchanged for the remaining skill, successfully exchanged heterogeneous fusion. Lin Che happily clenched his fist, saying loudly, just in time to solve the problem of limiting the goblin's gene devouring. Satisfying to wishes at once, truly amazing. While he was happy, someone called him, boss, startling him. He looked over. It turned out to be Goblin and Ely, coming to see him. The two had been observing all his actions and words for a long time. Goblin said shyly, what's wrong with you? Ely, on the other hand, happily grabbed his hand, as if wanting to take him somewhere. Seeing these two so enthusiastic, he smiled awkwardly. It's nothing. Goblin, on this side, seemed to suddenly realize something. Boss, just now, you seemed to say something about not mistreating women, right? Then, she lowered her head, her lips moving, hesitating, wanting to say something. After a while of acting coy, she finally looked up, her eyes sparkling, simultaneously using her hand to stroke her clothes, asking, so, boss, are you wanting that? Hearing Goblin's words, Lin Che waved his hand awkwardly, saying, no, that's not what I meant. Hearing him say that, Goblin and Ely were disappointed. They looked at him with regret. He was smiling on the outside, but on the inside, he was very worried. He sighed inwardly, there's no peace every day. She chases after me several times a day, my body can't take it anymore. While the three were one rejecting and trying to seduce, a subordinate rushed in, urgently reporting, boss, that human is causing trouble again. He even stole 2 weapons. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances. Lin Che just snorted coldly. He dares. Then, he ordered, quick, take me to see. With that, the three quickly followed the goblin subordinate. The human being mentioned in this tribe was none other than Loa. Seeing the 2 familiar weapons, he continued to go crazy, hugging his head and crying, Father's sister, I'm so sorry to you both. It's me who harmed you. At this moment, Loa seemed to have reached his limit. He thought that the Sword Saint, out of teacher-student affection, would come to save him, but the result was that one by one, people fell at the hands of the goblins. His father and sister were no exception. While he was sobbing, he jumped in fright when he saw Lin Che approaching. Immediately, he rushed towards him, calling out, Lin Che. Ely, seeing Loa's disheveled appearance, leaned into Lin Che in disgust. Lin Che, on the other hand, didn't speak, but put his hands in his pockets, watching to see what he wanted to do. Loa, at this moment, was both smiling and crying, asking Lin Che, please tell me, are my father and sister still alive? Hearing this, Lin Che said coldly, your father was bitten to death by the Overlord class. As for your sister, her body has been defiled for a long time. Hearing these words was like a thunderbolt to Loa. He was stunned, silent, as if unable to believe it was true. After a while, hearing the truth, he began to chuckle. Then, he hugged his head, both crying and laughing. I really shouldn't have provoked you, shouldn't have joked in front of you. It's all my fault, Ely. You can still continue to live. Hopefully, the church will save you in the future. Ely, at this moment, was only thinking of Lin Chia. She didn't seem to pay attention to Aloya's words. With that, Loa stood up, running very fast. He slammed his head hard into a rock nearby. Startled, Ely hugged Lin Chia. Lin Chia, on the other hand, was very surprised by this scene. His body slowly slid down, leaving a large pool of blood on the rock. He had been tortured to such a weak state, and now, thinking of ending his life like this, he definitely wouldn't survive. Lin Chia slowly walked closer. He lowered himself, sitting down, raising his hand to summon something, simultaneously saying softly, I've tortured him to the point of developing feelings. Why does he want to end it? Loa's body, at this moment, was constantly twitching on the ground. Lin Chia swung his knife high, saying, It's been a long time. My hatred for you has also disappeared. This knife is to help you reduce the pain after these months of torture. Finally, Loa was freed and reunited with his family, the Great Tomb Forest. The Goblin Overlord finally followed Goblin Slayer's orders and came here. He stood outside calling out, Are you Dolly? I'm the leader of the Lost Island. Are you home? Hearing someone call him, the one named Niu Darren swung his hand, grabbing the wall and stepping out. The Goblin Overlord, seeing the person, was somewhat afraid, looking up at him. Before him was a minotaur 20 times larger than him. Playing God was already big. This Goblin Overlord was already several times larger than Lin Chia, but standing next to this minotaur, he was just a little bit. As soon as he appeared, he growled, asking, What is it? Why are you calling me? The Goblin Overlord shouted, replying, Because it's too small. I'm afraid you won't hear me clearly. I just went to retrieve what belonged to me from those guys, but they killed my entire family. Hearing this guy still didn't understand what was going on, making a confused sound. He was a man-eating minotaur, his full name being Niu Dolly. The Goblin Overlord then knelt down, respectfully offering the ring that Lin Chia had given him earlier, simultaneously saying, This is a demonic artifact made by the Ghoul tribe of the same type as you. Giving it to you is like returning it to its original owner. Hearing this, Niu Dolly lowered his colossal arm, taking it. Then, he looked at the treasure, simultaneously saying happily, Thank you, tell me, what do you want to do? Just as Lin Chia had planned, the Goblin Overlord had followed the plan and come here. He said solemnly, I want to kill them. Hearing this, Niu Dolly fell into contemplation, his entire body emitting a red aura, looking very imposing, making the Goblin Overlord retreat in fear. After a moment of silence, Niu Dolly said coldly, Do you know that I have an agreement with the God-defying church not to set foot on human territory, but I will help you ask the Lord for permission. Hearing this, the Goblin Overlord was overjoyed. He smirked, replacing Lin Chia, and Niu Dolly continued to step forward, his entire body surging with power, saying, To go and avenge the humans. I think he will agree. It seemed this guy was very interested in this matter. He continued to tense his body, emitting a tremendous power, then said, After all, it's been a long time since I've eaten fresh meat. A few days later, at Lin Qian's tribe, inside, Lin Chia was fiddling with the system, examining it. Immediately after, his stats were displayed. Lin Tian level 70 race, Goblin occupation, Nun title, Offender of the Gods, God Creator, blessed by the Gods HP, 2000 strength, 540 defense, 710 skills, mutation, fusion, blood rupture, howl, unarmed agility equipment, exquisite iron armor, exquisite short sword, elemental crossbow total power, 3100. After seeing his stats, he became depressed, raising his hand to his forehead, sighing inwardly, After a few days of practice, I have almost mastered the use of blood rupture. Although my level has increased, the Sword Saint has a total power of at least 4000, there is still a considerable distance. Perhaps the only way is to join forces with Brutal and the others to deal with her, who told me to start with hell difficulty. At this point, Lin Chia became serious again. He stroked his chin, thinking, but now, it's almost time for me to raise my head. As long as I join forces this time to destroy Bright Town, this starting instance, I can create an entire army of hero class. Thinking this, he relaxed, sighing, marveling. Finally, I don't need to hide anymore. Just then, behind him, Goblin Slayer was approaching, simultaneously saying, "Linche, the brutal goblin, has led people to the cave entrance. He's just waiting for you." Hearing her words, he didn't turn around, but replied, "I know." Goblin Slayer didn't stop there. She put on an affectionate expression, approaching him. "Wait." Then, one hand hugged his shoulder, one hand grabbed Lin Chon's hand, continuing to say softly, "Do you need us to go with you to Bright Town?" Hearing this, he replied, "No need. This battle is only aimed at the Sword Saint and a few other strong people. If it's not favorable, I can still escape. You guys following me will only be a burden." Goblin Slayer continued to press close to his shoulder, saying, "I have given the command to the brutal goblin, telling him to listen to your orders. Don't disappoint me, otherwise I will punish you severely." Hearing this, Lin Che coldly pushed her hand away, walking forward, saying, "Stop it. Who will punish who is still unknown? Take a shower, lie down, and wait for me to come back." Hearing this, Goblin Slayer just silently watched his retreating figure, not daring to say anything more. Then, she licked her lips greedily, snorting coldly, "He's quite cool." Lin Che momentarily stepped outside the cave, slowly treading on the cold water, heading towards the brutal goblin and his companions that he had just brought. Arriving at the place, he immediately displayed a superior attitude, putting both hands in his pockets, standing tall, looking at the people before him. The brutal goblin, seeing him appear, respectfully bowed his head. Seeing a tiny goblin like his own little finger, Inayu Dolly immediately spoke, asking the brutal goblin beside him, "You said your friend is this low-level goblin?" Without Lin Chon's control, the brutal goblin could only stand there blankly, not answering the question. Lin Che, below, was still in that pose, observing the person before him. It turned out that Inayu Dolly didn't come alone, but had brought a few subordinates of the same size as him to protect his little brother. From Lin Chon's perspective, these guys were no different from colossal titans. He was still carefully observing, not saying a word. Seeing the two sides looking at each other so affectionately, the system popped up, providing information about Inayu Dolly, NIUDALI level 80 race, Minotaur. Occupation, Berserker title, level 7 demon, man-eating ghoul, HP, 2300, strength, 660, defense, 700 skills, forceful charge, battle instinct, ghoul transformation. Equipment, none, total power, 3300. Lin Che, reading through it, found that this guy's combat power was about the same as his, so he was somewhat disappointed, saying to himself, "I thought you would bring stronger guys. Who knew you would find a bunch of Minotaur ghouls who specialize in eating people?" Inayu Dolly, seeing that the guy below still hadn't moved, continued to speak with a contemptuous tone. "I thought at least it would be a level 6 Overlord class goblin. It seems he's not even a regional leader." After boasting for a while, they began to do their main task. The brutal goblin then spoke, reassuring Inayu Dolly, "Mr. Niu, rest assured, his strength is on par with mine." Inayu Dolly didn't care, but just loudly ordered, "Don't talk too much, lead the way." Lin Che, at this moment, seeing that his plan was going in the right direction, was somewhat pleased, frowning and smirking. Cut to Bright Town, on the city tower, the soldiers were walking back and forth, observing the surroundings. The Minotaur ghouls and the brutal goblin had arrived here. The brutal goblin then spoke, pointing and reminding, "It's that place. But I must tell you in advance, inside there's a woman with a sword who's extremely fierce and strong." Inayu Dolly, hearing those words, didn't show any concern, but was even more pleased. He laughed happily, replying to the brutal goblin, "I like strong food. The stronger, the more delicious the meat." With that, they rushed quickly towards Bright Town without any hesitation. Their large bodies shook the mountains, loud noises, boom boom boom, were constantly being emitted. The soldiers guarding the city tower, seeing the violent shaking, were very panicked. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Someone, seeing the problem, turned pale, stammering, "Quick! Look, over there, The Minotaur ghouls are getting closer and closer. Each of them was excited because they were about to have meat to eat, so they ran at full speed. The soldiers on this side continued to scream in fear, "It's the Minotaur ghouls! The Minotaur ghouls are coming! There are so many!" The appearance of the colossal Minotaur ghouls caused chaos everywhere. Lin Che also appeared at this moment. He rode the dragon, flying to observe from the sky. The Minotaur ghouls below had begun to wreak havoc. The people began to panic, screaming in fear, "They've come to eat people, run, save me." Lin Che above, hearing the screams of the villagers, frowned, saying to himself, "Are Minotaur ghouls that scary? In my opinion, goblins with intelligence are scarier than Minotaur ghouls." Below, the Minotaur ghouls were wreaking havoc together. One held an axe, one fought barehanded, constantly swinging at the sturdy buildings here, trying to find people to eat. This sudden attack put Bright Town in a dilemma. Lin Che continued his train of thought, "As long as I occupy Bright Town, this place will sooner or later become my city." After a while of wreaking havoc, one Minotaur ghoul had eaten quite a few people. He raised the small human in his hand high, laughing happily, saying, "So delicious, continue, fresh and delicious." With that, he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and saliva, preparing to devour the unfortunate man. Suddenly, from somewhere, a golden sword aura rushed over. Boom! A long line ran from the top of the Minotaur ghoul's head down to his back. The attack was too strong and sudden, causing him to fall forward, simultaneously releasing the man in his hand. It seemed that the Minotaur ghoul could withstand that attack, but no. After a second of enduring the attack, his entire colossal body fell to the ground, along with his mouth that hadn't had time to close. The man who had just escaped was the town chief of Bright Town. He had just escaped death and was still trembling, looking behind him to see who had saved him. It was none other than the Sword Saint and her companions. They had heard the noise and had rushed to rescue him in time. Seeing the Sword Saint, the town chief shouted, "Sword Saint Darren!" Austin in the team was confused when he saw the Minotaur ghouls coming here to wreak havoc. He asked, "Why are there so many Minotaur ghouls?" Suddenly, Marshall widened his eyes in surprise, as if seeing something. It turned out that he had run into the back of the brutal goblin, meeting an acquaintance, but this acquaintance didn't make him happy. He loudly said, "Isn't that guy from the Great Tomb? He must have brought the Minotaur ghouls to seek revenge." Then, he gritted his teeth angrily, clicking his tongue, continuing, "Damn it. I should have killed him right away." The Sword Saint, looking over, also understood the problem. She said softly, "This is my mistake from last time. I shouldn't have chased after that goblin." She was saying this while gathering energy into the sword in her hand. The blue aura, full of pressure, gradually transferred from her hand, covering the entire sword. This mistake. Then, her eyes filled with killing intent, and her willow eyebrows frowned, staring at the group of Minotaur ghouls, continuing, "I will correct." With that, she stomped the ground, rushing quickly forward. With the anger in her, her entire body was covered in a blue aura, and her eyes flashed with lightning, looking very powerful. Immediately after was a bloody battle between the Minotaur ghouls and the Sword Saint. Wherever she swung her sword, corpses fell. Each of her sword strikes was not just power, but also hatred. Why does it have to be Bright Town? Why does it have to be me? 3 or 4 Minotaur ghouls combined still couldn't touch a hair on her head. With her strength, she easily jumped around, taking down each one. Seeing her easily taking down his subordinates like that, Niu Dolly became furious. His entire body was burning with anger, swinging his fist full of veins, not paying attention to her, preparing to strike down. Immediately, the Sword Saint sensed the danger. She jumped in fright, looking towards Niu Dolly. With a powerful sound, a full-powered strike from Niu Dolly caused dust and rocks to fly up. Although Niu Dolly's body was large, his speed was not slow. The dust gradually dispersed. How amazing! As expected of Sword Saint, a Minotaur ghoul with a total power of 3,500 was nothing to her. She only needed one hand to block his punch. The dust continued to fly away, revealing the small figure of the Sword Saint. She blocked Niu Dolly's hand, simultaneously giving him a murderous look. This time, he wouldn't be able to eat much meat, and his life would be hard to protect. Niu Dolly, seeing her block his attack, was very surprised. He widened his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, "She blocked my attack." Scary, he swung a few more punches to scare her. Thus, he didn't show any mercy to his prey, swinging wildly at the sword saint. The two fought each other, determined to fight to the death. Above, Lin Che was still observing the battle, waiting for a good opportunity to strike. He crossed his arms, looking down, analyzing the situation. Although the combined strength of the Minotaur ghouls is slightly lower than the sword saints, fortunately, their strength is on par. As long as I can control her, I will be able to strike more easily. With that, something caught his attention, causing him to look over. What's that? It was Marshall, who had caught Lin Qian's attention. He was taking advantage of the sword saint taking down the Minotaur ghouls to eliminate the brutal goblin, whom he considered the culprit. His entire body was surrounded by earth, as if preparing to do something. Earth magic. With that, his entire body sank into the ground. Before sinking down, he didn't forget to leave a few loving words for the brutal goblin. "You damn beast. See how I kill you." Lin Chia above, seeing the opportunity, smiled sinisterly, thinking, "Earth magic, right? I've been waiting for this moment." Immediately after, Lin Qian's skill was released. Earth element, countless pillars of earth shot down from him below. After Lin Qian's words, countless pillars of earth that he shot down exploded. The body of Marshall, along with dust, flew into the air. Then he fell, hitting his head on the ground, his eyes white, not having time to close, losing the ability to fight after just one attack from Lin Che. After Marshall was taken down by Lin Che, the Goblin Overlord reached out and grabbed him. Then, he quickly brought Marshall's body closer and opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, preparing to devour him. Emma, the lowly girl in the Sword Saints team, seeing the entire process of Marshall being taken down and about to be eaten, exclaimed loudly, "This is bad." Marshall, with that, she raised her bow, pulled the string, preparing to unleash her skill, Super Archery, Divine Arrow of Finction. As soon as the skill was called out, streams of pale golden energy gathered at the tip of her arrow. Below, Lin Che had sensed that Emma was preparing to fire an arrow, so he quickly transformed into a tornado, flying towards the Goblin Overlord. As planned, Lin Qian's tornado blocked Emma's Divine Arrow of Finction. The speed of the arrow was very fast, but unfortunately, the tornado was stronger. Emma, on the rooftop, seeing her arrow being blocked so suddenly, was surprised and frowned, saying in confusion, "What's going on?" On this side, Lin Che, after blocking the arrow, jumped off the rooftop, landing on the ground. His entire body was surging with golden energy, looking very imposing. He looked coldly at Emma, slowly saying, "Luckily, I also have the agility skill." Immediately after, he returned to the main issue. In fact, he had gone to the trouble of blocking the arrow just to seize the delicious prey. He looked at the Goblin Overlord, saying urgently, "You leave this guy to me, you go help those Minotaur ghouls." Hearing him speak, he flinched, stopping his actions. Immediately after, he turned, placing Marshall's body down, simultaneously bowing respectfully, replying to Lin Che, "Yes, all right." After giving the order, Lin Che crossed his arms, putting his hands in his pockets, slowly walking towards Marshall. As he walked, he happily praised, "Goblin Slayer's command seal is indeed easy to use." With that, he licked his lips greedily, looking at the good prey on the ground. "Come to me, Earth Magic." Next was the image that everyone knew what would happen. The system then displayed a notification, devouring. Emma, above, witnessing the goblin eating her teammate, couldn't help but widen her eyes, covering her mouth, trembling, stammering, "Lord Marshall, no way." Cut to Austin, he had also witnessed the scene of Lin Che just now. He was very angry, swinging his sword hard, leaving a long line across the Minotaur ghoul's forehead, simultaneously shouting, "Marshall." After Austin took down the Minotaur ghoul, he rushed quickly towards Lin Che with his shield and large sword. His entire body was surging with power, his mouth clenched, his eyes red, shouting, "You damn beast. How dare you do that to Marshall?" Lin Che, on this side, was not afraid at all, standing tall, waiting for him to come. When he was close enough, he jumped, flying up, swinging his sword back, simultaneously shouting the skill, super martial skill, a mountain-splitting stone-breaking. With that, countless streams of fire merged into the sword, looking quite impressive, but Lin Che still didn't move. He stood, staring at him, not afraid at all, activating the skill, unarmed. As soon as the unarmed skill was activated, Lin Che had lightly deflected Austin's full-powered sword to the side. He saw this tiny goblin block his attack and was very surprised, widening his eyes in shock. The eyes of the two met. Lin Che was very calm as he looked at him, while he was completely the opposite. He gritted his teeth, widening his eyes, glaring at him, simultaneously exclaiming, "Damn it, I thought that one attack would cut this goblin in half. Who knew he would block it so easily?" Lin Che didn't give Austin any more chances to run away. He coldly activated the skill, super demonic skill, brutal howl. Immediately, a blue light from his skill was released on Austin. He could only grit his teeth and endure the attack, not being able to dodge in time. Immediately after, countless streams of blue energy from Lin Che's brutal howl were released in a wide area, shaking the entire area. What was coming had come. Emma had to witness another one of her teammates leaving. Her entire body was trembling, tears still streaming down uncontrollably. Immediately after, she turned away, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Below, Lin Che was tearing at his spoils, who told him to be a man. If he were a woman, he wouldn't have been like this. A few minutes later, only Austin's bare bones remained. He was out of the role like this, which was too pitiful. Continuing was Emma's fearful expression. She couldn't believe her eyes, constantly witnessing to teammates leaving before her eyes, causing her spirit to collapse. How can it be? Even Austin was eaten alive. After securing 2 lives, Lin Che leaned against a wall, carefully observing the system panel. "Congratulations, Master. Level increased to 75. Total power 3,200. He happily looked down at the system, saying to himself, "I didn't expect to increase 5 levels at once. I've finally reached level 75, and my total power has also increased to 3,200. Back to Emma, she took advantage of Lin Che not paying attention and drew her bow to avenge her teammates. The bow was pulled taut, and countless arrows were summoned around the 6-pointed star. She gritted her teeth, shouting, "Go die, you stinking goblin, release." Immediately after, the arrows rushed quickly towards Lin Che. He was still observing the system, thinking that her strength wasn't worth worrying about, so he didn't defend against her. A golden light pierced through his right shoulder. He was very surprised, plus the piercing pain in his shoulder made him grit his teeth, hunching over in anger. Immediately after, he hugged his injured shoulder, looking up at the direction the arrow had come from, frowning. Another arrow rushed down with that speed, making Lin Che very surprised. In a flash, he dodged. Where he had been standing before, there were not just one, but dozens more arrows of hatred shot down from Emma. Lin Che dodged to the side, frowning, thinking to himself, "Luckily, I dodged in time." Emma, above, continued to release arrows. She put all her strength and all her arrows into the goblin below. The arrows she released were covered in a golden aura, looking very powerful. Arrows rained down from Emma, and Lin Che just jumped around, dodging the attacks. He jumped, dodging, simultaneously turning his head back, muttering, "Damn it. This woman plays with arrows like a machine gun. If there weren't stone walls to slow down the speed, I wouldn't be able to dodge." Jumping, dodging the attacks, he met the brutal goblin again. He seized the opportunity and loudly ordered him immediately, "Brutal, quickly knock down that bell tower for me." The brutal goblin, hearing this, obeyed, replying loudly, "Understood." With that, he rushed out from the rubble with the speed of tearing wind. His entire body was surging with a green aura, aiming at the bell tower where Emma was standing. Emma, above, also sensed the situation and stopped firing. Using his body to block, with his height of 2 meters, the brutal goblin crashed hard into the bell tower, causing it to break and prepare to fall down. Emma, above, although she saw the enemy rushing towards her, couldn't dodge in time with that speed. She fell to the tile floor, gritting her teeth, clicking her tongue, "Damn it." Lin Che, below, seeing that the opportunity had come, once again pulled out his divine crossbow, smiling happily, thinking to himself, taking advantage of this moment. 3 or 4 arrows from the divine crossbow were aimed accurately and shot quickly towards Emma. Emma, seeing Lin Qian's arrows rushing towards her, was startled, gritting her teeth, saying, "You despicable bastard, you ambushed me when I was off guard." With that, she quickly jumped down, dodging each arrow that Lin Qian shot, then landed lightly, but her expression at this moment looked quite haggard. Lin Qian, on this side, seeing Emma dodge all his arrows, frowned, smirking, saying, "She can even dodge this. It seems I have to wait for her skill to be in the process of recovering before I have a chance to attack." After calculating his strategy, he ran away, trying to bait Emma's skills. Emma, on this side, seeing him cowardly running away, smirked confidently, saying, "You want to run? Let's see if my arrows are faster or your legs are faster." Immediately after, she drew her bow, gathering energy, putting it into her arrow, aiming at Lin Qian, shouting loudly, "Don't think you can escape my eyes." Boom! An arrow that I shot out exploded like a grenade. Lin Qian continued to run east and west, dodging back and forth, successfully dodging all the arrows that Emma shot. Naturally, she was fiercely attacking the enemy, determined to fight to the death. Either you die or I die and you live. But Emma suddenly knelt down, surprising Lin Qian. He looked over at her. Emma's entire body was trembling, her hands and feet limp, unable to move nimbly anymore. She was surprised, unable to believe that she was exhausted at this critical moment, saying to herself, "This is bad. My stamina is all used up." Her entire body was covered in sweat. She tried to look towards Lin Qian, gritting her teeth, telling herself, "Try a little more. I can definitely." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Thus, Lin Qian's plan had succeeded. The elf's agility helped Emma react quickly, so Lin Qian had to keep his distance, using up all her strength before starting to act. He and the brutal goblin, seeing Emma collapse, slowly walked over. The brutal goblin approached, his entire body surging with a green aura, and his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked down at Emma, looking very terrifying. Emma, in his eyes at this moment, was like a piece of meat that had just been cooked, waiting to be eaten. Immediately after, he opened his mouth full of saliva and sharp teeth, lunging down, preparing to swallow Emma whole. But just as his mouth was about to reach his prey, a familiar voice rang out, "Get out of the way." "This is mine." The brutal goblin immediately stopped his crazy actions, glancing over at Lin Qian. After ordering the brutal goblin, he slowly approached Emma, then sat down, observing her small body with a sinister expression, continuing, "It would be a waste to eat such a powerful elf." Emma was still lying motionless, not knowing anything. After speaking, Lin Qian gently used both hands to lift Emma up, then slowly walked away, finding a secluded place. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I wonder what new skills I will receive after this time." His figure disappeared behind the dust, leaving the brutal goblin with an empty stomach. A few minutes later, in a ruined area of Bright Town, Emma's eyes slowly opened after a period of unconsciousness due to exhaustion. She was confused, not knowing where she was, having just fought with that goblin. "Have I died? Where is this place?" Suddenly, Emma's eyes widened in surprise. What was before her made her very surprised and frightened. What frightened her was none other than Lin Qian. He, at this moment, was preparing to go into battle, taking off his clothes to reveal his attractive 8-pack body. But in Emma's eyes at this moment, what was before her was a skinny, long-haired goblin preparing to attack her. As soon as she saw him, she shouted, "Goblin, you damn bastard, don't come over here." Immediately after, she struggled, wanting to run away, but trying to struggle, she found that she couldn't get up. She looked over at her tightly bound arms in surprise, saying to herself, "Damn it, I can't move." Realizing that she was in this situation, she was very scared. She had just been unconscious, so she didn't know what this guy before her had done to her. She was scared, struggling, shouting in despair, "Damn goblin! What have you done to me? Get away from me!" Lin Qian didn't pay attention to Emma's words. He just sat down next to her, putting on a provocative expression, slowly saying, "What's the rush? You'll know soon enough." Hearing that tone and seeing that despicable expression made Emma scared, trembling, her throat tight, unable to say anything. And so, the one-sided battle between the attacker and the attacked officially began. Cut to the Sword Saint. She had been fighting with NIU Dolly for several hundred rounds. It seemed that this sword strike was her decisive move for NIU Dolly. She unleashed the attack with eyes full of killing intent. NIU Dolly, being slashed across the chest, screamed in pain. His total power was weaker, but he was tenacious, so it was already a miracle that he had lasted until now. His entire colossal body fell backward powerlessly. The Sword Saint then seized the opportunity, jumping up, lightly taking some blood from his neck. NIU Dolly officially went to see his ancestors from here. The Sword Saint, after taking him down, showed signs of fatigue, frowning, her lips moving, saying, "He's truly a difficult opponent." Suddenly, a very loud scream came from the right side of the Sword Saint. She immediately recognized it, looking over in surprise towards the direction the sound came from. "What's going on? What is this sound?" Cut to Emma. After a period of being played with by Lin Chia, the clothes on her body were torn. It seemed that Lin Chia had acted very brutally. Emma, at this moment, was sobbing, trembling, holding a small knife in her hand, wanting to end her life because she felt that she had been tainted. The Sword Saint had arrived at the place. She saw Emma wanting to do something bad, so she swung her hand, rushing over, tears welling up, shouting loudly, trying to stop her. "No! Emma, stop!" And so, a line was decisively stabbed down by Emma. Red liquid flowed out continuously. The Sword Saint, witnessing that scene, was stunned, her eyes wide in horror. She never dared to think that things would go this far. All of her teammates were killed one by one. The Sword Saint rushed over in a panic, simultaneously shouting, "Emma!" Why? Emma, at that moment, was lying motionless. The Sword Saint then rushed over, lifting Emma up. She was constantly crying, trying to wake Emma. "No! Emma, don't die. Try to hold on. I'll take you to get treatment right now." Emma was still silent, not responding to her. After a while of shaking her, Emma finally opened her eyes. Emma looked at the Sword Saint with sad eyes, crying, "Alice, Marshall and Austin, they're dead." And the first then, Emma continued to raise her trembling arm, touching the Sword Saint's face, then continued, "Princess Alice, I don't want to give birth to a goblin's child. You must avenge us." The Sword Saint, hearing these words, became even more saddened. She raised her hand, grabbing Emma's hand, saying, "Rest assured. I will kill all of them. Don't die, okay, Emma." After those last words, Emma officially reunited with Marshall and Austin. Her arm fell powerlessly on the brick floor in the Sword Saint's utmost sadness. The remaining Minotaur ghouls, at this moment, had surrounded the Sword Saint. They didn't care about the separation between the Sword Saint and her teammate, but took turns saying to each other, "The boss was killed by her. Whoever eats her will become the new boss." The one next to him replied excitedly, "Kill, eat." The Sword Saint, below, slowly placed Emma down, her face darkening, looking very angry. Then, she raised her sword. All the anger and hatred at this moment had reached its peak. She slowly stood up, her entire body surging with golden energy, looking very imposing. Then, she frowned, saying in a low, angry voice, "All of you must die." Just as she finished speaking, the Sword Saint suddenly stabbed the sword in her hand through her own chest, her mouth constantly grinding. The hatred at this moment seemed to have reached its peak, and red liquid kept pouring out behind her. It seemed that she was activating some kind of skill. The soldiers on this side, seeing her act like that, fell into confusion. She was just fiercely demanding to fight to the death with the enemy, so why is she suddenly stabbing herself? What's going on? They looked at each other blankly, saying, "What's going on? Why did the Sword Saint suddenly commit suicide?" The Minotaur ghouls on this side were no less surprised. They all opened their mouths wide, looking down at her to see what she was trying to do. In a flash, the Sword Saint's entire body flew into the air. Around her was a golden shield, full of sturdiness. Count Ferriman, seeing her sudden action, worriedly shouted, "Sword Saint, what are you doing?" The Sword Saint, at this moment, was still able to control herself. The sword was still stuck in her body. From this stab, it seemed that she had activated a different form of power. The Sword Saint raised her bright eyes, looking down at Pheromone and the troops, slowly saying, "All soldiers, leave here immediately. Otherwise, you will all die." With that, the soldiers below separated, running around, finding places to hide. They ran, screaming, "Mother, I'm going to die. Run, it's so scary. I've never seen Sword Saint like this before. She's even scarier than those monsters." From afar, where Lin Che had just run away after harming Emma, he still heard the sound and shaking from the Sword Saint. The sounds of rumble kept ringing, causing Lin Che to look back. He was very confused, exclaiming, "What's going on? Could it be that the Sword Saint has taken down all the remaining Minotaur ghouls?" Unable to resist his curiosity, he finally ran back to see what was happening. But what hit his eyes at this moment was an image that he had never seen before. He was surprised, widening his eyes, gritting his teeth, exclaiming, "That is." Before him and everyone else at this moment was the image of a colossal Sword Saint. Her entire body seemed to have been released with all its power. The cumbersome armor was no longer helping, allowing her to pairs of wings to appear. She looked like a true saint at this moment. The Sword Saint raised her cold, murderous eyes, looking down at the group of Minotaur ghouls below, simultaneously pulling out the sword from her stomach, preparing to unleash the finishing blow on everyone. Below, even Lin Che had been caught in her sights. Under his feet, a golden aura of the Sword Saint immediately appeared. As soon as it appeared, it locked him in place, catching him off guard. He looked down at his feet in shock, saying loudly, "This is bad." Back to the Minotaur ghouls, they were running for their lives, but had been locked in place. The entire group fell into panic, screaming, "What is this?" Run, in this group, there was still one stubborn guy. Even though he was locked in place, he didn't flinch, but shouted, "What are you running for? Eliminate her." The words he had just said caused the Sword Saint to become even more angry. She continued to gather energy, suppressing them. The Minotaur ghouls, at this moment, were being suppressed by the Sword Saint's extremely strong aura, crawling on the ground. The loudmouth from before now fell into fear. He was forced to kneel down, exclaiming in confusion, "What's happening? This aura is too strong. I can't move." The Sword Saint, above, seeing that her target was in her sights, flapped her wings, flying closer, simultaneously raising her sword high. Then, she put all her energy into the holy sword, simultaneously shouting the skill, Super Sword Technique. Without wasting words, as soon as the Sword Saint finished speaking, she swung her sword hard at the group of Minotaur ghouls below. Her eyes were filled with hatred, determined to settle everything with this one strike. Holy Judgment, the colossal sword strike, named Holy Judgment, crashed down on the ground. It successfully created a large shock, dust rising everywhere. A moment later, the dust dispersed, leaving behind the image of a colossal slash, and that one slash successfully cut through the heads, arms, legs, and half the bodies of the Minotaur ghouls. After successfully taking down this group, the Sword Saint returned to normal from her transformed state. She successfully landed, her body had shrunk, and the aura around her was also slowly receding. The colossal Minotaur ghouls, at this moment, were like straw to her. She looked around to see if there were any still twitching, then conveniently finished them off, but it seemed that there were none left. The Sword Saint's current state of power was extremely strong. Lin Che, who was standing outside, peeking at her, had his system display information about her current strength. Total combat power, 5,000 greatly increased. And so, the battle between humanity and the monsters had ended. Both sides had suffered extremely heavy losses. The dust gradually flew away, leaving behind a bright town full of rubble. Lin Che, outside, glanced at the Sword Saint, saying to himself, "Luckily, I managed to run out in time. I thought this girl was a swordsman, but it turns out she's a mage. To increase her combat power, does she have to risk her life to this extent?" At this moment, Count Pheromone appeared, happily cheering and praising, "Worthy of the Sword Saint, never defeated. The undefeated holy sword protects this kingdom, too powerful." The Sword Saint, on the other side, still hadn't reacted. The golden aura around her had disappeared. The soldiers, at this moment, also rushed out, waving their arms, laughing loudly, celebrating, "Sword Saint Darren, long live." Suddenly, the wound in her stomach throbbed, and blood spurted out. She painfully hugged her stomach, trying to keep the blood from coming out anymore. After forcing herself to strengthen her power, the Sword Saint was now suffering from the backlash. She struggled, propping herself up with her sword to avoid falling down. Her mouth also involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of red liquid. All of her expressions were taken in by Lin Che. His system then displayed a notification. Total combat power, 2,500, greatly decreased. Lin Che laughed with delight when he saw that his opportunity had come. "Let's see how long you can hold on with your remaining strength." The Sword Saint, even in pain, was still very wary. She frowned, looking at Pheromone and the soldiers, saying, "It's not over yet. The real culprit has not been eliminated." With that, she took out a vial of blue liquid, preparing to drink it to recover her power again, the familiar golden vortex. Lin Che, seeing the Sword Saint planning to drink the recovery potion, immediately unleashed a skill, trying to disrupt her. A powerful strike hit the Sword Saint's wound, and her entire body was knocked back. Her armor, along with the vial of potion, was shattered. The Sword Saint screamed in pain. The vial of potion fell to the ground, and the Sword Saint's back slammed hard on the ground. She was in pain, unable to get up. Pheromone and the soldiers, seeing this, panicked. "Sword Saint, are you all right?" Lin Che had confidently appeared above. Currently, no one could stand against him. The old Count Pheromone, seeing him appear, shouted, "It's that goblin! Everyone, prepare!" Then, he glared straight at Lin Che, shouting angrily, "You despicable, contemptible person! You dare to take advantage of the opportunity to attack!" The Sword Saint, after struggling for a while, managed to stand up. Her entire body was torn. Just after one attack from Lin Che, Pheromone stood in front, trying to protect her, simultaneously saying loudly, "Sword Saint Darren, please focus on recovering your injuries. Leave this guy to us to handle." Lin Che, hearing him mention him, darkened his face, smirking strangely, asking, "What did you just call me?" The old Pheromone, at this moment, still thought that he was stronger than the enemy. He charged up alone like a hero. As he charged, he repeated his words from before, "You despicable, contemptible person." 2 arrows from the divine crossbow were quickly shot by Lin Che. They rushed like lightning towards him. With the close distance, he couldn't dodge, so he took the hit, falling backward, unconscious. Lin Che said indifferently, "Not that sentence, but the one before that. You already know that I'm a goblin, so why do you want to reason with me?" The soldiers, at this moment, charged at him. They weren't discouraged by their leader being taken down. One shouted, encouraging everyone, "Kill him!" The others responded, "Kill him, avenge Count Darren." Lin Che didn't want to say much. He pulled out the short knife from his pants, smiling happily, saying, "Come swim in here, everyone." And so, each line was drawn by him very smoothly on the necks of each soldier. They were very helpless before his speed. On this side, a soldier who looked like a squad leader turned to the remaining group, shouting, encouraging their spirits, "Don't retreat. Buy time for Sword Saint Darren to recover." Then, he looked at the goblin before him, continuing to shout, "Offer your hearts." The space suddenly became silent after a stab through the armor from Lin Che. One stab from him successfully took the heart of the one who had just been loud. The speed was too fast, making him unable to react in time. He coughed, then stammered, "You." He widened his eyes, looking down at his chest. The pain made him unable to say any more words. Lin Che was still holding his arm in place. He said coldly, marveling, "The courage of that guy. Not bad, you are free now. I will take your heart." The Sword Saint, seeing Lin Che's brutal scene, swung her sword, shouting, "Raging sword aura." Immediately, 3 streams of blue sword aura rushed towards Lin Che. He had also sensed this, so he quickly pulled out the heart of the squad leader he had just taken down, simultaneously leaning to the side, glancing at the Sword Saint. The sword aura was moving too fast. Lin Che then pulled out the squad leader he had just taken down, using him as a shield to block the Sword Saint's attack. The Sword Saint, seeing the goblin block her attack in that way, was surprised, widening her eyes, gritting her teeth in anger. Immediately after, she rushed quickly forward, swinging her sword hard towards him. But immediately, he reacted quickly, dodging to the side, taking advantage of the sword saint's swing. Losing her balance, leaning forward, Lin Che rushed quickly to attack from behind her neck. Seeing the intention of the despicable goblin rushing towards her, the sword saint immediately leaned to the side, raising her leg high, preparing to block him. Lin Che, just as he rushed over, had to raise his hand to block the sword saint's attack. He frowned, seriously looking at her, as if thinking about something. Even after fighting hundreds of rounds with the Minotaur ghouls, stabbing herself to increase her power, and suffering the backlash immediately after, the sword saint still looked very healthy. After taking a kick, Lin Che was knocked back. He propped his hand down on the brick floor, trying to keep himself from being pushed back any further. Then, he frowned, looking at the sword saint, thinking that kick was really difficult to deal with. Clearly, her combat power has decreased to 2,500, but she's still so powerful. With that, he turned on serious mode, standing up straight, giving the sword saint the gaze of a predator, simultaneously activating the skill, superclass demonic skill. Immediately, a familiar green aura radiated around him. Brutal howl, his hand slammed hard on the brick floor. Immediately, countless streams of green aura, full of pressure, radiated around. This shockwave was too strong, causing the soldiers on this side to fall to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The sword saint was also made to lose consciousness by it. Her eyes turned white after his aura passed by, but immediately after, she woke up. It seemed that this attack from Lin Che was still not enough for her. Taking this attack made the sword saint even more annoyed. She frowned, glaring at Lin Che. Immediately, the sword saint swung her sword hard towards Lin Che, simultaneously shouting the skill, body-cleaving sword intent. As soon as the sword was swung down, the earth and rocks were sent flying. Countless golden sword auras rushed towards Lin Che, but again, Lin Che dodged very smoothly. It was just that his hair was a bit long from not being cut for a long time, so he conveniently had the sword saint trim it a bit. He looked over at the sword saint's skill, thinking, it seems that using demon skills to deal with her is not very effective. If this continues, we might both be injured. I might even lose because the sword saint, who is of the holy system, restrains me. Just as his train of thought ended, his hair fell to the brick floor. The sword saint, on this side, was still very tenacious, determined to take down the goblin before her. Immediately after, she clenched her hands, swinging her sword, rushing towards Lin Che, simultaneously shouting at him, "Today, we must end this." The sword saint, at this moment, was very determined to take down the enemy no matter what. Contrary to the sword saint's anger, Lin Che, on this side, was not afraid at all, but glared, asking, "Sword saint, do you like the taste of defeat?" But what responded to his words was the sword saint's loud shout, "Shut up!" As soon as the words were spoken, the sword saint's figure had appeared close to him. He then took a stance, preparing to dodge the attack, saying, "Then try it." A loud sound came from the sword saint's sword. Lin Che had quickly jumped up, dodging her attack, leaving behind the brick floor that she had plowed, sending it flying everywhere. The sword saint frowned, watching Lin Che, thinking, "Let's see how long you can dodge." Immediately after, the sword saint ordered the remaining soldiers, "Everyone, attack him together, kill him." Hearing her order, the soldiers swung their weapons, rushing towards Lin Che. Immediately, one was grabbed by the neck by him. The soldiers, at this moment, were like fish out of water to him, very weak. Then, he gently threw the soldier towards the sword saint like throwing a ball. The sword saint, who was rushing to attack him, had to jump in fright, dodging to the side. The soldier who was thrown hit the ground, and at the same time, Lin Che had jumped to another place. The sword saint looked around to see where he was. It turned out that he had taken advantage of the opportunity to run towards the group of soldiers, gathering to take some blood. He passed by, and whoever he passed by fell, with blood splattering everywhere. The sword saint then ran over, catching a soldier, simultaneously shouting, "If you have the guts, don't keep running back and forth. Stand still for me. Lin Che still didn't pay attention to the Sword Saint's words. He knew that it was not easy to take down the Sword Saint at this time. He continued to rush, as if carrying out some plan again. Another one was stabbed by him. Before he could touch him, he had been deprived of his life. Then, he threw the one he had just stabbed back, trying to block the Sword Saint, while rushing away. He was secretly calculating, taking advantage of the human body to dodge, at least in terms of speed. He could surpass the Sword Saint, behind. Although she felt very sorry for her soldiers, at this moment, she had no other choice but to chase after and take down this goblin. Her eyes were full of killing intent as she chased after Lin Che, saying loudly, "You filthy, despicable person, don't run." Lin Che was pleased. Running and glancing back at the Sword Saint, he saw that everything was going according to plan, thinking, as long as I persevere until the Sword Saint's belief collapses and her defense decreases, I will take advantage of blood rupture. And so, the two chased each other, one chasing, one running away, for an hour. Around them was thick dust, accompanied by the coughing of the soldiers. Each soldier was stabbed by Lin Che, but not fatally. They were twitching, trying to beg, "Sword Saint, kill me. I can't take the torture anymore. That's right, avenge us, kill us." The Sword Saint, seeing this scene, began to panic. Lin Che continued to mock, grabbing a soldier, putting the knife to his neck, simultaneously saying, trying to attack the Sword Saint's spirit, "I'm too bored. Let's stop here for today. After all, you have already been defeated in this battle." The Sword Saint, hearing this, became even more angry. She, at this moment, had run out of strength, but was still determined to take him down, shouting, "Don't even think about running." With that, the Sword Saint swung her sword, surging with anger, towards him. He immediately pushed the soldier in his hand towards the Sword Saint. The soldier, seeing the killing intent and the murderous eyes of the Sword Saint, was very scared. And so, the soldier was cut in half by her. Blood spurted out, and he fell powerlessly. Lin Che, at this moment, jumped back, trying to keep his distance from her. Then, he put on a satisfied expression, thinking, "All right. If this continues like this, she will completely go crazy." Just as he had planned, the Sword Saint, at this moment, had gone crazy. She rushed up, slashing all the remaining soldiers. Wherever she went, people fell. "I must kill you." Lin Che, at this moment, had jumped out of the battlefield for the Sword Saint. He watched the Sword Saint's actions, smirking, praising her. "Well done, Sword Saint. You're better at killing people than killing monsters." A moment later, the Sword Saint seemed to wake up. Her entire body, at this moment, was covered in human blood. She widened her eyes, as if unable to believe what she had just done. Behind her, at this moment, were rows of soldiers lying scattered. All of Bright Town, at this moment, seemed to be dyed a dark red of death. The Sword Saint stood frozen, her entire body stiff, still unable to believe that she had done this. Why? The sword in her hand also fell powerlessly to the ground, making a clink sound, breaking the silent atmosphere. The Sword Saint raised her hands, covered in blood, trembling, stammering, "I have killed so many people. The people I was supposed to protect." Saying this, the Sword Saint hugged her head, screaming, "No, impossible." Lin Che, at this moment, had slowly approached her. He raised his short knife, smiling sinisterly, looking at her with delight, thinking, "Now is the opportunity." Then he bit his finger, smearing his blood on the tip of the knife, trying to activate the blood rupture skill. Without hesitating any further, he launched his short knife towards the Sword Saint. The short knife stabbed hard into the Sword Saint's shoulder, making her scream in pain. After taking a knife with Lin Chan's blood on it, the Sword Saint was immediately affected by blood rupture, causing her to lose all strength and collapse onto the brick floor. As soon as her knees touched the ground, the sky also began to rain, as if the heavens were also weeping for her plight at that moment. Immediately after, the Sword Saint's entire body emitted a golden aura. The holy power within her gradually escaped and vanished. The Sword Saint's hands and feet could not move at this moment. She looked up at the sky, then said in a weak voice, "Lord God." The Sword Saint's eyes at that moment showed disappointment. She continued, "In the pain of both soul and body, it's not my fault. I will protect everyone." She raised her hand, reaching for the space that was gradually being covered by dark clouds, and continued, "Have you also abandoned me?" With that, she powerlessly fell heavily onto the brick floor, unconscious, thus ending a battle full of blood and tears. Lin Che only began to approach after seeing her faint. As he walked, he said, "Infected with blood rupture, you will completely lose your holy power." Arriving, he sat down, looking at the sword saint with eyes full of admiration, then reached out and touched her shoulder, exclaiming, "Truly a strong woman, but also carrying a fatal weakness." Immediately, he changed his expression, giving the sword saint a deadly look and a despicable smile, continuing, "This power is not enough. Why not submit to me, join the great Goblin army, and together with me, overthrow the superstitious religion ruling this world?" At this time, rain and lightning appeared in the sky, and the rain became heavier and heavier. Thus, this moment had arrived. Lin Che was now preparing to acquire new power. He swung his hand, tearing away the layer of fabric that he felt was cumbersome. The sword saint was unconscious, but seemed to sense what was happening to her. Her tears unconsciously flowed, mingling with the heavy rain in Bright Town. That eight-pack body once again appeared. He put on an expression of enjoyment, simultaneously exclaiming, "It's both noon and raining. This is truly wonderful." The rain became heavier and heavier. Bright Town at this moment was only a pile of rubble, the sound of the rain mingling with the sounds of Goblin Lin Che. Suddenly the brutal goblin ran away in a panic. Its footsteps were very hurried, and it ran, shouting loudly, "The church! The people of the church are here! Run quickly!" Lin Che, who was busy, was startled to hear this and looked after the brutal goblin. Then he frowned, gritting his teeth, saying loudly, "The church? Not coming early, not coming late, but coming at this exact moment. Truly damn it." With that, immediately behind him appeared the feet of those called the church. The clanking sound from their armor continuously grew closer. Lin Che, on this side, was still swaying, not willing to pull out. He turned his head to look. Oh my God, why are there so many? This group from the church saw Lin Che doing that with the sword saint, but they didn't immediately rush to attack him. Instead, they just slammed their swords hard onto the brick floor, threatening him. The leader of this group is the Holy Guard Cardinal. Lin Che, seeing such a formidable army approaching, immediately grabbed his cloak, then stomped the ground and jumped away from the sword saint. Then he landed opposite the group from the church. On this side, the cardinal was very angry, his entire body burning with rage, heat continuously radiating from his body. The space suddenly became silent. Neither side spoke first. Only the clinking sound of raindrops falling on the armor of this group from the church was heard. The sword saint was still unconscious, lying motionless on the cold brick floor. The cardinal at this moment glanced down at her, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect even she would suffer misfortune." A renowned sword saint also defeated by this small goblin. Then he looked back at Lin Che, frowning angrily, saying, "Another small goblin, weak and harmless in appearance, but harboring terrifying power and a demonic face, truly a genuine demon." Lin Che stood opposite, hearing everything. He was observing their every move, while the soldiers on this side were brandishing their weapons, just waiting for the order to charge. The cardinal then finally gave the order to his subordinates. He said loudly, "Holy guards, hear my command. In the name of the divine, for the peace of the world, attack." Hearing the order, all the holy guards immediately raised their swords to their chests, chanting in unison, "Punish the evil." Immediately, golden lights shone one after another. Lin Che, on this side, was very surprised to see the aura of those holy guards. He gritted his teeth, frowning, looking at them. Not letting Lin Che wait long, the holy guards on this side, after chanting, immediately swung their swords and charged at him. Each and every one of them was surging with killing intent. Lin Che immediately used a skill, creating a shield to protect himself. The sound of collision between the two sides continuously rang out as each one swung their swords down. Lin Che blocked the attacks while observing these holy guards. He frowned, thinking to himself, wearing such heavy armor, yet their speed is still terrifying, truly. Then the system displayed the combat power of these holy guards. Holy Guard soldier, Total power 3,000. One of them slashed down hard, but Lin Che quickly jumped away. The holy guard, seeing the enemy dodge, was very angry, gritting his teeth, watching him. Jumping far away to keep his distance, he propped himself up with his hands, then looked at the enemy before him with an angry gaze. He was breathing heavily, thinking to himself, they are much stronger than I imagined. In a flash, he immediately brought his hand in front of him and used his short knife to lightly cut his palm. He frowned, seriously looking at the enemy before him, thinking, but so what? After cutting his hand, he immediately swung his hand, sending the blood in his palm flying towards the holy guards before him, simultaneously shouting the familiar skill, blood rupture. Immediately, one of them on this side was hit by his attack. His blood hit him directly in the face. Immediately reacting, he grimaced and fell backward. Then, like the sword saint before, he lost all holy power and unconsciously fell, hitting his back hard on the ground. The one hit by his blood only now realized what had happened to him. He writhed on the brick floor, shouting, "My holy power! What did that goblin do to me?" Seeing this, a holy guard immediately swung his sword, blocking his comrades, simultaneously saying loudly, "Forbidden item." "Don't chase any more." The remaining holy guards, seeing this, all hesitated and stopped, not daring to continue. Lin Che seized the opportunity. Lin Che immediately leapt away and disappeared. The holy guards at this moment could only watch in fear. One of them said, "That goblin is truly a demon." Lin Che, after jumping a distance, turned his head to look back. He clicked his tongue inwardly. Damn it, is this the power of the church? Even the guards have a power level of up to 3,000. The plan must change significantly now. In a flash, he had also quickly jumped out of the city walls of Bright Town. Returning to the Sword Saint and the church group, the cardinal waved a cloth over the Sword Saint, simultaneously ordering everyone, prepare to retreat. This child needs to be baptized and guided by the cardinal, otherwise she will stray onto the path of evil. At this point, a holy guard stepped forward, asking him, "Cardinal, what about that goblin menace and the angel Evely?" The cardinal, while lifting the Sword Saint, replied, "It's too late." Then he looked distantly at the sky and continued, "As for Evely, the Grand Cardinal has said that the Divine has chosen a new angel. There's no need to look for her anymore." A few hours later, Lin Che had returned to Bright Town to retrieve his cloak. He patted his cloak, dusting off the remaining dust. From above, he put his hands in his pockets, standing tall, looking down at the desolate and ruined Bright Town. Below at this moment, only the corpses of the Minotaur ghouls were lying scattered. Beside them were the gravestones of the people of Bright Town. Lin Che thought to himself, the bodies have all been buried. Luckily the Minotaur ghoul corpses are still here. Then he put on that sinister expression, smiling slightly, continuing, "Now I can rest assured. I can feast to my heart's content." After Lin Che finished devouring the Minotaur ghoul, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations on reaching level 80. Cut back to Lin Cheon's tribe's cave." After several days of fighting, he finally returned to his tribe. His 4 wives were very excited at this moment. Everyone was wondering what he had experienced over the past few days, and they asked him one after another. Goblin Slayer spoke first. "How did it go? Did you win?" Goblin Mun continued, "Boss, tell us what happened." Kasana, seeing that his body had changed a lot, said loudly, "Oh my god, everyone, do you see that? Boss seems to be even stronger now." Only the tribe mother calmly looked at him with loving eyes, not saying anything. Lin Che, at this moment, leaned back on the fur chair, saying clearly, "I took action, and you guys didn't even know. The Sword Saint is mine now." The 4 wives were stunned to hear this. All for only paid attention to the sentence, "The Sword Saint is mine now." Goblin Slayer said in confusion, "Impossible. You defeated her, and even completed that thing." Hearing this, Lin Che put on a somewhat regretful expression, closing his eyes, sighing, replying, "Of course, but it's a pity that I wasn't satisfied enough. I was planning to do a few more rounds when the people from the Holy Church arrived and took her away." Hearing this, Goblin Slayer couldn't take it anymore. She then lunged towards him. Goblin Mun was a little surprised to see her so aggressive and watched. Goblin Slayer pinned him down, one hand around his neck, one hand lifting his clothes, saying loudly, "I knew it." You are the most perfect product. Hurry up, I want it. Since you left, I have taken several showers. Let's get to it right away. Lin Che, who had just been playing with the Sword Saint and Emma, was also a little exhausted. He then played the trump card to recuperate, saying, "Come on, let me off today. I have something important to say." Hearing this, Goblin Slayer had to restrain her beastly nature and stood up, moving to the side. Lin Che then stood up, saying clearly, "This time, we won big, gaining time to develop the tribe. We need to move to a new hiding place, so we won't be afraid of the humans taking revenge." The group was a little surprised to hear this and asked at the same time, "Go where?" Lin Che smiled, saying with a calculating look, "A place that even the Holy Church doesn't dare to set foot in easily, the Great Tomb." The next morning, at Lin Che's tribe, before the dew had completely disappeared, Lin Che had gathered all the members to announce the migration. The female elves distributed a bag to each member of the tribe to pack their belongings. Lin Che stood outside, thinking to himself, because the Great Tomb and the Holy Church have an agreement not to infringe on each other, we will have enough conditions there to build a powerful goblin tribe. Now, we just need to prepare enough reproductive tools, and so, the migration officially began. Lin Che rode the dragon, flying ahead, saying loudly, reminding everyone once again, "Remember, our main goal is to capture people, not to kill. As for anyone who resists, you can handle them as you see fit." The group below then shouted in unison, "Good, good, we will listen to the boss." A few days later, a map simulating the migration journey to capture reproductive tools for the tribe appeared. Lin Che analyzed the situation. In a few days, they had passed through 10 villages, but had only captured 230 women, still far from the desired number. Lin Che, at this moment, had scouted the road ahead. He had a clear understanding of the terrain as well as the spoils in each kilometer, and he said, along the 700 kilometers, there are 19 villages and 2 small towns. Capturing more than 1,000 people shouldn't be a problem. Just as he finished speaking, they arrived at the first small town. He turned his head to announce, "Ahead is a small town." As soon as he finished speaking, the horde rushed quickly towards that town. Lin Che rode the dragon, rushing forward, simultaneously saying loudly, reminding everyone, "Prepare the sacks, resolve it quickly, then continue on the road." This town was named Kozalaro. Warm sunlight shone down on the peaceful town. No one knew that a disaster was about to strike. Inside the town, an old, fat, blonde man was standing on a high platform as if announcing something, but was rejected by the people. "Town chief, don't exaggerate so much, I've heard the news. It's just a group of bandits plundering villages." Below, the soldiers were confidently talking to each other. "People of Kozalaro, what are we afraid of goblins for? Just guard the town gate. As soon as they appear, we'll kill them." At this point, suddenly, a wounded person, with his arm bandaged, limping with a crutch, stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, don't be careless. Those goblins are very scary. They're even bigger than regular goblins." Hearing this, along with the wounded person, it was known that he had experienced something. Those villagers that were harmed before knew, Lin Che's tribe knew, only the villagers in this town didn't know. One of them smiled confidently, looking somewhat sinister, and said, "It's just a big one. It's not worth worrying about." He continued, "So what if it's a big one? Even if it's a hero class, I can handle it." It turned out that this young man was a level 50 adventurer. The town chief named Frank, standing on this platform, hearing this, shouted loudly, "Then prepare. They're probably going to pass by here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier observing on this side saw the group of goblins rushing over. He shouted a warning, they're here, it's goblins." The people below, hearing this, jumped in fright, looking up. Then, the group fiercely held their weapons, going to the gate to meet the battle. The level 50 adventurer was very confident. He stood in front, looking back, thinking, "Watch me show off. It's just a group of low-level goblins. What's there to worrying about?" Then he switched to serious mode, betting with his brothers, "Let's see who can kill the most goblins. Okay. The loser buys drinks for a month. How about it?" His 2 friends repeatedly avoided. "Come on, we can't compare to you. You're good, so you do it." The one hearing this was a little disappointed. He lowered his voice, saying, "How boring. Then I'll handle it all by myself." Then he glanced at his friend and continued, "You guys go rest, leave it to me." Before he could finish speaking, he saw his friend standing, trembling as if he was about to pee his pants. He was confused, asking, then looking up to see what was going on. As soon as he turned around, he saw a pillar of smoke reaching the sky, and above it, there was also a large dragon, looking very scary. The distance was getting closer and closer. Below, Goblin Munson was leading the Goblin Infantry, the hero class, rushing at full speed. Above, Lin Che rode the dragon, his face dark, thinking about the next spoils. The adventurer, seeing that aura, fell into panic. He powerlessly sat down, trembling in fear, crawling back into the town. He crawled back, trembling, stammering, "Why? Why is there a dragon with the goblins? Dead, damn it! Run!" With that, the group ran with their tails between their legs, running for their lives. "The damn guards tricked us. These aren't normal goblins." The adventurer, at this moment, also hurriedly stood up shouting, "Wait for me." Lin Che, above, observing the aura of the people of this town, was so powerful that he glared, saying, "Quite interesting. There are so many people prepared like this, let's go." And so, the one-sided battle took place. Women who were still capable of reproduction, like the previous villagers, were all captured. As for the men, anyone who resisted was eliminated or had their limbs crippled, cut to the adventurer and his friend. The friend was struggling to resist the goblins, while he was trembling, hugging his head, hiding under the table. The friend, at this moment, looked over angrily, shouting, "Didn't you say you could handle the goblins? Hurry up and handle them." The adventurer, at this moment, was hugging his head, hiding, stammering, "Why? Why are these goblins so scary? Are these even goblins anymore?" Just as he finished speaking, a goblin's foot appeared before him. It turned out to be Goblin Munson's foot. He also joined in the fun, pressing the adventurer's head down on the ground. Looking at him, smiling kindly, the adventurer trembled, sweating profusely, seeing this scene. The adventurer's scream echoed throughout the town. Goblin Munson hadn't done anything, but he was so scared that he fainted. He stood up in disappointment, clicking his tongue. "I thought it would be more fun." He fainted before anything happened. Finally, Lin Chon's tribe set foot in the Great Tomb. As soon as they arrived, the surrounding monsters came to find prey, as they could smell humans. But too bad for them, these goblins were not easy to bully, and in the end, the monsters were beaten by the goblins and ran away in disarray. The next morning, a large birdman appeared at the new base of Lin Chon's tribe. He was talking to Lin Che, saying that the smell of humans would attract all the monsters within 100 miles. "Is this your first time in the Great Tomb?" Lin Che sighed, replying, "Humans secrete a lot of sweat when they reproduce, and their body odor is so strong that even the goblin smell can't cover it. No wonder humans are so afraid of the Great Tomb." It turned out that this was the reason. It turned out that this birdman was one of the lords here. Lin Che bowed respectfully, inviting him in, simultaneously saying, "I will keep that in mind. Thank you for your help, Lord Niu Dolly, please come in." And so, the two went inside together. Lin Che led the birdman on a tour, saying, "The matter that I promised you." Before he could finish speaking, this guy seemed to see something terrifying, his mouth agape, his eyes wide in surprise. Before him were over 1,000 women captured by Lin Chon's tribe to serve the purpose of increasing the population. The birdman shouted, "Why are there so many people here?" Then he turned to him, continuing, "Are they all reproductive tools for you goblins?" This guy seemed very scared to see Lin Che dare to capture so many humans. This had never happened before in the Great Tomb. The birdman continued to speak in concern. "Don't you know the agreement between the Great Tomb and the church? Do you want to die?" Contrary to that panic, Lin Che was still very calm. Lin Che ordered his subordinates to carry out 2 sacks of people as a gift for this birdman. Then he confidently reassured him, "Rest assured, these are prisoners we captured before coming here, and they are all dead." The birdman was worried, but he was happy to have meat. He then took the gift Lin Che gave him and turned to leave, leaving behind a few promises. "Good, If there are any problems in the future, just find me. I will ensure that you can develop stably here. Lin Che, as if he had achieved his wish, narrowed his eyes, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Lord. If you want to visit again in the future, you are always welcome." The bird man was overjoyed to hear this. He flew away, laughing loudly, replying to him, "Then I won't be polite anymore. I will go report the situation to the lords first." After the other guy had gone far away, Lin Che then breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, saying, "Finally, I can rest assured and develop." Then Lin Che went to the group of goblin children who had just been born and asked, "Goblin Mun, how many have you counted?" Goblin Mun was busy recording the numbers, replying to him, "Currently, the number has reached 3,000. If they give birth a second time, there will probably be even more." But unfortunately, 10 of the mutated and overlord class children did not survive. Hearing this, he sighed, saying, "It seems that it will be difficult for the mutated and overlord class to reproduce more." At this point, he lifted the curtain and stepped out, making Goblin Mun look after him in surprise. Outside, he looked back, saying to himself, "But that's enough. Next, I just need to have them capture more monsters and animals to give birth to more low-level goblins to fill the ranks." That night, in Lin Cheon's tent, inside, he was sitting, considering the situation of capturing monsters. There was no need to personally experience it. Using the simulation system would be faster. With that, he glared, activating the system, start the life simulation. Immediately, the simulation information was displayed. The life simulation system is starting. Current plot: first time entering the Great Tomb, experiencing hardships. Finally, you can develop stably for a long time. Now, you need to produce more low-level goblins to expand your strength. You lead the army into the demonized forest, starting the hunt. Day 1, you encounter many 4th stage and 5th stage monsters, killing them all and bringing them back as food for the goblins. A few days later, you capture 500 1st stage monsters, carnivorous rabbits and crying-faced monkeys. On the way back, you capture a 7th stage monster, an electric-maned bear with a strength of up to 3,000, using it as a tool to improve the quality of the herd. You also capture a few other 7th stage monsters, significantly improving the aptitude of the entire tribe. 1 month passes, the tribe expands by 3,000 reproductive tools. While immersed in a period of rapid development, unexpectedly, the tribe is attacked by humans. The system displayed images of his people being attacked by surprise, lying dead everywhere. Reading this, Lin Che was somewhat interested. He stroked his chin, saying, "Attacked by humans. Isn't this the Great Tomb, yet someone dares to come here?" The system then displayed 3 choices as usual. Choice 1. Do not fear the enemy, face the battle on your home turf. Plus 30 points. Choice 2. Hold your ground. Plus 20 points. Choice 3. Negotiate to understand the other party's intentions. No points. He then pressed the last option to see what their intentions were. The system continued to display, "The other party does not answer you." When you realize the problem, soldiers poured down from the cliff, starting a massacre in your tribe. From the front to the back, several holy guards appear, besieging you. After a fierce battle, you only lead a few to escape. Tragic ending summary: when a lion is angry, make sure it can't bite you. Score: 10 100ths reward. Life points x 10. Simulation ended. Time progressed. 1 month. At this point, he was somewhat surprised, not expecting humanity to play so big. He stroked his chin, saying, "It seems that they have jumped up. I have to think of a way to deal with them first." Without hesitating any further, he stepped outside. Lin Che went to see the brutal goblin. In the current tribe, he was the only one who was the strongest. He asked, "Brutal, do you know where the lord of this place lives?" Hearing him ask, he jumped in fright, looking over, then pointing upwards, respectfully replying to him, "He is in the highest forest around here. He and his clan live there." Hearing this, Lin Che put on a perverted expression, smiling, saying, "This time, I must take advantage of the opportunity to remove the thorn in my side, the Lion Empire and the Holy Church." A month later, After Lin Che had finished preparing the tribe, he followed the direction the brutal goblin had pointed to, arriving at the bird man lord's place. As soon as he arrived, Lin Che said his predictions to him. He then said to Lin Che, "How do you know they will come here? They can't come here." The bird man lord frowned, looking at him, continuing, "The Great Tomb has signed an agreement with the church." Lin Che, at this moment, also replied seriously, "When I went to observe outside, I saw their army approaching, plus the things I did before I came here, so I'm very sure that they are coming to punish me." The bird man, at this moment, understood the problem. He then happily replied to him, "Is that so? I understand." Saying this, he spread his wings wide, preparing to fly away, simultaneously saying, "Rest assured, I won't let humans run rampant in this great tomb. Not only me, but the others here also won't allow it." Saying this, the birdman flew away, reporting the matter to the other lords. He also didn't forget to say loudly, reassuring him, "Wait for me to report to the higher-ups for a moment, then I will come back to find you." Lin Che, below, hearing this, respectfully replied loudly, "Thank you, Lord." Cut to outside the edge of the great tomb, the soldiers, at this moment, had gathered completely here. This time, they were determined not to return without wiping out the goblins. The red-haired commander, riding a horse, leading the troops, punched his fist into the sky, saying loudly, trying to encourage everyone's courage, "Warriors, today we must prepare ourselves not to return without eliminating the goblins. Are you determined to enter the great tomb?" The soldiers then shouted in unison, replying, "Yes." Just as they finished saying this, they noticed a large dragon soaring high in the sky. The leader of the army, sitting on his horse, watched without blinking. The red-haired commander was surprised by the image before him, a goblin riding a dragon. In his head, he thought, just like the intelligence report said, there's no mistake. At this moment, Lin Che was sitting majestically on the large dragon, flying close to the front of the powerful army, all attention focused on him. The leader of the army, as soon as he saw Lin Che, shouted from below, asking, "The one up there, are you the goblin who destroyed dozens of our villages?" Lin Che crossed his arms, standing opposite them, looking down at the bold and audacious people, saying loudly, "Have you forgotten the agreement between the church and the great tomb? How dare you provoke us?" The words he had just said immediately angered the leader of the army. He tightly gripped his sword, pulling it out, shouting, "You're just a bunch of rats running into the great tomb. Why do I need to worry about the agreement to kill you?" Then, in a fit of rage, he pointed his sword straight at Lin Cheon's face, his tone arrogant and determined to win. "Just wait, I will enter and crush your bones, avenging my father and the sword Saint Alice." The troops behind him also excitedly created an overwhelming aura. Facing such a large-scale attack, it was just a fear the size of a toenail for Lin Che. He gently opened his mouth. "So that's how it is. Let me secretly tell you about the Sword Saint's taste." Lin Che, more than anyone else, reviewed the delicious emotions of that day's Sword Saint meal. He mockingly spread his hands, making a very soft and enjoyable gesture. "That taste is even sweeter than honey." This further created a strong tension. The commander was so angry that his face turned pale. It was something that humiliated the Sword Saint's reputation. He continued, "You shut up." Unable to endure any longer, vowing to tear Lin Che into 100 pieces, the commander turned to a holy guard next to him. "Holy guard, let's just go straight in and kill them. I want to crush him into pieces." Above, Lin Che was very relaxed, only provoking with a few simple words, and he saw that the enemy's spirit was too weak. He smiled contemptuously. "I was originally planning to see the situation, but I encountered a weakling who went crazy after just 2 sentences." Below, the holy guard tightly gripped the reins, even though he was also very angry, but turned to reassure the leader of the army. "Wait, the scouts have not returned yet. Risking entering the great tomb will only lead to death." The Duke finally had to grit his teeth and endure. Hearing this, Lin Che felt a little interested. He opened his mouth, wondering, "Scouts?" Immediately after, he grabbed the head of a man and raised it high like holding a chicken. "Is this what you call scouts?" "Right. This posture and stance truly radiate a strong killing intent." He seemed to become a dangerous demon. Rewind 10 minutes. In the forest near Lin Qian's tribe, two human scout soldiers were observing from a distance, looking down from above. One was surprised. Those low-level goblins actually dare to imprison so many people and monsters. The other had to admit, no wonder Sword Saint was harmed, we must quickly return to report the news. Just as they finished speaking, suddenly there was a strange noise around them. The two people turned around to look in fear, their faces changing, looking pitiful. From when, a big goblin and the mutated goblin subordinates of Lin Xie had been standing, waiting behind them. Before a surprise attack, the people peeking trembled, turning back, and then there were screams of terror echoing through the sky. Returning to the present, having reached this point, the Duke began to order the entire army. The entire army, hear my command. Enter quickly, massacre all the goblins. And then thousands of people, holding swords and spears, ran to attack. They shouted excitedly, causing chaos in the area. Completely confident in their combat power and strength, plus their large numbers. The Duke opened his mouth wide, laughing arrogantly. Are you scared? Are you terrified? This kind of person truly had no vision. Lin Xie responded to their powerful aura with just a smirk. The other guy said, this is the consequence of provoking a lion. I will crush your bones. Since the humans had taken action, Lin Xie didn't mind releasing his chess pieces. A rough foot with many sharp, gloomy claws stepped out, his tone in the darkness. Below appeared a hawk with the body and figure of a human, but combined with the fighting parts of a bird. Looking at this body, it was quite delicious. The appearance attracted the attention of the entire army. The Duke and those near him turned to look. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the bursting anger, then shouted a warning to everyone. It's a man-eating hawk. Everyone, be careful. The Hawk Lord then laughed loudly, his eyes shining, looking very dangerous, and spoke. Oh, the church, long time no see. Have you forgotten the steps you yourselves proposed? The Holy Guard was the one who understood this monster the most. He then pointed his sword, showing off to the man-eating hawk. This is the Pope's order. You are not qualified to negotiate with us. The Birdman didn't show any restraint. He just pointed his sharp claws in front of him and replied sarcastically, you won't be running rampant for much longer. When that old man dies, I will personally crush your heads. The Holy Guard raised his face with loyalty, absolutely and directly, but was sure that victory belonged to him. The future is not your concern. I am ordered by the Pope to eliminate the goblins. If you dare to stand in my way, you will only die. Immediately after, the Duke ordered the surrounding soldiers to ride their horses forward together. The entire army, hear my command, continue to advance, kill. Before Lin Xie had to take action, the hawk flapped his wings a few times, flying high into the sky, his tone echoing. It seems that it's not just the hawk alone. Right now, soaring straight into the sky, there were many mutated monsters and goblin subordinates of our boss Lin Xie appearing. There were flying centipedes, flying figures, and below, there were countless horse-faced monsters stomping the ground, and above, the Birdman Lord said loudly, do you think the Great Tomb is a place you can enter and leave as you please? The Holy Guard pulled the reins forward a few steps and said loudly, so the Great Tomb has decided to protect the goblins. The hawk opened his mouth, slowly replying, you can understand it that way. That gaze, looking straight in an uncomfortable way, was enough to understand that it was an admission. The Holy Guard was silent. He kept a cold emotion behind his mask, looking ahead and thinking for a long time. Not knowing what he had thought of, the Holy Guard decisively turned his horse around and put his sword back, saying to the Duke next to him, Duke, retreat. The Duke couldn't understand, turning to ask clearly, Holy Guard, I didn't hear wrong, did I? The Lion Empire would never be a deserter. Even if they died in battle, I must kill him. But at this moment, the Holy Guard clearly answered the Duke's pride and warmongering nature. This is not running away, but he still doesn't understand why. The Holy Guard decisively prepared for a larger battle, retreating. Just like that, an entire army, divided into four powerful branches of the royal family, retreated. Lin Xie sat on the red dragon, watching their latest movements. The Birdman was also present nearby. Lin Xie, while observing, said loudly, Lord, this is not good. I'm causing a great war. But the Birdman didn't blame him at all. He clearly saw through the intentions of the humans, saying, "It's not just because of you, but to use your matter to tell the church that the Great Tomb is no longer afraid of them." Lin Che also just realized, "Is that so?" Then the Birdman Lord turned his face, completely seriously saying to him, "By the way, develop the tribe quickly. The lords in the Great Tomb value you very much, and also sent a message. If you can become the Goblin King, you will have the qualifications to enter the real Great Tomb." It was truly a good thing and a very clear development path. Lin Che was interested in this matter. It made him feel excited. Looking up, replying to the hawk, "The real Great Tomb, the resources must be very good." At the cathedral, loud shouts could be heard, with many citizens expressing their outrage. "Kill the goblin. That sword saint is no longer worthy of wielding the holy sword." They gathered in large numbers, cursing the sword saint. Even though the soldiers tried to restrain them, they continued to shout, "Is that still the sword saint of the past? How could she raise goblins? It's disgusting. I used to idolize her so much, but it turns out she's just trash, a disgusting piece of trash." In another location, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. The person's steps were strong, clearly showing anger and annoyance. This person was not a knight, but the king. He issued orders as he walked, his voice filled with displeasure. "Enough, the goblin issue isn't resolved, and now there's this mess." The Queen Mother next to him was very earnest. "On one side are the people, and on the other is her. Only you can decide." The king clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. This expression startled the Queen Mother. Then, the king pushed open the door to a room. He stood outside, calling out, "Alice." His face was extremely tense. He didn't know what was in front of him, but his face was stiff with anger. The king couldn't say anything for a moment, his lips tightly pressed together, trembling. The scene inside the room was of the sword saint and a child who resembled a goblin. She was playing with her child, the son of Goblin Lin Che. The king stood there, stunned. He couldn't believe that she had become like this because of a goblin. "If I had known, I should have eliminated the threat from the beginning." Unable to restrain himself, the king grabbed his sword and ran straight in, shouting, "Alice, move aside, I might hurt you." Meanwhile, the child was still innocently playing on the rocking horse with his mother, enjoying himself when the king's sharp sword pointed directly at him. The child was frightened, not understanding what was happening, and his innocent mind had no idea what sins he had committed. In an instant, blood splattered. The king was about to kill the small child. However, as a mother, the sword saint wouldn't allow it. She rushed forward and grabbed the blade with her hand, looking up at the king with a glare, asking, "Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?" The child behind her was still in shock. Standing before the king, holding the large sword that was meant to protect the country, he said loudly, "For the people and the future of the empire, I must bring you back to the right path." But the sword saint quickly grabbed her own sword. She held it tightly, determined to protect her child, even if he was the son of a goblin. Even so, the sword saint raised her sword, showing that she was not easy to mess with. The king was stunned, unable to believe that the sword saint would one day be his enemy. The small goblin behind her felt excited because his mother had raised her sword. This made the king extremely angry, and he couldn't say anything. "Alice," he made a grimace, frowning uncomfortably. Responding to the king's attitude, the sword saint asked with a sad and resentful heart, "Your Majesty, are you treating me like this too?" Her face was full of resentment, because now there was no one by her side. Responding to her desperate question, a super-level holy technique, a golden light, appeared in front of her. Boom! The sword saint was pushed back, a strong light emitting from the king. The holy sword was completely subdued and flew out of her hand. She painfully tried to brace herself. In the moment when the sword saint was curled up on the ground, a barefoot person suddenly stepped in. This startled the king, and he turned to look. The person who had just appeared was the high priest, perhaps the source of the light that had knocked back the sword saint. This hairless man carried a book and wore a cathedral robe. As soon as he entered, he loudly recited a super-level holy technique, holy imprisonment. Immediately, countless pillars of golden light appeared around the sword saint, imprisoning her. Everything happened before the king's eyes. He stood watching the sword saint being locked up, then turned to speak to the high priest, asking for his help. "High priest, please resolve this matter. Seeing her like this, I can't bear to do it." The king still had compassion for the sword saint, but he truly couldn't tolerate the goblins, 1,000-year-old hatred. Imprisoned in the cage, the sword saint was still unwilling. She rushed out, grabbing the two shiny iron bars, shouting in despair, "No! That is my punishment. I must receive the punishment of the gods. I have lost all my holy power." Responding to the girl's words, the high priest turned his face, saying with a serious and pitiful tone, "The gods will not abandon you. You abandoned the gods." His face was now cold, not revealing any emotion. Then, he took a small cross in his hand and held it out in front of the child. The high priest approached the goblin child, saying loudly, "Give me this goblin child." "Your Highness Alice," the goblin child of Lin Che was still unaware. He crawled on the floor, looking at the high priest, not understanding what was happening to his mother. Immediately after, a violent burst of light emitted. It shone on the face of the small goblin boy, his big round eyes following the light, unconsciously attracted to it. The sword saint now witnessed this scene completely. Her face changed, no longer the glorious sword saint of the past. She was just a mother with the love for the child she had given birth to. From outside the cathedral, a resounding shout could be heard, "No!" Outside the cathedral, it was the voices of the people in unison, "Long live the king!" After ending the future threat, the king, holding the child's corpse, stepped out with a dark face, approaching the people step by step. As soon as everyone saw him, they cheered and couldn't help but be curious. "Finally, that monster has been eliminated. What about the sword saint? Is she dead yet? It's best if she dies too." He threw the corpse in front of the crowd who were demanding to kill them. As soon as they saw the small goblin corpse lying on the ground, these people scattered in fear, screaming. The king said in an icy tone, "The explanation you needed, I have completed." Then, with a very resentful and angry face, he glared at the people below, raising his voice, "Anyone who dares to say another word slandering the sword saint will bear the consequences." The people, hearing the heavy threats from the king's own mouth, didn't dare to say another word. They were all afraid and silent, only daring to look at the king secretly. The next day, in the vast and desolate hall, only the Queen Mother hurriedly ran to report a piece of bad news to the king. "Your Majesty, Alice, she's gone." Hearing the news that the person he had tried to protect until the end had something happen to her, the king stood up abruptly, his face showing worrying. "What?" At the goblin camp, a crazy goblin with 6 arms was focusing his energy, unleashing a powerful blue hellfire. The crazy goblin stood up with a hearty spirit. He opened his mouth wide, laughing, very excited about his power. "Boss, I can use magic now," the system then announced detailed information. "Crazy goblin, level 70 goblin race, class, black mage title, demonized rebirth, gluttonous, divine blessing, blood, 2000, strength, 501, defense, 540, skills, evil hand, demonic flame, forceful impact, pressure field equipment, none, total, 3100, gluttony has become the rarest type." At this point, the goblins, who were next to him, also became extremely excited. They clenched their fists, looking up at the sky, shouting, "What's so great about that? Boss, I want to eat more meat. I want to level up to 70 too." Agreed, agreed. Nearby, Lin Che was lying with his legs crossed on a large rock. He said very leisurely to his goblin subordinates, "There's no shortage of monsters in the demonized forest. If you want to eat, go out and hunt yourselves, and train your combat experience while you're at it." His answer made a goblin's face freeze. He said hesitantly and fearfully, "But boss, it's very dangerous outside." Lin Che, hearing this, the fire of anger in his body burst out. He was still lying there, cursing directly at them. "You guys are so lazy, who are you alive thanks to? Do you think it's safer to stay with me?" Both of them trembled at the sight, as weak as 2 strands of vermicelli. Hearing these words, the 2 goblins ran away in fright immediately. They scrambled away. "We're going right away, boss. Don't be angry." The crazy goblin, seeing this, also pounded his chest, shouting, "I have power that needs to be released. Boss, let me go with them." Lin Che just glanced at them, then muttered in his mouth, "I've let you guys have it too good, and now you're planning to eat without working." Suddenly, there was a strange noise. Lin Che spat out the grass in his mouth, then raised his head. "What is it?" The slender legs of the Hawk Lord appeared nearby. He was slowly landing on the ground near Lin Che. Lin Che turned to look, startled. "Man-eating Hawk Lord, what are you doing here?" It turned out that there was something important. The Hawk Lord approached and said softly to Lin Che in a friendly manner, "I want to introduce a lord to you. Our lord is also very willing, and would be even happier to create a relationship." Lin Che replied with interest, "I'm very happy to get to know another lord." On the surface, he maintained a diplomatic expression, promoting the new relationship, but in his heart, Lin Che was calculating, get to know a few more so that I can use them to take the hits when I encounter strong enemies. There's nothing to lose. Just as he said this, the Hawk Lord enthusiastically introduced, "You don't mind, right? It's the one behind you." Hearing this, he turned to look, his attitude showing vigilance and curiosity. Behind him was a giant Komodo dragon. It was sticking out its red tongue, sniffing. It was called the Southern Lord, Golden Komodo. Its height and domineering muscles were dozens of times larger than Lin Che. He had to strain his neck to look up, then used his ability. Lin Che scanned with one eye to clearly see the information of the Lord. Next, the system panel appeared. Golden Komodo, subhuman race, level 88, total 3,990. After reading, Lin Che secretly assessed, not very strong, this one is just big. Then, naturally, the large Komodo dragon turned to approach Lin Che's human cages, the direction of the Golden Komodo heading towards his scantily clad birthing machine sitting inside. Lin Che then asked, "Lord, are you interested in humans?" But it completely ignored him, not responding to his words. The Birdman approached the cage with many fair-skinned birthing machines inside. The Komodo dragon stuck his head in, drooling, saying, "These people look delicious." "Birdman, let's split them." The Southern Lord slowly stood closer and immediately asked, "You mean half each? Before I brought you in, didn't you say you'd only eat one? But as soon as you see so many delicious prey here." The Komodo dragon, hearing this, immediately changed his face and raised his voice, starting to show his desire to eat. "In my territory, everything is mine. What are you goblins, just a useless, low-level race?" The Birdman hesitated, but looked straight at the Komodo dragon and decisively said, "But Lin Che is the one who decides here. Get back to the south." Hearing this, the Komodo dragon glanced over and began to seethe with anger. He shouted at the Birdman, and Lin Che as well, "Don't pretend your tribe has never eaten humans, and you dare to call yourselves man-eaters." Then he concluded, "I'm being fair enough. How about we split them right now? You're acting tough in someone else's territory." Lin Che had been annoyed by this for a while. He tilted his head and said in a low voice, "You can mess with anyone, but you can't mess with my girls." Lin Che's whole body was like a burning flame. His face darkened, and his eyes were full of killing intent as he shouted at the Komodo dragon, "What kind of insect dares to ask for half? Can you even swallow it?" Seeing Lin Che ready to fight, the Komodo dragon also began to show off his strength, tensing his body. He stuck out his long tongue, replying contemptuously, "Are you talking to me, low-level trash?" Realizing that the situation had become tense, the Birdman Lord spread his wings in front of Lin Che, indicating that he was protecting him. Both of them looked wary and unapproachable, facing the strongest Komodo dragon here. Slightly calmer than Lin Che, the Birdman Lord began to feel that he had made a mistake in introducing the Komodo dragon to Lin Che. He then tried to adjust his voice so that the story wouldn't go too far, warning one last time, "Get out now if you don't want to get beaten." But the Komodo dragon's brain, craving human flesh, was very narrow-minded and selfish. He stretched his head forward, then stuck out his tongue, saying, "You just want to take all these people for yourself. Let me kill this goblin first, and then we'll talk." One side wanted to kill, and the other side wanted to protect. So the Komodo dragon and the Birdman Lord began to actually fight for Lin Che. Both of them crouched down, looking at each other. Accordingly, The energy emitted from their bodies was extremely strong, making Lin Che, standing behind, also wary. The Komodo dragon thought the bird man was betraying him and wanted to monopolize everything. He stuck his head up and opened his long, toothy mouth, roaring. "Bird man, you're so cruel, but you can't guard them forever. I'll come back and kill them all." After saying that, knowing he couldn't defeat the two people here, he turned and ran away, stomping heavily on the ground, sulking. Lin Che watched his annoying figure, because he was the one who took the initiative to introduce the Komodo dragon to Lin Che, and the Komodo dragon had acted up. The Birdman Lord felt a little embarrassed. He turned to speak to Lin Che. "Sorry, I didn't expect him to be so greedy." Lin Che was now very relaxed. He stood with one foot in front of the other, smiling lightly, asking, "No need to apologize. If I kill him, what will those guys in the Great Tomb do?" This was also a bit awkward and began to feel complicated. After hesitating for a long time, he still said directly, "Well, either punish you or let you replace the Southern Lord." Hearing this, Lin Che didn't seem very interested. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and looked at the Komodo dragon's back, asking, "Being the Southern Lord, that means I can summon magical beasts." In his heart, he was thinking, "But if I'm a lord, I can't kill magical beasts as easily as before." Then Lin Che gritted his teeth. He said uncomfortably, "Grind, even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't take it." Scene changed to another place. There were many bones of many animals. Only the skeletons remained lying bare on the ground. It turned out that, on Lin Che's orders, the crazy goblin had gone hunting himself and was able to capture a pile of spoils. He was still nibbling on a large thigh, his stomach full. Goblin Mun-san was now also stronger. He was excited and extremely happy, raising his long tail, his whole body radiating energy. Evolved, I seemed taller. At this time, he began to test his strength. He grabbed him and swung his tail hard, but it acted like a large guillotine. All the large trees around were cut down. 3 large trees nearby fell out. The cut was as smooth as a large saw blade, truly a terrifying power. Just imagine if it fanned into a normal person, they wouldn't have a life left. Seeing himself stronger than ever, Goblin Mun-san was proud and happy with the powerful source of energy. He roared, his mouth open, his hands clenched tightly. His strength also increased a lot. A quiet stream. The water was crystal clear. In the middle, a small Komodo dragon was bathing alone. He was stalking a dragonfly nearby, admiring the lovely dragonfly in the quiet scenery. The small Komodo dragon stuck out his tongue, licking his lips, and slowly approached to catch the fragrant and fatty dragonfly, his face eager and innocent. Suddenly, a rough hand swung up from the water nearby, and it was about to grab the small Komodo dragon. Turning around, he was startled in fright. Just like that, the real prey was submerged in the water. The space was no longer beautiful. The dragonfly escaped, flying away happily. On the surface of the water, only the small tail of the Komodo dragon could be seen. A moment later, the Komodo dragon's head was covered in blood. He lay motionless on the ground. Outside, there was the voice of the crazy goblin, still a cub, but already taller than 1 meter. He, along with Goblin Mundi and Goblin Mun-san, sat together, then shared the sweet and bitter meal of Komodo dragon meat. The crazy goblin was gnawing on the tail, saying, "This taste is so fresh and delicious." Goblin Mun-san also ate and praised it up and down, no less delicious than human meat. Goblin Mundi on this side was only focused on eating, muttering, "I wish there was this meat to eat all the time." While eating happily, the 3 of them suddenly startled, as if they had a common idea, 6 eyes looking at each other, then turning to the back, showing a dangerous smile. 6 eyes full of interest shone, not knowing what these 3 were planning to do, their faces looking so perverted. Scene changed. For the Komodo dragon tribe, there were many small houses built close together and near the river. In a small house of a Komodo dragon, the adult green Komodo dragon was in the hut, calling out to the Komodo dragon. "Why are you running around all day? Aren't you afraid of being caught by magical beasts?" The female Komodo dragon wanted to go out, and she wasn't afraid of anyone because she knew she had power and a high position here. My husband is the Lord. What magical beast dares to touch my child? The adult Komodo dragon behind asked, Are you looking for it? Suddenly, the female Komodo dragon looked at the bushes. She seemed to hear a rustling sound in front of her. The female Komodo dragon discovered a skeleton of a Komodo dragon lying dead on the ground. She looked at it with pity, unable to believe this scene. Then, the crazy goblin stepped out, his whole body radiating power, approaching the fair-skinned female Komodo dragon. Too scared, she took a step back and shouted, Who are you? This is the territory of the Lord, how dare you? This was meaningless to the crazy goblin. He was currently only craving Komodo dragon meat and the deliciousness of the fair-skinned female Komodo dragon. His corrupt mouth kept licking his lips, saying, Lord. What's that? But you, Mum, look so charming. This touched the pride of the Komodo dragon tribe. The Komodo dragon behind her held a spear and roared, trying to show off. How dare you insult the Lord's wife? Then, completely venting, he tensed his body, his whole body bulging with veins. Before he could finish speaking, the Komodo dragon was ambushed by Goblin Mun-san from behind. He pierced the sharp nose through the Komodo dragon in one blow. He was in pain and was knocked down. The system displayed, Dispel Camouflage. The Komodo dragon, who could protect the female Komodo dragon, had died miserably. Goblin Mun-san pulled the sharp hand out of that body, while the female Komodo dragon's heart was heavy. She was so scared that she couldn't say anything. The crazy goblin behind reached out and grabbed the female Komodo dragon's neck. He lowered his face close. This dish must be reserved for the boss. A weak female Komodo dragon can't do anything more save me. Hearing the noise, the Komodo dragons inside the nearby houses began to come out. They were as numerous as ants. As soon as they saw the female Komodo dragon being threatened, they rioted. A magical beast has invaded. It seems to be a goblin. The Lord is not here. What do we do? Never mind. Pick up your weapons and resist. Saying that, the more mature and stronger ones, holding knives and axes, charged to attack the group of crazy goblins. They were fierce and full of resentment, shouting at each other, Kill them all, charge. Faced with this fierceness, the crazy goblin only showed a sinister smile full of pleasure, his two fangs almost reaching his eyes. Very quickly, the crazy goblin taught them a lesson. His whole body was overflowing with energy, and with a point of his finger, a burst of energy slammed straight into the Komodo dragons charging towards him. They were scattered, each one in great pain, and were knocked away in many directions. Then came Goblin Mun-san's continued display. He appeared like a terrifying monster, crouching down, aiming his constantly wagging tail. From his tail, he released many sharp spikes that flew towards, piercing the bodies of the Komodo dragons on this side. The Komodo dragons only knew how to attack with brute force and had to endure enormous damage, falling one after another. Ever since eating the Komodo dragon cub at the lake, Komodo dragon meat was something that he couldn't forget. As soon as he saw the corpses of these Komodo dragons lying scattered, Goblin Mun-san eagerly rushed to eat, as if it were a dish he had been craving for a long time. While the corpses of the Komodo dragons were scattered in front of him, Goblin Mun-san was smacking his lips and swallowing continuously. While he was focused on swallowing a Komodo dragon to convert energy, another adult Komodo dragon slowly approached and attacked him from behind with a large knife. This face was also very worried and scared, but unexpectedly, Goblin Mun-san very simply discovered the threat to his life. His mouth was still busy slurping deliciously, but with just a light wave of his hand, he blew the head off the Komodo dragon who wanted to sneak attack. Truly, his strength had increased very significantly. A moment later, with just 3 goblin subordinates of Lin Chia, they were able to quickly eliminate and hunt many Komodo dragons in the tribe. The 3 happily hugged their spoils after eating their fill and turned their backs to leave. The crazy goblin, while walking, punched his fist into the sky, arrogantly shouting loudly, I'm full, let's go home. The boss told us not to let them go extinct, wait for them to reproduce and then come back. Let's bring these to Komodo dragon mothers and children back to the boss, we'll definitely be praised. In the chaotic battlefield, there was one Komodo dragon gasping for breath on the ground. He was the only one still alive among those who ran out to fight the group of crazy goblins, and one of his arms had been eaten. Pitifully, he reached out his hand in despair, his mouth constantly muttering, "Lord, where have you gone?" At this time, the entire Komodo dragon tribe was plunged into mourning. What was coming would come. After the Komodo dragon Lord returned, his face changed to the extreme. Everything laid out before his eyes made him unable to believe it, and he stammered, "Is this my tribe?" Just as he stepped back home, the Komodo dragon Lord had to stand stunned before the tragic scene in front of him. Everywhere was the corpse of a Komodo dragon. The entire tribe seemed to be dyed in darkness. Many Komodo dragons had fallen, and he didn't know why. Those close to death tried to groan in pain. "Save me, Lord Darren," from within the bushes at this time. There were many sounds, crackle, crackle, as if someone was about to step out. It turned out to be one of those who fought with the goblins, escaped, and hid in the bushes. After seeing the Lord return, he dared to jump out and burst into tears, reporting the situation. "Lord Darren, quickly save the wife and young lady. The goblins have captured both of them." There had been something bad with the goblins since a while ago, and now there was this incident. The Komodo dragon was so angry that his face turned pale. He stood up and growled, "Goblins." The Komodo dragon subordinate bowed down, hugging his resentment, and stammered everything to his lord. The Komodo dragon lord, as if he couldn't believe it, exclaimed, "Impossible. I just came back from the goblin tribe. They wouldn't dare to retaliate so quickly." At this time, he smelled something, his mouth wrinkled, and he seemed to discover the familiar lack of something lost. The Komodo dragon lord was immediately furious. His eyes widened and his teeth clenched, extremely tense. He shouted, causing a commotion in the area, because he discovered that his wife had been taken away by them. "The smell of my wife mixed with the goblin smell. Those damned goblins, what was lost?" If his wife was lost, there would be no place to vent his anger. He rushed away like a whirlwind. The Komodo dragon lord ran at lightning speed back to the goblin base. As he ran, he vowed that he would kill the entire tribe of you. Each step of his feet stomped heavily on the ground. Scene changed to the crazy goblin tribe. At the same time, the trio of crazy goblins, whom Lin Che had entrusted to go find food, happily ran back. Seeing Lin Che sitting alone nearby, they excitedly waved their hands, calling out, "Boss, boss, come here quickly. We brought back good stuff." As soon as he heard the voice, he noticed and looked up in surprise. At this time, Lin Che was also quite surprised by the change in the group of crazy goblins after returning. "They've all evolved," he smiled lightly, looking very satisfied. Immediately, the information about Goblin Mun San and Goblin Mundi from the system appeared. Goblin Mun San, level 71 goblin race, mutated, class, Warbone, title, Bed-licking warrior, mutated goblin, divine blessing, blood, 1700, strength, 580, defense, 700, skills, evil bone growth, bone magic attack, gene devouring, absorb enemy genes, equipment, evil bone weapon from body, total power, 3000, special characteristics, strength nearly equal to crazy goblin, absolutely loyal to Lin Che. Goblin Mundi, level 72 goblin race, normal, class, none, title, perfect assassin, divine blessing, blood, 1500, strength, 490, defense, 410, skills, smell tracking, track target through scent, camouflage, change color like a chameleon, increased speed, faster flying wings, intuition, detect danger from afar, equipment, none, total power, 3000, special characteristics, high combat power thanks to flexible skills, prioritizes capturing targets alive. After reading the stats of Goblin Mundi and Goblin Mun San, Lin Che couldn't help but be satisfied, looking at these two and commenting, "I didn't expect Goblin Mun San to be almost as strong as the crazy goblin." Truly a mutated species, Goblin Mundi has lower stats, but the total power is equivalent, probably because of the assassin positioning, so the combat power is higher. If he has equipment, he will be even stronger. Just as he finished assessing the two in front, there was a strange commotion. "Let go, you damned goblins. I am the Lord's wife. How dare you capture me?" This attracted Lin Qian's attention. He slowly looked up curiously. Gobi and Goblin Munsen also turned to look at the crazy goblin. He was holding two delicious spoils in his hands, from meat to easy physical manipulation. The female Komodo dragon on the crazy goblin's shoulder kept struggling and feeling uncomfortable. "I will have the Lord kill all of you." The crazy goblin just decisively grabbed her head and pulled it hard. The Komodo dragon didn't know which acupoint was hit, and she fell back, murmuring softly, not saying anything more. The crazy goblin then approached Lin Che and presented his spoils to him. He held the Komodo dragon tightly with 3 of his arms, carefully showing off to Lin Che, "Boss, we brought these back for you, one young and one old, whatever your taste is." He didn't rush to react, but looked up and down for a while. After hearing the Komodo dragon's cries, Lin Che began to feel awkward and asked, "Lord, wife, where did you capture them from? Don't tell me it's from that Komodo dragon lord's tribe." The Komodo dragon in the crazy goblin's hand, in her restraint and pain, still showed her anger and resentment, replying to Lin Che, "That's right. My husband is the Southern Lord. Are you scared now? It's too late." Even now, she still thought that her husband was very strong and could eliminate everything, and was very arrogant. So it was confirmed that she was the relative of the guy who had just caused trouble and ran away. Lin Che smiled mockingly. He showed great contempt and said, "So it's that loud-mouthed old lord, the one who dared to declare the division of our tribe and even wanted to kill me." Hearing this, the Komodo dragon lord's wife knew that something bad was about to happen. She screamed in fear in the crazy goblin's restraint, What do you want to do, you goblin trash?" Before she could finish speaking, Lin Che stood up straight and shot the Komodo dragon lord's wife in the stomach with a crossbow. This made everyone very shocked and surprised. Lin Qian's actions were very decisive and cold. The Komodo dragon in the crazy goblin's hand fell to the ground. She fell face down and painfully groaned, trying to whisper helpless calls. The goblins behind Lin Che, witnessing this scene, were excited and cheered. He stood there and gently waved his hand, saying loudly, "These 2 Komodo dragons are a reward for you." As soon as they heard this, the goblins were as happy as if a festival had opened, cheering and thanking the boss. Long live the boss. Then, one by one, they rushed to compete for the strange pleasure. They swarmed to the 2 fair-skinned Komodo dragons, sniffing with their hands, feet, noses, and mouths. "Get out of the way, I was here first, this is mine." These crazy guys were currently very addicted to the gutter and were excited. Lin Che didn't bother to pay attention to these lizards. After entrusting the goblin to do whatever they wanted with the 2 Komodo dragons, he turned to ask Goblin Mundi, "What did you do in his tribe? Did you only capture these 2? He bowed respectfully and replied in front of him truthfully, "We met the Komodo dragon tribe, then attacked and swallowed almost all of them, but left a few for them to reproduce." Just hearing this, even Lin Che had to be startled. He turned around, his mouth agape, exclaiming, "What?" Just seeing the boss's reaction was somewhat surprising. The crazy goblins and Goblin Mundi, Goblin Munsan trembled in fear. They leaned on each other, murmuring softly, Boss, we were wrong." They thought they were about to be punished, but unexpectedly, this made Lin Che very happy. He smiled brightly and praised them, "Well done. Especially crazy, it's not a waste that I raised you. You even know how to capture toys to offer me." The boss's attitude had been too tense, but in the end, they were praised. The crazy goblin scratched his head, shrugging. "Boss, you're too kind, it's just something we should do." The 2 next to him also cautiously smiled and relaxed. At this time, Lin Che was very happy. He thought in his head that he wanted to see the old man's face when he knew his house had been wiped out and his wife had been eaten clean. As expected, a moment later, the Komodo dragon lord had also found Lin Qian's area. As soon as he arrived, he caused a commotion, swinging his tail hard and hitting a tree to show his extreme anger. Just as he set foot here, he began to retaliate against the goblins by destroying houses and killing goblin civilians. This guy was rushing forward, shouting, "You damned goblins! Open the door and return my wife and children." Suddenly, the Komodo Dragon Lord's eyes and emotions suddenly changed and became more angry. His wife and children were laid out in front of him, being surrounded and torn apart by the goblins. Moreover, after they were done humiliating them, there was nothing left on the bones. These guys still had Komodo dragon meat on their mouths as they looked up. Looking closely at the skulls, with not a bit of meat left on the ground, the Komodo dragon shouted in anger, "My wife, my daughter." As soon as he saw the Komodo dragon's face, Lin Che approached and immediately called out to greet him first, as if wanting to challenge him. "Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. It's a pity you're late," touching the extreme pain. After all, the Komodo Dragon Lord had lost everything. He was in anger and resentment. His mouth, which was really big, exhaled smoke. "Today, I will wipe out your tribe, blood for blood." With that, the Komodo Dragon Lord gathered energy throughout his body. He bent over, unleashing a powerful blue flame straight at Lin Che. Currently, he had nothing left to lose, so he used all his strength to attack him at all costs. After the Komodo dragon spewed out a long column of blue fire, it was quickly shattered by Lin Che's energy. Lin Che crouched down, opened his mouth wide, and roared out a violent and destructive shockwave. It shattered the powerful column of fire. Accordingly, the Komodo dragon fell back. In a flash, Lin Che took advantage of the opportunity to summon a large blade in his hand, and like a monster, he flew to finish off the Komodo dragon. The Komodo dragon fell back, still in shock from the shockwave he had just eaten. Very quickly, the blade was firmly embedded in the right side of the Komodo dragon's chest. Lin Che's attack was also very vicious. He stabbed so hard that the blade went all the way in, and black blood seeped out. The pain quickly came, and the Komodo dragon's face suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure. Having eaten a painful stab, the Komodo dragon was forced to teleport away in another direction. This guy acted very quickly, and in a flash, he escaped the sharp blade. Lin Che glanced at him with disgust. This guy retreated, hugging his chest, still very resentful. Now he glared at Lin Che with hatred, his sharp teeth clattering together. "Damn Goblin, what was that just now? Why did I lose consciousness?" The Komodo dragon's question made Lin Che more and more interested. He showed his perverted smile, looking at him, replying with pleasure, "You want to die? I'll grant your wish. This is the East. You can't summon magical beasts here." Lin Che said this, immediately poking at the Komodo dragon's sore spot. He immediately went berserk, spewing out sources of blue fire energy. Smoke and fire flew out from his nose, eyes, and mouth. This guy roared, "I don't need magical beasts. I can still kill you." Then he used his energy, pushing his body to grow larger, his muscles bulging and developing strongly. This guy tensed his body, pushing the move, stimulating growth, and adding to that, making his body several times stronger. Moreover, he wasn't a simple opponent. This Komodo dragon could also automatically heal the wounds he had. The chest and arm had been restored nicely. After only a short time, he clenched his fist tightly and with hatred. A moment later, the Komodo dragon had transformed into a new version. Now, his appearance was more carefully renovated. His head and tail were also larger, and his body developed bulging muscles. His two eyes shone brightly. Looking at Lin Che, he was showing off his strength, very smug. "Power, endless power. What will you use to resist me?" He had finally used his ultimate move. The crazy Goblin and Goblin Mun also had to be wary of this strange Komodo dragon. Goblin Mun crouched down, and he was also in a fighting stance. Although he was a little apprehensive about the Komodo dragon's domineering power, his face was still eager to fight. "Boss, this guy looks dangerous." Lin Che, at this time, knew that he had touched something that couldn't be underestimated. He was still holding his ground and thinking about how to deal with this guy most effectively, using earth elements to limit his movement first, and then using blood rupture to permeate his body. Before Lin Che could act, a shining sword suddenly shot up from the middle of the Komodo dragon's chest. The tyrannical Komodo dragon, attacked by surprise for the second time, screamed in pain, the sound deafening. Lin Che also didn't expect this to happen. He raised his eyes, darkened from many nights of hard work, and looked up in astonishment, stunned and shocked. The Komodo dragon now had a small mouth full of red blood. He had only just increased his strength, and before he could unleash his move, he had to endure pain as if he was about to die. Not only that, but on the entire body of this Komodo dragon, from who knows where, the sword that had just appeared split him in half from his head to his tail. A scene that cut the terrifying monster in half. He screamed in a desperate cry, unable to resist, completely facing death. The two large pieces of the Komodo dragon's corpse revealed a familiar figure. The one who had done this was none other than Holy Sword. She had come here in tattered clothes, truly worthy of what people called her. The Holy Sword appeared powerfully and neatly dealt with the Komodo dragon in a single night. At this time, the Holy Sword looked up at Lin Che. This beautiful face had to endure the difficult days of searching for Lin Che. As soon as she saw him, she spoke, "I've finally found you." As soon as they saw the Holy Sword, Gobi and the crazy goblin had a strong reaction. Some of them stepped out, planning to protect Lin Che, while others were afraid when they saw her, exclaiming, "We're dead for sure. The Sword Saint has attacked the tribe. Boss, run first, let me stop her." Behind them, a goblin jumped up and ran away, screaming, "I'm so scared." The Holy Sword now seemed very weak. Her body couldn't stand firmly, and she staggered, making her two headlights also stagger. Even her straps slipped down. So the Holy Sword fell freely, hitting her face on the ground right in front of Lin Che. He and his goblin disciples were very stunned to witness this. Feeling that there was no threat from the Holy Sword anymore, Lin Che stepped towards her, saying, "This guy chased all the way here, exhausted, but still took down the Komodo dragon lord with one sword." Luckily she fainted otherwise, seeing that the Holy Sword no longer had the ability to fight. Taking advantage of the good opportunity, the crazy goblin, holding an axe and a sword, waved them, saying eagerly, "Let's take care of her now." Lin Che, below, hearing that tone from his subordinate, clicked his tongue, smiling, "You're talking big." The crazy goblin was talking big, but didn't dare to approach the Holy Sword. He then pointed the sword towards Goblin Mun and Goblin Mun San behind him, telling them, "It's up to you guys." Hearing this, the two suddenly startled. They stood there like two dolls, stunned. Goblin Mun and Goblin Mun San didn't say a word, automatically jumping far, far away. The crazy goblin, seeing this scene, was startled. The crazy goblin was afraid of the Holy Sword, but these two were even more afraid of her. Even the crazy goblin, who was so strong, had to push it to his two younger brothers. These two were playing the game of pretending to be deaf and dumb, sitting and talking to each other, not paying attention to the crazy goblin. "This chair is really scary." Goblin Mun looked at Lin Che, pointing at the chair, asking, "Boss, do you think it's right?" Lin Che then spoke to the crazy goblin, "She's fainted, but she's still so scary." Who would dare to kill her? The crazy goblin, hearing this, had a blank face. Now he understood that he shouldn't have been so reckless. Saying that, Lin Che took the initiative to approach the fair body of the Holy Sword lying struggling on the ground. He bent down, looking with a happy heart, saying, "Her being alive is worth more than her being dead." At this time, the Holy Sword had completely collapsed and lost consciousness. She seemed to only want to get here and entrust herself to Lin Che, so he ordered the goblin slaves to tie her up first. The sky in the crazy goblin tribe had gradually turned dark. So a night passed until the next morning when dawn broke. The Holy Sword was tied up hand and foot and locked in a room. Lin Che had Goblin Mun follow and observe her situation. He also stood there, watching this. Outside, the crazy goblin and Goblin Munson curiously peeked behind the door, touching the Holy Sword's face and smooth skin with their own hands. Goblin Mun felt very eager. She also had to envy this beauty and smoothness. "It's so soft, bouncy like jelly." The two goblin girls' cheeks turned red, looking at the Holy Sword with longing, saying, "I wish my face could be like that too." At this time, the Holy Sword slowly opened her eyes. She breathed in small breaths, and her health gradually stabilized. Her haggard face was covered by her blonde hair. As soon as she saw the sign that the Holy Sword was awake, Lin Che stood in front of her and greeted her first. "Long time no see, Sword Saint." Hearing this familiar tone, the holy sword raised her head to look and was startled. On one side, there was also Goblin Slayer standing leaning against the corner of the wall. Seeing Lin Che, the holy sword was as happy as if she had reunited with her lover after many days of separation. She sat up and cheered excitedly, "Goblin, Goblin, Goblin! I've finally found you, it's wonderful." Seeing this attitude of the holy sword, Lin Che had to be shocked and surprised. He retreated, warning her first, "Don't move. You've damaged your energy, you can't beat us." Goblin Mun, on this side, was overjoyed when she saw her wake up. Contrary to what Lin Che imagined, that the holy sword would tense up to retaliate, she kept struggling, calling out "Goblin, Goblin, Goblin," as if it were a cry for help and the last refuge for the holy sword. This made Lin Che and Goblin Mun also have to be surprised and retreat to prevent the holy sword from lunging to attack. Seeing this strange expression, Lin Che frowned uncomfortably, considering in his heart what's going on. Then Lin Che, with a completely serious and strong attitude, turned to the crazy goblin and issued an order. "How long have I been raising you guys? Don't just stand there and watch, tie her up tightly." In fact, the holy sword was a nightmare for these guys. They heard the order but didn't dare to lay a hand on the holy sword. The crazy goblin hesitated, scratching his head. Goblin Mun-san, standing next to him, only dared to look like a stone. Before they could take action, the holy sword had broken free from the rope that was tying her up. The two useless goblins stood watching like two mannequins, not knowing what to do, letting the prey fly away before their eyes. With terrifying speed, the holy sword was in front of Lin Che. She knelt down right in front of him. The holy sword bowed her head before Lin Che's teeth set, and he also had to be afraid, not daring to act rashly. The two goblins standing on this side looked at the two figures in front of them and predicted something bad. Goblin Mun-san whispered to the crazy goblin, "We're doomed, we're doomed. The boss is going to be killed by you." The crazy goblin called out in fear, "Boss." Just when it seemed like the sword saint was going to give Lin Che a good beating, she collapsed and knelt before him. This also made Lin Che extremely surprised. He jerked back and looked at the sword saint in a daze, stunned and shocked. Immediately after, the sword saint, with her tattered clothes, grabbed Lin Che's leg and begged him incessantly, "Goblin, I'm not here to fight you, but to ask you for something." Hearing this, Lin Che really couldn't imagine it. Just a moment ago, he was preparing to fight, but hearing this sentence, he froze like a statue. The sword saint showed an eager and pitiful expression, her eyes wide as she looked at Lin Che in front of her. "Can you give me another child?" The sword saint's attitude was very strange now. She was very different from the past. Witnessing the sword saint willingly begging Lin Che like this, the two first wives were also shocked. Goblin Slayer, standing in front, clicked her tongue, unable to say a word. The woman had knelt before Lin Che, begging, while behind her, Goblin Mun's face was flushed red like a chili pepper. Lin Che was also terrified now. He glanced down and asked repeatedly, his mouth twisted, "Is this for real? Do you see me as a guanyan? It's not like you can just have one if you want." The sword saint had to prove herself. She kept tensing her body to let Lin Che know how much she wanted another child. She said very earnestly, "I'm serious. The hatred between us can be erased, but you must give me another child, otherwise I will never forgive you." Not knowing why the sword saint was like this, Lin Che asked again very carefully, and his face was extremely serious as he looked at her, hesitating about the child, asking clearly, "You said another. Do you mean you've had our child before?" Lin Che also asked, "I'm especially concerned about the flesh and blood I left behind. Where is that child?" Hearing this, the sword saint raised her face, and her whole body turned purple and seemed very scared. The sword saint no longer had the fierce mood she had just now. Then she bowed down, hugging her face in a mess. The sword saint seemed to have experienced extreme pain. "Lord God, please forgive me. I didn't complete the punishment. It was all that commoner who killed him. Please give me another chance." After saying these words, the sword saint's behavior seemed to be completely insane. She even promised that she would immediately give birth to another goblin and raise him. Seeing a series of strange actions and words from the sword saint in front of him, Lin Che realized the situation. It turned out that it was because blood rupture had caused her to lose her strength, leading to a mental breakdown, thinking that the gods were punishing her. In fact, she was just avoiding the truth that she had killed someone. In this situation, Lin Che also grasped the sword saint's psychology. He took advantage of that momentum and lowered his voice, saying to her, "Yes, you have killed many of my subordinates. The gods will naturally be angry, but if you want to ask me for a child to atone for your sins, there must be conditions." Saying this, Lin Che stopped. The sword saint couldn't hold back her composure and urged him to ask, "What conditions?" "I agree to everything." After this sentence, Lin Che leaned closer to the sword saint's face. He continued to show his obscene smile, knowing that he was about to cook a delicious prey. He said softly, "You must listen to me, at least during the time of atonement. This is also considered a punishment from the gods for you." In his heart, he was secretly happy that such a strong combat force had voluntarily come to his door. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Just waiting to hear this, the sword saint was happy. Her face was radiant as she looked at him, saying, "As long as it is a punishment from the gods, I will definitely complete it well." The sword saint now looked like a child who had been given candy in front of Lin Che. Lin Che was smug, thinking that he was about to fight a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, he was about to roast sweet potatoes with the beautiful sword saint again. He muttered, "Very good, then it's settled." Lin Che personally took the sword saint's hand and led her inside, leaving the two wives and two goblin subordinates standing watching them. Lin Che coldly spoke to the people behind him, "You guys go out first." All four people stood there, stunned, looking at him. A moment later, everyone had gone out. In the room, the sword saint pulled down her straps, revealing her big, white breasts like cartwheels. It seemed that the days of searching for Lin Che were the days she always thought about this. The sword saint was already lying on the mat lined with straw. She showed a seductive expression, looking at Lin Che, slowly saying, "Please help me." Without waiting long, Lin Che was very impatient. He had already taken off all his clothes. Last time, he hadn't played enough because he was interrupted while he was enjoying himself. This time was too good for Lin Che. He looked at her, saying, "Since you yourself requested it, I won't be polite. First, a warm-up, brothers." Lin Che skillfully used his nimble fingers, constantly wiggling in the cave. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I'm starting to get rougher." The sword saint was numb all over. She breathed in every breath in the desire of the days of waiting, her small mouth making strange sounds. 2 hours later, outside Lin Cheon's tent, Goblin Slayer had told the Countess about the sword saint asking Lin Che to give her a child. She couldn't believe it, shouting, "Don't joke around. The sword saint is the strongest person in all generations. I don't believe this." But as soon as she saw what was inside the room, the Countess was shocked, her two wings opening wide. What is this? Having seen with her own eyes that the sword saint was lying in that familiar bed, the Countess stood up straight and muttered, "How could sword saint Darren?" And now, the sword saint was lying curled up to rest after a battle with Lin Che. Goblin Slayer stood behind, looking in, her arms crossed, with a cold and somewhat concerned look on her face, saying, "Seeing is believing, right? If this news spreads to the Empire, I don't know what kind of storm it will cause." The Countess, hearing this, didn't know how to answer appropriately. Scene changed to outside. After just caressing the holy sword, Lin Che went out to cool off with Goblin Mun. Both of them admired the mountain scenery of the place where they lived. Goblin Mun gently poured tea for Lin Che, saying, "Boss, how will you arrange the sword saint next?" Lin Che took the cup and coldly replied, "Just bring her back to my place, in case she runs away or does something excessive. First, take her to change clothes and take a bath." As soon as she heard Lin Cheon's order, Goblin Mun immediately turned around and replied, "Yes, I'll go do it right away." Lin Che then quickly drank the water after a period of pushing that was too tiring. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Che turned his face to ask Goblin Mun, "Wait, have some people died from illness recently?" "Right, go prepare it for me, I'll need it later." Goblin Mun didn't bother to ask and immediately obeyed the order. Understood. After Goblin Mun left, only Lin Che was sitting there. He looked into the distance, thinking, since Lizard's Lord just died, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the Great Tomb Lord. Maybe I have to go find the man-eating hawk for a trip. Scene change to the man-eating hawk tribe. Lin Che had only just thought of this, and he had already arrived at the hawk's place, bringing two gifts tied in a package. At this time, he was standing on a large bear. The hawk was shocked, shouting after hearing Lin Cheon's shocking announcement. What? You killed the Southern Lord? Standing in front of the hawk, Lin Che slowly explained this matter. But before he could say anything, the hawk jumped in. No need to explain. Although it's troublesome, there's still a chance. If you replace Lizard's position as Lord, the Great Tomb can still understand. Hearing this, Lin Che showed a clear expression of unwillingness. He tilted his head to the side and said clearly, Lord, I'm not very interested. Can my subordinate replace me? The hawk was surprised. He slowly looked down at the gifts that Lin Che had brought. The hawk then said, It's not that it can't be done, but if you let your subordinate go, there will be risks. Lin Che immediately asked, Risks? Why? The hawk paced back and forth, telling him, the Southern Dream Demon has been eyeing the position of Lord for many years. When Lizard's Lord dies, he will naturally compete. If you go to compete, I believe you can defeat him, but your subordinate is not sure. Lin Che, on this side, was also very focused on listening. After hearing, he had even more questions about the words that the hawk said. Dream Demon, what is that? The hawk then explained more clearly. An 8th stage demon that manipulates dreams and can control other people's consciousness through dreams. After saying this, he explained in more detail to help Lin Che not be confused, but his actual combat is weak, so he hasn't been able to defeat the Lord for generations. Hearing this, he stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then had many questions and interests in his head, saying, manipulating dreams. Interesting. At this time, he focused on his own thoughts. Lin Che looked in another direction, thinking about the Holy Sword. If I put a little suggestion into the Sword Saint's dream, making her listen to me, wouldn't that be very suitable? Thinking, Lin Che then proposed something to the hawk. Lord Darren, can you quickly take me to meet him? I want to cooperate with him. Immediately agreeing to Lin Cheon's wish, the hawk quickly took him to the Dream Demon's lair, a dark and thorny place. As soon as the hawk arrived, he pointed around. This is where the Dream Demon lives. As soon as Lin Che set foot in this place, he felt a strong and unusual evil aura. He hadn't even met the Dream Demon yet, but he already saw the power of the Dream Demon emitting around him, very gloomy. Just as he arrived, a greasy, filthy black shadow appeared. It floated high above and called down, let's see. It was the Dream Demon who had appeared. It was in the form of having no legs, to hands full of sharp claws, and its whole body was like a flying rag. Its mouth smiled and it lowered itself, asking in a perverted way, who needs a sweet dream here? Lin Che read its detailed information from the system. Dream Demon, level 84, race, immortal, class, none, title, born from nightmares, health, 2000, strength, 690, defense, 492, skills, dream manipulation, enchanting eye hypnosis, equipment, none, total, 3,800. After this guy got closer, one of its eyes widened with excitement when it saw a familiar person. Now it chuckled and said, so it's the man-eating hawk. What are you doing bringing a goblin here? Seeing the main character he needed to find, Lin Che put on a friendly face and took the initiative to step forward to speak. I want to cooperate with you. I will let you be the Southern Lord. You just need to help me control other people's dreams. Behind him, the man-eating hawk still let Lin Che do whatever he wanted, not saying a word. The Dream Demon was meeting Lin Che for the first time, so seeing his form, it also came down and was a little careless. A small goblin dares to tell me to be the Southern Lord. Behind him, the Hawk Lord interjected, the golden Komodo that you couldn't beat for several years has been wiped out by him. Hearing this, the face of the Dream Demon, with one eye and one mouth, reacted. It jerked, then laughed loudly. It seemed that this guy had been waiting for this day for a long time. After hearing the information that the enemy he hated the most had died, he immediately ignored everything and asked, Okay, tell me, whose dream do you want me to control? Lin Che was just waiting for this opportunity. He said what he needed in front of the dream demon, no one, just a human. On this side, the Hawk Lord leaned his sharp beak closer and whispered in his ear, Then I'll go back to the Great Tomb to report, confirm that he will be the Lord. He also carefully instructed, Don't underestimate him because you defeated the Komodo Dragon Lord. Even if you can't beat me, if you fight in the south, you have no chance of winning against that Komodo dragon. The Lord can summon a large number of monsters to help. Then suddenly, Lin Che turned around and showed a mysterious smile. He looked at the hawk, replying, Lord Darren, wait, I suddenly have a new plan. After hearing the information that the Komodo Dragon Lord had died, the dream demon seemed to forget everything. He was just too happy and dreaming of a great dream. I'm about to be the Lord. Seeing this unguarded attitude of the dream demon in front of him, the hawk guessed Lin Cheon's intention and hesitated, saying, You don't mean to. But the dream demon is a spirit, you can't swallow his ability. If it breaks down, we can't cooperate anymore. Not answering, the hawk was anxious. Lin Che smiled, looking at the information recorded on his system panel, revealing a dangerous smile. Mutation fusion can take the opponent's parts to fuse with oneself. Each part provides a certain attribute enhancement, but does not obtain the opponent's talent skills and does not affect the form. Then he looked straight at the dream demon in front of him, raising one corner of his mouth and lowering his voice. A normal goblin can't swallow, of course, but I'm different. Saying that, Lin Che slowly walked closer to the dream demon. He showed a very relaxed attitude as he approached. Dream Demon Darren, we should discuss the details of cooperation. I need to understand the principle of dream control in order to cooperate with you and exert the maximum power. The dream demon was completely confident in his ability. He widened his eye and replied with pleasure, As long as you dare to look straight into my eye, no one can escape my control, unless the opponents will is strong enough to realize they are in a dream. This made Lin Che even more interested. He showed a dangerous smile, his hair covering his shifty eyes. Is that so? Just now he was very gentle, but in just 1 second, he changed his face like flipping a pancake. Lin Che quickly summoned the sword in his hand. He used his energy throughout his body, rushing up to attack the dream demon. Then let's see if your dream is powerful or my blade is fast enough. At the same time, sensing the danger attacking him, the dream demon also quickly released his strength to resist. The system displayed the skill the dream demon used to prepare to attack him. Activate skill, etherealization. On this side, the hawk was completely worried about Lin Che. He hurriedly shouted a warning. Not good. Don't look into his eye. But as soon as Lin Che rushed in to attack, the dream demon used all his power. His eye widened and expanded terribly. It emitted a sinister charm that enveloped Lin Che. He had been told not to look into his eye, but Lin Che couldn't do it. His eyes were now glued to that terrifying dream eye, the light shining straight into Lin Cheon's face. Immediately, while rushing in, Lin Che fell freely from above, hitting his face on the ground below. Behind him, the Hawk Lord flew away, leaving the battlefield to these two. The dream demon's aura surrounded and enveloped him. In the darkness, the dream demon's voice was full of pleasure and challenge. Not knowing your limits, he's dead for sure. Suddenly, Lin Cheon's eyes widened. In his eyes, there were many red blood vessels, and he looked panicked. He sat up, trying to retreat to find a support. Lin Che had been too careless and underestimated the enemy, but as soon as he looked up, in front of Lin Che was a large mountain, the volcano erupting red magma, and those streams were constantly flowing down. He was startled by what he saw in front of him. Knowing for sure that it was the dream demon's trick, he gritted his teeth and tried to stay calm so that he wouldn't be confused. But as soon as he looked back at the place where he was sitting, those hot streams of fire had run through the cracks. His whole body was burning hot everywhere. Lin Che had been injured, and now he had to fight against a harsh environment. Very quickly, the hot magma, as if it could burn the body of a normal person in a few seconds, had flooded Lin Cheon's lower body. He was now trapped in that hole, unable to escape on his own. Luckily, it was in a dreamscape. If it were in real life, the life of the wives at home would be ruined. At the same time, in the distance, the black shadow of the dream demon appeared again. After restraining Lin Che in the dreamscape, this guy expanded his power and was very smug, laughing loudly in front of him. "You can't escape. Die forever according to your dream." Then he even made a challenging gesture, raising his dark face close to Lin Che and asking, "Still want to kill me?" But then, just as he said this, a stream of fire shot through the dream demon's flimsy body. He was pierced with a hole, while he was still very happy about his initial victory. The dream demon was completely surprised. He pointed at the tear in his body with his hand, showing his sharp teeth in question. "How can you?" Unexpectedly, Lin Che had been able to stand up on his own. He hadn't been occupied by the dreamscape. Lin Che was completely unharmed. He stood up and said proudly in front of the dream demon in a dream trap that scared people, "If you believe you have to die, you will really lose your life. Is this your ability to control dreams?" He gathered energy into his hand full of sharp claws. It seemed that everything was only in Lin Tian's calculations. Now was the real terror for the dream demon. He said, "This game is good. It can deceive others, but deceiving me is too early." Energy was overflowing on his hand. Lin Che jumped up to attack him, simultaneously saying the sentence he had just said, "It's too early." A stream of electric fire burned brightly throughout his body. His expression at this time was no different from a demon. Lin Che flew to release a large source of energy, covering the dream demon's dark head. He was beaten to a pulp by Lin Che's electric fire. The dream demon was completely unable to do anything but endure that numb pain. After that blow from Lin Che, the dream demon's body in the dreamscape was cracked into small pieces. He couldn't believe that his strongest skill had been broken so easily, and he was angry and uncomfortable, stammering, How can you?" Just as he finished speaking, the dreamscape shattered, and the image of the hot lover disappeared. Immediately, Lin Che regained consciousness. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, then propped himself up and stood up. On this side, the dream demon, after being shocked and losing control, was very angry and pushed a stream of evil power straight at Lin Che. He rushed down, shouting angrily, Damn it, I won't forgive you." After regaining his composure, Lin Che waved his hand, using his skill to summon the familiar crossbow. Then, immediately after, he didn't hesitate, but launched himself up and shot a fire arrow straight into the dream demon's body. This fire was truly powerful. It pierced through that flimsy body and burned effectively. The dream demon immediately fell freely to the ground. He was now a messy black shadow, no longer strong enough to dare to raise his voice as he had at first. Seeing that the target was weak, Lin Che hurriedly ran forward. The dream demon knew for sure that now was the time he was in danger. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure this miserable feeling. His face showed fear, but just as Lin Che rushed in, he had only just managed to grab a little of the dream demon's spirit, and he quickly flew up again and avoided his attack. The system notified Lin Che, obtained skill, dream manipulation. At this time, the two were one-on-one with each other. The dream demon tried to maintain his distance from Lin Che to gain momentum for another attack. And now, on one of his arms, he had transformed into a different shape, fluctuating continuously. Lin Che looked at the dark black aura, and goosebumps rose. He was like a nightmare. Immediately after, his arm mutated. It bulged like a boiling liquid entity and began to expand more, growing larger. Lin Che also tightened every muscle on it. The skill he was using was mutation fusion. The arm grew larger and larger. It was slimy. Lin Che pushed his arm up hard, and it enveloped the dream demon's entire body. The slimy pieces of meat crowded each other, covering everything, leaving only a red eye. Everything happened very quickly. The dream demon couldn't avoid it now. Witnessing the battle between Lin Che and the dream demon, the Hawk Lord also had to be terrified. His eyes were wide open, and he kept watching. To its surprise, Lin Che was able to stand up on his own. He was not held captive by the dream space. Lin Che was completely unharmed. He stood up and spoke majestically in front of the dream demon in a dream. A fear trap makes people truly die if they believe they are going to. Is this your dream control ability? He gathered power into his sharp clawed hand. It seemed that everything was part of his plan. Now was the time for the dream demon's real terror, he said. This trick is interesting. You can fool others, but to fool me, energy surged in his hand as Lin Che leapt up to attack him, continuing his previous sentence. It's still too early. His whole body emitted a blazing electric fire. His aura at this moment was no different from a fierce demon's. Lin Che flew over and released a massive amount of energy, enveloping the dream demon's dark head. It was thrashed by Lin Cheon's electric sparks until it was tattered. The dream demon could do nothing but endure the paralyzing pain. After that attack from Lin Che, the dream demon's body in the dreamscape began to crack into small pieces. It couldn't believe that its strongest skill could be broken so easily. Annoyed and upset, it stammered, "How could you?" As its words trailed off, the dreamscape shattered. The image of the hot lover vanished instantly. Lin Che immediately regained consciousness. He opened his eyes wide in amazement, then propped himself up. Above, the dream demon, after being utterly thrashed and losing control, became enraged and blasted a wave of evil power straight at Lin Che. As it swooped down, it roared in fury, "Damn you! You damn demon! I won't forgive you!" After regaining his composure, Lin Che waved his hand and used his skill to summon his familiar divine crossbow. Then, without hesitation, he leapt up and fired a powerful fire arrow straight into the nightmare demon's body. This fire was truly powerful, piercing through its flimsy body and burning it effectively. The nightmare demon immediately fell to the ground. It was now a messy, dark shadow, no longer strong enough to be defiant. Seeing his target weakened, Lin Che hurriedly rushed forward. The nightmare demon knew it was in danger. It clenched its teeth, trying to endure the horrible feeling. Its face showed fear, but just as Lin Che lunged and managed to grab a piece of the nightmare demon's spiritual body, it quickly flew up again, dodging his attack. Lin Cheon's system announced, "Acquired dream control skill." Now, the two were facing each other one-on-one. The nightmare demon tried to keep its distance from Lin Che to prepare for another attack. Meanwhile, one of his arms had transformed into a different shape, constantly fluctuating. Lin Che looked menacing with a dark aura, giving off goosebumps. He was like a nightmare himself. Immediately after, his arm mutated. It gurgled like a boiling liquid and began to expand, growing larger. Lin Che tightened every muscle fiber in it. The skill he was using was aberrant fusion. The entire arm grew bigger and bigger. Lin Che thrust his arm forward, and it immediately enveloped the nightmare demon's entire body. The sticky masses of flesh squeezed together, covering it completely, leaving only a single red eye visible. Everything happened very quickly. The nightmare demon could no longer escape. Witnessing the battle between Lin Che and the nightmare demon, the Lord Eagle was horrified, its eyes wide and jaw dropped in disbelief. Just after finishing off the nightmare demon, Lin Che gradually returned to his original state. The eagle slowly approached him. Seeing him standing there, it asked, "Lin Che, are you okay?" looking very worried for him. Then, as if still in disbelief, it asked more clearly, "Lin Che, my God, how did you escape? I thought you wouldn't make it out." But our Lin Che acted very calm, gave a casual reply, and was eager to do something else. "I'm fine, let's go." So, after dealing with that troublesome nightmare demon, the two chatted as they walked back. Lin Che kindly spoke first, "The nightmare demon is dead. I want Goblin Mun-san to take the position of Southern Lord." The Lord Eagle readily agreed. "Don't worry, I will help you talk to the Great Tomb." Scene changed back to the forest near Lin Cheon's tribe. In the small hut where the Sword Saint was with Lin Che, she was resting on a bed made of straw and reeds. The saint was quite tired. The Sword Saint was sleeping soundly, unaware of anything. After obtaining the nightmare demon's skill, Lin Che began to enter her mind as she slept. The dark gate to the dreamscape slowly appeared. Lin Cheon's figure and face stepped through. He officially delved deep into the Sword Saint's dream. When Lin Che entered her dream, it was still her country. A majestic, vast city, he floated high above, looking down. In the distance, there was a noisy crowd. Coming closer, he could hear their criticism. And the sword saint was in the middle, enduring all the scorn and blame from all the people here. Kill that goblin, kill that goblin. Punish this sword saintess, don't forgive her. She holds a sacred position but committed a depraved act. Unforgivable, a disgrace, the greatest disgrace in the history of the sacred position. Lin Che looked down at the pitiful sword saint. She was tormenting herself, constantly thinking in her dream that she was guilty. He felt pity and blurted out, "So this is a dream of being criticized by 1,000 people." Then his mood shifted to excitement, because making her suffer such harsh slander could incite her rebellious spirit. Lin Che smirked. "This is exactly the state I need." Right below, a dazzling light suddenly shone, forcing the people who were cursing the sword saint to cover their eyes. They didn't dare to look forward. The one who appeared in that blinding light was a deity, but their face was hidden. Only their magnificent clothes and radiant wings could be seen. Lin Che took advantage of the situation and transformed into the deity. The people were stunned. The crowd bowed down before Lin Che, chanting in unison, "Your Holiness, the deity. The deity has manifested. Deity, please protect us. It's so good to finally meet you." Even with the deity present, these people still wouldn't let the sword saint go. She remained the focus of their criticism. Moreover, they pointed her out to the deity as a sinner. "Look, it's this demoness. She blasphemed the sacred position. The deity will punish her." The crowd became even more vehement. Then, everyone pointed at the sword saint. Placing all the blame on her, they shouted and provoked each other. "Kill her!" The sword saint retreated in fear. In her dream, she was completely desperate, seemingly cornered at the edge of an abyss. The sword saint's small steps reached the edge of the cliff. When she looked back, behind her was a bottomless pit, and these people continuously pressured the sword saint, forcing her to step back and fall into the bottomless abyss. Curses and insults demanding her death were everywhere. "A crime worthy of 1,000 deaths, unforgivable, long live, kill her. Kill her, unforgivable, unforgivable." But at this moment, the sword saint's will to live had not yet died. She collapsed and knelt down. The sword saint prayed continuously. She reverently clasped her hands and pleaded with a sliver of hope to the deity who had just appeared. "Your Holiness, please save me, please forgive me." The deity, who was Lin Che in disguise, entered her dream, raised his hand, and channeled power into his palm. He made everyone here stop talking, and so they could no longer say anything more and couldn't corner Sword Saint anymore. High above, the deity, Lin Che in disguise, stood there and spoke down sanctimoniously. He acted his part perfectly. "Bearer of the sacred office, Sword Saint, do you know your crime?" Hearing this, the Sword Saint reverently knelt on the ground, looked up, and replied politely. But her voice was trembling with fear. "I have killed the people I was supposed to protect." However, the deity twisted the truth, saying, "Killing imperial soldiers and harming comrades is but a minor sin. You, rest assured, honestly confess to the crime of birthing a goblin, and I shall forgive you." After he finished speaking, the Sword Saint looked up with guilt and pleaded, "Your Holiness, what other crime have I committed?" From his high position, Lin Che went into full actor mode and said, "You protected a bunch of demons, selfish and petty individuals." His tone was harsh and filled with anger. Before the large crowd, he spoke sternly. "They are greedy and tyrannical, indulging in wine and women, seizing power and resources. For this sin, you will never be forgiven." It seemed these words struck a chord with the Sword Saint. Already sad, she was now being abandoned and tormented by her own faith. The Sword Saint shed tears. Then, the Sword Saint thought to herself, "So all this time, I was protecting a bunch of demons." She looked up at the deity, the faith of her entire life, and asked in anguish. All around the Sword Saint, things also seemed to change. The people who had just been condemning her all transformed into demons, the kind she considered filthy and disgusting. This horde surrounding her kept making grotesque noises and continuously tore at their own clothes. At the same time, Lin Che added, "Without these people, your comrades would not have died. And so, the Sword Saint's spirit was tormented even more. These demonic skulls began to add fuel to the fire, hurling more venomous words at the pitiful Sword Saint, some saintess. Just a parasite in armor, you and those greenskins are the real companions. Burn this fraud alive, the disgrace of the Empire. Let her be food for goblins. Then, the people in the Sword Saint's eyes, who were now like real demons, all rushed forward at once, demanding her life. Kill her, tear her apart, atone to our God. She absolutely couldn't take it anymore. In her eyes now humans were like demons. She tried to stand up, but couldn't contain her anger. Then, she opened her mouth wide and screamed, "All of you, shut up." It seemed the Sword Saint had endured too much pressure now. She truly wanted peace. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy gathered in the Sword Saint's fair hand. It began to coalesce and form the shape of a sword. She shouted, "You demons!" The Sword Saint, holding the spirit sword she had just summoned, charged forward and single-handedly attacked the horde of demons lunging at her. The Sword Saint screamed, "You all!" Then she frantically swung a great slash down at the demons. With a single sword, Sword Saint dealt with every demon that swarmed forward to claw and tear at her, one by one. Each cut in half with a single strike. Soon, the Sword Saint's golden sword was stained with blood. She collapsed in anguish, looking at her own hands. Around her, the demons she had frantically slaughtered were now revealed to be the very citizens she had once fought so hard to protect. Her small mouth gasped in disbelief, "My Lord Divine Being, I've killed people. I've killed people." From above, Lin Chia, in the form of a dignified divine being, descended before the Sword Saint. Time for some psychological manipulation, he thought. He said, "You see clearly now, don't you? They only wanted your protection, but never thought of protecting you." Then, extending his hand to the Sword Saint, Lin Chia completely inverted her way of thinking, giving her new belief. When you fell from the divine altar, the first to tear you apart were these very demons. These words seemed to truly save the Sword Saint from the abyss of self-torment. If she felt guilty for being a national disgrace, Lin Chia made her feel she had done right, because the very people she cherished were evil. The Sword Saint raised her beautiful face, staring blankly at the divine being for a moment, then smiled as long streams of tears flowed from her eyes. Perhaps now she no longer felt she deserved to die. She said, "I understand, my Lord Divine Being." Just then, Lin Chia extended his arm, and the Sword Saint took it. Seeing that the Sword Saint had submitted and believed him wholeheartedly, he added, "From now on, dedicate yourself to slaughtering these demons." The Sword Saint, still worried about her own abilities, asked Lin Chia her long-held concern, Then how can I regain my sacred power?" Lin Chia, ever so cunning, took advantage of the situation and solemnly proclaimed, "When not a single one of these demons is left. Besides, I have already arranged for an emissary to help you punish the demons. You must assist him well." It was time to leave, leaving the Sword Saint in an indescribable daze, convinced that her actions were truly right and that she had been forgiven. She stood up and called after him, "My Lord Divine Being." Before leaving, Lin Chia left one firm statement, "Remember this well." After successfully entering the Sword Saint's dream and manipulating her, Lin Chia flew out on a stream of dream-like evil energy. He stood near the Sword Saint, stretched, and looked at her sleeping form at his feet, saying, "That was more tiring than I thought." Then Lin Chia slowly sat down, moved closer to her, and whispered, "From now on, you are no longer the Sword Saint." It was a beautiful morning in Lin Chia's tribe, perhaps because he had successfully tamed a fine prize. A basket filled with fruit, meat, and fresh bread was placed near the Sword Saint. Lin Chia said, "Eat, we need to complete the mission entrusted to us by the Divine Being." Just waking up and hearing Lin Chia's words, the Sword Saint seemed to ignore the delicious food. She leaned towards Lin Chia and asked, "How did you know?" The Sword Saint was still half asleep, not yet understanding the situation or how Lin Chia was connected to what the Divine Being had told her. "Could it be you?" But Lin Chia made a mysterious gesture, raising a finger to his lips and shushing her. "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." Looking at Lin Chia's figure, the Sword Saint vaguely guessed the truth, thinking to herself, "The divine emissary from my dream, could it be this goblin?" With that, Lin Che turned and left. The sword saint rushed out, calling, "Wait, what am I supposed to do now?" Lin Che nonchalantly walked on, saying over his shoulder, "I'll tell you when the time comes." Sometime later, Evely's sad voice rang out, "Why am I only level 60, with a total power of less than 1,000? Before Lin Che, Evely trembled like a puppy, a heavy iron chain around her neck. "My lord, I'm sorry. I will try harder to improve." The system panel showed, Evely, level 60, race, human, class, none, sacred body, titles, God's attendant, sacred body, monster hunter, hero, total power, 980. Lin Che leaned his face closer to Evely's and asked softly, "How long have you been studying magic?" Evely under Lin Che's control, she was now like a puppet, simply answering, "I only studied for a year before following my senior for training. There is still much I have yet to learn." Lin Che was very satisfied with the current Evely. He let out a cruel smile and said, "It seems your talent isn't bad. It would be a waste to discard it." A while later, Lin Che gathered his goblin soldiers. Below, they cheered and roared noisily. Lin Che stood above them authoritatively and called out, "A few hundred miles from the great necropolis is a city called Greenbox. Do you want to go plunder treasure, women, and food?" Below, the goblins had been waiting for a day like this. They gathered in a huge crowd, as if it were a grand tribal festival. The massive crowd roared, "Yes, boss, of course. Plunder, 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 rape, rape, rape." Up above, Lin Che was thrilled. He pumped his fist in the air and yelled amidst the goblins, who were burning with desire to go pillage. "Good, then armor up. We leave immediately. The boss is brilliant." A moment later, Lin Che found Evely alone. She was practicing magic. He approached and asked, "I hear the Lord of Greenbox is a white hat mage, and the city has many magic books. Come with me, and I'll get you those books to study. How about it?" Evely, now completely brainwashed, simply bowed her head respectfully before Lin Che and answered obediently, "Thank you very much, my great lord." Hearing this, the figure of a strong woman approached, interrupting their conversation. "Greenbox, are we going to slaughter them?" They both turned to see the sword saint. She had regained her strength and was dressed in her battle armor. Her perfect figure in the armor lost none of its allure or dominant aura. Lin Che looked at his trump card, smiled, and asked the sword saint, "Yes, are you determined?" She walked forward and declared proudly in front of Lin Che and Evely, "It is a divine mission. Of course, I am." The sword saint was now completely brainwashed by Lin Che. Her mind was filled only with vengeance and hatred for the human race. With a resentful look, she stared ahead and added, "Those cursed demons brought me 10 years of suffering. It's time for them to pay the price." Soon, Lin Che was riding Little Flower toward the human lands to scout the battlefield for the raid. Since his goblin soldier could fly, he brought him along to survey the enemy's terrain. Before attacking the city walls, Lin Che and his goblin soldier observed the situation from above. It was a special day, so many people were gathered together in a courtyard. This made things even more convenient for the goblins. His goblin soldier flapped its wings, buzzing over Lin Che's head. Curious about what was going on, it asked, "Boss, why are so many people gathered down there?" Lin Che glanced down and casually replied, "Looks like they're holding some kind of festival." Then, Lin Che gave the goblin his orders, "Go back to camp and await my signal." "I'm going to scout things out." The goblin nodded in obedience. "Yes, boss." Lin Che took a closer look. Below in the city, there were many elite soldiers on guard, and an old man was conducting a ceremony with a young woman. That was the Lord of Greenbox. He joyfully and hopefully announced to all the citizens, "From this moment, my granddaughter, Avril, will be the new city Lord of Greenbox, the youngest in history." This elder was the former lord, the 80-year-old white hat mage, Green. The beautiful girl next to him was the new 16-year-old city lord, the purple hat mage, Avril. Hearing the announcement, the citizens erupted into cheers. "Long live City Lord Avril. It is our honor to be protected by the Green family." To receive such strong support just after taking office, Avril was happy and shouted down to the crowd below, "Thank you all for your support. I will definitely do better than my grandfather. bring a happy life to everyone, and I promise not to be like the sword saint who disgraced the holy title. Standing before the people, Avril suddenly had a strong emotional shift. She took this opportunity to make her stance clearer. Furthermore, according to the news, the sword saint may be hiding in the city. Whoever finds her, report to me immediately. I will personally take her back to the church for punishment to satisfy the entire nation. Hearing this, the people felt like they had a new, strong pillar of support. They continuously cheered and supported her in unison. We believe in you, Your Highness Avril, long live Avril. I want to be your dog, my Avril, my Avril. Seeing his granddaughter so honoured by many, it was also a source of pride for Green. He puffed up his chest, patted his granddaughter's shoulder and said, "Very good. You've just taken office and you're already concerned for Green and the Empire. You're truly my good granddaughter." Observing the entire event from below, up here, Lin Che used his magic eye ability. So, is Avril his new target? Then, resting his chin on his hand in thought a little while, Lin Che said, really keeping up with the news, "I never thought the new City Lord of Greenbox would declare a hunt for the Sword Saint right after taking office." This made Lin Che feel that this mixed hot pot was getting a little more interesting. He covered his mouth and laughed schemingly. Well then, that's great. Scene change back to Lin Che's tribe. The Sword Saint, Evely and the Queen were leading the group, waiting at home. As soon as they saw Lin Che's figure returning, one of Goblin raised his voice and said, "The boss is back." The goblins behind him heard this and also began to cheer excitedly. The Queen squinted up and shouted to Lin Che, "Boss, what's the situation over there?" Lin Che stood firmly on Little Wild, spread his two wings wide, and shouted down to the whole city. The military force is less than 6,000, mostly concentrated in the city. The defense is lax. It's the right time to attack. Now, Lin Che sits on Little Wild's back and gives a direct order. "Crazy goblins, break down the gate for me right now." The crazy goblin led the leaping and skipping horde towards the place Lin Che indicated, following his command. From the vast forest outside, the goblins followed one after another, eagerly running towards the human city. The goblins in front pushed a battering ram together, charging forward. Behind them was a massive army, no different from the Mongol horde. The two city guards high above were extremely panicked when they saw the goblins attacking. "Damn it, it's goblins, a goblin invasion. Quick, report to the Lord." Just as he was about to run inside to report to the Lord, the two soldiers were suppressed by two beams of bright power from above. Both of them froze and fell backward. What just affected the two soldiers in front were the firearms from Lin Che's group of soldiers. Leading the soldiers with guns and still holding a smoking gun was the Queen. The Queen was as awesome as ever. She stood in a graceful and confident pose, praising lavishly, as expected of the musket invented by the boss. It's much easier to use than a bow and arrow. Right next to her, the Queen's daughter was still very focused on aiming and shooting. Bang! Did you guys hear that loud sound like a bang? After being rammed back and forth for a while, the city gate finally broke. The goblins officially started to wreak havoc. Everywhere were the sounds of clack, clack. Goblins flooded through the city gate, both above and below ground. They swarmed in, a massive number of them, swinging on ropes, running fast, doing somersaults, and using every goblin method to dominate from the ground up. The goblins' momentum was completely overwhelming. They were like a mighty army, no longer the disgusting creatures considered the dregs of society, despised and afraid to touch anyone. On the back of Little Wild, high in the sky, Lin Che issued a command to everyone. "First, destroy the ultimate weapons, then gather at my position." The swarming goblins looked up, each of them with a gleeful smile. An entire area was engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos. It quickly attracted the attention of many. A column of smoke rose dozens of meters high. Disaster has struck. Green and Avril were talking privately over here. When they both saw the strange signal from inside, they turned, their faces pale and extremely panicked. "What's that sound?" Right after looking directly at the crowd from the inauguration ceremony, it was no longer a solemn ceremony. Instead, It was a sea of fire filled with wails and screams. Explosions occurred continuously. Hurrying inside, the grandfather and granddaughter saw the scene of people fleeing in chaos, not understanding what was happening. The people screamed, a dragon is here." Avril tried to shout amidst the crowd to calm everyone down. "Everyone, don't panic. Whoever can get to a shelter, go immediately." Avril turned to call for her grandfather, only to see that Green had already used his power to fly high up. The people were now scared out of their wits, each fleeing for their lives. Using his power to rise high and observe the entire city, Green looked up towards the large city gate. He discovered many foreign invaders running inside. The old man was stunned, unable to believe this day had come so quickly. High above, Green mobilized his forces for the soldiers. His voice boomed, "All soldiers, deploy, Goblin invasion." When Avril heard this, she froze and tried to look into the distance. Goblins, she had just been inaugurated for less than 30 minutes. Overall looked extremely fed up. She was tired of hearing about the goblins. Avril sighed wearily, her face showing clear disgust. It seems this pure face is about to be served up at the mixed hot pot feast now. Overall turned towards the soldiers. She waved her hand and ordered, "Soldiers, listen. This kind of low-class monster, deal with them quickly, then come back for a drink." The legion simultaneously bowed and replied in unison, "As you command, City Lord." And now, Avril turned back to the strong men in front of her. She powerfully and eloquently roared to motivate them, "Everyone, keep going. Today is my birthday. The Klin family will distribute food and gifts." Hearing about gifts and food, the people began to feel strong and determined. They eagerly and excitedly swarmed forward. One wonders if these people are motivated by their own benefit or for the land they live on. Over here, the crazy goblin led the charge. It and its comrades rushed forward. The crazy goblin deployed its ability, sweeping away the mediocre warriors with fire. Panning the camera to the mutated tyrant goblin, it was seen roaring to use a shockwave from its body, sweeping away the soldiers near it. This group of people was continuously thrown into the air, scattered, and severely injured, dropping all their weapons. The smaller goblins took turns killing and assaulting the men. They craved humans and were enjoying the slaughter in the sea of fire as if today were their festival. In another development, Lin Che was confronting Green. He stood on a sharp rooftop, while Lin Che stood on the back of his little wild. The two of them, one-on-one, locked eyes. A chill ran down the spine. Green looked at Lin Che with a stern and hateful gaze, then said, "You dare to tame a dragon. So you are the goblin who caused the Sword Saints fall." Lin Che's mouth curled into a long smile. He didn't seem scared at all. Instead, he felt quite satisfied and even challenged the old man before him. "I didn't expect my reputation to have spread so far." Hearing these words was like an even stronger blow. He erupted with fierce power and was completely enraged. Green's eyes turned white as he shouted loudly, his voice full of majesty as if wanting to chop Lin Che into 100 pieces, as expected. "You're not simple. You deliberately prevented me from acting, but did you consider this consequence?" Lin Che squinted at this old man with annoyance. He was analyzing his posture. In front of him, Green summoned a spirit stone that glowed intensely. He held this precious thing in both hands. The light from the spirit stone shone on Green's determined face. His eyes were ice cold. Perhaps this was the unique trump card he had reserved for Lin Che. Without another word and without delay, Green powerfully summoned a large sphere from high in the sky, which flew towards Little Wild carrying Lin Che. The speed of a meteor falling from the sky reached its maximum as it got closer to the target. At this moment, looking up, Lin Che's eyes widened as he realized this terrifying thing was about to rush towards him. His expression also showed his surprise that this old man could unleash such a powerful attack. Lin Che rode Little Wild, weaving in another direction to dodge Old Man Green's attack. Yet, that large meteor still weaved and flew after Lin Che as if it had a built-in locator. It turned out he was using the power of the spirit stone to do that. The old man clenched his teeth, looking very smug, wanting to kill the damn goblin in front of him. To have survived until now, Lin Che, our theme is not to be trifled with. He glanced back at the old geezer, smirked, and then Lin Che steered Little Wild to fly away swiftly. He grabbed a hard dragon scale on its back and said confidently, "In that case, I'll give you a big gift." It turned out Lin Cheon's target was Avril. He turned Little Wild and flew straight towards the girl, something even the old man hadn't expected. Down below, the lowly soldiers, seeing the dragon dive down with a massive chunk of earth behind it, began to tremble and stutter in fear. Soon after, no one cared about their new lord. They were more concerned with their own lives. They frantically scattered in all directions, screaming, "Run for your lives! Help!" Right behind Lin Che, the meteor that Old Man Green had summoned was still in pursuit, and he cleverly aimed for the old man's granddaughter. The distance was still too great. Avril had managed to run up to the ramparts on one side and was looking down, while Lin Che was enjoying himself, swooping back and forth, causing the people in the hole to flee in terror. "It's a meteor, run!" Avril realized what was happening. It was her first time facing such a large number of intelligent goblins. The girl could do nothing but get angry and curse under her breath. "This is not good. These damn bastards." On Little Wild's back, Lin Che gave it a loud command, "Little Wild, use the move I taught you." Little Wild dove, flying swiftly, and opened its mouth as if in agreement. Then, Little Wild raised its head. Inside its mouth, powerful streams of raging, boiling fire gathered, moving from its esophagus to its throat. Gathering its strength, Little Wild tensed up and bowed its head forcefully. It used all its internal energy and life force to breathe out a vast sea of fire. This terrifying, roiling inferno burned everything it touched, illuminating the entire area as it rained down on the people in the hole below who were trying to escape. Little Wild's last move successfully helped them both evade the meteor. It turned out the move Lin Che taught Little Wild was to use its flames to push against the ground, creating thrust to dodge to the side. At the same time, the massive meteor had descended too close to the ramparts and could no longer turn to chase Lin Che inside. The rock mass cracked and broke into large pieces, shaking violently and explosively. A chunk of earth full of love from Grandpa for his beloved Avril, truly wonderful.